Chapter 1 Check-in at the Tornado Center. I've tied it. Finally tied it up. A sharp, explosive sound suddenly pierced through the lifeless crowd. The pale-faced people looked at the girl squatting by the dirt mound, who was bouncing with excitement as if she could leap 3 feet high. Her small face was dark and dirty, her figure thin like a bamboo pole, dressed in gray, unremarkable clothing. Jiang He, are you out of your mind? That's so embarrassing. A girl with a clean face and delicate features, sporting a high ponytail, shot her a disdainful glare. After saying that, she moved a couple of steps away, as if Jiang He were some kind of contagious virus. A tall and handsome man wrapped his arms around her and comforted her softly. All right, don't be angry. That village girl has always had issues. Just ignore her. Jiang Shuiwei, with a playful smile, covered her mouth and was immediately amused by him. Brother Huifeng, how can you call Jiang He a village girl? She's my sister. Xia Huifeng snorted lightly. She grew up in the countryside, so she's just a village girl. Even if she has the bloodline of the Jiang family, it's not worth as much as your pinky. Hearing this, Jiang Shuiwei's eyes sparkled, and she nestled close to the man. Brother Huifeng, in my heart, no man can compare to you. Once we successfully reach the base, with your abilities, becoming a leader is definitely not a problem. Xia Huifeng pinched her chin, leaned down, and gave her a deep French kiss, seemingly oblivious to those around them. Under normal circumstances, Jiang He would have found this eye-watering scene disgusting enough to get goosebumps. But today was the day she finally escaped her misery. Jiang He. Everyone around was nothing but air. Her presence had always been low when she left the group. No one even noticed. Once she reached an open area, Jiang He stopped, tears and snot flowing as she complained. System, you have such a cruel heart. Why did you only come to find me now? Don't you feel any guilt? Jiang He was not from this world. Her true identity was that of a time traveler, traversing various worlds to complete management missions. The 003 universe's strongest management system was her fixed partner. Together, they had created countless miracles across different realms, breaking management records multiple times. At one point, they even climbed to the glorious top of the management leaderboard. However, this time, arriving in this apocalyptic world, Jiang He had crossed over 6 months ago, and the system had betrayed her, vanishing without a trace. Just when she was about to starve to death, the system finally showed up. Host, dear, let me explain. Jiang He covered her ears and said, I don't want to listen. System. That after a moment of hesitation, she lowered her hands, deciding to give the system a chance. Go ahead. What reason do you have for abandoning me and leaving me to survive alone in this apocalypse for 6 months? The system cleared its throat. Ahem. Unforeseen circumstances arise, and every system has its own shelf life. After exiting the previous world, I was taken for maintenance, which caused a slight delay. This justification was something Jiang He had not considered, but it still didn't allow her to forgive immediately. Little system, do you know what kind of life I've been living these past 6 months? It was chaotic, filled with storms, dark and hopeless days if it weren't for my intelligence, bravery, resourcefulness, and skill. As Jiang He was boasting, she suddenly vomited. With her stomach empty, what came out was just bile. Forget it, system. I won't hold it against you anymore. Quick, give me something to eat. The system fell silent for 2 seconds before responding cheerfully. Host, good news. In this world, you will have a gigantic supermarket. Jiang He sensed there was more to come and didn't get too excited too soon. What's the bad news? The bad news is, you cannot enter the supermarket freely. You need to complete tasks to obtain shopping time to get what you want. In this world, you will be operating a mobile supermarket with a virtual supermarket as your supply source. The mobile supermarket must open once a day. Our goal is to expand and strengthen the supermarket business, creating brilliance, serving disaster victims, and protecting human civilization in this world. Jiang He's identity and name changed in each world, and the tasks she had to complete varied. But they all shared a common goal: to manage and run a business, preventing the extinction of humanity or a particular race, and avoiding the collapse of the world. Every time she entered a new world, it was a fresh start, with no inheritance from the previous world. Thus, without the system, Jiang He had been weak and helpless. The system observed her expression cautiously and said, Host, I will unlock the new world gift package for you. Congratulations, host. The rewards from this world gift package include A protective shield immune to all external attacks and dangers, impervious to poison, equipped with passive weights and mermaid abilities. Unmovable by wind, undrownable by water, and with no rebound function. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Still no further information. Jiang He widened her eyes. Is that it? Nothing more. A gift package that only contained one reward. Was that reasonable? Fortunately, having seen the world, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Every world starts off difficult. But once she earns money and upgrades the supermarket, she would be able to enjoy the benefits. What task do I have now? Go check in at the Tornado Center. Reward: a transportation tool full of girlish charm and 1 minute of shopping time. Tornado? Where's the tornado? As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, she heard a scream not far away. It's a tornado. The tornado is coming. Everyone run. She recognized the voice. It was her younger sister's fiancé. 6 months ago, Jiang He had crossed into this world, taking the place of the deceased original owner. The original owner had grown up in the countryside, and it wasn't until she was 18 that her biological parents found and brought her back to the Jiang family. Jiang Shuiwei was the fake daughter who had been swapped, adored by the Jiang parents. Even knowing she wasn't their biological child, the Jiang family continued to treat her well. The original owner, however, did not receive such treatment. After returning to the Jiang family, she faced all kinds of sabotage from Jiang Shuiwei, successfully making everyone around her dislike her. When the apocalypse struck, the first disaster their city faced was a flood. After 7 days and nights of continuous rain, the entire city was submerged. Jiang's parents drowned the next day, and Jiang He, clutching some food, desperately climbed to higher ground to save her life. Xiao Huifeng enjoyed the feeling of being adored by the masses, claiming to have strong leadership abilities. He organized the survivors of the entire building into a group, acting as a little leader under the pretext of mutual support. Unfortunately, Jiang He was also grouped with him. Later, when the government sent soldiers for rescue, they were taken by a boat to a survivor base. Not long after, chaos erupted in the base, and Xiao Huifeng led the group away, setting off for the legendary base in Nanyang. Known for its order and abundant resources, that a tornado resembles a massive vortex, sweeping away everything in its path, no matter how sturdy, and breaking it into countless pieces. Insignificant humans are utterly defenseless against the forces of nature. Anyone caught in its wake is doomed. The center of the tornado, right? Jiang He was so hungry that her vision was blurred, but she gritted her teeth and charged forward. Food, rice, water. Here I come. Come on, host, go for it. You're the best. A slender figure passed by her side, and their eyes widened in surprise. Jiang He, you're going the wrong way. Chapter 2. Resupply at the virtual supermarket. Jiang He, come back quickly. The tornado is coming. You'll die? This desperate shout reached every member of the team. As Jiang Shuiwei ran, she glanced back. That reckless fool. Who else could it be but the bumpkin? Jiang He's presence constantly reminded her that she was merely an imposter of the Jiang family's precious daughter. All along the way, Jiang Shuiwei had wanted to abandon her, but out of respect for Xiao Huifeng, she hadn't found the opportunity. Watching Jiang He get closer to the massive tornado, an involuntary smile crept onto her lips, joy bubbling up in her eyes. It was about time for her to meet her end. Better here than having to do it herself later. If anyone was to blame, it was her own foolishness for being so reckless that she wouldn't even leave behind a complete corpse. Xiao Huifeng frowned. Although he had no good impression of Jiang He, as the team leader, he had a responsibility to ensure the safety of every member. Jiang He, stop running. It's dangerous over there. He couldn't understand why she was acting so irrationally. Even a 3-year-old would know to run for their life. Yet she was doing the opposite. Realizing how crazy she was, he hadn't expected her to be this reckless. Huifeng, why bother with her at a time like this? Jiang Shuiwei pouted. Maybe she just wants to die. We can't risk our lives because of her, right? In the early days of the apocalypse, countless people couldn't bear the harsh environment and quietly ended their own lives. Once he had an excuse, Xiao Huifeng felt justified and ignored Jiang He, pulling Jiang Shuiwei quickly toward safety. Their team had initially consisted of over 100 people, but due to various mishaps, it had dwindled to just a handful. With over 40 people stranded in the wild, with no buildings around, they could only crouch in a low area, tightly covering their heads with their arms, waiting for the tornado to pass. The sound of the wind was immense, like a death knell, shaking the earth beneath them. After running for a while, Jiang He was completely out of strength, only able to move slowly toward the tornado. Thick trees were uprooted as if they were mere toys, swirling in the air. In contrast, Jiang He, weighing less than 100 pounds, moved as if there were no obstacles at all. Her steps steady and her body showing no signs of wavering as she forced her way through the center of the tornado. If anyone had seen this scene, they would surely be astonished to the point of questioning their existence. Ding, sign-in successful. Rewards have been issued. Please check, host. Turning her head, Jiang He saw a bright pink tricycle parked on the ground. The words Hope of the Village were clearly printed on the back door. This so-called girly appearance was something Jiang He didn't even want to comment on. But this, damn it, wasn't even electric. It was a purely pedal-powered tricycle. The system seemed a bit embarrassed, remaining silent for a while. Host, don't be fooled by its appearance as a simple tricycle. Once you accumulate enough points, it can be upgraded to a motorhome, complete with air conditioning, a refrigerator, and a comfortable bed. Look at this vehicle. The space in the back is so large and spacious, it can hold so many things. And its color is so youthful and vibrant, clean and beautiful. You are incredibly capable, even if you faced a bit of difficulty at the beginning. I believe in you. You will definitely achieve greatness again and surpass yourself. Jiang He manually interrupted the flattery and reluctantly accepted the colorful tricycle. Putting everything else aside, I'm hungry and need to eat. The system sighed in relief. No problem. Just close your eyes, and I will take you to the virtual supermarket. A flash of white light passed, and when Jiang He opened her eyes again, she was standing at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. 1 meter away, there was a red entrance barrier, which was currently closed. Looking through the transparent glass, the supermarket space was not large, only about 8 square meters, and she could see the end at a glance. On the 3-tier shelves that were 2 meters high, only the bottom layer was stocked with goods. Currently, the virtual supermarket only has 1 level, with 2 unlocked products: seaweed meat floss bread and bottled mineral water. Go for it. Try to grab as many items as possible within 1 minute. Also, here is a friendly reminder. Once you step into the supermarket, the system will start the countdown. You can only leave the supermarket once the time runs out. The system paused for 2 seconds, cleared its throat, and prepared to give the command. 3, 2, 1, go. Jiang He understood the rules. She needed to race against time to gather goods, adjusting to the best state to avoid losses. Wait, let me tie my shoelaces first. The system paused for half a second and then ruthlessly exposed her. Host, your flip-flops don't have shoelaces. Jiang He looked down and suddenly remembered that after struggling for half a year in the apocalypse, it was already a miracle that she hadn't starved to death. Being so poor that she had no shoes was quite normal. Delving into the reason, she couldn't help but feel angry. System, I can only afford flip-flops. Whose fault is that? I don't care. You have to compensate me for my mental distress. The system's voice was weak. How about I dig into my little treasury and buy you a new outfit? Is that okay? But that would be all it could do. During the task, it was also a poor system. The points for buying clothes had to be borrowed from the neighboring system, and it couldn't let the higher-ups know, otherwise it would receive a red card warning, affecting its final ranking. Jiang He crossed her arms, tapping her right foot on the ground, fully in a posture of demanding repayment. All right, you can go buy it now. The system didn't dare to object and quickly got a new outfit, a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. After changing into the new shoes, Jiang He tried them on in place. They were comfortable, non-slip, and of good quality, so she shouldn't fall behind. She nodded, indicating that she was ready. The next second, the supermarket entrance barrier opened. Jiang He dashed towards the shelf with bread and water. She opened her arms and, when she closed them, she had more than 10 bottles of water in her arms. At the entrance of the supermarket, there was a fixed shopping cart. Only by placing the items she grabbed into the shopping cart could they be counted as hers. She moved back and forth, and the minute passed very quickly. At the end, Jiang He collected 42 pieces of bread and 24 bottles of water. When she came out of the supermarket, the bread and water were neatly placed in the cart. By this time, the tornado had dissipated, and the outside world had returned to calm. Although the ground was in disarray, Jiang He, I'm so glad you're okay. A cheerful female voice interrupted Jiang He's action of twisting off the bottle cap. The speaker was Li Ting, a girl from the same team, who had been the only one to exchange a few words with Jiang He in the past 6 months. Their relationship was decent. She was also the first to stop Jiang He from running toward the tornado. Seeing Jiang He standing there unharmed, Li Ting felt genuinely happy for her, although her emaciated face made her smile look more like a grimace. Jiang He waved the bottled water in her hand. Li Ting, do you want to buy some water and bread? As she approached, Li Ting noticed what Jiang He was holding in the extra pink cart. The water in the bottles looked clean and clear, without a trace of pollution. It was the most precious resource in this post-apocalyptic world. Even a small sip could drive countless people into a frenzy. The bread on the cart was golden and soft, and even with the outer packaging, she could almost smell its sweet and tempting aroma. Li Ting swallowed hard. Her stomach, having not eaten for days, began to cramp painfully in response to the food's allure. Jiang He, are you really willing to sell me such rare items? Chapter 3. Seaweed meat floss bread. She was simply too thirsty and hungry to even consider where the food had come from. Jiang He smiled and nodded, her lips curving into a slight arc. You are my first customer. As long as it's not cash, you can try to trade anything else, like gold or jewelry. 1 piece of bread costs 60 points, and 1 bottle of water costs 100 points. As for how much your items are worth, I will determine the price. After speaking, she continued to drink water and casually picked up a piece of bread, tearing open the packaging and taking a big bite. Her mouth filled with the flavors of meat floss and wheat. The rich aroma made Li Ting's mouth water uncontrollably, and tears of excitement streamed from the corners of her eyes. She struggled to control herself, resisting the urge to rush over and grab the food. Li Ting immediately rummaged through her backpack, which mostly contained worthless items. She hesitated to eat the remaining half of a rotting canned fish, a rusty fruit knife, a deflated lighter, and an empty matchbox. Nothing valuable at all. Suddenly, Li Ting seemed to remember something and reached for her neck. In the first month after the apocalypse began, no one expected that the unprecedented flood would mark merely the beginning of humanity's darkest hour. Back then, Li Ting had also dreamed that once the flood receded, they would be fine after enduring this period, but she missed the best opportunity to trade valuable items for food. First, cash became worthless paper, and later even gold lost its value, as no one was willing to exchange their food. Only by choosing a reliable base could they obtain a pitifully small amount of food through labor. This gold necklace is a keepsake from Li Ting's mother, which is why she has kept it until now, without any hope of it being useful. Jiang He took the delicate gold necklace and placed it on a black card. After about 2 seconds, a sound was heard. Congratulations to customer Li Ting, successfully recharged 200 points. Upon hearing this, Li Ting's eyes were filled with disbelief. Her necklace could be exchanged for a bottle of 550 milliliters of purified water and a piece of bread larger than her palm. Moreover, there were points left over. Jiang He handed over the black card, saying, "This is your points card. Have you decided what to buy?" Li Ting almost blurted out, "A bottle of water. A piece of bread. All right." Jiang He took out a black box and said, "Please place the points card on this." Beep, 160 points deducted, account balance 40 points. When Li Ting held the water and bread, she finally felt a sense of reality. She eagerly twisted off the bottle cap, taking a small sip that was cool and sweet. Her cracked lips were moistened, and Li Ting felt as if she were floating on a cloud, completely revitalized. After taking a small sip, she quickly twisted the cap back on, fearing that the water would evaporate in the heat. As she tore into the bread, her hands trembled uncontrollably. It had been so many days since she had eaten normal, non-soured and non-stinky food. The enticing aroma made Li Ting, holding the bread, eagerly take a bite. Of course, she couldn't bear to eat too much, so she took small bites, leaving more than half, which she carefully placed in her backpack. After putting everything away, Li Ting stared intently at the tricycle's cargo, where a small mountain of fresh bread sat. If saved, it would be enough for someone to eat for several months. Her eyes were filled with envy, but there was no jealousy. "Jiang He, thank you for being willing to exchange food with me." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Huifeng and others, drawn by the aroma, walked over together. Jiang Shuwa looked at Jiang He in surprise, her brows furrowed. This little brat not only was not swept away by the tornado, but also appeared here in a brand new outfit, completely unscathed. Where did the pink tricycle and the food come from? Jiang He had really improved, managing to find so many good things. For a moment, Jiang Shuwa didn't know whether to be happy or angry. She stepped forward, looking down at Jiang He. "Jiang He, where did you get these things? You could safely walk here today thanks to Brother Huifeng's protection, so you must give him half of your supplies." The calculation was loud and clear, as if the abacus beads were about to hit her face. Jiang He almost laughed out loud. If it weren't for her being cautious along the way, she would have been harmed to the point of losing her very bones. Moving with the group was also a consideration to avoid drawing attention by acting alone. Blending into the crowd could increase her survival rate and prevent her from being targeted by perverts. The people in this group hadn't helped her much, but the large crowd did shield her from quite a bit of danger. Water and bread need to be sold anyway. Selling them to them could be considered a favor returned. She smiled and nodded, "Sure." Jiang Shuiwa felt a sense of triumph, secretly pleased that she would soon have a large amount of supplies. Just as the corners of her mouth began to rise, she heard Jiang He change her tone. "However, it's impossible to give it away for free. If you want food, you must trade something in return." She glanced back at the others in the group. Food was limited, first come first served. The crowd, initially confused, suddenly brightened at her words. However, a few individuals had other malicious thoughts. Jiang He was just a defenseless woman. It would be easy to take all those good things by force. Wouldn't it be simpler to just rob her? It wouldn't he be wrong to call her foolish? Who would flaunt their food so openly? Wasn't he that just asking for trouble? 4 or 5 scrawny men exchanged glances and then rushed towards the tricycle. Their eyes were greedy, hands reaching for the golden bread. Ding, robbery detected, activating attack mode. The host can choose from the following punishment methods: electric shock, arrows piercing the heart, extreme compression, and infestation, dismemberment. Jiang He calmly glanced at them and softly uttered 2 words, electric shock. Her voice was not loud, but Li Ting and the others heard it clearly. Just as everyone looked puzzled, the men trying to snatch the goods suddenly convulsed, as if struck by lightning, their eyes rolling back, quickly turning into lifeless blackened corpses. Jiang He lowered her gaze, lingering on the pile of lifeless bodies for a few seconds, then turned calmly, her voice steady. "If you want to buy my things, you must follow my rules. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as them. Do you understand?" The air was deathly silent. Almost everyone was frozen in place, expressionless, until Jiang He's voice rang out again. "All right, anyone who wants to buy water and bread can come to me for a points card. Gold, silver, and jewels can all be exchanged for points." In less than half a minute, 5 people had died suddenly. If this had happened before the apocalypse, they would have long been scared away. But now, they had already experienced the brutality of the end times. The sight of fellow humans' corpses no longer frightened or panicked them. What surprised everyone was the stark contrast in Jiang He. It was as if she had suddenly become a different person. However, in the face of food, these doubts became irrelevant. Surviving was the most important thing. Dozens of people rushed forward, shoving and pulling each other to get to the food. Jiang He, I have something to trade with you. Let me get a card first. I have something too. The scene became chaotic and extremely noisy. Jiang He took out a loudspeaker, a standard system accessory, and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please line up in an orderly manner, don't crowd, come one by one. Once you're in line and quiet, I will start issuing cards." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, forming a remarkably neat line. Jiang Shuiwei was stunned, standing there for a long time before she came to her senses. Just now, the person who dealt with the troublemaker like a reaper. Is she really that country bumpkin sister of hers? Jiang Shuiwei looked at Jiang He with the gaze of someone observing a monster. Her voice trembled with restraint as she asked, "Brother Huaifeng, is Jiang He possessed by evil spirits? Otherwise, how could she have such immense power?" Afraid that Jiang He might overhear, Xiao Huaifeng quickly covered her mouth. "Yeah, you saw what happened just now. You can't speak carelessly in the future. As for that village girl, let us wait and see. If there really is a problem, she will reveal her true colors sooner or later. And we can take action then." The two of them whispered together, while Jiang He was too busy to pay attention to them. Li Ting and her group were heading to the Nanyang base, and since the journey was long, they naturally needed to travel light, discarding anything non-essential. Valuable jewelry and accessories were not considered worth bringing along. After all, they were no longer valuable, taking up space in their bags and making travel inconvenient. When they learned that they could trade those items for food here, each of them regretted it deeply. The big man at the front was rummaging through his clothes. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his mouth opened wide, revealing two shining gold teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. Zhao Peng grinned widely and asked, "Jiang He, can I exchange these for points? They are pure gold, and I spent several tens of thousands on them." The man Han Ti brushed his teeth in daze, and his breath smelled foul. Jiang He held her breath, leaning back in disgust. "You can trade them, but first, you have to take them out." Hearing this, Zhao Peng's face lit up with joy. He quickly pulled out a thin black string from his backpack, folded it in half, and tried to loop it around the two connected gold teeth. Pulling out teeth is tricky for one person. So Zhao Peng asked a friend behind him to hold one end of the string while he turned and ran forward as fast as he could. With two crisp sounds, the gold teeth successfully fell out of the man's mouth. Blood flowed from Zhao Peng's mouth, but he seemed oblivious to the pain as he carefully held the bloody gold teeth, smiling as he walked towards Jiang He. The freshly extracted gold teeth emanated a strong, unpleasant odor. Jiang He slightly avoided Zhao Peng's outstretched hand, saying, "Just put the gold teeth on the points card." The man lowered his head and did as instructed. And soon a notification sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations to customer Zhao Peng for successfully recharging 600 points. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Zhao Peng was so excited that he stumbled over his words, and it was Jiang He who reminded him from the side. A loaf of bread costs 60 points, and a bottle of water costs 100 points. What would you like to buy, dear customer? You can choose freely. Zhao Peng looked at Jiang He, then at the pink tricycle, his mind racing. This 600 points had to be allocated wisely. Water and bread were essentials. The months of fleeing had made Zhao Peng realize that clean water was far more important than food. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. "I want 4 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread." Jiang He handed the black box forward, signaling him to swipe his card. The delightful sound of a successful transaction followed. Ding! Host received 580 points. Zhao Peng quickly locked the items in his bag and held it tightly against his chest. These were his lifeline. Anyone who dared to snatch them would face his wrath. Before leaving, Zhao opened his mouth wide and asked, "Jiang He, I still have 20 points left. Can I come back to exchange for more items later?" The others in line behind Zhao looked eagerly at Jiang He. They couldn't even imagine a scenario like today where items could be exchanged for food. In this bleak world, a palm-sized piece of bread was enough to spark fierce competition among countless people. Not to mention, Zhao had traded just 2 gold teeth for so much life-saving food. Jiang He cleared his throat and said, "Let me make an announcement. From today on, my Dawn supermarket is officially open. The points cards you get today are free, designated for personal use and non-transferable. If lost, you will need to pay 2,000 points to replace it, so please take good care of it. As long as your card has points, you can come here to buy items. The goods at Dawn Supermarket are limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis, and must be purchased according to need. If anyone wastes food, the card will be deactivated, and you will be permanently blacklisted." Jiang He glanced at the black charcoal on the ground, hinting at their fate. The crowd shivered, shaking their heads vigorously. In a world like this, who would waste food unless they were out of their mind? With the rules clearly stated, Jiang He continued with business. A ragged mother and son approached, and before Jiang He could speak, the disheveled mother suddenly knelt on the ground. "Jiang He, please show us some kindness. We're just asking for a bit of food." She pleaded, "When your parents were around, my husband helped your family a lot. Just think of your parents and give us a bottle of water." Having spent half a year in the same group, Jiang He recognized the mother and son. They used to be a family of 3, neighbors of Jiang's, and had a decent life. They were kind people and good friends with Jiang He's biological parents. The boy's father had gone missing in the first month of the apocalypse while searching for food, leaving them as a mother and son, struggling to survive. However, in this world, there were many who were suffering, and if one person came asking for free food, how could Jiang He keep her supermarket open? I'm sorry, but the items at Dawn's supermarket can only be purchased with points. They cannot be given away for free. Chapter 5. Unlocking the tiger skin chicken feet. Li Yuhua's eyes gradually lost their light, fading into a dull gray. Before the apocalypse, she loved hoarding gold, with all sorts of golden ornaments filling her storage cabinet. If she had known this day would come, no matter how difficult the journey, she would have brought her cherished treasures with her. Jiang He's terrifying abilities had already been witnessed by Li Yuhua. Yet in order to let her son have a sip of water, she still risked being turned into charcoal and begged on her knees. As expected, they were unable to obtain any food. Continuing to kneel would only anger Jiang He, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Yuhua gritted her teeth, stood up, took her son's hand, and prepared to leave. Wait, Jiang He suddenly called out to them, causing Li Yuhua to flinch, instinctively pulling her son behind her. We don't want anything, we're sorry. She closed her eyes tightly, fearing that Jiang He might attack them at any moment. Jiang He, she wasn't that cruel. A friendly reminder, aside from cash, other items can be exchanged for points, not limited to gold, silver, or jewelry. Li Yuhua opened her eyes and noticed the look Jiang He was giving her. Turning her head, she saw her son's amulet hanging on his chest. This was a charm that her parents had specifically sought from a temple before she gave birth. It wasn't worth much, but it held sentimental value. Could this possibly be exchanged for points? Realizing this, Li Yuhua quickly removed her son's amulet and placed it on the points card. Ding! Congratulations, customer Chin-Chinon. Successfully recharged 100 points. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to buy a bottle of water. Li Yuhua was almost jumping for joy. Jiang He, thank you. Thank you. Son, we can have water now. The little boy also beamed with a bright smile, as his mother took him to a corner to carefully share the water. Knowing that Jiang He wouldn't tolerate any nonsense, all the people in line to buy things behaved themselves and exchanged their belongings for points, without any more tricks. The water ran out very quickly. Within 10 people, it was already sold out. The remaining people were all parched, having not had a sip of clean water for several days. Unfortunately, due to limited stock at the supermarket, they could only watch enviously as others gulped down water. Once the bread was sold out as well, Jiang He raised the loudspeaker again. Shuguang supermarket will close today. Those who didn't get anything can come back next time. I will leave first and wait for you at the Nanyang base for your next visit. Amidst the sighs of disappointment from the crowd, Jiang He pedaled her pink tricycle, disappearing at the end of the road. Host, you are amazing. On the first day of opening, you earned 4,700 points. The virtual supermarket currently only has one level, with 20 product slots. Spend 1,000 points to unlock one product in the virtual supermarket. Host, hurry up and unlock it. While pedaling the tricycle with a frown, Jiang He opened the system panel and flipped to the product section. In the 20 squares, only the first two, water and bread, were lit up, while the rest were still empty. At level 1, the supermarket could only unlock food. The higher the level, the more types of products could be unlocked. Scrolling down, she could see the upgrade conditions. To upgrade the virtual supermarket to level 2, the following conditions must be met. 1. Shuguang supermarket serves 500 customers. 2. Light up 20 product slots. 3. 20,000 points. Note, the virtual supermarket and Shuguang supermarket are bound together, with levels synchronized. In other words, as long as the virtual supermarket upgraded, Jiang He's Shuguang supermarket would also upgrade. Alright, she would put in the effort to improve conditions as soon as possible. This little tricycle, she couldn't pedal any faster. Jiang He lightly tapped on the empty square, and a product interface popped up on the screen. There were various types of food, with more than half of them locked, and she could only see what they were after leveling up in the future. Jiang He selected 4 products from the first 2 rows. Instant noodles, 80 points, 8 treasure porridge, 80 points, rice balls, 60 points, tiger skin chicken feet, 50 points. She successfully unlocked 4 items, and her account balance was 700 points. After pedaling the tricycle for quite a while, Jiang He hadn't gone very far. Fortunately, her physique was different now, so she didn't feel tired. Otherwise, she would have definitely given up. System, I want to eat tiger skin chicken feet. The system responded. Oh, that was a bit too indifferent. Jiang He sighed. I'm not expecting much help from you. Just hurry up and see what tasks you can give me so I can go stock up at the virtual supermarket. Dear host, your spirit of wanting to be self-sufficient is very commendable. Thumbs up for you. Jiang He narrowed her eyes. Stop the nonsense. Where are the tasks? Ahem. You want tasks, right? There are plenty. Task 1. Sign in at the highest rooftop of Nanyang base and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, 2 minutes of stocking time. Task 2. Accumulate supermarket sales to 20,000 points. Reward, 5 minutes of stocking time. Task 3. Sell 20 down jackets. Reward, 4 minutes of stocking time. None of the 3 tasks could be completed in a short time. Jiang He pursed her lips, her face showing an expression of helplessness. System, It's the middle of summer, and you want me to sell down jackets? That's just making things difficult for me. I don't care, give me a different task. Preferably something easier. Tiger skin chicken feet are my favorite, and I haven't eaten them in months. The system weakly replied, Dear host. The task list can only display 3 tasks at a time, and none can be skipped. Only after completing them will the next one refresh, which happens once a day. Ahem, our situation this time is a bit special. In addition to managing the supermarket, the higher-ups have assigned each system extra KPIs. The products outside the supermarket are unsold goods from other worlds, which have been in stock for a long time. The leaders want to recover their investment, so they impose such tasks. Come on, dear host, this system believes in you. You can do it. If it weren't for the generous benefits of this job, Jiang He would definitely have quit and found a random world to retire in. No, after this world is over, she would take a vacation. And as for when to return to work, that would depend on her mood. With that thought, Jiang He reluctantly accepted the extra KPIs. At the turtle speed of the human-powered tricycle, it was impossible to reach Nanyang Base before dark. Seeing an abandoned gas station nearby, she decided to stop and rest there for the night. She parked the pink tricycle at the entrance, and just as she was about to walk into the gas station, she heard a man's greasy and frivolous voice. What are you pretending for? I've been following you all the way, just here for food. You and your silly sister can play with me for a night, and this biscuit will be yours. Be sensible. I have no interest in dealing with corpses. Jiang He had just stopped when the lookout at the door spotted her. Boss, another pretty one's here. I'll grab her for you to have some fun with. Chapter 6. Staying the night at the gas station, Jiang He's face was still unwashed, covered in grime, with only her features faintly visible. Calling her a beauty in this state, these guys must be truly desperate. Before the lackey could lay a hand on her, Jiang He pushed the door open and stepped inside. She scanned the room. 2 young women were huddled fearfully in the corner. One was pinned halfway to the ground by a man with tattooed arms, her hair and clothes in disarray. Jiang He's sudden entrance made the tattooed man freeze. Seizing the chance, the pinned girl struggled free and, trembling, clung to her sister in the corner. Facing the lecherous, disgusting stares of 4 or 5 men, Jiang He spoke as if nothing were amiss. This gas station is quite spacious. I've nowhere to go tonight, so I plan to stay here. You don't mind, do you? The tattooed man spat in amusement, eyeing her up and down as he approached with interest. Of course not. My brothers here could use some company. Entertain them well tonight, and you'll be rewarded. In this post-apocalyptic world, the physical disparity between men and women often left the weaker at a disadvantage. These men weren't entirely without principles. They at least promised supplies in exchange. Because of this, countless women willingly threw themselves at them. Compared to those who took without giving, they had a shred of decency, but only a shred. These 2 sisters were clearly forced. If they had resources, why not seek willing partners instead? Jiang He shook her head and refused. That won't do. You're too noisy. It'll disturb my rest. The tattooed man wiped his lower lip, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You've got nerve, girl. My brother's like your type, feisty. One of the lackeys chimed in boldly. Just one flaw, her figure's too scrawny. From a distance, she looks like a grade schooler, all skin and bones. Probably no fun to touch. Jiang He's expression turned icy. She knew she was thin as a rail, but she wouldn't tolerate ridicule. You're the grade schooler. Your whole family are grade schoolers. She rolled up her sleeves, itching to teach him a lesson his own mother wouldn't recognize. The system hurriedly intervened. Host, calm down. You can't initiate attacks against people in this world, or you'll face severe consequences. This was the most fundamental rule for dimensional travelers. Rumor had it that one traveler, unable to stand the arrogant men in a male-dominated world, lost their temper and threw a punch. After venting their anger, they were struck by lightning as punishment. All previous mission rewards and account assets were wiped, and they were locked in solitary confinement for 10 years. Jiang He took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. It wasn't worth losing everything over scum like this. No matter. She could wait. If they struck first, it wouldn't be her fault. What can you do if I refuse? I bet you can't beat me. The tattooed man patted the gun at his waist, saying, Why would I bother hitting a woman? It's much easier to just shoot you. Jiang He, startled, covered her heart and exclaimed, Wow, I'm so scared. In the apocalypse, those who could wield firearms held a high position, firmly standing at the top levels of the food chain. The tattooed man wasn't foolish. He could see that despite her words, Jiang He showed no fear in her expression or demeanor. He immediately became alert, raising his gun to aim at her, and sternly asked, You got someone behind you, huh? Jiang He slowly turned her head to glance at the empty space behind her, deliberately misunderstanding him. And when she turned back, she wore a face of terror. There's no one. Please don't scare me. Seeing this, the tattooed man felt even more suspicious. Using a woman as bait for robbery and murder was not uncommon. The other lackeys also sensed something was off and watched Jiang He warily. Boss, maybe we should just let it go today. A woman daring to walk in here so boldly must have a lot of people outside waiting for us to fall into their trap before coming in to steal our supplies. The men exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, they fled the gas station as if escaping. Afraid of being pursued, they drove off at full speed, leaving behind a cloud of acrid exhaust. Jiang He felt speechless. They got scared off just like that? How boring. Turning around, she found two pairs of frightened eyes staring at her. I'm tired and ready to sleep. Feel free to do as you wish. But please keep it down so I can rest. Saying this, Jiang He took out the mattress she had acquired from the system, placed it against the wall, lay down, and covered herself with a thin air conditioning blanket, taking on the demeanor of a room's owner. Ah, what a world. It's not as good as one world. The conditions this time are rather poor, not even having a proper place. The system, seemingly energized, explained loudly, Host, once the supermarket upgrades, our conditions will improve. This system will not let you wander forever. Keep it up. Stop shouting and let me get some sleep. After months of fleeing, Jiang He rarely had the chance for a good night's sleep, with unexpected events lurking around every corner. Natural disasters were secondary. The most dangerous was the mutual slaughter among the same kind. Having a room to shield from the wind and rain, a soft and comfortable mattress, and a clean blanket was a luxury. After Jiang He fell asleep, the two sisters squatting in the corner looked at each other, both frozen in place. They hadn't blinked. How did this person suddenly have such a large mattress? It must be around 2 meters long. It could easily fit 3 people. With Jiang He lying there alone, she seemed even smaller. Tang Wanyan secretly muttered to herself, wondering what kind of person she was, able to sleep so peacefully in such a terrible environment. Knowing Jiang He meant no harm, the sisters leaned against the wall and gradually fell asleep. Morning came, and as the sun rose, Jiang He opened her eyes, hearing the familiar voice of the system in her mind. A vibrant day has begun again, host. Just as the words were halfway out, a clear and bright female voice interrupted. Hello, sister, how are you? Jiang He turned to see a girl with 2 braided pigtails waving her right hand to greet her. Her eyes sparkled with childlike innocence and purity. At that moment, Tang Wanyan pushed the door open and softly scolded. Tang Wanxing, have you forgotten what I told you? You won't be eating anything today, just starve. After giving her younger sister a lecture, she nervously looked at Jiang He. I'm sorry. My sister's not quite right in the head. She's like a 5-year-old child and didn't mean to disturb you. After pausing for 2 seconds, she added, that tricycle outside is yours, right? Someone just tried to steal it and fainted when they touched it. Chapter 7. Arriving at the Nanyang base, Jiang He felt assured leaving the small tricycle outside, knowing it had a protective shield. No one else could move it. If a regular person touched it in her absence, it would trigger the electric shock feature of the shield. Of course, it was just a light shock. Enough to knock someone out for about half an hour. Jiang He glanced at the man who had fainted beside the wheel, lying face up, his body slightly curled, with a pained expression still on his face. I think I need to put up a warning sign. It wouldn't be good to hurt innocent people. With that thought, Jiang He had the system create a wooden sign to hang on one side of the tricycle, with 2 lines of prominent red letters. My mom is out for something. She'll be back soon. Don't touch me. Whoever touches will die. With such a warning, if someone still dared to approach recklessly, she wouldn't take the blame. Setting off to continue towards the Nanyang base, pedaling the tricycle, it would take around 3 to 6 hours to get there. Just as she was leaving the gas station, a figure ran over and stopped her. Sister, are you going to the base? Can you take us along? Tang Wanxing said earnestly, I can help you ride. Jiang He's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. System, did you hear that? Can I let others ride with me? Although she wouldn't get tired pedaling the tricycle, having someone else do it would make things easier. System, no, this tricycle is for the host use only. No one else can ride it. Jiang He had no choice but to decline the sister's request and continued on her own, carrying her load. On the way, she got hungry and finished the bread she had saved from yesterday, along with half a bottle of water. Since becoming a time traveler, this was the worst meal she had ever had. Host baby, you're working hard pedaling the tricycle. The system occasionally encouraged her. It's not hard, it's just unfortunate. Jiang He wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, System, I seriously suspect you offended someone in higher management, which is why we got assigned to this world. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Host baby, after this mission is completed, you will receive a reward of a year of free paid travel across all planes. You can go to any small world, as many times as you want within the specified time. Fine, she pretended not to hear that. Jiang He pedaled her tricycle faster, saying, I'm coming, just wait for me. After her relentless efforts, she and her vehicle arrived at the Nanyang base half an hour early. After the natural disaster struck, no place was spared, and various factions organized themselves, establishing hundreds of bases of varying sizes. The Nanyang base was considered a relatively large one, with troops stationed there and a semblance of public order maintained, making it a popular destination for nearby survivors. The base was divided into 2 main areas, the civilian zone and the military zone. Civilians were responsible for all production work within the base, with farming being the primary task, allowing them to receive a certain amount of living supplies every 3 days. To ensure the base operated smoothly, the number of people had to be controlled. Anyone wishing to enter the base had to go through multiple screenings by the military. Those aged over 60 or under 6, or without any productive capability, were not accepted. However, if individuals had special talents, these conditions could be relaxed, and the management welcomed them. Jiang He, pedaling her pink tricycle, stood out among the survivors waiting to enter the Nanyang base. After nearly 2 hours, it was finally her turn. A soldier holding a rifle glanced at her and expressionlessly said, "Come over." Jiang He followed him into a glass room where 3 doctors in white coats were waiting. The screening process was similar to a physical examination but did not involve any machines. It was just a general checkup. Jiang He had no physical defects, and her age was within the requirements, so she quickly passed the inspection and successfully entered the Nanyang base. Other survivors hurried to the registration area to collect their identification tags, which indicated their assigned residences. Only Jiang He, riding her tricycle, headed straight for the highest military building in the base. Upon arrival, she found it impossible to even reach the doorframe of the building. Armed troops guarded both sides, and the civilians passing by dared not make eye contact with the soldiers, hastily moving on. Jiang He jumped off her tricycle, scanned her surroundings, and decided to strike up a conversation with the most well-built young man nearby. "Hey handsome, could you help me out and let me onto the rooftop?" Qin Song looked down at her, his expression as cold as stone, and said nothing, but his refusal was clear. Jiang He thought about her urgent matter and insisted, "I really need to get up there. If you don't let me go, I might just force my way in. If anyone gets hurt, you can't blame me." Upon hearing this, one of the soldiers next to Qin Song couldn't help but laugh. "You? Hurt us?" On one side stood a tall and burly soldier, over 6 feet tall, and on the other was a petite girl. Anyone would think Jiang He was out of her mind. After receiving a glance from Qin Song, the soldier immediately sobered up and said sternly, "Where did this crazy person come from? Step aside, and if you keep disrupting our work, we'll kick you out of the base." With no chance of them letting her through, Jiang He had to come up with another plan. "Look, an aircraft." Her tactic of diverting attention was completely ineffective against the well-trained soldiers. With her eyes closed, Jiang He took a step and rushed toward the building entrance. Qin Song quickly raised his gun, sternly warning, "Stop, or I'll shoot. If you're willing to waste bullets, then go ahead." Jiang He pushed aside the man blocking her path, seemingly without exerting much effort, yet effortlessly sent him flying 2 meters away. She was like a girl with monstrous strength. Qin Song furrowed his brows and aimed at Jiang He's lower leg, pulling the trigger. With a bang, the bullet shot out. Unexpectedly, just as the bullet was about to hit the girl, it suddenly vanished into thin air. There wasn't a scratch on Jiang He's leg. The usually composed Qin Song widened his eyes in surprise. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several more shots, yet the situation remained the same. Those teammates who tried to stop her were either tossed aside or kicked to the ground, becoming stepping stones for Jiang He. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Qin Song immediately opened the intercom. "Alert, alert. An unidentified individual has breached the military zone and is heading toward the rooftop. Urgent assistance needed, urgent assistance needed." Upon receiving the message, the military center quickly dispatched special forces and 2 fighter jets. Chapter 8. Rooftop check-in. Boom, boom, boom. 2 silver gray fighter jets roared past the base. It was the first time the base residents had seen such a spectacle. Those working outside anxiously turned their gaze toward the military building. Could it be that terrorists were attacking their base? They had finally settled down here and couldn't let it be destroyed just like that. Meanwhile, Jiang He, who was being mistaken for a terrorist, huffed and puffed her way up to the 12th floor. Behind her lay a pile of people obstructing her ascent to the rooftop. Stacked against the wall like a human tower, Jiang He casually shoved each one aside, as easy as peeling corn. "Host, don't stop. Keep pushing forward. Victory is just ahead." After catching her breath, the system urged Jiang He forward like a stubborn mule. For the sake of her goals, she climbed all the way to the 18th floor rooftop. Upon exiting, she saw that the special forces had taken their positions, surrounding the rooftop tightly. With 4 or 5 snipers crouched in the distance, and 2 ammunition-laden fighter jets overhead. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Hundreds of dart gun barrels were aimed squarely at Jiang He's head. A loud voice came from the loudspeaker. "You are surrounded. If you don't want to be turned into a sieve, put down your weapons and surrender." Jiang He blinked in confusion for 2 seconds, then spread her hands innocently, saying, "I don't have any weapons." Her defiant expression made the surrounding special forces clench their fists in unison. The feeling of wanting to hit someone but being unable to was incredibly frustrating. The system quietly reminded her, "Ahem, host, hurry up and get to the point." Oh right, she remembered that she still needed to check in to complete her tasks. Jiang He raised her right hand, a small gesture that was enough to set off alarms for Qin Song and the others. What was she raising her hand for? Was she planning to throw a bomb and blow up the military zone? Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of guns fired simultaneously, flashes of light flickering, and bullets flying in all directions. However, the final outcome left everyone feeling a chill down their spines. The bullets didn't even graze Jiang He's clothing. They mysteriously vanished. What kind of unbelievable ability is this? Qin Song reported the situation to the higher-ups at the first opportunity, but no one believed him, thinking he was just hallucinating. Now, with so many witnesses on the scene, he was finally vindicated. Just as everyone was in utter shock, a loud shout echoed. "Oh great nature, harboring dark energy, grant me strength." This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Is she about to transform? Like a magical girl? No, it seems more like something from a certain card captor. The crowd instinctively took 2 steps back, but the imagined transformation didn't happen. Beep, sign-in successful. Congratulations, Host, you have gained 2 minutes of procurement time. Jiang He slightly bent forward, a polite smile on her face. Sorry for the interruption. I just came to borrow the rooftop. I'm done now. You all can continue with your work. I'll be on my way. She turned to leave, but suddenly looked back. The soldiers, who had slowly lowered their guns, quickly raised them again, staring tensely at Jiang He. Though it was futile, they needed to maintain their imposing posture. Can I take the elevator down? Climbing up had been quite a hassle, so she wanted to take it easy if possible. Hearing the instructions over the intercom, Qin Song immediately responded, Miss, you cannot leave for now. Our superior wants to speak with you. Jiang He waved her hand at him, saying they could talk another day. She had urgent matters and wouldn't chat with their superior. She had only eaten a piece of bread today and needed to fill her stomach soon. Since taking the elevator wasn't an option, it would be faster for her to go down herself. Climbing down the stairs was out of the question. Jiang He glanced around and confidently strode to the edge of the rooftop, leaping off. Her movements were so swift that others momentarily didn't react. Where did she go? Did she jump off? This is the 18th floor. Qin Song quickly ran over and leaned over to look down. A pink tricycle was slowly moving below. The person pedaling the tricycle seemed to sense their gaze, waving an arm toward the rooftop. Bye-bye. Jiang He left effortlessly, not taking a single cloud with her. While the military base was thrown into chaos, who wouldn't be wary of someone unafraid of bullets? As the base commander, Xie Jingshan immediately issued a task to locate her and investigate her background. To avoid alarming the residents, this matter had to be handled discreetly and in secret. In a corner of the civilian area, Jiang He was full of excitement. System, I want to procure items. Hurry up. Okay, right away. With a flash, Jiang He arrived at the entrance of the virtual supermarket once again. Compared to the last time, the shelves were much more stocked. Jiang He quickly spotted the location of the tiger skin chicken feet, bent down to tighten her shoelaces, and did a few stretching exercises on the spot. Ready, set, go? With a whoosh, Jiang He sprang forward like a spring and dashed to the shelf. Tiger skin chicken feet, here I come. Instant noodles, here I come. 8 treasure porridge, here I come. At that moment, Jiang He truly felt the disadvantage of being thin. Her arms were too slender to carry much at once. Moreover, the shopping cart was fixed at the supermarket entrance, and if she carried too much, it was easy to drop things on the way to put them down, risking a fall and wasting precious seconds. Time is money, and those 2 minutes were hard-earned, even if not much effort was spent. After learning from her past experience, Jiang He decided to play it safe, taking only as much as she could carry without being greedy. When the time was up, Jiang He was ejected from the virtual supermarket. The system had a restocking feature, and the items she just collected were neatly arranged in the cart. After counting, she realized she had gathered a total of 24 bottles of water, 15 loaves of bread, 13 cups of instant noodles, 11 8 treasure porridges, 18 rice balls, and 99 packs of tiger skin chicken feet. From these numbers, the owner's preferences were clear. Jiang He looked at her haul with satisfaction, grabbed a cup of spicy beef noodles, and opened the lid, only to realize something was missing. Where's the hot water? The supermarket has a hot water station unlocked, but permanent access requires 5,000 points. The host's balance is insufficient, but you can rent it for a day at just 300 points. Jiang He detected the scent of a scam, but without hot water, she couldn't make her noodles, so she opted to rent it for a day. Okay, 300 points have been deducted, and the host's account now has 400 points left. The hot water station resembled a water dispenser, and to match the pink cart, it was painted in Barbie pink. After soaking the instant noodles in hot water for 3 minutes, Jiang He quickly grabbed 5 packs of tiger skin chicken feet, tore open the packaging, and placed them all into the noodle bowl. It was an extravagant sight. The tiger skin chicken feet soaked in the broth looked even softer and more elastic. Taking a bite, the juices burst in her mouth, filling it with flavor. Jiang He was bubbling with happiness after enjoying the delicious meal, still wanting more. Seeing her in such a good mood, the system quickly reminded her, Host, the Dawn Supermarket is opening today. Let's work together to grow and thrive, creating brilliance together. Chapter 9. Opening the supermarket. The pink tricycle loaded with supplies attracted everyone's attention as it appeared on the street. Around 6 in the evening, just as residents were finishing work, they all unconsciously gathered around the tricycle. Jiang He pedaled while shouting, Don't miss out. Dawn Supermarket is now open. Instant noodles, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, bread, tiger skin chicken feet, and mineral water. Come get your points card. Hearing this, everyone stared in disbelief. In this post-apocalyptic world, someone was actually opening a supermarket to sell water and food? It must be a scam, or the prices would be outrageous. Boss, what does it mean to get a points card? How much is this bottled water? Do I need to trade oil for it? Nowadays, money has become worthless paper. The most precious resources are water and various rare materials like oil. Jiang He shook his head. I don't want oil. I'll take all the gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and jade. Can those things really be exchanged for supplies? Everyone was skeptical. A middle-aged man who looked extremely exhausted directly took off his gold ring and handed it to Jiang He. Boss, how much can this be exchanged for? Jiang He first set him up with a points card and placed the gold ring on the counter. Congratulations to customer Wang Hongba. Successfully recharged 800 points. In front of each item on the tricycle, there was a pink sign displaying the corresponding price. Wang Hongba stood on one side of the tricycle and scanned everything, his heart racing with excitement. The 800 points in his card could buy quite a lot of good things. Boss, I want 4 bottles of water and 6 loaves of bread. Wang Hongba, 35 years old, was a local from Nanyang. As a native resident of the base, his elderly parents and children had escaped being kicked out. His childhood sweetheart wife unfortunately passed away in a disaster, and the family of 5 relied on his meager earnings from farming to survive. To ensure his family had something to eat, Wang Hongba worked tirelessly every day, pushing his body to its limits, often contemplating if it would be better to just die. His family was the only belief keeping him alive. This month, Wang Hongba's strength has been dwindling, and the supplies he brought home were decreasing. His elderly parents, due to insufficient food, could only lie in bed all day to conserve energy. He knew that if this continued, his parents would eventually starve. But Wang Hongba had no other options and could only endure the pain and despair day by day. Seeing the tricycle loaded with food, he didn't hesitate to take out the ring, thinking it was worth a try, never expecting it would actually exchange for something. Holding the bread and water, he felt like he was dreaming. Tears filled his eyes as he pinched his thigh hard, crying out in pain. It wasn't a dream. His parents were saved. Boss, thank you. After saying that, Wang Hongba quickly turned and ran home. With his example, the others wasted no time and immediately came to Jiang He to get a points card. Every customer who came in, she would casually ask, the quality of the down jackets in my store is also good. The original price is 200 points. Now it's a discounted price of 60 points. Would you like one? Sorry, boss, I don't need clothes and I don't have enough points. So I want to buy it. The temperature in Nanyang has been rising daily, now reaching 42 degrees. Who would be foolish enough to spend points on something unnecessary? With 60 points, isn't it better to buy bread or rice balls? In less than an hour, the supplies on the tricycle were snatched clean. Only those 20 black down jackets remained, just as they were when they arrived. Jiang He couldn't help but curse in her heart. Who on earth came up with a ridiculous KPI of selling down jackets in this scorching heat? The system could hear her inner thoughts, and it didn't dare to say a word, fearing it might get caught in the crossfire. With unsold items, Jiang He could only pedal her small tricycle around the base, hoping to find someone who would take them all off her hands. Unfortunately, it was hard to find such a person. After a long detour, no one paid her any attention, and out of boredom, she started humming a song. With iron hooves ringing, I tread across mountains and rivers. I really want to live another 500 years. Before her last note could fade, a sweet female voice came from behind. Boss, I want all these down jackets. The beautiful singing stopped abruptly. Jiang He's eyes lit up. A potential customer had finally arrived. The one who approached her was a little girl, even shorter than Jiang He, dressed in a light yellow puffy dress with 2 cute buns on her head. Definitely an adorable sweet girl. Yi Qingqing was carrying a bulging handbag that seemed a bit heavy. I need to get a points card before buying, right? Is this enough to exchange for down jackets? If not, I can go and fill another bag. The moment the handbag was opened, Jiang He was dazzled, quickly turning her head aside. Inside were 3 large gold bars, a pure gold shirt, a gold mask, gold chocolate, and a gold phoenix crown. All these items, before the apocalypse, would have been worth at least tens of millions. Such a generous spender. She must have met a wealthy customer. No wonder she decided to buy 20 down jackets just like that. Jiang He regained her composure. That's enough. More than enough. After completing the points card, she exchanged all the gold for over 40,000 points. Yi Qingqing exchanged a glance with 2 bodyguards nearby, who immediately came over to pack up the 20 down jackets and take them away. She looked at Jiang He with bright eyes, and when she smiled, 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks. Boss, will you be out selling again tomorrow? I heard from others that you also sell instant noodles. It's such a pity I didn't get to buy any. The girl's friendly appearance, combined with her quick purchase of those unwanted down jackets, made Jiang He's fondness for her soar. I will, but the items at the supermarket are limited. You have to come early to get them. Though she felt good about Yi Qingqing, Jiang He was not going to give anyone any special treatment. It was clear that it was first come, first served, and no one was going to cut in line. Yi Qingqing was very pleased with her answer and didn't seem upset about not receiving any preferential treatment. Okay, it's settled then. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Congratulations, host. You have successfully served 100 customers. Confetti. You completed the down jacket sales task and earned 4 minutes of restock time. Today's sales amounted to 11,690 points, with a total balance of 12,090 points, breaking into 5 figures. Host, you are the best. Jiang He spent 5,000 points to buy a hot water station, unlocking 7 new products, leaving her with a meager 90 points. The newly listed products were ham sausage, 30 points, marinated eggs, 30 points, bear biscuits, only 1 piece in a bag, small quantity, 10 points, orange juice, a 500 milliliters bottle, 150 points, cola, a 500 milliliters bottle, 150 points, large chicken leg, 250 g, 200 points, milk, 250 milliliters, 100 points. As night fell, Jiang He began to ponder where to settle for the night. Chapter 10. Museum check-in. Just like yesterday, Jiang He casually found an abandoned house to stay in. drafty with no windows, even more dilapidated than the gas station. Her experiences over the past 6 months had significantly lowered her standards for living conditions. This shabby place was just adequate for her to sleep. It was still the same mattress and a 2-piece air conditioning blanket. As soon as Jiang He lay down, she quickly fell into a deep sleep, her breathing gradually steadying. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang He woke up. She opened the system interface to check her task list. She had completed 2 tasks yesterday, and new ones had already appeared. Task 1. Sell 30 military coats, each priced at 100 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Check in at the base museum and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, 1 minute of restocking time. Jiang He made herself a bowl of instant noodles and added the 5 tiger skin chicken feet left over from yesterday. After eating and drinking enough, she pedaled her tricycle towards the museum. 20 minutes later, the little pink vehicle stopped in front of a droopy cornfield. Jiang He looked around. Her view particularly empty, with not a single building in sight. System, are you sure we're not lost? Is the museum really here? How could this system be wrong? The Nanyang City Museum is right here. It's just that the base flattened the building and planted corn. The check-in point is in the middle of the cornfield. Host, please continue walking in. Jiang He abandoned her tricycle, pushed aside the corn leaves, and burrowed into the field. System, am I there yet? Not yet. Walk another 100 meters to the left, then move a little forward and to the right. The location of this check-in point was indeed quite precise. After some effort, Jiang He finally arrived at the correct spot. Clearing her throat, she dug her toes into the ground and shouted the task slogan. I am the best. I am the strongest. System, crash into the wall for me. Whoever dares to break your wings, I will destroy their entire paradise. A few meters away, an old man guarding the cornfield, holding a pitchfork, came running over at the sound. Who is it? Which little brat dares to steal corn? Are you tired of living? Where are your wings? Just wait till I stab you. Jiang He turned her head and saw the glimmering 3-pronged pitchfork moving quickly towards her, like a thief stealing melons. She instinctively turned and ran. She pedaled her tricycle as fast as she could, her feet almost smoking on the pedals, leaving the old man far behind. The check-in task was completed without incident, and Jiang He earned 1 minute of restocking time, adding to the 4 minutes from yesterday, totaling 5 minutes. The supermarket now had 13 items, and Jiang He took a little of each. Of course, she still prioritized her choices, taking the most of water, bread, and tiger skin chicken feet. The goods were neatly arranged, filling up the tricycle's cargo area to the brim. The hot water dispenser had no place to sit and could only be placed on the front seat. Meanwhile, the team led by Xia Huifeng struggled to reach the outskirts of the Nanyang base. The sun was scorching, causing Li Ting and others to have red, peeling skin, making them look like boiled shrimp. If they hadn't bought water from Jiang He, half of the group might have perished from thirst on the way. Jiang Shiyue's feet ached so much that she could barely walk, leaning heavily against Xia Huifeng just to move forward. Xia Huifeng patted her hand, comforting her. Yeah, just hold on a bit longer. Once we get into the base, you'll be able to rest well. Jiang Shiyue's voice was weak. Brother Huifeng, I'm so thirsty. Upon hearing this, Xia Huifeng quickly glanced around. The teammates were all focused on the road, and no one was paying attention to them. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a bottle of clean mineral water. Jiang Shiyue tilted her head back as he fed her a small sip, and she instantly felt much better. She leaned her head on the man's arm, adopting a cute and clingy posture. Brother Huifeng, it's good that you have space. As soon as she said this, Xia Huifeng frowned, quickly raising his hand to cover her mouth with an unprecedented seriousness. Have you forgotten what I told you? Jiang Shiyue looked innocent. She thought her voice was low and that no one could hear them. This secret belonged only to the two of them and couldn't possibly be leaked. Seeing that Xia Huifeng was genuinely angry, she had to relent and lick the palm of his hand. Brother Huifeng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't mention it outside again. She could maintain her good looks in the apocalypse thanks to the space that Xia Huifeng had unexpectedly obtained. While fleeing, Jiang He went hungry, secretly eating pickled beef noodles, duck necks, and chicken feet, and sometimes even indulging in fruit for vitamins. Jiang He had no water to wash her face or bathe, looking as dirty as someone who had rummaged through a trash bin. While she managed to wash up occasionally and was the cleanest and prettiest among the girls in the team. The reason Jiang Shiyue could tolerate Jiang He being in the group for so long without being harsh on her was the obvious contrast between them. Seeing Jiang He living a worse life than hers brought her immense satisfaction. So what if Jiang He was the biological daughter of the Jiang family? In this apocalypse, she could crush her with one hand. If she had known that Jiang He would later get lucky and inexplicably acquire so many supplies, Jiang Shiyue would have dealt with her on the road, not giving her any chance to survive. Over 40 people lined up to enter the Nanyang base. After receiving their identification badges, smiles finally appeared on their faces. Stepping into the base meant they wouldn't have to wander anymore and had some assurance of living conditions. Even after entering the base, their group stayed close together. Suddenly, someone pointed not far away. Hey, isn't that Jiang He? Li Ting's eyes lit up instantly. Jiang He hadn't lied to them. She really had arrived in Nanyang ahead of time. Moreover, she is serious about running the supermarket. Previously, she only sold water and bread. But now the variety of goods has actually increased. Seeing her teammates immediately distracted by Jiang He, Xia Huifeng felt a hint of displeasure and quickly issued orders as the captain. We should head back to the dormitory. However, no one listened to him. Everyone was focused entirely on the food from the pink tricycle. I still have points left in my account. I want to see if there's anything I can afford. Last time when Jiang He was selling items, there was nothing left by the time it got to him. So this time he was determined to get some mineral water. The group rushed off excitedly. Jiang Shuiyue pursed her lips, glaring at Jiang He, who was effortlessly chatting with customers while munching on a large drumstick. She shook Xia Huifeng's arm. Huifeng Gij, look at her. I wonder what disgusting means she used to get those things. She really thinks of herself as a savior. Stealing all the limelight. Zhao Peng and the others, too, completely disregarded the captain upon seeing Jiang He, running over excitedly, as if they were more obedient than any dog. Chapter 11. Captured for research. After Jiang Shiyue's words, Xia Huifeng's expression grew increasingly grim. The Jiang He they knew was clearly someone with nothing to offer. A useless village girl who often spouted nonsense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her half crazy. Yet now she held countless supplies, and others could trade useless items for food with her, making her a revered figure, almost like a deity in their eyes. This shouldn't be happening. Someone like Jiang He, who was as lowly as dust, should forever remain stuck in the mud, like an ugly rat. There must be something wrong. Xia Huifeng narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, there was a military district at the Nanyang base, a strong backing for maintaining order within the base. If they could reveal Jiang He's mysterious transformation, it might earn them credit and leave a strong impression on the base leaders, which would benefit his future development at the base. Jiang Shuiyue had the same thought, and the two of them quickly headed toward the military district. However, as newcomers, they knew that the base leaders were not easily accessible. The military district building was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed at every corner, making it impossible for even a fly to enter. Xia Huifeng didn't expect to gain easy access to the building. After all, he was just a small fry who had recently joined the base and didn't have much standing. The soldiers at the entrance held their rifles firmly, their expressions serious, making them seem quite unapproachable and intimidating. Xia Huifeng mustered his courage to approach, trying to maintain a calm facade. Hello. Qin Song turned his head, looking at him expressionlessly, exuding an air of authority without being angry. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry. Jiang Shuiyue stared at his handsome face without blinking, stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly softened her voice. We have important matters to report to your leader. Could you please make an exception for us? In order to obtain supplies, Qin Song had encountered hundreds of people like them at the military district entrance claiming they needed to see the leaders. In usual circumstances, he wouldn't even spare a glance. However, just yesterday, a mysterious girl with unknown origins and strange powers forcefully entered the military district, and despite the use of considerable force, they were unable to capture her. To be cautious, Qin Song coldly glanced at the two and spoke in a low voice. What is going on? Seeing that he responded, Xia Huifeng seized the opportunity and continued. There's a woman at the base who sells things in a tricycle. We know her, and there's something odd about her. Upon hearing this, Qin Song raised an eyebrow and immediately realized who the odd woman they were referring to was. The base had sent someone to approach and investigate her yesterday afternoon, but she was very alert. Even after buying many items from her, it was difficult to engage her in conversation, let alone uncover her background. After a brief silence, Qin Song lowered his head and used a voice inaudible to the two to consult with his superiors through the intercom. Unsurprisingly, he received a positive response. Qin Song then called over another soldier to check if the two were carrying any dangerous items. Once confirmed that there were no issues, they were allowed to proceed. As they entered the building, Xia Huifeng and Jiang Shuyu were still a bit dazed. They hadn't expected to pass through the military district's rigorous scrutiny so easily. The leaders were busy managing the affairs of the base, and they thought they would have to wait for quite a while. A young soldier led them to the elevator, and they finally arrived at the office of a senior official on the 9th floor. Jiang Shuyu tightly held onto Xia Huifeng's arm, unable to hide her excitement. This was the highest leader of the base. If their information could be useful, it would surely be a great help to her brother Huifeng. Inside the office, Xie Jingshan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows in a sharp military uniform, his expression complex. Upon hearing a knock, he turned and said, "Come in." Shortly after, Xia Huifeng and Jiang Shuyu entered the office. They were stunned by the powerful aura emanating from the middle-aged man seated on the mahogany sofa. "Please, have a seat," Xie Jingshan said, slightly curling his lips as he gestured to the sofa directly opposite him. Coming to their senses, Xia Huifeng and Jiang Shuyu promptly sat down. "Hello, Chief. My name is Xia Huifeng. I'm from Yunjiang City, and I'm 24 years old." Xie Jingshan raised his hand, interrupting his lengthy self-introduction. "Let's get to the point. Who are you reporting?" Xia Huifeng swallowed back a bellyful of words. And before he could react, Jiang Shuyu jumped in, the one running the supermarket at the base. Xie Jingshan appeared intrigued. "Oh, tell me more." "That woman is called Jiang He. She's a freak. Before, she was all crazy and unremarkable. But now she seems to have gotten supplies from somewhere and is being surrounded by a group of people." Seeing her speak so confidently, Xie Jingshan nodded slightly. "Be more specific about her other circumstances." With a high-ranking leader listening so earnestly, Jiang Shuyu's vanity was immediately satisfied. Sitting up straight, she recounted everything about Jiang He. From her upbringing in the countryside to her usual personality traits. She's a complete ingrate. We fled from Yunjiang City, and my brother Huaifeng led the way, saving her countless times along the journey. But she, with so many resources in hand, never thought of repaying brother Huaifeng. Jiang Shuyue is very clever, covering up all information that is unfavorable to her and not mentioning her relationship with Jiang He at all. Now in a brand new environment, she could not let any negative labels stick to her. Xie Jingshan's expression was serious as he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. I understand the situation. You can go back first. That's it. Aren't you going to give the order to capture that monster Jiang He? Jiang Shuyue couldn't wait for even a moment. She just wanted to see Jiang He suffer quickly and not flaunt in front of her. Chief, when are you going to capture her for research? She must have mutated. We need to study her body. Xie Jingshan raised his eyes. His tone indifferent. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Xiao Huaifeng sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly pulled Jiang Shuyue behind him, signaling her with his eyes to stop talking. Chief, we've provided all the information we have. If you need anything else, we are always ready to cooperate. After saying that, Jiang Shuyue was pulled away by Xiao Huaifeng. The man looked displeased. Such a good opportunity to perform was completely taken by Jiang Shuyue, and he hadn't managed to say a word. Jiang Shuyue soon realized this and quickly leaned closer to the man, exuding confidence. Brother Huaifeng, don't be angry. I was just too eager earlier. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I promise I won't do it again next time. Her voice was charming, tonight. I'll make it up to you, okay? Xiao Huaifeng's throat moved, and he reached out to pinch the woman's rounded hip, suppressing his inner fire. But the desire below couldn't help but want to vent. He said in a husky voice, I can't wait until tonight. Give it to me in the dorm. Chapter 12. High-cost performance. 10 points for bear cookies in the small square of the base. Hundreds of people were lined up in a long queue. Not a single person was making loud noises. Everyone was quietly waiting. Li Ting and the others were extremely lucky when it was their turn. The supermarket goods had not yet sold out completely. The plump chicken legs made Li Ting's mouth water uncontrollably. This was meat. She hadn't had any for several months. With her stomach not even full, how could she expect to eat meat? Glancing at the price, it was 200 points. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Li Ting quickly forced herself to look away. She continued to look further back. Only hot dogs, marinated eggs, and small cookies were within her budget. Among these 3 items, the bear cookies had the best cost performance. With the remaining 40 points in her account, she could buy 4. If she bought the other 2 items, she could only get 1. A small bag of cookies would be enough for her meals for a day. Tightening her belt, she could manage for 3 days without too much of a problem. She still had plenty of bottled water left, and with careful saving, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a long time. Starting tomorrow, she would go to the base to take on tasks and gather supplies daily. Life would definitely get better. With hope in her heart, Li Ting's eyes sparkled. Jiang He, where's your dorm assigned? When you have time, I'd like to chat with you, is that okay? Previously, Jiang He was quite unnoticed in the group. Everyone was minding their own business and no one paid her much attention, except for Li Ting, who often chatted with her, and they would keep each other company. Dorm? Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, then remembered that when entering the base, the administrator mentioned where to pick up the ID badge and then dorm assignments would follow. She had rushed to sign in on the rooftop and hadn't paid much attention. Jiang He nodded, of course we can chat, as long as I'm not busy. However, I don't have a dorm assigned yet, and Haven T picked up my ID badge. Li Ting immediately took out her ID badge. I just picked mine up. It's in the hall, not even 100 meters from the base entrance. Do you want me to take you there? It's fine. I'll go after I finish selling my stuff. You can go ahead and do your own thing. Jiang He was used to acting alone. If it weren't for the system causing some trouble, making her arrive in this world alone, she wouldn't have made any friends. Just like in all the previous worlds. However, it was nice to have a fellow person to chat with occasionally. Talking only to the system for long periods could get a bit dull. Zhao Peng, who was behind Li Ting, spoke up, having lost 2 front teeth, which made his speech noticeably slurred. Jiang He, that military coat looks really good on you. It definitely suits your big man vibe. The military coat was more expensive than the down jacket from yesterday, and Jiang He hadn't sold a single one yet. She smiled. So, do you want to take one? I don't have enough points. I'll just buy something to eat first. Zhao Peng only had a meager 20 points left on his account, and after buying 2 bags of bear biscuits, he went to the dorm with Li Ting. The cheapest biscuits were selling even faster than bottled water. Not everyone had valuable items like gold or silver. Those cheap accessories that could be exchanged for 10 points were already considered quite high. Those who managed to earn points were relatively satisfied. At the base, after a day's work, one could receive a 10 milliliters bottle of water and a piece of hardtack, which was about the limit. If one didn't get a good task after working all day, they might only receive water or hardtack, choosing one of the 2. But overall, life at the base was still better than being outside, where food was scarce, and they had to endure the elements. The bear biscuits from the grocery store felt like a windfall, allowing them to treat themselves to a nice meal. Wang Hongbo returned yesterday with a full load. His elderly parents had some water and bread, and their spirits improved significantly. even able to take a few steps this morning. He and his 2 children searched through their home all night, gathering all valuables and packing them into a bag. When Wang Hongba arrived, he held the bag protectively as if it were treasure. Sweating profusely, he reached the square and spotted that pink little cart still there, instantly feeling relieved. When it was his turn, he learned that he had already obtained an points card, which meant that at home, he could load all the contents of that bag onto the card without having to worry about carrying it around. A pair of gold earrings was just placed on the points card, and in a matter of seconds, they disappeared without a trace. How is this different from magic? Although everyone felt surprised, the opportunity to obtain food this way made them reluctant to dig deeper into the matter. If they asked too many questions, what if the seller decided not to sell to them? So, it was better to just buy the supplies honestly. Wang Hongba exchanged everything in his bag for points, ultimately accumulating over 11,000 points on his card. This was the advantage of the locals. They could find all their belongings. Those who came from other places only brought necessities and left everything else behind. With their current items, they could only exchange for a few points. Not even enough to buy a bottle of water. A group of them was anxious to fly back home to pack up items that could be exchanged for points. Looking at his balance, Wang Hongba felt relieved. He took a turn in front of the tricycle and bought the last 5 bottles of water. He didn't have hot water to make instant noodles at home, so he bought 8 loaves of bread, 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, and 2 rice balls as staple food. Thinking of his hungry children at home, he gritted his teeth and also grabbed 2 delicious chicken legs. The 2 kids had been eating one meal and skipping the next, looking so thin they were just skin and bones, with no flesh on their faces. Now that he had enough points, he needed to buy them some meat to supplement their diet. Additionally, seeing how hard Jiang He was trying to promote the military coat, but with no one buying, Wang Hongba, feeling grateful, spent 100 points to buy a thick military coat. In total, he spent 840 points. With over 1,000 points deducted all at once, Wang Hongba frowned. Although he had a decent amount of points now, if his family of 5 continued to spend without earning, they would soon return to the days of struggling to make ends meet. He still needed to find a way to obtain items that could be exchanged for points. When Jiang He finally sold her first military coat, she was nearly moved to tears, silently wishing for good fortune for good people. She thought of the wealthy woman Yi Qingqing who had visited the supermarket yesterday and had only just shown up at the last moment. With a wave of her hand, she purchased the remaining 29 military coats, and 2 bodyguards in black brought a small cart to quickly take away the young lady's spoils. Yi Qingqing smiled sweetly, with 2 adorable dimples. "Boss, where are you living now? Is it inconvenient for you to wash up? You're such a pretty girl, but your face is as dirty as if you just crawled out of the ground. I have hot water at my place. Do you want to come back with me to take a shower?" Chapter 13. Gossiping and sharing dorms. If those words had come from a man's mouth, Jiang He would have definitely gone up to punch him. "Host, this woman seems a bit off. Water resources are so precious now, and she's inviting a stranger to wash up. There must be a trick." Jiang He nodded in agreement. "Yes, I really want to eat fried buns." System. Will there be such things after the supermarket upgrade? The system fell silent. Are they even talking about the same thing? Seeing she didn't refuse immediately, Yi Qingqing felt hopeful and became even more enthusiastic. "Boss, not only can I take a shower here, but there is also air conditioning. Do you want some chilled watermelon or ice cream?" The recommendation feels a bit like a kidnapper luring children. Is Jiang He really that easily fooled? She immediately asked. "Is the watermelon sweet?" In the civilian area of the base, there are distinctions between rich and poor neighborhoods. Yi Qingqing's luxurious villa is clearly a place for the wealthy. However, Yi Qingqing seems unfamiliar with the layout of the villa and needed a hint to successfully lead Jiang He into the air-conditioned room. "Host, do you really want to eat their food?" Jiang He responded nonchalantly. "I haven't had watermelon in so long. Can I crave a piece?" If the supermarket had watermelon, I wouldn't have to come to someone else's house to eat it. Sigh, looking at other people's lives. They enjoy delicious food and can earn generous rewards, while I can't even have a bite of watermelon. System, you need to keep working hard too. The system felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it, so it could only fall silent in shame. A couple of minutes after sitting in the air-conditioned room, a bodyguard in black brought in a plate of chilled watermelon. Jiang He has a body that is immune to toxins, so she wasn't afraid of any poison in the fruit. She only cared about whether it was sweet. She picked the reddest, biggest piece, the bright red flesh still emitting a cool mist. Jiang He lowered her head and took a big bite. The sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. The flesh was delicate and refreshing. "Wow, your watermelon is really good." Jiang He gave Yi Qingqing a thumbs up and then, without any hesitation, finished the entire plate of watermelon in 5 minutes. When something is offered for free, why not take advantage of it? Yi Qingqing sat across from Jiang He, observing her expression intently. As she watched the watermelon disappear piece by piece, Jiang He remained unfazed, causing Yi Qingqing's heart to sink. "Boss Jiang, the bathroom is right outside. Do you want to take a shower now?" Jiang He burped and waved her hand. Showering is such a private matter, especially in an unfamiliar environment. It wouldn't be appropriate to strip down and wash. Moreover, if there were cameras in the bathroom, wouldn't that be like running naked? She is a person with a sense of morality. She could never do something like that. "Miss Yi, I'm leaving after finishing the watermelon. Jiang He said before she left, making sure to compliment again. This is the sweetest watermelon I've ever had. Thank you for the hospitality. I'll definitely come back to visit next time. Yi Qingqing tried hard to maintain her smile, but once Jiang He left, her expression instantly turned bitter. She pulled out the walkie-talkie hidden at her waist and reported, "Mission failed. The sedative had no effect on her. Not only did it not work, but I also lost a whole plate of watermelons airlifted from elsewhere." 2 seconds later, a voice came from the other side. Received. Continue to interact with her and gain her trust. At the base's resident identity registration office, Jiang He managed to get her identity card just before the door closed. It was a simple wooden rectangular card with basic personal information written on it, such as name, gender, and age. The last column contains the assigned dormitory address. Just a few simple words. Building 32. After hopping onto a tricycle, Jiang He quickly arrived at the dormitory building, which was actually transformed from an old residential community. The walls were dilapidated, with cracked plaster and some areas having fallen off, exposing the brick seams underneath, and an indescribable odor lingered in the air. This area lacked water and electricity, so residents had to use the public latrine in front of the dormitory. The accumulated waste was used for fertilizing and irrigating farmland. After settling in, Li Ting and her group went downstairs together to use the public restroom. Although the order within the base was not as chaotic as outside, various small groups formed, and it was common for longtime residents to bully newcomers. Therefore, Xia Huifeng and the others continued to act collectively. Their original group would not disband just because they arrived at the base. The restroom was foul-smelling, and Zhang Shuiwei covered her nose and hurried out after finishing. As she breathed in the fresh air, she complained to herself. What kind of dormitory is this? The conditions are so poor. It's not fit for anyone to live in. She and Xia Huifeng lived in a one-bedroom unit in the old community, 35 square meters, with no furniture. Just a hard wooden bed. The walls and ceiling of the room were moldy, and the window glass was cracked like a spider web, posing a risk of shattering at any moment. Zhang Shuiwei was dissatisfied with everything and hoped that the information they provided to the base would quickly come in handy. If they accomplished something, the base would surely give them a better dormitory. She heard that there was a vacant Western-style building in the dormitory area, which she thought would be quite nice. That way, she and brother Huifeng could enjoy their time together without worries. Unlike their current room, where the wooden bed creaked with the slightest movement, and even normal conversations could be heard clearly from the next room, let alone during private moments. Zhang Shuiwei straightened up with her hands on her hips, and suddenly a flash of pink caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed that little brat Jiang He, along with her flashy Barbie pink tricycle. When Li Ting saw Jiang He, she immediately smiled and approached her. "Jiang He, did you get your ID badge? Our group was assigned to Building 9, so we can look out for each other. What about you? Where's your dorm?" Zhang Shuiwei, not looking their way, perked up her ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Building 32, Jiang He replied. Li Ting and her group were new and unfamiliar with the dormitory situation. An old resident passing by heard this and stopped in surprise, looking at Jiang He with wide eyes. "You can't be serious. You really got assigned to Building 32? Jiang He took out her ID badge to confirm and nodded lightly. "That's right, it's Building 32. The person smacked his thigh, visibly envious. "Oh my, you're lucky. Building 32 is a 2-story villa. It's spacious, and right now you're the only one living there. You don't have to squeeze into a small room like we do, making everything inconvenient." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiwei's expression turned extremely grim. Why should Jiang He be able to live in the house she had set her eyes on? Moreover, hadn't she already reported to the authorities? Why hadn't there been any action from the base yet? Chapter 14. Sign in at the volcano crater. Jiang Shuiwei was filled with confusion and was about to confront them when she was pulled back by Xia Huifeng. Yeah, don't act impulsively. Xia Huifeng was much smarter than her, always remembering Jiang He's incredible methods of dealing with adversaries. With their current abilities, they wouldn't be able to handle her if she got angry. It was better to quietly wait for the base's military to subdue her. When Jiang He received her identity card, she was puzzled as to why there was no room number on it. It turned out to be an entire villa. Regardless of whether it was a trap set by the base, Jiang He chose to accept the goodwill. Living in a big house wasn't a bad thing after all. Building 32 was at the back of the old neighborhood, requiring her to pass through the entire area. 15 minutes later, Jiang He arrived in front of an old villa on her bicycle. The spacious courtyard was barren, with a few cedar trees cut down to mere stumps. The 2-story villa, designed in a unique European style, was elegant and grand. However, it had been uninhabited for too long, and the entire house emanated a chilling atmosphere. System. Check if there are any cameras or similar devices inside. Jiang He was not worried about anything else, but she definitely did not want to be monitored constantly. Charge, 500 points. Are you trying to rob points? The system showed no shame. Dear host, let me earn a little extra on occasion. Fine, 500 it is. Let's get started quickly. As soon as Jiang He's voice fell, the system began to hum a cheerful tune, swiftly scanning every corner of the villa. Report. There are a total of 10 rooms inside, each equipped with pinhole cameras. The entrance, living room, kitchen, and balcony are all covered. Only the bathroom and toilet are not. A buzzing sound echoed. All right, all cameras have been destroyed by this system. the host can move in with peace of mind. At this moment, in a certain monitoring room of the military district, Chun-Ling watched as more than a dozen surveillance screens went black simultaneously, unable to contain his curse. Damn it. Is this a joke? How did she know there were cameras? And she dismantled them so precisely, not leaving a single one behind. In the next moment, a black and white image suddenly flashed on the screen, with 4 large characters standing out. Don't even think about spying. Chun-Ling rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This person could even hack into the military's network? Could it really be a ghost? As Qin Song entered, he saw the burly man sitting on the ground in shock. Chun-Ling, still shaken, looked up with a pale face. Captain, the mission has failed again. Today's revenue at the Dawn supermarket was a total of 20,360. And after deducting the system's detection fee and adding yesterday's remaining balance, the account balance was 19,950. They could have earned more, but Jiang He was too greedy. Making 5 large chicken legs, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 10 tiger skin chicken feet, for marinated eggs, a bottle of cola, a bottle of orange juice, and a bottle of milk in one day. Thankfully, she didn't need to invest any capital to stock up. Otherwise, the supermarket would have been eaten out of business. With only 7 slots left in the product section, Jiang He directly spent 7,000 points to unlock everything. Self-heating hot pot, 250 points. Chocolate, 100 points. Beef jerky, 100 points. Spicy sour noodles, 120 points. Purple sweet potato and taro cake, 90 points. Chicken breast, 180 points. Sprite, 1 bottle 500 milliliters, 150 points. 2 of the upgrade conditions have been met. Now, she just needs to wait for the number of guests to reach 500. The villa is spacious with many rooms. But Jiang He has no intention of staying here long term. She casually chose a room and didn't use the large bed inside, opting to sleep on the mattress provided by the system instead. At 8:30 a.m., Jiang He woke up naturally. The system promptly reported the completion of her tasks and the refresh status. 30 military coats have been sold. The supermarket's total revenue has reached 20,000 points. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 minutes of restocking time. Today, there are 3 brand new tasks. Task 1, sell 50 thick cold-resistant hats, priced at 100 points each, and 50 sets of self-heating thermal clothing, priced at 200 points each. Reward, 8 minutes of restocking time. Task 2, the total revenue of the supermarket reaches 100,000 points. Reward, 10 minutes of restocking time. Task 3, check in at the volcano in Sheep Village. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time and 1 disaster warning message. Seeing those 2 items bundled with the supermarket, Jiang He had nothing to say and quietly made herself a bowl of instant noodles. Every time the supermarket opened, she would reserve breakfast for the next day in advance. Tiger skin chicken feet, ham sausages, and marinated eggs all went in. A bowl of luxurious instant noodles nearly overflowing. She didn't know how many people it would tempt. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang He strolled around the yard for a bit to help with digestion before leisurely riding her tricycle to the check-in location. Sheep Village is not within the management scope of the Nanyang base. Once she exited the base gate, the system suddenly announced clearly, "Host's exclusive system, personally navigating for you." There are still many kilometers to the destination, estimated to arrive in 2 hours and 49 minutes on the tricycle. Keep going, host. Jiang He didn't say a word and started pedaling. To pass the time, she hummed a tune. The big windmill creaked and turned slowly. The scenery here was truly unappealing. Ugly skies, dull land, and a ground littered with disgusting dead cockroaches. Holding your hand, holding my hand. Today's little system. Tomorrow's big fool. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, there were still countless people on the road, braving the blazing sun to reach the Nanyang base. The road to Sheep Village is very remote, and the number of people visible along the way dwindled until she was the only one left. Traveling on a desolate country road. Host, do you see that volcano ahead? Go for it. Jiang He slowly looked up. The dormant volcano was surrounded by vegetation and looked no different from regular mountains. If it weren't for the system, she wouldn't have been able to recognize it as a volcano at all. She couldn't ride her tricycle up the mountain, so Jiang He had to leave it temporarily at the foot of the mountain. The volcano wasn't high. In less than an hour, she reached the summit. Ding, congratulations, host. Check-in successful, earning 5 minutes of restocking time. The system's voice sounded again after a 2-second pause. Host, don't be fooled by how quiet and well-behaved this volcano seems now. It will suddenly erupt 2 days later without any warning. Jiang He frowned. The dormant volcano had not shown activity for a long time, and the nearby villagers must have thought it was dead. Little did they know, once it stirred, it would be something significant. The system informed her of the natural disaster warning, and whether to disclose it was up to Jiang He. At the foot of the mountain, a group of men, women, and children surrounded a pink tricycle. In the middle of the crowd lay a young man with his eyes tightly shut, uncertain if he was alive or dead. A woman in her 50s knelt beside him, crying loudly, "Dongza, my son, please wake up, don't scare your mother." She continued, "Which heartless person parked this tricycle here? You can't even touch it? Such a conscience-less thing. There will be retribution." Chapter 15, Not Afraid of Being Robbed? I parked my car here nicely. Why do you have to mess with it? Just because it looks nice, you want to steal it home? Jiang He was also exasperated. With such a conspicuous line of text on the tricycle, this person was clearly choosing to be blind, coveting her pink tricycle. Upon hearing the voice, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A stranger's sudden appearance made the villagers of Mianyang village immediately on guard. And that strange tricycle, this person was definitely not simple. Zhang Shuang jumped up, pointing a finger at Jiang He and cursing. So it's you, this little vixen, who harmed my son. Today, I will make you pay for his life. Before she could take any action, a middle-aged man quickly blocked her, lowering his voice to advise, right now. Saving Dongzi is the priority. We can talk about the rest once the child wakes up. However, Zhang Shuang acted like a mad dog, snapping at anyone in her path. Chao Songshan, are you interested in this little vixen, wanting to take her home? Do you feel sorry for her when she is being beaten? Hearing this, Chao Songshan frowned. His expression suddenly serious. Zhang Shuang, if you want us to save Dongzi, then be quiet. This person was clearly an important figure in the village, and his words carried weight. The other villagers echoed, Zhang Shuang, your mouth is getting wilder. You can't say anything sensible. If this continues, something bad will happen. Dongzi was so well-behaved and understanding when he was young. It's you who spoiled him. He is not illiterate. The tricycle clearly says not to touch it. He made a foolish mistake and brought this upon himself, so he can't blame others. Zhang Shuang's face turned pale as she was berated. Unable to counter the chorus of voices, and could only temporarily swallow her anger and turn to look after her precious son. There was a doctor in the village who came over to check on the man. There was nothing seriously wrong. He had just fainted and would wake up after a while. Zhang Shuang instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly had someone help carry her son back home to avoid him overheating there. Before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang He, but after receiving a warning from Chao Songshan, she left in indignation. Chao Songshan carefully observed Jiang He. She had smudges on her face, appeared to be quite young, with a slender and petite figure, looking just like an ordinary girl. However, for some reason, he felt that this girl exuded a unique aura that was not to be underestimated. Little girl, what are you doing here all alone in our village? Jiang He smiled and replied, oh, I run a supermarket. I'm in the business. A supermarket? Chao Songshan thought Jiang He was referring to the one she operated before the disaster. Just then, her clear voice rang out again. The Dawn supermarket I run sells a lot of things, like water, instant noodles, and so on. Do you want to buy some? One villager widened his eyes and exclaimed, what? Did I hear that right? You sell water? Is it clean? It can't be a scam, right? Jiang He didn't explain much and said, wait for me for 15 minutes, and you'll know if it's real or not. After saying that, she hopped onto her small tricycle and sped away. Of course, Jiang He could instantly restock her virtual supermarket, but what if those people saw her disappear and thought she was a ghost? That would be a problem. To be safe, it was better to find a deserted place. Water resources were currently the most scarce, and in her previous 3 trips, she had only taken bottled water, managing to carry a dozen bottles each time. Once she cleared the shelves of bottled water, the system would automatically restock. She hadn't tried self-heating hot pots or spicy noodles yet, so she decided to grab a few of those as well. Among drinks, Jiang He loved orange juice, so she also took a few bottles of that. In the first few trips, she only had a few minutes to restock, always rushing. This time, with 15 minutes, Jiang He took full advantage of it. In the first 10 minutes, she grabbed most of the best-selling items and a few of her favorites. During the last 5-minute sprint, she swept through the shelves, grabbing everything in sight. Following the principle of proximity, she took large chicken legs and chicken breasts that were closest to her shopping cart. Making about 10 trips, the shopping cart looked small, but it had a folding space, almost like a bottomless pit. No matter how many items were tossed in, it wouldn't fill up. Time is running out. Host, keep going. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Jiang He looked at her small frame, feeling increasingly regretful. If only she could gain a bit more weight, she could take even more items. So, she needed to eat more often, especially meat. In the last 3 seconds, she snatched up 8 large chicken legs. Chao Songshan and the others watched Jiang He vanish from sight, all looking perplexed. What does this mean? Why did she suddenly leave? Chao Tianshun snapped back to reality and asked, Dad, are we going back or waiting here? Do you really believe what such a little girl says? Chao Songshan kept his gaze fixed on the direction Jiang He had left. 15 minutes isn't too long to wait. Even if we don't get anything, we won't lose anything. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and they hadn't seen a single person. Disappointed, Chao Songshan shook his head. Let us go back to work. Just as Chao Tianshun was about to turn around, he caught sight of a pink object out of the corner of his eye. Once he saw clearly, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Dad, look quickly. She asked back and brought a whole truckload of goodies. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Not far away, a petite girl was pedaling a pink tricycle that seemed mismatched with her size, creating a strangely harmonious scene. The back of the tricycle was filled to the brim with food. Bottles of clean, transparent mineral water, various flavors of instant noodles, soft, golden bread, mountains of spicy sour noodles, and juicy chicken legs. At that moment, Jiang He's appearance shone brightly in the eyes of the villagers, so striking that it was destined to become one of the most unforgettable scenes in their lives. She's here, and she's bringing supplies. Chao Songshan was thrilled. He knew this person was special. She was a benefactor for their village. Chao Tianshun, overwhelmed by excitement, jokingly asked, "Little girl, aren't you afraid of being robbed with so many supplies?" Jiang He smiled gently. "If I dare to bring them out, of course, I have my own abilities. If you don't believe me, you can try to take it." Looking at her obedient and innocent smile, Chao Tianshun felt a chill down his spine. His legs went weak, and his smile froze on his face. Chao Songshan, anxious, kicked him from behind. With a thud, Chao Tianshun knelt down on the ground. "What a mess, what are you saying? Hurry up and apologize." Chapter 16. The supermarket in Sheep Village. Chao Tianshun was stunned for a moment, then realized he had said the wrong thing. "I'm sorry, I was joking. I didn't mean to rob you." He bent at a 90-degree angle in a sincere apology. Jiang He didn't take it to heart. She briefly explained what could be exchanged for points and asked them to line up for point cards. One villager had a silver necklace around his neck, which he promptly took off to exchange for points, earning 30 points. "Boss Jiang, what can I get with these 30 points?" Jiang He pointed with her chin at the tricycle. "You can choose for yourself. Every item has a price tag." Chao Songshan glanced at the prices and suddenly widened his eyes. "A regular silver necklace can be exchanged for 3 packs of bear biscuits? That's enough for a person to eat for several days." It felt surreal to him. "Boss Jiang, our village isn't far from here, and there are many people who want to buy your things. Can you come back with us to the village?" The villager who was picking items also chimed in. "Boss Jiang, I have several gold necklaces at home. I want to load up on points to buy water. Please come back with us." Initially, he was torn between buying bear biscuits, sausages, or marinated eggs. But with the village chief's foresight, as long as Boss Jiang drove her vehicle to their village, he wouldn't have to worry about what to choose. Jiang He had already planned to do business in the village and convey some news to them. After hearing these words, she had no objections and pedaled her tricycle towards the village. As soon as Chao Songshan returned home, he shouted into the yard, "Honey, quickly clear out the flower pots in the yard. And your jewelry, it hasn't been lost, right?" Zhu Yuxia still didn't know what had happened and walked out of the house in confusion. "What's going on? Are there robbers storming the village, trying to fight over flower pots?" "Mom, don't ask right now. Just follow us, and you'll find out soon." Chao Tianshun replied as he ran to his room and dug out 5 large gold watches from the back of the cupboard. Before the apocalypse, he had done business in the city and earned a decent amount, with his favorite purchases being various luxury watches and shoes. Unfortunately, he only brought these 5 watches back home, likely leaving the rest to be washed away by the flood. 3 minutes later, the Chao family stepped out with bags full of both useful and useless items. Jiang He parked the tricycle at the village committee's basketball court, and thanks to the promotion by Chao Songshan and others, more and more villagers came to buy supplies. The Chao family arrived early and secured a spot at the front of the line. As they queued, they also charged points onto their cards. The flower pots at home were passed down from the older generation and had some age to them. Beep. "Congratulations, customer Chao Tianshun successfully charged 1 point." Hearing that it was only 1 point, Chao Tianshun was speechless. "Dad, not everything old is an antique. This thing was worth only the price of a flower pot back in my great-grandfather's time, and it's still worth that now. It took a lot of effort to move it here, and we only got 1 point for it. All right, don't be so hard on your dad. At least we got 1 point, right? Little by little, with our 10 flower pots, that's 10 points, enough to exchange for a pack of biscuits," Zhu Yuxia said, her face glowing. Even now, she felt like she was floating, unable to contain her excitement. "I really can't believe such good fortune has come to our village." Mianyang village was a small village, and after the apocalypse, some people had moved away. Now, there were only about 200 people left in the village, with nearly half being elderly. Some villagers were even more excited than Zhu Yuxia, tears streaming down their faces, unable to speak. "I told you our Mianyang village is a blessed land, unlike the outside where disasters are so severe that people die every day. Now there's even a supermarket opening in our village. It's the ancestors showing their blessings. The ancestors are showing their blessings." As they spoke, a group of elderly men and women knelt down and bowed their heads after taking a few steps. It was a bit superstitious, but no one stopped them. While picking items, Chao Songshan's hands trembled uncontrollably. He was too excited. Although the villagers had more food supplies than people in the city, it had been half a year since the apocalypse, and they had nearly consumed everything. The roots, bark, and leaves from the trees on the mountain had also been stripped bare. Who would have thought they could eat normal food again? Chao Songshan's family had decent conditions before the apocalypse, and compared to others in the village, they had quite a lot of items to exchange for points. Each of the 3 family members had 5-digit points on their cards. Together, they bought 50 bottles of mineral water, 60 loaves of bread, and 60 rice balls, mostly focusing on staple foods and water at a discount. Jiang He was not responsible for packing for large quantities. They needed to figure out how to get them home themselves. At the village committee's entrance, Zhang Shuaying ran over with her son, who had just woken up, excited to exchange for supplies. "Son, that wasteful daughter-in-law of yours is still somewhat useful. The jewelry she bought before is coming in handy now. Let us trade for more food to take home so we can bury that pile of rotten meat. Everyone in the village knows each other. When Zhu Yuxiao passed by them, she glanced over and asked, Zhang Shuang, why didn't your daughter-in-law and granddaughter come? Are they unable to go out again because you all beat them? I've told you before, during these troubled times, a family must work together to get by. Hearing this, the old woman briefly flashed an unusual expression. Dongzi and I are also just buying things to take home. Zhou Xiangdong tightened his grip on the items, avoiding Zhu Yuxiao's gaze. Mom, let us hurry up and leave. If we go late, there won't be anything left to buy. The two quickened their pace to leave. Zhu Yuxiao watched their backs, feeling that something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. After all, it was someone else's business, and she couldn't meddle too much. Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong didn't have a points card. When it was their turn, the old woman shamelessly flattered. Boss Jiang, I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier. I misunderstood. Please don't hold it against an old woman like me. Could you help me and my son get 2 carts? Host, these two have a strange smell. They must have eaten human flesh several times. Jiang He lifted her eyelids and replied in a flat tone, I want to do business with you. After saying that, she looked at the next person in line. Zhang Shuang, carrying a bag of jewelry, was there specifically to buy things. So she couldn't just be dismissed by a single sentence and stubbornly refused to leave. Hey, Boss Jiang, is this how you run your store? Customers come, and you chase them away? I haven't done anything to harm you, so why can't I buy anything? You need to give me a proper reason. Having eaten human flesh, why would they come here to buy anything? Jiang He patiently smiled slightly. Just because I'm the owner of this supermarket, and I don't like the look of you, I don't want to sell to you. What is the matter? Do you want to eat me too? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong stiffened, their eyes darting around. They had kept that matter very secretive, and after so long, even the villagers hadn't discovered it. How could she possibly know? It must be a coincidence. Zhang Shuang reassured herself and threw a pleading glance at the village head, Chao Songsan. Boss Jiang, could you please be a bit lenient? Chao Songsan had just opened his mouth when Jiang He coldly interrupted. No, it won't matter who speaks for them. If you anger me, I'll leave with my supplies immediately. This statement silenced Chao Songsan. He couldn't jeopardize the interests of the entire village for the sake of 2 individuals. Chao Songsan, you useless coward. You can't even help with this little thing. What kind of village head are you? You're worthless. Amid Zhang Shuang's scolding, she and Zhou Xiangdong were collectively driven out of the village committee. After this encounter, everyone realized that Boss Jiang had a temper, and in her presence, the villagers became more cautious, not even raising their voices. The Dawn supermarket has limited goods, and in the village of about 200 people, half of the villagers couldn't buy anything. 3 winter hats were sold, and 2 sets of warm clothing were sold, but sales remained sluggish as usual. After all the food was sold out, Jiang He took a loudspeaker and stood on a tricycle, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem, I have good news to announce. I will be staying in Sheep Village tonight, and will continue to operate the supermarket here tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the crowd. That's great. Boss Jiang, you're such a good person. Boss Jiang, please stay a few more days. Everyone in our village welcomes you. Jiang He smiled mysteriously. 1 day is already the limit. I don't want to be melted into ash by lava. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, not quite understanding her words. Chao Songsan had an inexplicable bad feeling and furrowed his brows. Boss Jiang, how could there be lava in our village? Jiang He had a pleasant voice, but her words filled the villagers with fear. In 2 days, the volcano near the village will erupt. I will definitely leave early. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Having informed them, Jiang He felt she had done her duty. She couldn't force them to leave the village to escape. Although Chao Songsan was troubled by the impending volcanic eruption, he still warmly hosted Jiang He, arranging for her the best accommodation. It was a separate small courtyard near the village committee. The house was not as good as the large villa at the base, but the countryside had its own simplicity and natural beauty, which Jiang He found quite pleasant. Dinner was a self-heating small hot pot with tomato and beef brisket, deliciously sweet and sour, with tender beef that melted in the mouth, so good that she couldn't stop eating. After enjoying the meal, Jiang He checked the day's revenue. The supermarket earned 60,720 points, with a total account balance of 61,130. Congratulations, host. The Dawn supermarket has served a total of 500 customers, and all upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to spend 20,000 points to upgrade? Yes. Great. 20,000 points have been deducted, and the supermarket has successfully upgraded to level 2. The virtual supermarket area has expanded, and the daily living area has been unlocked. Host, go unlock the product section. With the supermarket reaching level 2, the transportation has been replaced. Please check it out. The small tricycle parked in the yard vanished in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, a cute pink van appeared in Jiang He's view. She walked over and noticed the back of the van still had the 5 big words, the hope of the entire village. Upon opening the door, Jiang He was pleasantly surprised to find a whole new world inside. This van looked a bit mini from the outside, but the interior space was much larger than she had imagined. The driver's seat was like a normal vehicle, but the back seat was enclosed with a pink wooden door. When Jiang He pressed the handle and looked up, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, there's a foldable space in here. Behind the door was a small room of about 25 square meters, small but fully equipped. To the right of the entrance stood a milky white wardrobe, filled with various women's clothing for all seasons. In the middle of the room is a soft large bed, with a light pink fluffy carpet on the floor. A cloud-shaped lazy sofa is placed on the right side of the bed, and above the sofa is a small window. When the white curtains are drawn open, the outside view comes into sight. The bathroom and toilet occupy a small corner of the room, just enough for Jiang He to move around. The system coughs lightly. Girl, are you satisfied with what you see? Jiang He squints her eyes. What did you call me? After a moment of silence, the system immediately kneels down. Host, I promised I wouldn't let you wander outside for too long. This is the best condition I managed to secure for you. Why don't you tidy yourself up first? As the host of this system, you can't look too unkempt. Jiang He's eyebrows raised slightly. Does she look that bad? She walks into the bathroom, and directly opposite the door is a bright mirror reflecting a face so dirty that her features are unrecognizable. Wow, where did this little beggar come from? It's been so long since she looked in the mirror that Jiang He can hardly recognize herself. She had been in the habit of smudging her face to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Even after the system arrived, she hadn't changed this habit and hadn't taken much care of her face. It really does look a bit unkempt. Now that conditions have improved, Jiang He decides to give herself a thorough wash. She opens the wardrobe and randomly picks out a floral dress before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. The shower head sprays warm water, and the long-lost sensation makes every cell in Jiang He's body feel relaxed. The bathroom is filled with steam, and looking in the mirror again, her once dull face now looks clean and pretty, with her dried black hair cascading over her shoulders. The little beggar has transformed into a pretty girl. After a warm shower, drowsiness washes over her like a tide. Jiang He doesn't even have time to check the upgraded virtual supermarket before she goes to bed to rest. Meow meow. In the middle of the night, Jiang He is awakened by the sound of a cat meowing outside the window, tossing and turning as she struggles to sleep. She suddenly jumps out of bed and runs outside, accurately locating the trouble-causing cat in the grass. Jiang He initially wants to teach it a lesson about the cruelty of humanity, but then she sees a dirty little orange cat poking its head out from the dry grass. It has a chain around its neck, with a stone larger than its body attached to the other end. Dragging the heavy weight behind it makes walking very difficult. The system speaks softly. Any cat that can be tied up is not to be trifled with. Who knows how many lives it carries on its back? Regardless, just look at its fluffy fur. How cute it is. It's a long-haired orange cat, and once it gets cleaned up, it will surely look beautiful and be very pettable. Host, your focus is probably on the last 3 words, right? Jiang He unchains the little cat and brings it back to the van. The little orange cat shows no sign of resistance throughout the process, behaving very well. It is so thin that it hardly has any meat on it. When its fluffy fur gets wet, it resembles a small mouse. Jiang He patiently dries its fur and then uses a hairdryer to gently blow it dry. Suddenly, the system excitedly spoke up. Oh host, great news. You just accidentally activated the magical shelf. Chapter 18 Supply Station. I speculate that the hidden unlocking condition for the magical shelf is that the host has a cute pet. Jiang He stroked the soft head of the little orange cat, surprised that its presence actually helped her. After a moment of thought, she frowned slightly and asked, what is the magical shelf for? Hee, the products on the magical shelf are not for sale to the public. They are special benefits for the host. Very helpful for our operational tasks in this world. With the system saying this, Jiang He became curious. She set the little cat down and swiftly entered the virtual supermarket. The magical shelf was not placed inside the supermarket, but at the entrance. Unlike regular shelves, the magical shelf was a whole screen embedded in the wall. Jiang He reached out and gently touched it, and the completely black screen lit up instantly. An image appeared in the center with explanatory text beside it. Magical products are now available. New product, supply station. The supply station is like a small unmanned supermarket where customers can shop for themselves. After the host purchases the supply station, it can be built in any location, and later upgraded to expand its area using points. Level 1 supply station can choose to place 3 types of products, with a limit of 50 pieces for each type at a time, and the listing method is set by the host. Level 2 supply station can place 8 types of products, with a limit of 100 pieces for each type. Level 3 supply station can place 15 types of products, with a limit of 200 pieces for each type. Jiang He glanced down, and the selling price of the supply station was 880,000 points. Looking at her own balance, well, she was still quite short. The supply station was indeed a good thing, but for now, the supplies in her hands were not even enough to sell, let alone have extra goods to put in the supply station. At this stage, Jiang He still needed to focus on completing tasks, stocking up, and earning more points. Opening the system interface of the virtual supermarket, there were 5 empty product slots added in the food area, and only 2 in the daily necessities area. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Jiang He clicked a few times on the interface, unlocking all 8 product slots. Boxed meal, braised chicken leg, spicy diced vegetables, oyster sauce lettuce. 300 points. Marinated dishes, a box containing chicken feet, chicken gizzards, duck neck, duck frame, kelp, edamame, super value pack, 350 points. Chocolate ice cream, 100 points. Toilet paper, 10 points per roll. Sanitary pads, 5 points each, 10 pads for 10 points. Host, you have unlocked the boxed meal and ice cream. So you need to purchase the corresponding facilities. Microwave, 10,000 points. Refrigerator, 20,000 points. Everything required points. The few tens of thousands of points she just earned were about to be spent all at once. After deducting the 8,000 points for the product unlocks, her account balance was 33,130 points. After buying the microwave and refrigerator, Jiang He was left with a mere 3,130 points. Jiang He had only 5 minutes for shopping this time, but the virtual supermarket had expanded from 8 square meters to 16 square meters, which was quite a test of her physical fitness. Upon entering the supermarket, Jiang He fully showcased her intense shopping routine. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she swept through the aisles, wasting not a single second. As the 5-minute countdown ended, the system reminded her, Host, Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong have snuck into your yard. Mom, look, there's a car, and the lights seem to be on inside. Zhou Xiangdong, holding a shovel, excitedly pointed at a pink van in the center of the yard. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, he was pulled back by Zhang Shuang. Dongzi, you've learned your lesson once. Why aren't you more cautious? Did you not see that wooden sign next to the car? Zhou Xiangdong squinted his eyes. After playing too many games, his vision was worse than that of a 50-year-old woman. Finally seeing clearly, he broke into a cold sweat. Isn't the Jiang family supposed to only have a broken tricycle? When did a van come into the village? Zhang Shuang observed for a while, but couldn't make sense of it either. Whatever you do, don't touch it. That car is definitely electrified. If you touch it, you'll get knocked out. The memory of that tingling pain was still fresh in Zhou Xiangdong's mind, and he immediately discarded the idea of approaching the van. Regardless of the car, that Jiang girl must be sleeping in this house. While she is in deep sleep, we can quickly take care of her. Zhang Shuang's plan was perfect. They had used the same method the last time they killed someone. If they succeeded once, they could succeed a second time. While she sleeps, we take her life. Once Jiang He is dead, all her supplies will be theirs. They didn't know if the volcanic eruption was real, but with the supplies in hand, they could leave the village and live anywhere they wanted. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 2 sneaky figures entered the living room. After checking 3 empty rooms, Zhang Shuang's right eyelid twitched incessantly as she contemplated checking the second floor. Suddenly, a clear female voice echoed in the empty, dark living room, laced with a hint of amusement. Are you looking for me? Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong were startled. Realizing that the figure at the door was not a ghost but a person, Zhang Shuang forced a smile and said, Boss Jiang, why aren't you sleeping in your room? Why are you wandering outside in the middle of the night? She spoke the lie without a hint of embarrassment. My son and I are just so hungry. We thought we'd come to plead for a bit more. If you could forgive us, that would be wonderful. Oh, is that so? Jiang He's tone revealed no emotion. Zhou Xiangdong immediately chimed in. Yes, we specifically came to ask for your forgiveness. Before he could finish, Jiang He interrupted him. I can't forgive you at all. People like you, who are both bad and foolish. Managing to survive this long in the apocalypse is something I find hard to comprehend. Maybe it's because you've eaten too much human meat that you haven't starved to death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuang's grin instantly froze, and she subtly signaled Zhou Xiangdong to get ready with the tool in his hand. What you said, we don't understand. We came to find you just to avoid starving. She spoke softly, trying to lower Jiang He's guard, attempting to team up with Zhou Xiangdong to give her a blow. The iron shovel would pierce her chest, and warm blood would gush out like a fountain. Once the blood ran dry, the person would die. That wasteful daughter-in-law and the money-losing granddaughter met the same fate. Jiang He was just waiting for them to make the first move. Seeing Zhou Xiangdong raise the iron shovel, she coldly curled her lips, 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. In the next second, Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong seemed to be frozen in place, their pupils widening in horror, revealing the torture they were enduring. Both opened their mouths, wanting to cry out, but the pain rendered them powerless, only able to emit painful whimpers. The next day, the villagers who failed to procure supplies the day before arrived early at the village committee. Upon seeing 2 people tied to the basketball hoop, everyone was both surprised and curious, gathering around. Wasn't this Zhang Shuang and her precious son? Chapter 19. Failed mutation of animals. The 2 bound individuals looked as pale as if they had been dead for 3 days, their eyes barely opened, hollow and unfocused. After enduring a night of torment from the ants, they were already on the brink of death, feeling worse than death itself. Jiang He deliberately allowed the system to keep them half alive. Dying too easily would be too lenient on them. Each had a sign hanging around their necks. Kill wife and daughter, worse than beasts. Devour human flesh and drink human blood, filthy and rotten. What does this mean? Did Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong kill their daughter-in-law and granddaughter and even eat their flesh? Remembering how she had asked Zhang Shuang about the poor mother and daughter yesterday, Zhu Yuxia couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end and her back go cold. Such people could heartlessly kill their own flesh and blood, and would eventually extend their dark hands to others. Marrying into their family, being born into their family, was truly a stroke of bad luck. Although this incident didn't happen to them, the villagers couldn't hide their anger. They stood in front of the basketball hoop, pointing fingers at the two, cursing with fervor, saliva flying everywhere. After exhausting themselves with insults, they stopped and went aside to line up to buy things. The upgraded van had a modified trunk. Opening the tailgate revealed a stretchable rack. When fully extended and set on the ground, it formed a shelf 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and 1.5 meters wide. The space for placing goods was 4 to 5 times more than that of a tricycle. Jiang He didn't bring in many goods this time, and the shelf couldn't even be filled. The doors on both sides of the van could slide left and right and be lifted straight up, turning into a canopy to shield from wind and rain. Jiang He opened the left door, and the rear compartment connected with the folding space had no seats. The empty platform held a hot water station, microwave, and refrigerator. The sumptuous boxed meals made everyone salivate. At a glance, the price was 300 points. Well, that was something they couldn't afford. Wiping the drool from the corner of their mouths, everyone continued to calculate their expenses, wishing they could split a point in half to spend. Compared to the boxed meals, bread and biscuits were more cost-effective for them. After all, once the points are gone, they're really gone, and there's nowhere for them to earn more. The boxed meals and marinated dishes were selling slowly, but Jiang He wasn't in a hurry. If they didn't sell, she could keep them for herself. In less than an hour, most of the items in the supermarket were sold out, leaving only 2 boxed meals, 3 boxes of marinated dishes, and a few scattered snacks and drinks. Jiang He had a boxed meal, 2 boxes of marinated dishes, and a chilled cola for lunch, eating with tears in her eyes. This was the standard of living she deserved. Chao Songshan had something to discuss with her and had been waiting nearby for a long time. He didn't expect that the petite Jiang boss had quite the appetite. Just when he saw her putting down her chopsticks, she picked up a pack of chicken feet and started munching again. Chao Songshan quickly pulled back his leg and squatted down, waiting for another 10 minutes. Counting how many chicken feet Jiang boss had eaten, 3 in total, along with 2 sausages, a marinated egg, and a handful of beef jerky. When his legs went numb, he saw her stand up and carry a weak orange cat out of the car. Chao Songshan seized the opportunity and called out, "Jiang boss." Jiang He took out some chicken breast, tore it into small pieces, and tossed them in front of the little orange cat. The cat eagerly devoured the food, making a rumbling sound in its throat, like a tractor. Meow, meow, delicious, really tasty. Chao Songshan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being around Jiang boss was truly great. Even the cat was getting to eat meat. Hey, isn't this the cat that old lady Zhao raised? I can't believe it's still alive. Jiang He looked up and asked, "Do you recognize it?" Chao Songshan nodded with a smile. "Look, it has a small piece missing from its right ear. Isn't it the stray that old lady Zhao raised? It often got into fights with the village dogs, and a dog had bitten off a small chunk of its ear. The dogs were much worse off, covered in blood and limping for more than half a month. The stray had even killed someone else's goose, so old lady Zhao had tied it up. The system was quite excited. I knew I wasn't wrong. It hasn't been cursed with the fate of a chicken, but has the fate of a goose." As if understanding Chao Songshan's words, the little orange cat raised its head, its round eyes glistening with tears, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Jiang He felt an itch in her hand and couldn't help but scratch its chin. "I found it in the courtyard. Did old lady Zhao abandon it?" In a world where resources were scarce, it was quite normal for people to abandon their pets when they couldn't even take care of themselves. Not really. Old lady Zhao passed away from heart disease half a month ago. She was a lonely old woman, and this cat had kept her company for many years. Almost like family. During the past 6 months of the apocalypse, she had saved her rations to feed the stray, allowing it to survive. After the old lady's death, no one in the village had seen the cat again and thought it had died. It was a miracle that it had survived for half a month without being fed, still chained by its neck. Host, this world is different from the apocalypses you have experienced before. There are no zombies, but mutated beasts, insects, and plants will appear, competing with humans for survival. This cat might have started to mutate, but hasn't fully evolved, which is why it still looks the same. Animals like this, which have not evolved successfully, would be eaten by fierce mutated beasts if they were in the wild. The system suddenly spoke at length, making Jiang He feel that things were not so simple. Beep, beep, beep. Successfully detected a failed mutated animal, triggering the beast raising space, currently able to accommodate 3 animals. Can be upgraded to level 2 for 1 million points. I'm not running a supermarket. Why am I developing other businesses? Jiang He frowned, wondering if it was appropriate for her to become a caretaker. Hee, our goal is to earn the most points and aim for the top of the leaderboard. Multiple businesses mean multiple income streams. Host, you currently have only 1 animal. You can collect a few more. The conversation with the system took place entirely in her mind. So to outsiders, Jiang He seemed to be in a daze. Chao Songshan cleared his throat and cautiously spoke up. Boss Jiang? What's wrong? Jiang He suddenly snapped out of it, startling him so much that he almost fainted. Chao Songshan patted his racing heart and forced a smile. Yes, Boss Jiang. I came to ask when you're leaving today. The villagers want to follow you. Last night, He had called an impromptu meeting for the villagers to discuss and ultimately decided to collectively evacuate from Sheep Village. Going elsewhere was an unknown. But following Boss Jiang was different. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food. All the villagers agreed unanimously that wherever Boss Jiang went, they would follow, becoming her loyal followers. Chapter 20. Check-in at the commander's office this morning. The system refreshed the check-in task, and the location was the commander's office at Nanyang Base. So Jiang He had to return to the base. At 2 p.m., she set off from Sheep Village, with a long line of villagers following her pink van. The villagers included those on tricycles, bicycles, pulling carts, and pushing unicycles. Anything with wheels was in use. There was no gasoline, so all four-wheeled vehicles were abandoned in the village. This time of day was the hottest, with the ground feeling like a steamer, and the suffocating heat made it difficult to breathe. Today, the temperature was at least 50 degrees Celsius, and everyone was too exhausted to travel. Chao Songshan wiped the sweat from his forehead to keep it out of his eyes, encouraging those who were lagging behind. Everyone, just hang in there. We'll be there soon. Even so, a dozen people fainted from the heat along the way, especially the elderly, who could not withstand the ordeal. On the way, the villagers had a heated argument. I voted against it yesterday. That volcano hasn't been active for over 100 years. How could it possibly erupt suddenly? It's all your fault for insisting on moving. Now look. We're dying on the road. My dad died because of you. Half of the group were elderly, which meant that some with poor health would inevitably perish during the relocation. Chao Songshan not only had to endure the scorching heat, but also bore the brunt of the villagers' anger over their lost loved ones. Tomorrow, the volcano will definitely erupt. If it doesn't, I will pay for the lives of those who have died. Everyone, stop arguing and conserve your energy for the journey. If anyone truly doesn't believe me, you can go back now. I won't stop you. We've already covered half the distance, and not many want to return to the village. The villagers supporting the leader are still in the majority. The group fell silent in an instant. The village chief was right, and complaining among themselves would only slow them down and waste their strength. A little girl, around 10 years old, squatted beside an elderly man with white hair, crying uncontrollably. Grandma, let me help you up. Let us keep going. The village chief said we're almost there. She tugged at the old man's arm with both hands, but she was too small to lift the exhausted elder from the ground. The old man patted her hand weakly, his voice barely audible. Child, don't worry about me. I've reached my end. The rest of the journey, you have to walk on your own. Make sure to keep the points card safe and use it sparingly. Once at the base, work actively, and if any issues arise, you can consult your village chief. By the end, the elder was already delirious, mouthing words without sound. The village doctor came over to check and shook his head in regret. Wenwen, your grandmother hopes you continue to live. The main group won't wait. You can't stay too long. Hurry along. Zhu covered her face and cried, reluctantly bidding farewell to her grandmother before quickly wiping her tears and rejoining the group ahead. She couldn't let her grandmother's expectations down. She had to live on, carrying a part of her grandmother with her. The van was much faster than the tricycles and carts. It took nearly 3 hours to get to the village, but only a little over an hour to return to the base. When she passed through the base gate, the group led by the leader was far behind, and she couldn't see any figures. Each person has their fate. How many of them would make it to the base depended on their luck. As Jiang He returned to the base, the military district received news. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingqing received a task from superiors to contact Jiang He again and gain her trust. She didn't act immediately, but waited to see where Jiang He would set up the supermarket before heading to her destination. As she waited, suddenly an anxious voice crackled over the intercom. Alarm! Alarm! The target is heading towards the military district building. Meanwhile, soldiers guarding the building also received this news and felt a surge of tension. Just one person could be more intimidating than an army of thousands. Captain, what should we do? Qin Song asked, his expression tense as he glanced at them. Let us wait and see. We need to observe what she intends to do. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang He made a graceful maneuver, parking the pink van at the entrance of the military district. Hey, handsome, we meet again. She waved cheerfully at Qin Song, who remained composed, his gaze fixed on her. Oh, don't be nervous. I'm not going to the rooftop this time. I just want to take a look around the chief's office. Hearing this, Chen Ling was left speechless. Just? That's the office of the leader. And she makes it sound as simple as going to a market. Oh, can I go in? Jiang He said innocently, shrugging helplessly. Then I have no choice but to force my way in. Wait. Qin Song stopped her. I've already consulted my superiors. The leader is waiting for you in the office. I'll take you up. That's more like it. Letting her force her way in would waste so much time and severely squander the resources of the military district. The last time she came, she took the stairs, but this time Jiang He finally got a clear look at what the military district looked like inside. In the hall, there were 7 or 8 heavy tanks parked, and various weapons displayed in glass cabinets on the walls, showcasing the armed strength of the base. On the 9th floor, the leader's office. Qin Song stepped forward to knock on the door. Leader, the person has arrived. After a moment, Xie Jingshan personally came to open the door, his gaze lingering on Jiang He for 2 seconds before stepping aside, gesturing for her to enter. Boss Jiang, please come in. As soon as she stepped into the office, the system prompted, Host, you can shout your slogan to check in. Glancing at Qin Song and Xie Jingshan behind her, Jiang He cleared her throat and spoke with a strong voice. The reeds are lush, and the white dew is like frost. What kind of noise is this? The two at the door froze in shock simultaneously. What is she doing? Why is she suddenly reciting as soon as she walks in? Is she going to perform a talent show? Xie Jingshan and Qin Song were completely puzzled, and the next second, they heard Jiang He assertively shout, "Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." The expressions of the two men changed slightly, maintaining a high level of vigilance and caution. This sounded like a threat directed at them. Finally revealing her true colors, was she going to take action against the base? Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in, gaining 5 minutes of supply time. Jiang He nodded in satisfaction, then unceremoniously sat down in the office and turned to look at the door. You must have a lot of questions for me. Since I'm here today, we can chat a bit. What are you standing there for? Come and sit. Seeing her seemingly back to normal, as if nothing had happened, Xie Jingshan felt a momentary confusion. The last time that pair came to report, they said a lot, and at least one thing was not a lie. This boss Zhang's behavior is indeed a bit odd. Chapter 21. Collecting various small animals after Qin Song closed the office door and turned to leave, returning to his post. Chunling couldn't help but curiously ask, so, what did she go to the leader's office for? After a moment of silence, Qin Song's expression was deep as he lightly uttered 2 words, reciting poetry. In the office, Xie Jingshan gradually regained his composure, filled with questions he was waiting to ask. I want to know where all the supplies in your supermarket come from. Jiang He shook her head. The secrets of the heavens cannot be disclosed. Why can't bullets harm you? Has your body undergone mutation? When he asked this question, Xie Jingshan's eyes lit up. If there really are mutated humans, could others also have the chance to awaken and gain similar abilities? Just like in novels and movies. With the enhancement of abilities, the survival space for humanity in the apocalypse will be greatly increased. However, the secrets of destiny must not be leaked. Jiang He paused and added, but there's one thing I can tell you clearly. Humans will not mutate, but plants and animals will, and their aggressiveness is hard to estimate. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshan's expression became serious. The current natural disasters have already pressed them to the brink. The emergence of mutated plants and animals would mean the extinction of humanity, wouldn't it? The mysterious power that Jiang He possessed made Xie Jingshan subconsciously believe everything she said, and he began to think about how to adjust the strategic deployment of the base's future. After digesting this for a few minutes, Jiang He continued, I am just an ordinary merchant, a small supermarket owner here to sell some goods. I won't do anything to harm the base, nor will I proactively attack the residents of the base. So, Chief Xie, you don't need to send anyone to monitor me anymore. Being called out directly, Xie Jingshan awkwardly clenched his fist against his lips and cleared his throat. Boss Jiang, we didn't understand the situation before. For the sake of the base's interests, we must grasp your information to avoid laying hidden bombs for the base. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. No one will disturb you again in the future. After speaking, he walked to the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a half-full bottle of mineral water. At a glance, it was clear that it came from the Dawn supermarket. Xie Jingshan placed the water on the table, his gaze sincere. Boss Jiang, the base would like to discuss a cooperation with you. How much of this water do you have? Name a price, and we will buy it all. As a supermarket owner, Jiang He felt embarrassed to say that she couldn't produce even a bottle of water at the moment. She could only sell what she received each day. I'm sorry, but our supermarket does not provide wholesale services at the moment. If Chief Xie wants to buy water, you are welcome to come when the supermarket opens. Feeling a sense of regret after being declined with a 50% certainty of cooperation, Xie Jingshan thought that if the base's resource reserves could be replenished, it would greatly reduce the survival pressure on the base. Boss Jiang, do you have any plans to leave the Nanyang base in the future? Not at the moment. I will stay here for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshan's eyes brightened a little. Although they couldn't reach a cooperation, having someone like Jiang He, who could provide precious resources, stay at the base was still a good thing. As she exited the military district building, the soldiers on duty at the entrance looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. When Jiang He's gaze swept over, they quickly turned their heads, fearing they would make eye contact. Driving her pink van, Jiang He rolled down the window and waved at them. Goodbye. Hope to see you again next time. You're welcome to shop at Dawn Supermarket. Watching the pink van drive away, Shinling turned his face and quietly asked, has anyone been to her supermarket? What do they sell? Someone immediately replied, down jackets and military overcoats. The black-clad bodyguard who went to the supermarket with Yi Qingqing was his good brother and had heard a little bit. Shinling frowned. In such hot weather, who would buy that? If you have time to check it out, you'll know. Tomorrow is just when they finish their shift and have half a day off. Shinling got excited and immediately called a few friends to go to the supermarket together. Captain, are you coming? He joked. That female boss has come twice and only talked to you. Maybe she has a crush on you. Qin Song turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on him. Are you looking for trouble? Shinling felt a chill down his spine and retracted his neck submissively. Captain, I was just joking. Just pretend you didn't hear that. After signing in, they had 5 minutes of loading time. Since there was still time, Jiang He went to the virtual supermarket to restock, then drove the van around the base. The van had a built-in speaker and could record audio, with its sound carrying for hundreds of meters, echoing continuously. Thinking about the empty animal rearing space, Jiang He made a recording and played it on loop while driving, ensuring that most of the people in the base could hear it. Cough, collecting cats, old cats, broken cats, non-aggressive cats, collecting dogs, puppies, medium dogs, large dogs. As long as they are still breathing little animals, we will take them all. A prominent sign hung on the van. Sunshine Supermarket, long-term collection of various small animals, generous rewards, inquiries welcome. Now it was the 7th month of the apocalypse, and most pets and poultry had either starved to death or been turned into food. No one in the entire base was still keeping animals that consumed their food supplies. The base had initially planned to open a ranch, but since they couldn't even feed the people, there was no way to have food for livestock. So the plan was shelved. Not long after Jiang He started driving, a large number of residents gathered around, mostly coming to buy food. With very few inquiries about animal collection, Jiang He got out of the car, opened the trunk, and steadily set up a shelf on the ground. Boss Jiang, we haven't seen you around these days. We thought you left the base. Jiang He smiled at the crowd. Just went out for a stroll, just got back today. Feel free to pick what you want. Wow, Boss Jiang, the supermarket is even selling boxed meals now? The portions are quite generous, enough for 2 people. They hadn't had a proper meal of rice with sides for at least 4 or 5 months, and they were instantly filled with excitement. Boss Jiang, I want a chicken leg box meal. Sure, microwaving the boxed meal requires an additional 3 points, but you can choose not to heat it, though it won't taste as good. Those who could spend 300 points on a boxed meal weren't likely to mind the extra 3 points. All right, no problem. Please heat it up for me, Boss Jiang. There were quite a few wealthy individuals in the base, and boxed meals and marinated dishes sold much better than in the nearby village. Fortunately, Jiang He had reserved a boxed meal beforehand, otherwise, she wouldn't have had anything to eat. Yi Qingqing stood in line, feeling particularly anxious. The closer she got to the van, the more nervous she became. When it was her turn, she closed her eyes, bent down, and bowed, her voice trembling slightly. Boss Jiang, I'm sorry, I lied to you. If you can forgive me, I'll do anything. Chapter 22. At worst, we'll die together. Yi Qingqing was too close, and when she bent down, Jiang He was poked by her double bun hairstyle. It's all right. You're just following your leader's arrangements to do those things. Hearing that she could forgive herself, Yi Qingqing sat up excitedly, her round bun hairstyle once again catching Jiang He's attention. Boss Jiang, I knew you were a good person, beautiful and kind-hearted. Before she could finish, Jiang He pushed out the unbought cap and thermal clothing. Do you want these? She blinked her bright eyes, staring straight at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded vigorously. Yes, I want them all. The items she had previously charged with points were all hers, and she could freely allocate the points in her card. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the sales task, earning 8 minutes of restocking time. Yi Qingqing turned around in front of the shelves. In the past few days, she had been too focused on completing tasks to explore the Dawn supermarket carefully. Seeing a dozen packs of sanitary pads on the far right shelf, Yi Qingqing was overjoyed. It was incredibly inconvenient to have no sanitary pads during her period. Now, every month when she had her cycle, she used a few cloth strips sewn together, which was unsanitary and very uncomfortable. The sanitary pads in the supermarket were only 5 points each, which was really cost-effective, wanting to leave some for her fellow sisters. Yi Qingqing didn't take them all, but bought 8 packs, enough for 3 months. How had she not realized before that Dawn supermarket was a treasure trove? There were so many types of products that she was dazzled and decided to get a little bit of everything. As a hoarder, she couldn't stop once she started buying. 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of instant noodles, 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 8 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, 3 self-heating hot pots, 1 set of lunch boxes, 2 boxes of marinated dishes, 5 tiger skin chicken feet, 2 large chicken legs, 2 packs of beef jerky, and 4 purple sweet potato cakes, 3 bottles of iced cola, 3 bottles of iced Sprite, 2 bottles of orange juice, and 1 chocolate ice cream, 5 rolls of toilet paper, and 8 packs of sanitary pads. Altogether, she spent 253 points. The cap and thermal clothing set took up a large portion of that. But if she could earn Boss John's forgiveness, Yi Qingqing felt it was worth every point. Once back at the dormitory, she had to recommend Dawn's supermarket to her roommates. Tang Wanyun and Tang Wanxing had been at the Nanyang base for almost 2 days. With their labor capacity, the food they could obtain was very limited. Out of the 24 hours in a day, they were hungry for 18. Tang Wanxing was born with genetic issues, experiencing developmental delays and low intelligence. Before the apocalypse, their family was in relatively good financial condition, and their parents had spent over $1 million to treat their youngest daughter. Even so, medical technology could only maintain her intelligence at around 6 years old when she turned 18. Once treatment was abandoned, Tang Wanxing's intelligence would likely regress slowly, potentially becoming completely incapacitated while also suffering from seizures, posing life-threatening risks. Shortly after the apocalypse began, their parents sacrificed themselves to protect their 2 children, perishing in the rushing floodwaters. Tang Wanxing didn't understand anything and lived in her own world. The next day, when she didn't see her mother return, She cried and refused to continue walking. For a moment, Tang Wanyan thought about abandoning her silly little sister, believing she would be better off on her own without this burden. When she was in elementary school, her classmates often mocked her for having a foolish sister. Tang Wanyan felt ashamed in front of her friends, and for a long time, she was very disdainful of Tang Wanxing, refusing to talk to her. Once, she left her behind and walked away alone. Halfway, the words their parents said before leaving kept repeating in her mind. Take care of your sister and live well. Tang Wanyan squatted down, crying uncontrollably. In a world full of malice, she didn't know how to survive properly. Tang Wanxing stumbled and caught up with her, patting her back to comfort her. Sister, don't cry. Let us go find mom and dad. From that day on, Tang Wanyan never thought about abandoning her sister again. They treated their difficult survival in this harsh world as a game to find their parents. The worst that could happen was just dying together. Fortunately, the two of them kept each other company and managed to survive until today. The Dawn supermarket had reopened, and they needed to hurry. If they were late, everything would be snatched away. The hungry sisters walked weakly on the way back to their dormitory. Hearing passersby talking, Tang Wanxing's eyes lit up as she tugged at Tang Wanyan's sleeve. Sister, the supermarket. She knew what a supermarket was, a place with lots of delicious food to fill their bellies. At first, Tang Wanyan didn't believe it. In this harsh world, who would still have supplies to open a supermarket? However, seeing more and more people running in one direction, she hesitated for a moment, but quickly grabbed her sister and joined the crowd. After all, what if there were some bargains? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Tang Wanxing's keen eyes spotted a van in the distance, and she happily shouted, "It's the sister who saved us." She waved her hands frantically, calling out. Regardless of whether the other person could see her or not, people around them looked at her as if she were foolish. Tang Wanyan used to feel embarrassed, but now she was numb to it. She pulled her sister's hand and gave her a stern look. Tang Wanxing, do you still want to buy food? Yes. Then be obedient. If you don't listen, don't follow me and don't call me sister. Tang Wanxing was successfully threatened and obediently followed her sister, not making any more strange noises. After they got in line, Tang Wanyan turned to ask someone. Hey, big brother, do you know what we need to buy things at the supermarket? The big brother raised the points card in his hand for her to see. You need to get a card from Boss Jiang first. You can exchange points for things like gold, silver, and jewelry. The supermarket has quite a few affordable items, like bear biscuits for 10 points. I managed to grab 8 bags last time, and if I save them, they'll last me a long time. I heard there are new products today, but I don't know if there will be any left by the time it's our turn. The big brother talked endlessly about the food sold at the supermarket. Tang Wanyan chimed in a few words, then turned around and took the amulet hanging from her neck. She unwrapped the red cloth bag, revealing a gold card made of pure gold. Every year, her parents went to the temple with the sole wish that their 2 daughters could be safe and sound. Both she and her sister had one of these amulets, which they had hardly ever taken off since the day they started wearing them. Now, it was the only item they had that could be exchanged for points. Tang Wanxing was reluctant to take it off and hesitantly said, Sister, this is a gift from mom and dad. Do we really have to give it to someone else? Chapter 23. Selling ice packs if you want to starve, just keep wearing it. The dynamic between Tang Wanyan and her sister was always one of tough words but soft hearts. Tenderness was simply out of the question. Tang Wanxing pouted but ultimately complied, taking off the amulet and holding it like a treasure in her hands. Seeing 2 familiar faces, Jiang He smiled at them. What a coincidence, we meet again. Tang Wanxing's smile was bright as she warmly greeted. Hello, sister. You haven't applied for a points card, have you? Just stretch out your hand and place it on this black box. Tang Wanxing was very proactive, doing whatever Jiang He suggested. Before long, both of them had a black card in their hands. The gold card placed on the card disappeared in an instant. Beep. Congratulations to customer Tang Wanxing for successfully recharging 500 points. Congratulations to customer Tang Wanyan for successfully recharging 500 points. Tang Wanxing stared at the card in amazement. Sister, where did the thing go? Tang Wanyan didn't answer and pulled her arm, walking towards the shelves. Don't worry about that. Let us buy some food first. She glanced over, and her gaze landed precisely on the teddy bear cookies on the second shelf. There were only 13 packs left, and Tang Wanyan took them all. Tang Wanxing's eyes were fixed on a large chicken leg, and she was almost drooling. Sister, can I have this? Tang Wanyan shot her a sideways glance and gruffly said, No. Okay. Tang Wanxing's shoulders drooped in disappointment, but then she spotted a meat floss bun nearby, and her eyes lit up again. Sister, can I have a small bun? Tang Wanyan, holding a pile of cookies, glanced at the price of the bun and compared it to the other items. I'll take 6. Yay. Tang Wanyan quickly calculated the points in her head. They definitely needed to buy water, but there were only 2 bottles of mineral water left. They still had 310 points to use. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Wanyan added 2 rice balls and 4 marinated eggs to her haul. At checkout, Tang Wanxing stood in front of the fridge reluctantly, repeating, Sister, there's ice cream inside, with her arms full of items. Tang Wanyan didn't bother to pull her along this time and walked ahead on her own. You can just look there. I'm going back to the dorm to eat all the small buns. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanxing's expression changed, and she quickly rushed after her. Sister, I want to eat small buns too. After the supermarket sold out of goods, Jiang He hopped into the bread cart and went back to her room to take a shower. For dinner, she had a chicken leg bento box and a bottle of chilled orange juice. Host, you performed excellently today. You restocked the virtual supermarket twice in one day. Kudos for your diligence. Today's revenue is 72,540 points, and your account balance is 75,670 points. All the warm hats and thermal clothing have sold out, and the supermarket's total revenue has surpassed 100,000, earning you a total of 18 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He wiped her mouth with a tissue and opened the system interface. The secondary virtual supermarket has all 25 product slots in the food section unlocked. The daily necessities section is quite sparse, with only 2 items available. She checked the requirements for upgrading the virtual supermarket to level 3. 1. Serve 2,000 customers at the supermarket 2. Achieve a cumulative revenue of 1,000,000 points 3. Spend 990,000 points. Host. Completing daily tasks gives you a chance to unlock product slots. Speaking of tasks, Jiang He squinted her eyes. System, even if it's the KPIs handed down from above, you should filter them a bit. If tomorrow's extra products are just a bunch of random items again, don't blame me for silencing you. The system trembled. I will try my best. Meow, meow, meow. Just as Jiang He exited the supermarket, a fluffy little creature rubbed against her feet. The beast-raising space can only be unlocked by gathering 3 failed mutated animals, so the little orange cat is still sleeping in her room. Jiang He bent down to pick up the cat and tousled its fur. Hang in there, I'll definitely find you more companions. The next day, the task list was updated on time. Task 1. Sell 100 ice packs, priced at 300 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Labor is glorious. Help harvest corn in the cornfield for at least 3 hours. Reward, 2 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 product slot in daily necessities section. Task 3. Achieve a cumulative revenue of 300,000 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time. 1 restocking tool, valid for 10 minutes. This time, the items for sale are finally moving, though the price is slightly high. Host. The ice packs can keep things cold for 24 hours, so this price isn't too high. Being able to maintain cold for 24 hours is indeed impressive. Jiang He gave a thumbs up. System, keep it up. I'm finally seeing you stand tall. Due to severe drought, crops could not survive, so the base decided to harvest as much as possible in the shortest time. Considering the high daytime temperatures, the working hours were adjusted to 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. By the time Jiang He got up, the labor in the fields had already ended, so she could only go back at 5 p.m. After freshening up and playing with the little orange cat for a while, Jiang He went to the virtual supermarket to restock. She stretched her legs and back, doing some warm-up exercises. System, I'm ready. Okay, get set. Timing begins. Boxed meals sell well at the base, so Jiang He directly ordered 50 servings. The marinated dishes taste good, which she likes, so she ordered a few more servings. Low-priced goods must also be considered. Jiang He gathered over 40 packs of bear biscuits, and, after a busy 18 minutes, the supermarket was finally ready to open. The shelves were packed with all kinds of products, giving the customers in line a strong sense of security. Based on the amount today, he was sure he could grab something good this time. Last night, Chunling rummaged through his belongings and suddenly realized he was quite poor. Apart from a few sets of clothes and the rations provided by the base, he had nothing else. When he came to the supermarket in the afternoon, he could only watch enviously as his brothers bought delicious food. When Qin Song met up with them, he was carrying a bulging bag that clearly contained a lot of good items. Chunling walked over, almost wanting to stick his whole head into the bag. Gold earrings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold chains, gold combs. Wait, Brother Song, where did you get so much women's jewelry? Have you secretly gotten married? Qin Song wasn't very keen on engaging with him, but the other brothers were also drawn in by Chunling's teasing, continuously gossiping on the side. Captain, who's your wife? We've never seen her. We agreed to stay single together, and yet the captain secretly got a partner. Feeling annoyed by their persistent questioning, Qin Song pulled at the corner of his mouth and replied in a low voice, for marrying a wife. Chapter 24. Looks familiar. Chunling and the others suddenly understood. These were all the savings Qin Song had painstakingly accumulated before the apocalypse for his future wife. Unfortunately, he hadn't married her yet, so the gold wasn't being used. Chunling rubbed his hands together and shamelessly asked, Captain, can you lend me a gold bracelet? I'll return it to you once I find something on tomorrow's mission. As soldiers, they were divided into several small teams at the base, with varying numbers in each, taking turns to guard the military district building. Missions involved going outside to gather various supplies. In the past, when they swept buildings, they would just throw gold and silver jewelry onto the ground. There were plenty of these items in the empty residential buildings. Chunling believed he could easily fill up a large bag with them tomorrow. Qin Song didn't mind and directly handed the items to Chunling, letting him pick. The group arrived at Dawn's supermarket, and the residents immediately recognized them as soldiers from the base, hesitating whether to give way to these figures. Jiang He, with sharp eyes, noticed some commotion at the back of the line and immediately raised the megaphone. Those in uniforms at the back. Yes, we're talking about you. Please line up and don't cut in. Chun-Ling and the others were used to preferential treatment at the base. And standing in line with a group of ordinary residents gave them a sense of disparity. This supermarket has quite the setup. I want to see what good things are here. Chun-Ling muttered, reluctantly standing at the end of the line. Captain, what does it mean when the higher-ups talk to the supermarket owner and then pull back all the surveillance personnel? Are they really going to ignore her? Qin Song glanced at him expressionlessly. No wonder someone had nicknamed him Wooden Head. His brain really was slow to process things. Qin Song succinctly replied with 4 words, talent introduction. Chun-Ling raised his head, and as soon as he saw Jiang He's face, he would recall the scene from the day she barged into the military district building. It's no exaggeration to say that it left a significant psychological shadow on him. Are terrorists also considered talents? Qin Song didn't answer him, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, quietly waiting in line. As it was almost their turn, Chun-Ling finally saw what good things the Shuguang supermarket actually sold. Who told him that the supermarket only sold down jackets and military coats? As soldiers, they were certainly allocated more food than ordinary people. However, most of what was distributed from the base was just various compressed rations, which they had grown tired of eating. Tasteless and only enough to fill their stomachs. Occasionally, they would receive self-heating meals for lunch, like meat fried rice and curry fried rice, but the taste was just average. The Shuguang supermarket gave Chun-Ling a sense of nostalgia for the time before the apocalypse. Ice-cold cola with bubbles, substantial chicken leg lunchboxes, ham sausages, braised eggs, beef jerky. Chun-Ling's eyes widened. He hadn't seen these foods in ages, yet the specific flavors were locked deep in his memory. Just seeing them made his mouth water uncontrollably. Chun-Ling hugged Qin Song's arm, completely disregarding his dignity, and whined, Captain, please lend me some gold again. I beg you. Qin Song was so disgusted that he felt goosebumps all over, forcefully pulling back his hand and tossing the bag at Chun-Ling's face. Get it yourself. If you come back again, you have to go on a mission tomorrow. All right, thank you, Captain. Chun-Ling took a pair of gold earrings and a gold necklace from the bag and charged 1,000 points to his account. When he reached the refrigerator, he went on a shopping spree, and his roommate behind him shouted, Chun-Ling, you ungrateful person, don't take all the cola. Leave some for us. In front of delicious food, what brotherhood was there? If it weren't for insufficient points, Chun-Ling wouldn't have stopped so quickly. Qin Song truly deserved to be the captain. He was the calmest and most composed among them. He bought 2 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, 2 cups of instant noodles, 1 lunchbox, 2 bottles of Sprite, 3 rolls of toilet paper, and 2 ice packs, still leaving plenty of points in his account. Chun-Ling happily hugged 5 bottles of ice-cold cola and ran to Jiang He, his face flushed with excitement. Boss Jiang, I will never call you a terrorist again. You're a fairy, a Disney princess on the run. Jiang He didn't even realize she had been mistaken for a terrorist by the base. But she had merely strolled around the military district rooftop. She hadn't done anything else. Li Tsong walked over and bumped Chun-Ling's shoulder. Hey fool, did you buy an ice pack? What ice pack? Chun-Ling looked confused. The kind that can cool down and 1 tea melt for 24 hours. If you buy this, you 1 tea be too hot to sleep at night. Chun-Ling's eyes widened in realization. He had been too focused on grabbing cola and didn't know about such a thing. Wanting to borrow something again. He thought about buying an ice pack to cool down, but when he turned around, he realized the captain had left at some point, and there was no sign of him anymore. He could only stubbornly say, I have 5 bottles of cola to keep me company at night, and I can still fall asleep. The ice packs that cool down and reduce heat are selling like hotcakes. Anyone with a 4-digit balance in their points card will definitely buy one to take home. In this awful weather, when it's so hot that it feels unbearable, having an ice pack feels like carrying a portable little refrigerator, finally allowing them to catch their breath. Ice packs are second only to bottled water, making them the second fastest selling item today. Ding, 100 ice packs sold out. Congratulations to the host. You have earned a 5-minute restock time. The supermarket closes at 11. In the afternoon, she needs to work in the fields, so Jiang He took a good nap. After waking up, she played with her phone for a bit, and it was almost time to head to the cornfield. At 4:50 p.m., the residents assigned to work in the cornfield had already lined up neatly, gathering in front of the field. A robust, spirited old man stood at the front, sternly giving instructions. This cornfield must be completely harvested before 8 tonight. The faster, the better. We absolutely cannot let the neighboring cornfield outdo us. I know many of you are newcomers, but you need to get energized and move quickly. If I catch anyone slacking off, my pitchfork is not for show. Do you all understand? Over 100 people replied in unison, understood. If you understand, line up here to get your sickles and get ready to work. The old man warned them while distributing the sickles. These sickles are for harvesting corn, not for fighting. The patrol nearby took notice. Anyone causing trouble here should be prepared to face the consequences. Jiang He parked the van in an empty space, hurrying to blend into the line for sickles. The old man was very quick in handing them out, but when it was Jiang He's turn, he suddenly stopped. He stared at her face for a few seconds, squinting and saying, You look a bit familiar. Chapter 25, Stealing Corn. Seeing the pitchfork standing nearby, Jiang He immediately remembered this old man. She kept her composure, thinking it might just be her ordinary face. The old man shook his head slowly. No, no. A few days ago, a thief entered my cornfield, and I caught him red-handed. You are the one who stole the corn. Jiang He's jaw dropped, surprised at how sharp the old man's eyesight was. She quickly waved her hands in denial. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. The old man's gaze was piercing as he stared at her. I saw it very clearly. The corn thief was as short and thin as you, and had the same hair length. Jiang He gritted her teeth, maintaining a smile. It was impressive that the old man remembered so clearly. Just as the two were at a standstill, Li Ting stepped forward. Old Wang. Jiang He absolutely could not have stolen the corn. You must have heard about the new supermarket that opened at the base, right? Jiang He is the owner of that supermarket. She has plenty to eat and drink, so how could she come here to steal corn? Upon hearing this, Old Wang once again sized up Jiang He. He certainly knew about that supermarket, where even water was sold by the bottle, quite extravagant indeed. However, he had never had the luck to find it open. Every time he went, it was closed. Old Wang began to doubt himself. Could it be that he had really mistaken someone? Ahem. Excuse me, I must have recognized the wrong person. Since you are the supermarket owner, why are you here? Jiang He clenched her fist and said seriously, no matter what, I am also a member of the base. Now that the base is in the midst of a rush harvest, I should contribute my share of effort. Well said. Old Wang's voice boomed. Looking at Jiang He's eyes filled with admiration. If the base had more people like you with such awareness, it would definitely develop better in the future. I'm flattered. I still have much to learn from you, Old Wang. Your sense of responsibility is impressive. In the crowd, Jiang Shuiwei watched the two of them flattering each other with cold eyes. Shameless person, always stealing the spotlight wherever she goes. So hypocritical and pretentious. Clearly having so many resources, yet still coming here to help harvest corn. She must have some ulterior motive. Jiang Shuiwei turned her head to glance at the handsome man beside her, a certain suspicion arising in her heart. Could it be that Jiang He came here for brother Huaifeng? Nowadays, monogamy had almost been abolished, as long as there was a small amount of food. Both men and women could enjoy the pleasure of companionship. Xia Huaifeng had a good appearance, and with the ample resources at the base, he wasn't as thin as other men, making him quite a catch. In less than a week, more than 10 women had already tried to flirt with him. Wanting to be intimate, Jiang Shuiwei kept a close guard, almost never leaving Xia Huaifeng's side, like conjoined twins, so that no one else could take advantage. Even so, she still felt an intense sense of crisis, almost becoming paranoid, thinking that all the women in the world were trying to steal her man. Jiang Shuiwei swayed her arm around the man's, her voice soft. Brother Huaifeng, you mustn't look at Jiang He, not even a glance. Xia Huaifeng chuckled lightly, pulling her into his embrace. Why would I look at her? Just looking at you is enough, darling. Hearing the man's sweet words, Jiang Shuiwei couldn't help but feel delighted. Rising on her toes to kiss him, Old Wang's eyes widened in anger, pointing at the two and scolding. What are you doing? Is this cornfield a place for you to flirt? Get back to work. If you don't finish before 8, you two will stay behind and harvest corn all night in the dark. Xia Huaifeng subtly pushed Jiang Shuiwei away, creating some distance between them. Baby, let us finish the corn first. Everything else can wait until we're back at the dorm. Thinking about what they had been doing all night, Jiang Shuiwei blushed. All right, I'll listen to you. Host baby. As soon as the system started speaking, Jiang He covered her chest and interrupted. Wait, don't call me baby just yet. It makes me a bit nauseous. The system responded with a hint of grievance. Oh, the labor time for the host begins now, and the system will supervise you. Only by meeting the labor quota can you earn rewards. Come on, host, I believe you can do it. This means you can't be lazy at all. Jiang He stretches a bit and starts harvesting corn with Li Ting, beginning with the corn at the edge. She grabs a few stalks of corn, swings the sickle, and with a gentle pull, the stalks are cut down. She piles the harvested stalks to the side and continues to the next batch. Before long, her pile of corn stalks has turned into a small hill. Li Ting looks at her with admiration. Jiang He, you harvest corn so quickly, it's amazing. She is from the city and has never done farm work before. She doesn't even know how to use a sickle, making it very difficult for her to harvest corn, unlike Jiang He, who seems so effortless. Jiang He keeps moving her hands and replies with a smile. I'm from a rural area. I'm used to this kind of work. In fact, Jiang He's farming skills were honed in another world. Back in the day, she was assigned to a farming story where she managed a farm. At first, she knew nothing about farming, but gradually, she became skilled. On the other side, Grandpa Wang moves through the cornfield, supervising everyone. When he sees someone struggling with the sickle, he teaches them hands-on. Hey, why are you so clumsy? Angle the blade towards the corn stalk, apply force downwards, and be quick. No. The blade is too high. There's corn below. Who do you think will eat that? I've taught you so many times. Why can't you learn? Are you using a pig's brain? Jiang Shuiwei's face turns red from the scolding. She has been pampered since childhood and can't handle such rough work. She wants to ask Xia Huaifeng for help, but is constantly watched by Grandpa Wang, unable to make any small moves. Seeing Jiang Shuiwei struggling, Li Ting looks down, smirking secretly. It's said that Grandpa Wang is the father of a leader in the base and has decades of farming experience. He doesn't want to sit idle at home and insists on coming to guard the cornfield. Jiang Shuiwei, who is usually so proud, becomes timid in front of Grandpa Wang, not even daring to speak loudly. Jiang He nods thoughtfully, realizing why Grandpa Wang has such a strong presence. When he sees that Jiang Shuiwa has finally made some progress, he moves on to inspect other areas. After checking dozens of people, his expression remains stern until he passes the area overseen by Jiang He, where he finally shows a satisfied smile. Special commendation for Comrade Jiang. The amount of corn she harvested alone is more than the total of 3 people combined. Everyone should learn from Comrade Jiang. Just then, a woman's furious shout comes from the other end of the cornfield. Xiao Huifeng, why did you carry her? How could you flirt with another woman behind my back? Chapter 26. Unlocking the flashlight and hot water bottle. While Grandpa Wang is instructing Jiang Shuiwa, a woman next to them seizes the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xiao Huifeng. Huifeng, you handle the sickles so well. Could you teach me? Xiao Huifeng enjoys the adoring looks from others, and a little flattery makes him feel elated. Without hesitation, he responds, sure. Everyone around was busy with their own tasks, paying no attention to others, and didn't notice the couple getting closer. Xiao Huifeng, eager to teach, was earnestly showing a woman how to use a sickle. Let me demonstrate for you. It's quite simple. But Song Lin had other thoughts. She nodded in agreement while her eyes wandered off elsewhere. All right, since you understand, you can try it yourself. Just as Xiao Huifeng was about to leave, Song Lin suddenly stumbled and leaned against his chest. He didn't move away and embraced her tightly, clearly feeling the waves of movement pressed against his chest. Looking down, the view was overwhelming, giving him a significant visual impact. Song Lin raised her face and smiled apologetically at him. I'm sorry, my right leg just cramped up suddenly. Could you please not push me away and let me lean on you for a moment? Xiao Huifeng smirked, but before he could respond, Jiang Shuiwa came over. Seeing the two of them tightly embraced, the anxiety that had built up over the days erupted in an instant. Jiang Shuiwa shouted without regard for her image, resembling a furious woman cursing in the streets. It was the first time Xiao Huifeng saw her like this. He was surprised for a couple of seconds before explaining. Yeah, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Jiang Shuiwa wasn't listening to any words now, pointing at their intertwined hands. What have I misunderstood? You're still holding her. Song Lin suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise and voluntarily stepped out of the man's embrace, stumbling slightly. Shuiwa, you really misunderstood. We didn't do anything. I was uncomfortable, which is why Huifeng helped me. Jiang Shuiwa saw through her little act. These tricks were the remnants of what she used to play. What are you pretending for? You're doing this on purpose, trying to seduce Brother Huifeng while I'm not around. Dream on, Brother Huifeng wouldn't like you. Song Lin sighed weakly. Since you don't believe me, then let it be my fault. Please don't blame Huifeng. Shameless little hussy, green tea bitch. Jiang Shuiwa cursed in her heart, glaring at the man beside her with red eyes. Brother Huifeng, do you believe me or her? This aggressive demeanor felt very unfamiliar to Xiao Huifeng. His brows furrowed tightly. Yeah, stop making a scene. He didn't know when his fiancée had suddenly become so suspicious, even doubting him and Jiang He in the past, and now she was questioning him like a madwoman. This left him feeling quite exhausted. One sentence completely drove Jiang Shuiwa crazy. She pointed at Song Lin's nose and started cursing. You shameless hussy, seducing someone else's man. Grandpa Wang hurried over at lightning speed to the chaotic scene. Shut up. Do you all think I'm dead? His voice was deafening and piercing. Jiang Shuiwa was startled into silence, her anger momentarily forgotten. She realized they were in a cornfield. Grandpa Wang stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp, eagle-like gaze sweeping over their faces. You 3, stay after 8 o'clock. You can leave only when the cornfield is finished harvesting. Over 100 people were working tirelessly, without taking a moment's rest, but they still couldn't finish harvesting all the corn within 3 hours. The remaining corn would be supervised by Grandpa Wang along with 3 others, who would work through the night to get it all collected. Ding. Host, you are amazing. You've exceeded the workload, confetti, given how diligent you are. The reward for this task has increased, and you can unlock 2 daily necessities. After bidding farewell to Jiang He and Li Ting, she returned to the van. After taking a shower, she touched her flattened stomach and decided to have a hearty late-night snack. The stock had mostly sold out during the day, and with the help of ice packs, today's sales exceeded 100,000, totaling 116,810 points. The account balance was 192,480 points. At this rate, the supermarket's cumulative sales would reach 300,000 tomorrow. Jiang He was quite curious about what the auxiliary purchasing tools would be to prepare for her lavish late-night snack. After unlocking the 2 daily necessities, she specifically went to the virtual supermarket to stock up. The new daily necessities were a flashlight and a hot water bag. Don't ask Jiang He why she would unlock a hot water bag in the summer. It was simply the 2 options the system provided her. The flashlight cost 50 points each, while the hot water bag was 100 points. Jiang He examined the flashlight, which was entirely black, battery-operated, of moderate size, durable, and shock-resistant, with a quality that was unquestionable, boasting a battery life of up to 60 hours. This meant that if she bought this flashlight and used it for an hour a day without wasting it, it would last her 2 months, making it a great value. The hot water bag came in 2 colors, pastel pink and bean green, with a small size of 550 milliliters and a large size of 1,100 milliliters. keeping warm for 24 hours, and reusable, which was quite a bargain at 100 points. Jiang He was now so skilled at stocking up that it felt as easy as eating. The purchasing time was only 7 minutes. She mainly focused on food, picking up some daily necessities as well. She took 30 rolls of toilet paper, 50 packs of sanitary pads due to higher demand, 10 flashlights, and 5 hot water bags. In her small room, there was a little table that was just right for one person, though it felt a bit cramped for two. The lavish late-night snack filled the entire table: chicken leg bento, marinated dishes, tiger skin chicken feet, chocolate, beef jerky, purple sweet potato taro cakes, and orange juice. A large piece of chicken breast and a bowl of clean water were placed in front of her cat. The two of them enjoyed a feast in the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuiyue and Xia Huifeng were having a tough time. They barely ate anything, their stomachs empty. Yet they had endless work to do. Even the production team's donkey wasn't this tired. Grandpa Wang held a steel fork in one hand and waved a fan with the other, glaring at the three of them. Hurry up. Don't even think about slacking off. The next day, Jiang He woke up a bit late. By the time she opened her eyes, it was almost 11 o'clock. Usually, at this time, there would be a crowd outside the van. Jiang He opened the door, ready to start the business, but there wasn't a single person in sight. The temperature had risen again today, and the sunlight felt like countless sharp little knives. Once a person stepped outside a building, their skin would burn in less than a minute. Inside the base, all the residents were huddled in their dormitories, afraid to step outside, even a little. Even those like Qin Song, who originally had outdoor tasks, could only stay indoors for now, waiting for the temperature to drop before going out to complete their assignments. Chapter 27. Delivery to your door. The system gently reminded. Dear host, the supermarket must operate at least once a day. If the number of operations does not meet the standard, there will be a penalty. Jiang He followed up with a question. What kind of penalty? All your points will be deducted and returned to me. Initially feeling a bit lazy, Jiang He now had only one thought in mind: to get to work. The tens of thousands of points she had painstakingly accumulated must not be given up easily to the system. Full of determination, Jiang He thought that as customers couldn't go out due to the weather, she could deliver goods directly to their doors. Choosing a dormitory building at random, Jiang He parked her vehicle downstairs and raised a loudspeaker. Hello, is anyone in the building? In the unusually sweltering heat, even indoors, people felt lethargic, lying limp on their beds. Even without moving, they were sweating profusely, making the beds sticky and uncomfortable. The dormitory building was lifeless and devoid of energy. Hearing the voice from downstairs, Chao Tianshun suddenly perked up, sitting up in bed. Living on the second floor, he stood by the window and saw the pink delivery van. Boss Jiang, it's really you. We're here. Voices began to come from the building, where nearly 200 residents lived in the 12-story dormitory. The villagers who had moved from Sheep Village were mostly arranged in this building. Does anyone want to buy something? I have cooling patches, just 20 points each. And they can keep you cool for 3 hours. Just shout out your door number, and I'll deliver them to you. The cooling patches were part of today's sales task, with a total of 500 available. Although their cooling effect wasn't as good as ice packs, the price was lower, considering the customer's physical condition. Delivering right to their doors was a thoughtful and conscientious service. Chao Tianshun lived alone, and next door were the couple Chao Songshan and Zhu Yuxia. They quickly reported their door number. Boss Jiang, we want 30 cooling patches and 3 bottles of chilled cola. Soon, others followed. Boss Jiang, I live in room 302 on the 3rd floor. I need 5 cooling patches, 1 bottle of Sprite, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 3 loaves of bread. Room 108 wants 10 cooling patches, 1 bottle of cola, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 20 bags of bear biscuits. After recording the requests from 10 customers, Jiang He immediately called for a pause. I'll deliver to these 10 households first. Others, please don't rush. Report your door numbers later. The first delivery was to the family of Chao Songshan. The 3 of them were drenched, as if they had just come out of the water. Boss Jiang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you telling us about the volcanic eruption, we might have already lost our lives. They had heard about the eruption the day after moving to the Nanyang base, with nearby land filled with bubbling hot lava. If they were still living there, they wouldn't have time to escape and would just be burned to ashes by the high temperatures. Jiang He lifted a bag, saying, your items are all here. Please pay some points first. After Chao Tianshun finished using his points, he quickly opened a cooling patch and placed it on his forehead. The next moment, he exhaled deeply. It felt much better. Just moments ago, it was so hot that he could barely breathe. Now he could finally breathe smoothly and felt his body temperature gradually returning to normal. After expressing his gratitude, Chao Songshan eagerly applied a cooling patch as well. Hurry up and put one on. It's really comfortable. It instantly makes you feel more awake. Zhu Yuxia checked and immediately felt a bit regretful. They had bought too few cooling patches. Who knows when this extreme heat would pass? They needed to stock up a bit more. At least enough to make things more bearable. Zhu Yuxia shyly asked, Boss Jiang, can we buy 30 more cooling patches? Jiang He glanced at the record and replied, you still have 9 households behind you. Once I finish delivering to them, I'll give you more cooling patches. Great, thank you, Boss Jiang. After drinking a couple of sips of iced cola, Chao Tianshun felt revitalized. There was no way the dormitory building had an elevator. So Jiang He made her way up the stairs, with the last household on the 8th floor. She knocked on door 808. Hello, I'm from Shuang Supermarket. The items you ordered have arrived. Please open the door. She heard faint footsteps approaching the door, and soon after, a gaunt woman appeared. She reached out to take the food from Jiang He's bag. Jiang He took a half step back and reminded her, "Where's your points card? You need to swipe it before I can give you the items." As soon as she finished speaking, a man's irritable voice came from inside the room. "Li Yanfeng, does it take you this long to get some water? Want to make me die of thirst?" Jiang He frowned slightly and pushed the door open fully, revealing a middle-aged man sprawled across the bed in the middle of the room. "You ordered 10 cooling patches, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 5 loaves of bread, totaling 800 points." There was a moment of silence in the room. The man struggled to sit up and impatiently glanced at the woman at the door. "Where's the points card?" Li Yanfeng, clutching her drenched shirt hem, didn't dare to meet the man's gaze. "It's not with me. Not with you. Did you lose it?" The man's temper flared as he grabbed a slipper and swung it towards the woman's face. The slaps grew louder, clearly indicating the force behind them. Li Yanfeng's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, yet she stood there, allowing the man to hit her without daring to resist. If she resisted now, once the door closed, she would only face worse consequences. Jiang He felt very uncomfortable witnessing this scene. As a woman, she sympathized with the woman. But she wasn't a savior, compelled to help everyone in pain. Jiang He always remembered that she came to this world to do business, not charity. "Do you still want these items, or not? If not, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, the man quickly stopped hitting and flashed an ingratiating smile at Jiang He. "Boss Jiang, our points card might have been lost by this worthless woman. Can we have a credit first? Once I find my points card, I will definitely make up for the points." Jiang He sneered, understanding the intentions of this domestic violence man. He wants to eat for free. But let's see if you have that luck. At Don's Supermarket, the profit margins are thin, and credit is not available. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Boss Jiang, you have so many supplies in your car, you won't miss this little bit. Just make an exception this once, and we absolutely won't tell anyone else." After saying this, he kicked the woman beside him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down. Beg Boss Jiang to lend us the goods." Li Yanfeng had been hit so many times that her ears were buzzing, and she couldn't hear what the man was saying clearly. Her calves were numb from the kick, and she couldn't move. "Are you dumb or something?" Seeing that the man was about to hit her again, Jiang He lost patience completely and coldly interrupted him. "Why aren't you kneeling?" The man was taken aback for a moment, then smirked, his gaze intense. "Boss Jiang, if I kneel, can you give me the goods?" Chapter 28 Dormitory Check-in. The commotion caused by 808 was clearly heard by several nearby households. In this building, many people didn't have even 1 point and could only survive on the meager supplies from the base. They perked up their ears. If kneeling could get them food, then they could do that too. Jiang He crossed her arms, her eyes calm and steady, staring directly at him. "Why don't you try kneeling first?" Chen Tianpeng observed her expression but couldn't read anything. In the 6 months since the apocalypse, he had begged on his knees numerous times but had never knelt before a young girl. He knew Jiang He was the owner of Don's Supermarket. But she didn't seem special. She was thin and small, looking fragile, like a little animal he could easily crush. To kneel, or not to kneel? Chen Tianpeng hesitated for half a minute. When Jiang He said she was leaving again, the man gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and straightened up to kneel on the ground. Jiang He's lips curled slightly, her tone ambiguous. "Since you're already kneeling, why not bow your head?" Chen Tianpeng pressed his tongue against his back teeth, suppressing his anger, supported himself with his hands, bent down, and touched his forehead to the concrete floor. In less than 2 seconds, he raised his head. "Is that enough?" Jiang He didn't look at him, glancing at her nails, which seemed a bit long. She would need to trim them when she got back. After a while, she casually replied, "It seems like I didn't hear any sound." If the bowing doesn't make a sound, how can it show sincerity? Chen Tianpeng's face turned from green to pale, but for the sake of food, he still obeyed Jiang He's words and banged his head against the ground with a thud. Before he could get back up, he heard the girl's light voice. "Not enough." Chen Tianpeng slammed his head against the ground again, the sound clearly louder this time. Still not enough. After banging his head 10 times, Chen Tianpeng's forehead had broken skin, blood flowing. Seeing Jiang He lazily standing there, the man finally realized what was happening. "You're playing me on purpose, aren't you?" This bowing game was not fun at all. Jiang He thought it would be boring for a long time. Unexpectedly, the more he hit his head, the clearer his mind became, and he figured it out so quickly. Jiang He shrugged, looking completely innocent. "I'm not some wish-granting turtle. Whatever you want, I'll give you." After enduring so much humiliation, even getting a cut on his head, he still gained nothing. Chen Tianpeng, filled with rage, quickly stood up, raising his big hands in the air, wanting to tear her apart immediately. "You filthy woman." Beep, detected an attack on the host. "Do you want to choose punishment?" Seeing the man charging at her, Jiang He remained standing still, showing no intention of dodging. Even if she chose not to punish, outside attacks had no effect on her. "Let's go with an electric shock this time, but not too strong." "Okay, punishment executed." Chen Tianpeng suddenly shook violently, strong currents coursing through his body. as if countless needles were stabbing him at once. Every cell felt like it was tearing apart, and his head felt like it was going to explode, making him feel unbearable pain. In less than 10 seconds, he lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Li Yanfang was quite frightened, trembling as she reached to check the man's breath. Jiang He immediately spoke up, "Don't worry, he's still alive. This level of pain won't take his life. But he's a vegetable now, a living corpse. A paralyzed person in this apocalyptic environment is just waiting to die. Unless someone is willing to take care of him, feeding him and handling his needs, he might last a bit longer." Jiang He didn't know how Li Yanfang would treat him, and that wasn't her concern. She still had business to do. In situations like today, having a storage space would be much more convenient, allowing her to take items directly from the space for trading. Running back and forth like this was a waste of time, making her feel like a supermarket mover. The system, sensing her thoughts, immediately explained, "You will have a storage space, host. Work hard to earn points, and it will be available when the supermarket upgrades." With the system's advance notice, Jiang He felt a bit better. In the extreme heat, the cooling patches could really save lives. Anyone with more than 20 points in their card would seek out Jiang He to buy a cooling patch. After delivering to this dormitory building, there were still plenty of goods left in the supermarket, but there were fewer than 50 cooling patches remaining. Jiang He started the van, planning to move to another location to continue her business. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding dong, the sign-in task has refreshed. Go to the male dormitory at the Nanyang military base to sign in and shout the corresponding slogan. Completing the task will grant you 5 minutes of restocking time." Jiang He was taken aback. Sign in at the male dormitory? Isn't that inappropriate? The system ruthlessly exposed her thoughts. "Host, your expression says otherwise." Jiang He pressed down her rising smile. After all, it was the military dormitory, lined with tall and handsome soldiers. Just thinking about it was pleasing to her. Cough. "Let's go." The military dormitory was quite far from the civilian dormitory, and the little van took almost half an hour to arrive. Comparing the two buildings, the difference was quite significant. The military dormitory building looks relatively new, with single and double rooms that provide ample space, unlike the cramped and dimly lit accommodations in civilian areas. Yesterday, Chunling couldn't find an ice pack, and now he's wandering around in the heat looking for one. "Captain, open the door. I'm melting here." Inside the room, Qin Song sits quietly on the bed, holding an ice pack tightly in his right hand. The noise outside is distracting, and after 2 minutes of trying to focus, Qin Song finally lets Chunling in. As soon as he enters, Chunling presses his face against the ice pack, inadvertently touching Qin Song's hand. This awkward position might make an outsider think they are up to something. Qin Song, feeling bothered, releases his grip and hands the ice pack over. "Take it quickly, return it to me in an hour." The ice pack can keep cool for 24 hours. But after a night, it only has about 2 hours left. Chunling is so moved, he nearly tears up. "Captain, you're the best to me. Actually, we can share it. You hold one end, and I'll hold the other." Qin Song gives him a look that suggests he should figure it out himself. Just as Chunling wants to say more, he catches sight of a pink object moving quickly outside the window. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes it immediately. "Hey, isn't that Boss Zhang's princess car? How did it end up here?" Hearing this, Qin Song looks out the window and sees a pink van driving on the road in front of the dormitory. When it reaches the bottom of the building, the vehicle stops. "Ding, you have arrived at the sign-in location. Host, quickly shout the slogan." Jiang He has thickened her skin after years of training, but when she receives the words from the system, she still feels a moment of nervousness. Chapter 29. Who is the scumbag? The system automatically activates the car's loudspeaker. Jiang He coughs, and her voice carries throughout the entire building. "Host, as long as you're not embarrassed, the embarrassing one is the others. Go for it, you're the best." Jiang He closes her eyes, maintains a smile, and reads out the sign-in slogan. "You were the one who wanted to break up. If we're breaking up, then let's break up." Her clear voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, reaches Qin Song's room. With that simple line, Chunling thinks of various melodramatic love stories. He glances at Qin Song and speculates, is Boss Zhang heartbroken and here to settle scores with a scumbag? With conditions like Boss Zhang's, good looks, owning a supermarket, and countless resources, who would dare to break up with her? That's just too ungrateful. Chunling thinks to himself, if I find out who hurt Boss Zhang, I will definitely condemn him. He insists on dragging Qin Song along. "Captain, you have to come with me to condemn him." Qin Song looks at him as if he were foolish. "Can't you tell this is a song?" Downstairs, Jiang He's voice continues. "You sold my love. You owe a debt of conscience." Chunling suddenly stands up in excitement. "What the heck? That guy dumped Boss Jiang and is playing both sides. Who has the guts to do that? I want to see him." Chunling continued to listen, wanting to see if there would be specific information about the scumbag. In this building, there was no one he didn't know. As long as there was a hint of information, he could guess who it was. "Love isn't something you can buy whenever you want," Chunling mumbled, and as he recited, he suddenly found it quite catchy. "Hey, Captain, don't you think this phrase sounds a bit familiar?" Qin Song, expressionless, finally finishing the line. Jiang He almost started singing, but then she thought better of it. Not everyone was lucky enough to hear her singing voice. System, smiley face. Yes, every time the host starts singing, the only one suffering is me. Jiang He's voice suddenly became cheerful. You can't buy love, but we have cooling patches at Dawn Supermarket to chill your heart. Also, there are boxed meals. Marinated beef jerky, ham, marinated eggs, taro cakes, bread, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, orange juice, Sprite, and toilet paper, all of which can be delivered to your door. Ling was still waiting for more information when he was caught off guard by the supermarket advertisement. The words cooling patches instantly lit up his eyes. Bro, Songgu, please lend me some points. Ling nearly knelt down. He and T slept well last night due to the heat and had drunk 4 bottles of ice-cold cola, which led to a morning of discomfort. Without the cooling pads, he would have been completely dazed from the heat by now. Song ignored him and walked straight to the window, shouting outside. Room 301. I need 10 cooling patches, 1 boxed meal, and 1 flashlight. Okay, coming right up. Just like before, the residents in the dormitory ordered, and Jiang He went to deliver to each unit. For the higher floors, she knocked on each door asking if anyone needed to buy something. When she reached the 3rd floor, just as Jiang He raised her hand, the door was opened. Inside, 2 men were shirtless, wearing only shorts that reached their thighs. Their muscular physiques were fully exposed, tall and lean, with broad shoulders and narrow waists. Their arms and abdominal muscles were taut, perfectly fit, and they had a smooth, flowing physique that exuded vitality. This scene was a bit overwhelming. Jiang He remained calm and composed, handing over the items. That'll be 550 points. Song took out his points card and placed it on the black box. Ding. Balance credited. 550 points. Ling placed the cooling patch on his neck and then, with a gossiping look, asked, Boss Jiang, who exactly was your ex from our building? Were you planning to settle scores with him or get back together? As he spoke, he waved his hand. I'm not trying to meddle, but since he betrayed you, he's just a scumbag. Why bother picking up the trash again? Isn't it better to find someone who truly cares for you? Jiang He was filled with question marks. What are you talking about? Buying and selling love. Haven't you heard of that? Like a fool, you're imagining a tragic love story where I get abandoned by a man. What are you thinking? Someone like me doesn't need to find a partner. One person and a system can handle everything. Ling scratched his head, suddenly widening his eyes. He finally remembered that this was a song that had been very popular over a decade ago. No wonder it was so catchy. Haha, misunderstanding, Boss Jiang. Please don't mind. He almost introduced their captain just now, but thankfully he didn't say it out loud. The military dormitory is filled with people who have points. And within an hour, they cleared out the supermarket stock. When delivering goods, he could still chat with people, but now there was no one outside. And Jiang He could only stay in her room out of boredom. Lunch was laid out on the table again, and the hot weather didn't affect her. Her appetite was still great. Sang Biao was a greedy cat. After finishing the chicken breast, he would sit by the table, staring at Jiang He with his round eyes, not blinking at all. This made Jiang He feel a bit embarrassed to eat alone. Every time she had something, she would share a little with him. The system had checked Sang Biao's body, and he could eat human food as long as it wasn't in excess, which wouldn't have any effect. Like Jiang He, Sang Biao loved to eat the crispy chicken feet, probably because they were so fragrant. They were soft and tender, requiring almost no effort to bite into. Jiang He saved 5 pieces of crispy chicken feet for herself, giving 1 to Sang Biao, leaving the rest for herself. Eating only snacks felt a bit too dry. System, I want a TV. Snacks are better paired with a drama. The system politely declined. Host, after the supermarket upgrade, the room will have facilities like computers and projectors. Another way for an upgrade. System, don't think I don't know you have a lot of dramas and movies in stock that were copied from the small worlds I visited before. You secretly watch TV while I sleep. How did Jiang He find out? One night, the system turned on the drama and forgot to mute the sound. And she heard it clearly. It was a large-scale palace drama set in the Qing dynasty. Jiang He had watched it no less than 20 times, just hearing the opening. She knew which episode it was. Such a good thing, hiding it to watch by itself. System, doesn't your conscience hurt? Caught off guard. The system felt a bit guilty. That's the system's built-in light screen, which consumes a lot of energy. If the energy runs out, I have to spend a lot of points to recharge it. So, I can't be considered as watching secretly. As it spoke, its voice got quieter. Jiang He smiled, firmly grasping the system's weakness. How about this? You let me watch TV, and I'll pay you points, letting you earn extra money. How about that? Chapter 30. Restocking assistance tools. The system hesitated. There shouldn't be any tricks in this, right? Sensing the system's suspicion, Jiang He's smile gradually faded. Could they still get along amicably? Was she the kind of host who would trick the system? Host, how much can you offer? Jiang He held up 5 fingers, 500 points for 1 hour. The system calculated. Its light screen could be used for a month on full energy, which meant it would profit. Although it wasn't much, every little bit counts. Deal. I want to watch that palace drama. Directly switch to the episode with the blood test for parentage. The system excitedly answered. I know, it's episode 63. There was a white wall in the room, and the system directly projected the drama onto it. As the familiar music played, Jiang He suddenly felt that the snacks on the table were insufficient. This episode was just too engaging. The video paused, and she thought, I need to restock. Alright, completing the sign-in task and the sale of cooling patches. Jiang He earned 10 minutes of restocking time. Host, the supermarket's cumulative revenue has exceeded 300,000 points. You now have an additional 5 minutes for restocking. The restocking assistant tool is in the virtual supermarket, and it's effective for 10 minutes. Hurry up and collect it. A flash of white light. And Jiang He arrived at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. A large pink ball completely blocked the entrance. Jiang He pointed at the ball, her face full of confusion. Is this the assistant tool? What can a nearly 2-meter-high ball do? Even a basket would be fine. It could hold as much as possible. I'm not a dung beetle pushing a ball around. Ahem. Host, I apologize for the minor error. The assistant tool was delivered but forgot to be powered on. You need to turn it on yourself. Jiang He walked to the ball and saw a glowing button, then extended her finger to press it. With a click and a whir, in less than 5 seconds, the ball successfully transformed into a pink robot, standing 1.9 meters tall. Hello, master. I am the robot Xiao Bao, and I am pleased to serve you. Jiang He had to look up at it, straining her neck. Xiao Bao certainly didn't seem small at all. Hello, have you restocked before? Do you know how to operate? Xiao Bao mechanically nodded. Master, I have a strong learning ability and will learn quickly. So you don't know how? It's okay. It's very simple. Just follow my lead. Jiang He just wanted to finish restocking quickly so she could return to her snacks and the drama. 15 minutes. Countdown begins. With the system's voice echoing, Jiang He dashed into the virtual supermarket at a sprinting speed. The robot Xiao Bao followed closely behind. Seeing Jiang He open her arms, it did the same. Then, it brought its hands together. Jiang He grabbed dozens of bottles of mineral water and dashed towards the shopping cart near the entrance, tossing them all in. Turning back, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. The tall figure of 1.9 meters made a difference. With that, Xiao Bao snatched nearly 50 packs of instant noodles in one go. Jiang He could only carry a maximum of 8 packs at once. This assistant tool was incredible. Xiao Bao was equivalent to 5 of her, clearing the shelves in one sweep. The empty shelves would automatically restock, so there was hardly any waiting in between. Xiao Bao, go get the tiger skin chicken feet. Jiang He began directing it. Okay, master. Xiao Bao walked straight to the shelf where the chicken feet were located, extending its long arm and instantly grabbing 200 pieces. While Jiang He battled in the virtual supermarket, Jiang Shuiyue and Xia Huifeng were sweltering in their dormitory. In the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Huifeng had collected a lot of supplies in his space, enough for him and Jiang Shuiyue to eat well for several years. But he hadn't stocked up on anything to cool down. After spending all night harvesting corn yesterday, the two were so exhausted they didn't even have the strength to talk and collapsed into bed as soon as they returned to the dorm. After Xia Huifeng woke up, he sensed something was wrong. The temperature had risen again today. He hurriedly woke Jiang Shuiyue to prevent her from overheating in her sleep. Jiang Shuiyue was deeply touched, tears streaming down her face. Brother Huifeng, I knew you still care about me and love me. It was my fault yesterday. Jealousy clouded my mind, and I said those things. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Xia Huifeng gently stroked her hair, appreciating how obedient and charming his fiancée was. Yeah, I'm not mad at you. Just promise me you won't casually doubt me and other women in the future. Don't you understand my feelings for you? Jiang Shuiyue nestled against him, her eyes filled with affection. Brother Huifeng, I'll listen to you. After hugging for less than half a minute, they could no longer bear the heat and instinctively let go. Xia Huifeng had stored a lot of water in his space. He had previously experimented and confirmed that time was stagnant in the space. Items placed inside wouldn't spoil. Now, the only way to cool down was with water from the space. However, water was precious, and he hesitated to use it. Seeing his reluctance, Jiang Shuiyue bit her lip and said, Brother Huifeng, go ahead and use the water to cool down. I'm fine. I can endure it. Really? The man looked pained. Jiang Shuiyue nodded firmly. Brother Huifeng, water is too precious. You should use it. Xia Huifeng had his own selfish reasons. Sharing the water would hurt him financially. But if he used it alone, he could accept it completely. Without further hesitation, he took out a large plastic bucket from the space and filled it with water. The water temperature was normal, but in extreme heat, the water just taken out from the space felt almost like ice water. Xia Huifeng stepped into the bucket, squatting down to immerse himself in the water, instantly isolating the heat and feeling completely refreshed. Water overflowed and spilled onto the floor, forming small streams that quickly evaporated. Meanwhile, Li Ting, who lived downstairs, frowned. Was it her imagination, or did she hear the sound of water? It must be her imagination. Who in their building had such good conditions to let water pour directly onto the floor? After waiting a moment, she indeed didn't hear the water sound again. Li Ting leaned against a wall. Though it didn't help much, it was better than nothing. She silently prayed to endure the extreme heat. Once the weather improved, she would definitely look for something to exchange for points. She wanted to drink iced soda, eat ice cream, and have a taste of rice from the virtual supermarket. With Xiao Bao's help, Jiang He was happily moving things around, smiling from ear to ear. She could already imagine the wonderful sales figures the supermarket would reach the next day. Suddenly, the tall pink figure stood still. Jiang He walked over and poked its armpit. Xiao Bao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Without you, how can the supermarket survive? System. Host, Xiao Bao is not dead. It can only help you restock for 10 minutes. After that, it temporarily goes into sleep mode. Chapter 31. Joyful Place. Her purchasing partner had only stayed with her for 10 minutes before leaving. What a pity. Host, Xiao Bao won't leave. As long as you complete the corresponding tasks in the future, you will have the chance to activate it again. There are only 4 minutes and 21 seconds left for shopping, so please make good use of your time and continue. Right, Xiao Bao is gone. But she is still in the virtual supermarket. Jiang He quickly gathered her spirits. She couldn't waste a single second and aimed to clear all the products off the shelves. This time, the volume of goods purchased broke the previous record. The shelves of the supermarket couldn't hold everything, and the excess was stored in the shopping cart. When the items on the shelves were bought by customers, the system would replenish them from the cart. Seeing the host reappear, Sang Biao immediately rushed over, meowing incessantly as if it sensed she had something good with her. Jiang He patted its little head, saying, "All right, today I'll give you 2 chicken feet. But you can't make noise while I watch TV later, okay?" Sang Biao grabbed the chicken foot and nimbly jumped into its cardboard box that served as a cat bed. On the small table were various snacks, marinated dishes, beef jerky, chocolate, marinated eggs, ham sausages, purple sweet potato cakes, orange juice, and countless chicken feet. As the music played, the show began. Jiang He focused on the TV screen, casually grabbing a pack of beef jerky to munch on, each piece very chewy. From the afternoon until evening, she demolished all the snacks on the table, filling her stomach so much that she skipped dinner. After turning off the drama, the system quietly reminded her, "Host, you watched for 6 hours, totaling 3,000 points." Jiang He nodded, indicating she understood. "Yeah, go ahead and deduct it." The system was overjoyed. The little treasury suddenly received 3,000 points, making it so happy that it almost forgot itself and accidentally revealed its true thoughts. "I didn't expect the host to keep her word this time." Jiang He, the host, covered her heart, appearing deeply hurt. "So, you actually think of me this way?" Her heart ached, so much that she felt like crying. The system froze, realizing it had forgotten to mute itself again. "Host, Jiang He sighed dramatically. "I will never love again." Oh no, what if the host got mad at it? The system racked its brain and could only think of one way to make amends. Reluctantly, it spoke. "Host, I'm sorry, I wronged you. To make up for my mistake, I'm willing to give you back the 3,000 points. Consider it my treat for watching TV just now, okay?" Jiang He immediately returned to normal, fearing that if she took too long to respond, it would regret its offer. "Sure, no problem, transfer the money now." The system felt it was losing out. But after watching TV all afternoon, it felt somewhat justified. Even as the sky darkened, the temperature outside didn't drop much. The higher-ups at the base were quite relieved that the crops had been harvested early. Had they delayed even a day, the grains would have rotted in the fields. Under the extreme heat, the entire base was almost in a state of paralysis. Residents are unable to leave the dormitory, and the senior leaders are also suffering. Very few have the privilege of using air conditioning. A villa in a military district is the only place of joy within the base. Even from 10 meters away, you can hear the laughter of men and women inside. The villa is brightly lit, with the central air conditioning running all day, making the indoor temperature very comfortable. Staying here, one can hardly imagine that it is actually the end of the world. The living room resembles a dance floor in a bar, with a dozen women in bikinis dancing wildly to the upbeat music. In the center, a slender man in a white shirt and black trousers, wearing gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, appears completely at ease, ignoring the surrounding environment. The women eye him like wolves, and one bold woman wraps her arms around his neck. "Zhou Xiao, you're so bad. While everyone else is suffering, you're calling so many sisters over to party." Zhou Yinze pinches the woman's chin and exhales a puff of smoke towards her face. "Aren't you happy?" "Happy. It's so comfortable here, not hot at all." The woman blinks flirtatiously, adding, "If Zhou Xiao could come to my room tonight, I'd be even happier." Zhou Yinze smiles slightly, but his eyes reveal little emotion as he caresses her cheek. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish and find you later." After playing for a while longer and finding it uninteresting, Zhou Yinze takes a glass of red wine and returns to the sofa. A man approaches with a teasing grin. "Zhou Xiao, with so many beautiful girls, are you already bored?" Zhou Yinze takes a sip of his drink without replying. He enjoys all thrilling experiences, and playing with women is one of them. Over time, he finds it dull. Those women who cling to him either fear him or try to please him. None of them ignite his desire to conquer. It's too boring. The man continues, "There's something interesting happening at our base. I don't know if you've heard, Zhou Xiao. A mysterious woman has opened a supermarket within the base, selling water and food. As long as you have gold or silver treasures, you can exchange them for supplies, and the items there have been snatched up by the civilians." Zhou Yinze raises an eyebrow. He was negotiating a batch of arms a few days ago and really didn't know about this. "Sounds interesting. I'll check it out another day." The revelry in the villa continues until late into the night. The next day, the temperature rises instead of falling, even hotter than yesterday. Although Jiang He cannot feel the high temperature, she can see the road emitting waves of heat, distorting the surrounding scenery. Driving along the road feels like a blur. This morning, 2 tasks refreshed on her task list. Task 1. Sell 30 cooling mats that can keep items cold for 24 hours, priced at 400 points. Reward, 3 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Collect 3 failed mutated small animals. Reward, 3 minutes of restocking time and unlock a magical creature. The sign-in task does not refresh every day, and today there is none. After receiving a large batch of goods yesterday, Jiang He drives her pink van to the dormitory area to begin her business early in the morning. A night passed, and some residents with weaker constitutions, lacking any cooling devices, silently perished in the sweltering heat. The bodies quickly began to decompose, with a foul odor seeping through the cracks of the doors, spreading throughout the entire hallway. The smell alerted others to the passing of their companions, making the extreme heat even more unbearable. This morning, Wang Hongba discovered that both his elderly father and mother had died in their room from the heat. He covered his face, wanting to cry in pain, but no tears would come. His 2 children, the elder being 7 and the younger only 5, looked blankly at their lifeless grandparents lying on the bed, tears streaming down their faces as they cried, gasping for breath. Chapter 32. The cooling mat. The weather was already suffocatingly hot, and with the children crying, Wang Hongba feared they might suffocate. He quickly went over to comfort them, saying, "Duo duo, tong tong, listen to daddy, stop crying. Save your energy. And in a little while, I will give you some water, and you will feel better." The children obediently quieted down, sniffling. Tong Tong looked up with her small face and weakly asked, "Daddy, will we be like Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow, sleeping and not waking up? I don't want to not see you or my brother." Wang Hongba felt a pang in his nose and his eyes reddened, but he held back his tears. He couldn't believe that despite being fortunate enough to find the Dawn supermarket and Boss Jiang stocking up on supplies, his elderly parents still didn't live long. "Tong Tong, don't think about that too much. It will cool down soon. We just need to hold on a little longer." He had no way of predicting the future, but this was the only way he could comfort himself and his 2 children. "Daddy, I'm so hot, and my head is spinning." Duo's lips were pale, her breathing heavy, and tears formed at the corners of her eyes. "Daddy, I can't hold on any longer." This symptom clearly indicated heat stroke, and if not alleviated soon, it could worsen into heat illness, endangering their lives. Wang Hongba quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the cabinet and gave it to the children. In such high temperatures, even the water was warm. After taking a big gulp, it didn't help much. The kids understood the situation, refraining from crying or making a fuss, enduring the discomfort. If it continued like this, losing both children would strip Wang Hongba of any motivation to live. Perhaps, in this difficult end-of-the-world scenario, self-liberation was the best choice. Just as Wang Hongba was engulfed in despair, the sound of a car horn suddenly echoed from downstairs. Beep beep. After parking the van, Jiang He opened the loudspeaker. "Dawn Supermarket, delivering to your door. If you need anything, please have your points card ready." Given that most people were physically drained, asking them to shout from their windows about what they wanted would be difficult. So today, Jiang He decided to try a different approach, knocking on doors one by one. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and Wang Hongba stumbled towards it. Upon seeing Jiang He, the man who had just been holding back tears suddenly broke down. Jiang He smiled and introduced, "The supermarket has cooling mats available today. They are about 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide, priced at 400 points each, and can keep cool for 24 hours. Would you like one?" Wang Hongba felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't spent all his points yet. With the remaining points, he could easily buy 3 cooling mats. "Boss Jiang, do you have any chilled items in the supermarket?" Jiang He nodded. "Yes, we have cola, Sprite, orange juice, milk, and chocolate ice cream. Which ones do you need?" Wang Hongba calculated his points in his mind. He had stocked up on food for 5 people at home, and now that his parents had passed away, that food would last them a long time. While food wasn't a major concern, he definitely needed to buy some more water. He decided on 3 cooling mats, 6 bottles of water, 1 bottle of cola, 2 bottles of orange juice, and 3 bottles of milk. Jiang He immediately noted it down in her little notebook, marking it as 101 at the top. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll bring it over right away." Then, she knocked on the door of room 102 next door. After registering the needs of 10 households, Jiang He returned to the supermarket and packed all the items listed in her notebook into a large plastic basket. This was one she had picked up from the roadside. It was of no use to the system. "Meow, meow, meow." Sang Biao stood by the window, scratching the glass with his paws, trying to get Jiang He's attention. Hearing the noise, Jiang He turned her head and saw the adorable little orange cat dancing in the room, instantly melting her heart. "Biao, do you want to come out and play?" "Meow, meow, meow." Sang Biao's meows suddenly reached a higher pitch, and his fluffy tail almost shot up to the ceiling. In Jiang He's impression, kittens usually stayed indoors, but Sang Biao seemed different. He was quite bold and likely preferred running outside. "System, can Sang Biao come out to play? It's so hot. The ground must be burning his paws." "Not really. He's a failed mutant animal and doesn't have a heat-resistant constitution." With the system saying that, Jiang He had to refuse the little cat mercilessly. "Biao, wait until the weather cools down, and then I'll let you out to play." Watching her owner walk away, Sang Biao's little tail instantly drooped down. At the entrance of room 101, Wang Hongba was holding a pile of items, looking very grateful. "Boss Jiang, thank you. If it weren't for you, My 2 children, and I might not have survived today. The 2 children, who hadn't seen anyone for a long time, stood shyly in the living room. Their little faces flushed and a noticeable red mark on their noses from pinching. Jiang He withdrew her gaze and kindly reminded, "You'd better use the cooling mats for a while first. Once your body temperature drops, then you can drink the chilled beverages. In the current situation, drinking them directly could harm your health." Okay, we'll remember that. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Wang Hongba was barely holding it together as he spoke. Once the door closed, he felt completely drained. He didn't know how to deal with his parents' bodies, so he could only lock the door for now and deal with everything else after enduring the extreme heat. The cooling mats weren't as cold as ice packs, but they were large and pleasantly cool. Lying on them felt incredibly comfortable. Duo and Tong Tong were not tall, lying on the cool mat, their lengths just right. Feeling the slight chill, the children's faces no longer showed expressions of pain, and their tense mouths gradually relaxed. After lying on their backs for a while, they turned over. The 2 children slowly regained some spirit, and Wang Hongba, watching them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He touched a few bottles of drinks, which were no longer as cold. Duo, Tong Tong, get up and have something to drink. Do you want orange juice or milk? You can choose. Half an hour passed, and Jiang He finally arrived at the second floor. She knocked on the door of room 201 for 2 minutes, but heard no response. The residents inside were likely already deceased. Jiang He could only turn and walk to the door of room 202. Just as she raised her hand, the door swung open. "Hello, Shuwang Supermarket." Before she could finish her sentence, a woman pushed out an 8 or 9-year-old boy from inside. With a bang, the door was tightly closed again. In the corridor, only Jiang He and the boy stared at each other in surprise. What does this mean? The next moment, a woman's voice came from room 202. "Boss Jiang, this child is not mine. I don't know who left him at my door. I can't afford to raise him, so I'm letting him follow you. You have plenty of resources at your supermarket. Just giving him some food will keep him alive." Chapter 33. Moral kidnapping. Jiang He was stunned in place. Did she look like someone who could take care of a child? To throw one at her? She ran a supermarket, not a welfare institution. "Ma'am, from room 202. We at Shuwang Supermarket do not need employees, and I will not take this child. If you're not buying anything, I'll just go to the next place." Just as she was about to turn away, the boy, who had been silent, suddenly rushed forward and hugged Jiang He's thigh tightly. "Boss Jiang, my mom doesn't want me anymore. Please take me in. I can do anything. If you don't take me in, I'll starve to death." Before being pushed out, he had been instructed to do everything possible to evoke Jiang He's sympathy. If he could go to Shuwang Supermarket, not only could he survive, but he could also secretly bring food back to his mom, and there would be endless water and bread to eat later. The boy hadn't eaten for a long time, and his head was spinning with hunger. Jiang He stepped back a little and easily broke free from his grip. She bent slightly, her voice very gentle. "Little friend, where did you come from? Where are you going back to? I'm very busy right now. If you come back to disturb my business, I will throw you out, let you dry in the sun, and hang you at the entrance of the supermarket as a warning." Although she was smiling, her words sent chills down the boy's spine. The temperature was so high, yet the boy was sweating coldly from fear. He ran back to room 202, desperately banging on the door. "Mom, she wants to give me food and wants to kill me. I don't want to go with her. I want to go home. Mom, open the door." Half a minute passed, and the door of room 202 slowly opened. The woman revealed her pale and emaciated face, pulled the child in, and knelt on the ground. "Boss Jiang, my husband died from the heat, and there's nothing to eat at home. I don't care about myself, but I can't just stand by and watch my child die. My child is very sensible and won't cause you any trouble. I beg you to have pity on him and let him stay with you for a meal." Jiang He has already made herself clear, not wanting to deal with them anymore, and continued walking towards room 203. But the woman persisted. "Boss Jiang, are you really that heartless? Do you want to see us mother and son die right in front of you?" Boss Jiang curled her lips, her eyes filled with coldness. "If you want to drag the child down with you, that's your own business. Don't think you can morally blackmail me. I'm not a saint or a savior. So don't delude yourself into thinking that kneeling will earn you salvation." She had seen countless bodies on the first floor. Were those people not pitiful? If she truly had a bleeding heart and gave away food for free, how would she earn points or obtain more supplies? If the supermarket went bankrupt, not only would she be punished, but the system would also be confined to a small black room by the main system. Click. The door to room 203 opened a crack. Jiang He snapped back to reality and put on her business smile again. Turning around, she found no one in sight. "Hey, where did everyone go?" A weak voice seemed to drift up from below. "Boss Jiang, I'm down here." Jiang He looked down and saw a head poking out from the room. The man had apparently exerted a lot of effort to crawl up here. After saying a few words, he needed a moment to catch his breath before continuing. "Boss Jiang, I want 3 bottles of water, 1 bottle of cola, and 5 loaves of bread." Wu Guangxing trembled as he took out his points card. Ever since he got the card at the supermarket, he had never been able to catch a good time and had only managed to buy 2 packs of teddy bear cookies at the Dawn supermarket. He had over 1,000 points, but had never been able to use them. The supermarket had a cooling mat today for 400 points, but there was only 1 left. "Do you want to buy it?" Hearing the word cooling, Wu Guangxing's eyes lit up instantly. Was it the kind he was thinking of? The mat that could lower the temperature? It could keep things cold for 24 hours. Yes, yes, yes. While Jiang He went downstairs to get the goods, the woman from room 202 approached Wu Guangxing. Big brother, I'm willing to follow you. I'll be yours from now on. Can you share some food with me and my son? Wu Guangxing glanced at her, showing no interest at all. I'm not that hungry. Sun Ying felt humiliated, her face alternating between blue and white. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her voice. As long as there are no fatalities, I can play along with whatever tricks you want. Wu Guangxing didn't want to waste energy talking to her and planned to crawl back into the room. Seeing the man struggle to move, a fierce look flashed in Sun Ying's eyes. If he didn't know how to appreciate her kindness, she wouldn't hold back. She went back to room 202, took out a stool, and without hesitation, smashed it down on the man's head. Wu Guangxing let out a muffled groan and passed out. 5 minutes later, Jiang He returned upstairs with supplies for 10 households, and the mother and son from room 202 were still standing at the door. She didn't look at them and headed straight for room 203, knocking on the door for quite a while without receiving a response from the occupant inside. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and in just over 10 minutes, could she have died from the heat? While she was puzzled, the woman from room 202 suddenly approached. Boss Jiang, now that he's gone, can I buy this cold mat from you? Jiang He turned her head and saw the woman holding a points card. The card issued by the supermarket looked identical, and it was impossible to tell any differences with the naked eye. If she had a points card, why didn't she take it out earlier? Unless it was something she snatched or stole. After a brief thought, Jiang He could imagine what had just happened. She took out a black box and gestured. Aren't you here to buy something? Place the card on here. Sun Ying couldn't help but swallow hard as she looked at the food in Jiang He's basket. She quickly placed the card down, excited that she could soon buy water and bread, her heart racing to her throat. In less than 2 seconds, the black box suddenly lit up with a red light. Beep, beep, beep. The entire hallway was filled with a piercing alarm sound. Sun Ying's face turned pale, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. What is happening? Jiang He took the card off the box, and the alarm stopped abruptly. The supermarket's points card was designated for individual use. If you are not the cardholder, you cannot use the points inside. Sun Ying had never applied for a card and was completely unaware of this rule. She thought that as long as she had snatched it, the points inside belonged to her. With red eyes, Sun Ying couldn't accept the sudden fall from heaven to hell. The products in the supermarket are purchased with points. This card was given to me by someone else, and since there are remaining points, why can't I use it? Am I not allowed to buy things with money just because the money was given to me by someone else? Chapter 34. Cooling down. This example is well stated. Please don't use it again. I am the owner of the supermarket, and everything in the store is under my control. The supermarket clearly states that points cards are for individual use only and cannot be transferred. Therefore, regardless of how you obtain the card, you have no rights to use it. Seeing Jiang He about to leave with the supplies, Sun Ying's expression turned ferocious and terrifying. It clearly belonged to her, and it must not be taken away. She grabbed a nearby stool and aimed to smash it on the back of Jiang He's head. A resident from room 204 screamed, Boss Jiang, be careful. Jiang He had a protective shield and was not afraid of being attacked from behind. She calmly turned around. Sun Ying's face turned ashen, filled with terror. Hadn't she just hit Jiang He? Why wasn't there any reaction? And there were no visible injuries on her head. Monster. She must be a monster. Sun Ying wanted to flee, but her legs were already trembling with fear. As she took a step, she fell to the ground. Host. What punishment should be applied this time? Jiang He glanced at the boy beside her, who, upon making eye contact, hurriedly hid back into room 202. No need for punishment. Just throw her outside to let her think about her actions. In the next moment, Sun Ying vanished from the spot and was placed in an empty, deserted plaza of the base. The blazing sun scorched every inch of her skin, the burning pain overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. Sun Ying fixed her gaze on the distant building. If she could reach there, she would be saved. However, the ground temperature was beyond her imagination. As soon as she lay down, she felt like meat on a grill, being roasted from all sides. By the time she crawled into the building, her skin would be rotting, flesh torn apart. Whether she could survive depended entirely on luck. As she passed room 203, faint sounds came from inside. Jiang He waited for a while, and the door was finally opened with great difficulty by Wu Guangxing. Boss Jiang, my cooling pad is still there, right? His life was truly lucky. Sun Ying, a woman who hadn't eaten for too long and lacked strength, hit his head several times without killing him. The desire for the cooling pad was too strong, and Wu Guangxing, through sheer willpower, managed to wake up at a critical moment. Jiang He took out the items he wanted to buy from the plastic basket, including the cooling pad. Seeing he couldn't get up, the kind Jiang He took the initiative to help him swipe the card, deducting 1150 points. Thank you for your next visit. Wu Guangxing, satisfied, crawled back to his room with the cooling pad. Having just witnessed Jiang He's unique abilities, the customers in room 204 dared not breathe, completely submissive. Jiang He smiled at him. Don't be nervous. As long as you don't want to kill me, I won't treat you that way. The resident of 204 immediately raised 3 fingers, swearing, I wouldn't even dare to kill myself, let alone Boss Jiang. He wasn't foolish. Boss Jiang selling food to them was like their lifeline. Killing her would mean cutting off their own means of survival. After delivering this building, all the cooling pads were sold out, and the chilled drinks and ice creams were nearly gone too. However, there were still many other items left. Jiang He drove the van to continue selling in other dormitory buildings. Don Supermarket, delivering to your door. Lots of goods, welcome to shop. The sound from the loudspeaker echoed through the dormitory area for a long time. Every resident lying in their dormitory felt a surge of hope upon hearing this voice. Even in such harsh conditions, Don Supermarket still insisted on operating. This showed that Boss Jiang was indeed a reliable supermarket owner. If they could survive the extreme heat, they would find a way to earn points to buy items from Don Supermarket. In the cramped room, two figures lay side by side on the floor. Hearing the sounds outside, Tang Wanxing suddenly opened her eyes. Sister, I want to eat ice cream. Imagining the cool taste of ice cream in her mouth, Tang Wanyan swallowed. Wait until tomorrow, we'll buy it tomorrow. Tang Wanxing turned to her side, pouting. Sister, you said the same thing yesterday. Although she had some intellectual challenges, she wasn't completely foolish and had a good memory. For the past few days, Tang Wanyan had been using such words to brush her off, wanting to give her sister some hope to help her get through the extreme heat. The points on their card could buy at most a pack of bear biscuits. They only had points from the gold card, and after redeeming them, they would have nothing left. Unable to leave the dormitory, Tang Wanyan was relieved that the food they had bought hadn't been finished yet, so they wouldn't starve in the short term. However, she couldn't think about what to do in the future or whether they could survive the extreme heat. That was a question in itself. Her younger sister was mentally challenged, and all the anxiety she felt could only be digested alone. Tang Wanyan took a small bite of bread and said softly, if you say one more word, you can forget about having ice cream in the future. Speaking was too exhausting, and in the current situation, conserving energy was the most important thing. Tang Wanxing, feeling threatened, quickly shut her mouth and stopped insisting on ice cream. After working for 8 hours straight, the products in the supermarket still hadn't been sold out. Jiang He was exhausted. She couldn't go on. A maximum of 8 hours of operation was necessary. Any more would be exploiting labor. As soon as she returned to her room, she collapsed onto the soft bed. Her body wasn't tired, but her mind was weary. Congratulations, host. You earned 182,670 points today, and the supermarket's total revenue has exceeded 500,000 points. Keep it up, and you'll reach the upgrade conditions soon. After having dinner, Jiang He went to bed early, ready to continue her diligent work at the supermarket the next day. While gnawing on a large chicken leg, she looked out the window. It was dark outside, filled with heads of people. Is it getting cooler out there? Yes, it has dropped by about 10 degrees. Although it's still very hot, at least everyone can come out and move around now. The extreme heat passed quite quickly, and Jiang He was happy not to have to run around delivering goods anymore. Before opening the supermarket, she needed to restock. She unlocked a set of daily necessities including toothpaste, toothbrushes, and cups, available in red, yellow, and blue, priced at 60 points. Jiang He didn't like the toiletries provided in the bathroom, so she picked a set of lemon-flavored toothpaste for herself. 3 minutes for restocking went by quickly. Beep. Today's sales task has refreshed. Sell 50 pairs of heated waterproof snow boots, priced at 88 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 food item. Jiang He's smile disappeared. This KPI bundled sales had just started a few days ago, and it was already going crazy again. The temperature had dropped, but it hadn't snowed. Who would buy snow boots to take home when they couldn't even eat them? The crowd outside the supermarket was growing. So Jiang He didn't delay any longer, pulled out the shelves, and started business. The first customer was Chao Tianshun, who selected a bunch of food items. When it was time to check out, Jiang He mustered her courage to promote. Would you like to get a pair of snow boots? They're smart heating, maintain a constant temperature, and can heat for 360 hours. Absolutely worth it. Chapter 35. Team up to earn points. The products from Dawn Supermarket were undoubtedly of good quality. However, one thing was quite strange. Why did the owner, Jiang, insist on selling out-of-season items? Everyone was quite puzzled but didn't voice their thoughts. Jiang must have her reasons for doing this. Chao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, Jiang, I don't have enough points in my account. Once I earn some, my family will definitely come to support your business. Jiang He thought he was just being polite, but she didn't expect that he was actually serious about earning points today. In the morning, news spread from an unknown source that there were countless gold and silver jewelry pieces in the abandoned apartment buildings outside the base. Enough to fill up bags. This news stirred excitement among all the residents. Given that it was unsafe for one person to leave the base, everyone quickly formed teams, prepared food and water, and waited to rush out as soon as the base gate opened. After 3 in the afternoon, large groups of residents began to crowd at the base entrance. It quickly became overcrowded. The guards at the entrance immediately reported to their superiors, asking whether the residents could be allowed to enter and exit freely since there were no work tasks assigned for the day. This matter eventually reached the office of Commander Xie Jingshan. He decided to allow it. After all, giving people hope was better than the atmosphere of despair. From what he understood, during this extreme heat wave, there had been hundreds of suicide cases in other bases. Those people saw no hope and were unwilling to continue suffering, choosing various means to end their lives. Some extreme individuals, seeking to die, even incited riots in the base. Most bases outside were in chaos. But their Nanyang base maintained some order thanks to the presence of the Dawn supermarket. The residents still harbored a glimmer of hope for survival, holding on with strong will despite the difficulties. It seemed that the light of the Dawn supermarket truly illuminated everyone's hearts. Just thinking about the self-heating hot pot, spicy noodles, chicken leg lunchboxes, cola, and orange juice available in the supermarket made death seem too regrettable. Xie Jingshan had just learned that boss Jiang had been tirelessly selling supermarket products door to door even in this extreme heat, helping hundreds of residents survive the sweltering conditions. He was deeply moved, feeling a warmth in his eyes. Boss Jiang had made a tremendous contribution to the base, and he must find time to thank him in person. At the base entrance, a soldier raised a megaphone and shouted to the crowd, "If you need to go outside, make sure to bring your identification badge. We will check them one by one upon re-entry. Only with an identification badge can you prove you are from the Nanyang base. The base gate will be locked at 8 p.m., so please be mindful of the time to avoid being locked outside." As soon as the announcement was made, those without badges hurried back to their dorms to fetch them. Xia Huifeng had plenty of food in his space and wasn't interested in earning points. But the others in the team relied on going out to earn points and buy supplies from the supermarket. As the team leader, he had to lead the group to act collectively. It was scorching outside, and after just a few steps, they were drenched in sweat. Jiang Shuiwe had no desire to go out, but she had to keep an eye on the other women. If her fiancé was taken away, she wouldn't even know where to cry. "Can't you all move a bit faster? You're as slow as turtles." Jiang Shuiwe fanned herself with a piece of cardboard, wishing to hurry back inside the building, but the slow pace of her team was dragging her down. Li Ting pressed her cracked lips together. Her food supplies were running low, having only eaten a single biscuit yesterday and today. Zhao Peng and the others were in the same situation, feeling both hungry and thirsty. Coupled with the hot weather, they had no strength in their limbs, moving like zombies, which naturally slowed their pace. However, Jiang Shuiwe relied on the space of Xia Huifeng, having 3 meals a day without missing any, and after the temperature dropped a bit, she immediately regained her spirit. Throughout the journey, she kept talking, constantly cursing at people. Li Ting couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Jiang Shuiwe and the others had never gone to the supermarket to buy anything, yet they always seemed to have supplies, appearing as if they had no worries about food and drink. But she had seen the backpacks of Xia Huifeng and Jiang Shuiwe, and they weren't very large. Could they really hold that much? So many silver necklaces. The excited voice of a teammate interrupted Li Ting's thoughts. There were things to pick up, and she couldn't think of anything else, immediately rushing forward. There were too many people around, and she only managed to grab a silver earring. It was estimated to be worth a dozen points, enough to buy a small pack of bear biscuits. Discovering that there were indeed many valuable items to collect outside, everyone suddenly felt revitalized. Inside the base, with the military guarding it, order was relatively stable, and blatant acts of murder and robbery were unlikely to occur. However, once outside the base, without any restrictions, people's hearts could turn sinister. Those with teams were better off, sticking together. Anyone thinking of robbing would have to weigh whether they could take on dozens of people. But if someone was alone, it would be very dangerous, and they might not even know how they died. The sisters Tang Wanyun and Tang Wanqing had no acquaintances in the base, and being 2 girls, no one was willing to team up with them. Tang Wanyun pleaded with anyone she could, and finally, under the condition of giving half of what they found, she joined a group mostly made up of men. When they left the base, they were at the back of the line, not in a favorable position. They had to walk a bit further to a less crowded apartment building. Tang Wanqing stopped at the entrance of a courtyard on the first floor, seemingly seeing something that made her reluctant to move. The leading man spoke impatiently. "Tang Wanyun, you 2 go inside and search thoroughly. Don't miss any corners." Tang Wanyun forced a smile and replied, "Okay, Brother Chun." Once she saw them moving to another room, her expression immediately fell. "Tang Wanqing, did you ignore everything I told you before we left? If we get kicked out of the team, we'll starve to death." Tang Wanqing seemed to ignore her anger, her eyes fixed on a certain spot. "Sister, there are little chickens inside." Tang Wanyun frowned tightly, glancing around the courtyard but finding nothing, thinking her sister was just talking nonsense. What little chickens? At this time, what living creatures could still be around? Tang Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a corner of the yard. The little chickens that can be given to Boss Jiang are right in there. It was common knowledge among the base residents that the supermarket had long been collecting small animals. But until now, no one had found any living animals. Her sister had always loved playing with cats and dogs, and was particularly sensitive to these small creatures. If what she said was true, Tang Wanyun wasn't clear about what the generous rewards were, but whatever the supermarket promised would definitely not be little. She quickly opened the courtyard door and let Tang Wanqing go in first. "Sister, be a bit quieter so you don't scare the little chick. It's very frightened right now." Chapter 36. A wave of customers arrives. Tang Wanyun looked around. No one was coming their way yet. She slowed her pace, following her sister closely, and quietly approached the corner of the yard. There was a flower bed where all the plants had been pulled out, leaving only a thick pile of dry leaves. Suddenly, 2 leaves by the wall fluttered slightly. "Cheep, cheep, cheep." The faint sound made Tang Wanyun widen her eyes in surprise. There really was something inside. Tang Wanqing crouched in front of the flower bed and lowered her voice. Little chick, we are good people and won't hurt you." Boss Jiang really likes little animals. She is a very kind person, and her supermarket has lots of delicious food. Are you hungry? My sister and I will take you to Boss Jiang so you can have meat every day. Cheap, 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 cheap. The sound from the chick was very soft, and if one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Before long, a small yellow head peeked out from under the leaves. It was covered in light yellow fluff, only the size of a human palm, and looked like a fluffy ball of yellow cotton from a distance. The chick wobbled its way towards Tang Wanqing, its claws long and thin. Confirming that there was indeed something good here, Tang Wanyun remained alert, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Seeing the chick playfully approach her sister, she waved her hand and quickly said, "Hurry and put it away, don't let others see it. I only promise those people to hand over half of the gold and silver jewelry we find. This little treasure cannot be shared." Tang Wanqing carefully cradled the chick and placed it into her pocket, gently stroking its little head to reassure it. "Don't be afraid, stay here quietly. And once my sister and I finish our work, we'll take you to the supermarket." That day, those who went out to earn points mostly returned with full bags. The empty bags they took out were already stuffed to the brim before dark. The points card could be directly charged, but most of them went out in teams. So the items they found had to be brought back to be shared, requiring them to be bagged. Li Ting, Zhao Peng, and others wore expressions of joy from their bountiful harvest. They could go to find Jiang He to buy supplies again. The hard work today was worth it. Jiang Shuiyue pretended to pick up a half bag of gold and silver jewelry as well. When they reached the last large flat, it was obvious that this household was extremely wealthy, with a dedicated dressing room almost 30 square meters in size. Entering the dressing room, they saw an entire wall of designer bags, with clothes, shoes, and various accessories on either side. Valuable jewelry was their first choice. Bags weren't worth many points, took up too much space, and generally weren't picked up by many. Jiang Shuiyue was the first to walk to the vanity, putting all the skincare products and cosmetics into her bag. For others, these non-edible items were hardly even glanced at, but she was different. She didn't have to worry about food and drink, but she lacked expensive skincare products for maintaining her skin. In such an apocalyptic environment, if she doesn't take good care of her face, she will become unattractive in less than half a year. Men are visual creatures. She must maintain her beauty to keep someone special interested in her and not be swayed by other temptresses. When they emerged from the apartment, it was already past 6. "How dare you hide things? You want to be going back to the base today. Stay here with us, and we might consider letting you two go." Li Ting was startled by the angry shouts from the men and quickly hugged the bag filled with jewelry, fearing it would be snatched away. Following the sound, she saw 2 frail girls surrounded by a group of men who were closing in on them. Although she didn't know what was happening, it seemed likely that the 2 girls were in serious trouble tonight. Li Ting felt sympathy but knew she couldn't help. In this world, everyone was looking out for themselves. It was already good enough that she could protect herself, let alone meddle in someone else's affairs. Xia Huifeng glanced over but quickly averted his gaze. "Everyone, stay close and keep hold of your belongings. Don't fall behind." One by one, groups of people made their way toward the base. Tang Wanyun tightly grasped her sister's hand, never expecting anyone would come to save them. They had hidden their small pet well, but there was a man in the group who noticed Tang Wanqing's good looks and, seeing her as naive, attempted to take advantage of her. While struggling, Tang Wanqing accidentally revealed the pet's head, and the man seized the opportunity. The frightened pet clawed at Tang Wanqing's clothes, preventing it from being taken away. In the group that the sisters joined, the majority were men, and their willingness to let them in was actually due to their interest in the sisters. Today, regardless of whether they surrendered half of their belongings, they would be toyed with by these men, becoming their playthings. By the time Tang Wanyun realized this, it was too late. She regretted bringing her sister into this den of wolves. What should they do? How could they escape? Should they just watch as her sister was mistreated by these brutes? Tang Wanyun felt naive, believing that as long as they were together, they could live well at the base. But they were naturally at a disadvantage, without any backing or a reliable group, only subject to bullying. As she saw the men getting closer, Tang Wanyun decided to fight back. She opened her pocket, grabbed a handful of jewelry, and threw it into the air with all her might. "Gold! Pick up the gold!" she shouted. The passers-by, who had been indifferent, suddenly surged forward at the mention of gold. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wanyun pulled Tang Wanqing and desperately ran towards the base. At Shuguang's supermarket, the morning had been lively, but by the afternoon, customers were sparse. With little business to attend to, Jiang He moved a sofa outside, sitting under the carport, chewing on beef jerky while playing with the pet. She made a simple cat toy from a branch, amusing the pet, which was already looking plumper after just a few days of care. "Attention host! Attention host! A large wave of customers is about to arrive, please get ready." "How many people can there be?" Jiang He turned his head and squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, there are really a lot of people. A bustling crowd stretched far beyond the horizon. Is everyone from the entire base here? They all looked like they had just been released from prison, rushing towards the supermarket with excitement, jostling each other, fearing they might be a step behind others. Jiang He curled the corners of his lips into a smile. With so many people, those 50 pairs of snow boots should sell out, right? "Welcome to the supermarket. The first person to arrive was a bald man who dropped his bag on the ground and began panting heavily. "Boss Jiang, I want to get a membership card." This shout was full of enthusiasm. Jiang He glanced at the customers waiting in line behind. Everyone had smiles on their faces, looking quite pleased. It seemed that everyone had earned quite a few points this time. The bald man began to take out items from his bag one by one, making sure not to miss anything. Watching his points gradually increase, the smile on his face grew wider. After a hard afternoon, he had accumulated over 20,000 points. So worth it. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. He was just a step away from kneeling down and shouting, "Boss Jiang, you are my savior. Is someone looking for trouble?" The nearby guard jumped up in fright, arching his back, with all his fur standing on end. If it weren't for Jiang He stopping him, the bald man's face would have been scratched. "Go pick your items quickly. There are many more people waiting behind." The bald man thanked him repeatedly and then walked towards the supermarket shelves. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he bought 22 bottles of mineral water in one go. The customers behind were all internally crying. I can't buy water again today." After purchasing the water and 15 pieces of bread, the bald man stopped his actions. Although he still had a decent amount of points, he couldn't spend them carelessly. What if there were urgent situations later that required points? Just like during extreme heat when the supermarket sells ice packs and cooling pads, things that could be life-saving. It would be tough without points to buy them. He was lucky this time to have made it through. Next time there might not be such good fortune. "Boss Jiang, I'll take these." He paused and pointed to the snow boots on the shelf. "Are those cotton boots from the supermarket too?" Hearing the customer ask, Jiang He's eyes brightened. She immediately took a pair down and showcased them in her hands. "Yes, these are self-heating snow boots, thick and plush, high-tech. Do you see that button? If you wanted to heat up, just press it, and the shoes will heat up quickly. The temperature has 3 levels. Long press to turn off, so you don't have to worry about wasting power. It can keep heating for 360 hours. Your feet will feel warm and cozy." As for the price, Jiang He strategically paused and gestured with her thumb and index finger. "Don't want 998, don't want 888, just 88 and you can take it home." The bald man was taken aback and thought to himself, "Boss Jiang is really working hard to sell those boots. All right, I'll take a pair. It's just 88 points. No matter what, I can't let Boss Jiang down." Jiang He's face lit up. The supermarket finally sold its first pair of shoes. She thought to herself while communicating with the system, "See, these useless items can only be sold with my silver tongue. This is real skill. System, you're impressive." Later, customers who came to buy things had earned a lot of points yesterday afternoon, with the least having just over 10,000 in their cards. For just 88 points. If it made Boss Jiang happy, they would buy it. Xiao Tianshun exchanged over 60,000 points, grinning like a fool, his mouth stretching back to his ears. "Boss Jiang, I'm here to support the supermarket business. Give me 3 pairs of snow boots. One for him and one for each of his parents." Jiang He smiled at him, "Sorry. The snow boots are sold out." "So soon?" Xiao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly. "Then I'll come back next time to support." By the time he arrived, everything was already picked over, with only a few daily necessities left on the shelves. After looking around, he bought the last 3 rolls of paper. Other than that, he had no other gains. He secretly clenched his fist. "I must come early to line up tomorrow." Although the supermarket had sold out, people waiting to apply for points cards were lined up from the base square all the way to the entrance. Jiang He was the same as yesterday, physically not tired, but mentally exhausted. She kept repeating a few phrases. "Place your hand on the box. Place the items on the card. Application successful. Welcome next time. Starting tomorrow." She established the supermarket's operating hours. Outside of those hours, no one should expect her to work overtime. Not even the system. The base couldn't possibly set up streetlights. Once it got dark, the square was pitch black, with only the van's lights on. Jiang He was hungry and wanted to go back to her room to eat. So she raised the megaphone and shouted, "Dawn Supermarket is closing today. If you haven't applied for a card, come back tomorrow." Many of these people had waited in line for half an hour to an hour. Upon hearing that the supermarket was closing, there were no complaints. What could they complain about? Should they blame the supermarket for selling quality items at a good price and being too popular? Impossible. If they couldn't apply for a card today, they could come back tomorrow. After all, Dawn's supermarket wouldn't run away. Jiang He put away the shelves, preparing to enjoy her dinner. Sang Biao, for some unknown reason, began making alert sounds, with its entire body in a state of vigilance. Following its gaze, Jiang He saw 2 figures leaning on each other, limping towards her in the dim light. Tang Wanqing looked pale, holding something unknown in her hands and offering it to Jiang He with shining eyes. "Boss Jiang, a little animal. This is for you." The system's voice immediately chimed in. "Beep, beep, beep. Scanning complete. This chick, like Sang Biao, belongs to a failed mutated animal. Host, you should take it." Jiang He raised her professional fake smile. "Where did you find this?" Tang Wanyan took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. "In a yard. To escape from those people, I threw away all the jewelry I found. Now the only thing left that can be exchanged is this little chicken. Boss Jiang, what kind of reward can we get by handing the chicken over to the supermarket?" She assessed that this little animal had a redemption value of 80,000 points. Jiang He glanced at the 2 of them and wondered whose account the points would go to, or if they would split it evenly. 880,000. Tang Wanyan had thought the reward would be substantial, but she didn't expect that a little chicken could be worth so many points. Her pale face flushed slightly with excitement. Let's split it evenly. The system then operated, pulling up their account numbers on the user interface and transferring 40,000 points to each of them. Jiang He's account balance was instantly deducted by 80,000 points. It hurt, but it was fine. The system said that with these little animals, they could break even in the future and earn even more. Tang Wanyan reluctantly rubbed the little yellow chicken and eagerly asked, Boss Jiang, can I come to see it again in the future? Tang Wanyan frowned, wanting to scold her. The 80,000 points were already in the account. The chicken now belonged to Boss Jiang, so what was there to see? Such a troublesome person. However, Jiang He spoke up in front of her. Sure. I'll often let it out to play, and you can see it then. Chapter 38. Bitter coffee. After receiving the points, Tang Wanyan contentedly pulled her sister away. After resting for a night, they needed to come early the next day to stock up on supplies for home. Meow meow. Sang Biao was jumping around while cursing, looking like it wanted to fight the little yellow chicken. Jiang He pulled her hand back a bit and stared at it seriously. Sang Biao, stop it. This is your little chicken friend. You'll be living together, so you need to be nice to it. Raising a chicken required making another nest. And tomorrow they would go outside to collect some trash to build one similar to Sang Biao's. Until then, they would share a nest. Closing all the doors of the van, Jiang He took the two little ones back to the room. Dinner time arrived, and hers was a self-heating hot pot with beef brisket and tomatoes, a large chicken leg, several tiger skin chicken feet, and a bottle of chilled cola. Sang Biao got 2 pieces of chicken breast, 2 tiger skin chicken feet, and a bowl of mineral water. As for the little yellow chicken, Jiang He gave it a piece of bread. It was small, and half a piece would be enough to fill it up. Jiang He sat at the small table, opened the hot pot, and poured all the ingredients into a plastic box. The portion was quite generous, filling the box to the brim. The heating pack was placed at the bottom, and then she added hot water. While waiting, Jiang He turned around and saw the 2 little ones in their eating area. Chickens flying and cats jumping, a scene of chaos. The little yellow chicken was cornered by Sang Biao, curled up into a yellow ball and trembling. A sharp glare swept over to the culprit, the orange pig. Sang Biao, you need to understand, you're a zero-cost purchase, while it's worth 80,000 points. Don't let me see you bully it again. Otherwise, I'll confiscate your chicken feet. The one that the little creature fears the most is still Jiang He. After being scolded, it obediently nibbles on the chicken breast and goes to the side to feast. 80,000 secretly glanced at it several times, and only after confirming it had moved far away did it slowly make its way to the bread. Upon catching the scent of food, it couldn't help but gobble it down. Pecking away, it created a large hole in the bread, then slowly ate the crumbs around it. Jiang He felt like she was taking care of 2 little kids. In the future, she would be the kindergarten principal. Can I throw them into the beast raising space now? Not yet. You must collect 3 little animals to unlock the entrance to the beast raising space. You already have 2 adorable ones. Just 1 more, and you can unlock it. Keep it up. Jiang He, this thing doesn't work with effort. It's all about luck. After dinner, Jiang He planned to visit the virtual supermarket to digest. Today, she had completely cleared the supermarket stock, with a sales total of 195 for 160 points. After deducting the cost for the little animals, her account balance had already exceeded 500,000 points. With more effort, she hoped to upgrade soon. After selling 50 pairs of snow boots, she earned 5 minutes of restock time and unlocked a braised chicken wing meal set, priced the same as the chicken leg meal at 300 points. The set included braised chicken wings, minced meat with sour green beans, and stir-fried water spinach. Jiang He regretted eating dinner too early. She should have come to unlock the food first. Chicken wings, she loves chicken wings. After Little Treasure went into hibernation, it turned back into a round ball and was placed at the supermarket entrance. Every time she passed by, Jiang He would give it a gentle pat and greet it. She wondered how long it would take to see Little Treasure again. She missed the tall figure of nearly 2 meters, which gave her a strong sense of security. With a way to earn points, the residents of the base became overall wealthier, and their purchasing power naturally increased. In the 5 minutes of restock time, Jiang He focused on mineral water and 2 types of meal sets. She moved them out one after another. The next morning, Jiang He made a wooden sign that clearly stated the operating hours of the Dawn supermarket: 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., exactly 8 hours, with an hour left for lunch. Once the supermarket goods were sold out, they would close early. Now, the residents of the base knew what time to come and wait. This morning, a new sales task was refreshed. Sell 100 cups of bitter coffee, priced at 100 points per cup. Reward: 6 minutes of restock time. Unlock 1 daily necessity. After the task was issued, a pink thermos box appeared in Jiang He's room. Opening it revealed 20 cups of coffee, emitting a cool breeze. Life in the apocalypse was already tough enough. Who wanted to endure more hardships? Jiang He began to worry about today's KPI. However, the reality was beyond her expectations. The Chow family got up at dawn and waited outside the bread truck for 3 hours, firmly securing the first position. Upon hearing the sound of the car door opening, Chow Tianshun instantly perked up. Boss Jiang, good morning. Jiang He gently nodded at him. Good morning. He pulled out the trunk shelf manually and set it on the ground. 2 rows of empty shelves instantly filled with various products. Chao Tianshun immediately spotted the boxed meals. The supermarket had new stock. After earning so many points yesterday, their family had to eat meat today. Welcome to the Dawn supermarket. You can go ahead and pick what you want, Jiang He said. As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Tianshun's family rushed over. Usually calm and composed, Chao Songshan also became impatient at this moment. The 3 of them bought 30 bottles of mineral water, 12 loaves of bread, 9 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, 3 boxes of braised chicken wings, 1 box of marinated dishes, 3 bottles of chilled cola, and 3 flashlights. The second-tier supermarket was quite simple, with only 2 shelves and no cash register at all. Jiang He stood next to the shelves with a black box for payment. Customers would bring their selected items to her to check out. If the business hours were long, she would move the sofa out to sit down and take a break. Chao Tianshun kept swallowing, wishing he could stuff the chicken wings into his mouth right now. But no, he had to pay with points first. Heating 3 boxes of meals would require an additional 9 points. The microwave had a large capacity, easily heating all 3 boxes at once. Chao Tianshun sniffed, catching a whiff of coffee. Boss Jiang, are you selling coffee today? Jiang He nodded and said somewhat hopefully, 1 cup is 100 points. Would you like a cup? Items like military coats and snow boots could be set aside if not needed. Coffee was different. Once bought, it had to be consumed to avoid wasting food. The smell was quite bitter, and she definitely wouldn't drink it. If it really couldn't sell, they would think of another way. Bundling sales wasn't out of the question. Buy coffee and get another item for free. Surely someone would be willing to buy that. But Chao Tianshun's eyes lit up. Coffee was a great thing. They hadn't slept much last night, and they still needed to go outside to earn points. A cup of coffee would be perfect to energize them. Feeling revitalized, they could climb the stairs with more vigor and earn more points. Yes, that was the logic. Jiang He only complained about the coffee being bitter and hadn't thought of its energizing selling point. Chapter 39. Give me some face. Chao Tianshun's family bought 3 cups of coffee, and as soon as they got them, they gulped them down eagerly. If it were instant coffee, they would definitely buy a few more cups. Jiang He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The coffee would sell out. After that, she hardly needed to promote it actively. The coffee in the thermos was decreasing at a visible rate. Tang Wanyan couldn't sleep well last night due to excitement and woke her sister early to come to the supermarket and queue to buy things. The sun was scorching, and everyone generally needed to take precautions when going outside, covering any exposed skin. To avoid running into the men from yesterday, Tang Wanyun and Tang Wanxing covered their faces with a piece of cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Zhou Tao and his brothers wandered outside the line, searching everywhere for the 2 women who had slipped away from them. They were getting impatient. How dare they play tricks on them? At the Nanyang base, although Zhou Tao lived in the civilian area, he was protected by military personnel, which allowed him to act arrogantly among the civilians. In the civilian area, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim first. Others kept their distance, except for Tang Wanyun and a few newcomers who, unaware of the situation, dared to associate with them. Zhou Tao, looking impatient, complained about how long it was taking to find them, questioning their eyesight and calling them useless. The men who were being scolded lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, a short man pointed to the middle of the group and excitedly shouted, "Brother Tao, is it those 2? Zhou Tao slapped him across the face, leaving a clear red mark. Are you directing me? Go confirm it yourself. The man nodded respectfully and quickly approached the group, yanking the rags off the heads of the 2 individuals. After seeing their faces clearly, he swiftly grabbed their arms. Brother Tao, I found them. It's these 2. Zhou Tao casually walked over with his hands in his pockets, a lewd smile on his face. Keep running. Let's see where you can escape to. He raised his chin, signaling to take them away, determined to teach them a lesson for trying to outsmart him. Tang Wanxing collided with one of the men and kicked out. Let go of my sister. Bad guys, we won't go with you. Though she appeared to be an adult, she was still a child at heart, not understanding the power these people held or the consequences of fighting back. To her, anyone who bullied her sister was a bad person. She had to protect her sister and defeat the villains. Zhou Tao found her amusing and thought, look at this silly girl with quite the temper. Tang Wanyun believed that once they entered the base, these people would behave. But they seemed unafraid of the patrolling soldiers and acted as recklessly as before. She grabbed her sister's hand, pulling her behind her. This is the base. If you dare to act recklessly, I will call the soldiers. Zhou Tao laughed mockingly. Go ahead and shout. Let us see if they listen to me or to you. He coldly glanced at the people beside him. Enough talking, grab them and come with me. Let go, you bunch of bad guys. The 2 struggled fiercely, causing chaos among the waiting customers. Jiang He, who was busy checking out customers in front, didn't want to be distracted by the line. However, the cries and angry shouts coming from that direction were too annoying. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang He raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "What are those men at the back yelling about? Are you looking for trouble?" She warned them, "Let them go quickly, or don't blame me for blacklisting you." Zhou Tao, having been thwarted by the 2 women, was not willing to let them go easily. However, he still had some respect for Jiang He. So he sent a lackey over to explain. Boss Jiang, we didn't mean to cause trouble. It's those two women who provoked Brother Tao. We'll take them and leave immediately. We want to disturb the supermarket's business. The lackey wore a flattering smile and recounted what had happened the day before to Jiang He. We kindly took them out of the base to earn points. But who knew they were hiding things and wanted to keep the good stuff for themselves? Our big brother couldn't tolerate that, so they had to pay the price. As for who was right or wrong in this matter, Jiang He wasn't sure and didn't want to know. However, their actions were causing trouble in the supermarket and violated her rules. I will only say this once. Anyone stirring up trouble in the team will be blacklisted. A warning isn't enough, is it? She communicated with the system through her consciousness and had all the troublemakers added to the blacklist. All right, you are now blacklisted. The younger brothers didn't expect Jiang He to be serious. They had picked up a lot of jewelry yesterday, each earning about 20,000 points. They hadn't bought anything yet and were already blacklisted? One of them subconsciously asked, what about the points on the card? Jiang He coldly replied, destroyed, voided. That's too harsh. Several tens of thousands of points just disappeared? The younger brother looked pained and hurried to report to Zhou Tao. Big brother, it's bad. All our points were swallowed by Boss Jiang. We worked all afternoon for nothing, although it was clearly a destruction. It turned into Jiang He targeting them and greedily taking their points in this person's words. Zhou Tao's expression changed slightly. It was fine that they were blacklisted. They could just ask someone else to help buy things. But combined, he and his brothers had hundreds of thousands of points. And to say they were gone just like that, he needed to have a good talk with Jiang He. Boss Jiang, give us some face. We didn't mean it. Those two were too much. I lost my temper and wanted to teach them a lesson, not realizing this is your territory. Jiang He lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. The supermarket's rule states that anyone causing trouble in the team will be blacklisted, and in serious cases, will face electric shock punishment. How many points is your face worth, that I should change the rules just for you? Her voice was soft, but her gaze was particularly cold, instilling fear in others. Zhou Tao was used to being domineering in the civilian area, and no one dared to speak to him like this before. He glanced at the nearby shelves, and then at the 7 or 8 brothers he brought. He contemplated the chances of smashing this supermarket. Jiang He didn't want to see him anymore and gestured to the patrolling soldiers in the distance. A few armed soldiers quickly approached. Jiang He pointed at Zhou Tao and his group. They are obstructing my business and openly using violence, trying to forcibly take 2 customers from the supermarket. Shouldn't they be arrested and detained for 10 days to half a month? Zhou Tao listened silently to her report against him, full of disdain. He had connections in the military district. These people would never dare to arrest him. The next moment, a soldier with a gun sternly shouted at him, "You lot, behave yourselves and come with us for an investigation." The other younger brothers instantly became obedient, crouching down with their heads held. Zhou Tao still had his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant. "Do you know who I am? I have connections above. Do you dare to arrest me?" Before he could finish speaking, a soldier pressed the cold gun against his forehead. "No matter who you are, anyone causing trouble at the supermarket will be severely punished. This is a notice issued personally by the superior, and it must be strictly enforced." Regardless of who is above Zhou Tao, they are unlikely to be more powerful than the superior. Even if Zhou Tao is arrogant, in the face of absolute force, he can only submit obediently. As he passed by the sisters, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't think I will let you go just like that. When I get out, you will only suffer worse. Being caught is not a big deal. In less than half a day, he will be fine. The person in the military district will definitely help him." Shooing away the noisy flies, Jiang He put on a smile and continued with business. Tang Wanyun had escaped a disaster but still felt uneasy, worrying about potential retaliation from Zhou Tao and not knowing how to respond. Tang Wanqing thought that the bad guys had been driven away by Jiang He and that no one would bully them again. A smile appeared in her eyes. She gently poked Tang Wanyun's arm and asked cheerfully, "Sister, can I have ice cream today?" Tang Wanyun's expression turned extremely grim, but her sister's question broke her restless mood. Zhou Tao and his crew had already been taken away, and they were temporarily safe. The most important thing now was to buy the supplies. Everything else could wait. A chocolate ice cream cost 100 points, and after considering the 80,000 points on their card, she decided to fulfill her sister's wish. They could only buy one. Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she cheered, "Yay!" Tang Wanyun quickly pulled her hand down, placing her finger to her lips to signal silence. "Lower your voice. If we disturb Boss Jiang, we might get kicked out, and you'll never get to eat ice cream again." Tang Wanqing covered her mouth and peeked over at Jiang He. Fortunately, Jiang He didn't seem angry. She promised herself to remember not to speak loudly while in line in the future. Half of the coffee was sold out, and Jiang He was in a good mood, her voice becoming cheerful. "Welcome to the supermarket. Feel free to choose anything you need." Tang Wanqing looked at her with a silly smile and quietly thanked her, "Boss Jiang. Thank you for saving me and my sister just now. They are bad people, and you are a super good person." Receiving a compliment, Jiang He thought, "I'm not that kind-hearted. It was just a coincidence." Tang Wanyun worried that Jiang He might find her sister annoying, so she quickly pulled Tang Wanqing towards the shelves. Based on past experience, she felt that buying bread was the most economical choice since it wouldn't spoil for several months. Ignoring the disgruntled customers behind her, Tang Wanyun bagged all 41 loaves of bread left on the shelf. She also bought 20 bottles of mineral water and 30 packs of teddy bear biscuits. Meals with chicken legs or wings costing over 200 points were not for them. Tang Wanyun's gaze fell on the sanitary napkins in the upper right corner. They were a hassle to deal with during menstruation without them. Gritting her teeth, she took down 4 packs. Then she grabbed 5 rolls of toilet paper. Enough for them to use for a long time. Even with 80,000 points, Tang Wanyun was still frugal, unwilling to waste even half a point. The only generous thing she did was let her sister buy an ice cream. Tang Wanxing took an ice cream out of the refrigerator and turned around to see her sister not taking anything. She curiously asked, "Sister, aren't you having any?" Tang Wanyun replied coldly, "I don't like that stuff." Tang Wanxing squinted slightly. She might be silly, but she wasn't forgetful. Her sister was lying. When they were kids, she had tricked her into giving up her strawberry ice cream using a stick, claiming it had magic that could turn anything into ice cream. So she could have endless ice cream. Tang Wanyun, did she really do something so silly? Coughing, she added, "Let us save points and just buy one. If you keep talking, you 1T get even that." After 2 seconds of silence, Tang Wanxing picked up a chocolate ice cream, her face beaming with joy. "We'll share it, 1/2 for each." The sisters ended up spending a total of 4,860 points, which was quite frugal, in the scorching heat of over 40 degrees. The ice cream melted quickly, and they took turns eating, finishing it in less than a minute. Around 11 o'clock, the supermarket was completely sold out, leaving only 8 cups of bitter coffee. Li Ting, Zhao Peng, and others were left empty-handed. There were just too many people trying to buy things, and the supermarket couldn't keep up with the demand. Jiang He, who had come with them this time, smirked and couldn't help but mock, selling so little every day. And they call it a supermarket? It's not even enough to fill a gap in your teeth. It's so petty. They should just rename it to Don Convenience Store. Compared to the supplies in Huaifeng's space, Jiang He's daily offerings were pitifully small. Li Ting frowned and shot her an annoyed glance, which Jiang He caught. "What are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong." In this group, Jiang He was favored by the captain, Xiao Huaifeng. So the team members generally didn't dare to retort. However, Li Ting couldn't stand her constantly speaking ill of Jiang He behind her back. It's not that the supermarket has too few items. It's that too many people are coming to buy. The supermarket run by Jiang He supported everyone in their team. How could she say that? Zhao Peng, missing a front tooth, couldn't help but chime in. "Jiang He is our lifesaver. Without the water in her supermarket, we would have died of thirst long ago. If you don't care for the stuff at Dawn's supermarket, then don't stand in line. If you're so capable, then don't eat the food Jiang He sells when you're starving." If it weren't for Xiao Huaifeng, Jiang He wouldn't have wanted to come along. The secret of the space couldn't be exposed, and they had to show that they had supplies on the surface to avoid arousing suspicion. Xiao Huaifeng pulled her aside and whispered a few words in her ear. Yeah, everyone is really supportive of Jiang He right now. You've already upset them with the cosmetics incident. If you argue with them again, I won't be able to help you. Be good. And once we finish with the card, I'll reward you." Yesterday, their team had gone out to earn points, and Jiang He alone had brought back half a bag of cosmetics and skincare products, wanting to share other valuable items with everyone. If it weren't for Xiao Huaifeng keeping the peace, Jiang He might have been beaten up by the others. After hearing this, Jiang He immediately became obedient, glaring fiercely at Li Ting before falling silent. Many people were also there to apply for points cards. They waited nearly 40 minutes before it was their turn. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance? System, are you sure they're not old foes?" Xiao Huaifeng spoke first. "Jiang He, we came to get a card." This familiar yet commanding tone sounded very familiar to Jiang He. She glanced at the two of them, resting her chin on her hand, and slowly replied, "The flowers have withered. You know to water them. The rain has stopped. You know to use an umbrella. Your backside is cold. You know to wear pants. The supermarket has been open for so many days, and now you know to come get a card." Chapter 41. Refusal to get a card. They came to get a card, but were met with a bunch of irrelevant remarks, and Xiao Huaifeng frowned. "What do you mean?" "The literal meaning," Jiang He replied with a smile, a slight curve at the corners of her lips. "The items in Dawn's supermarket are only sold to those in need. From the first day the supermarket opened, you were aware of its existence. Yet unlike Li Ting and the others, you didn't come to me for a points card, which indicates you don't really need the supplies for my supermarket. It's too late to come now." Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world for half a year, she had been in close proximity to this nauseating couple for nearly 5 months. They had been living well while Jiang He was not blind. How could she not notice? The other team members had trusted Xiao Huaifeng too much and never doubted these two. While everyone else was thin and haggard, they both still looked rosy. Everyone thought it was because Xiao Huaifeng had some capability and had secured plenty of supplies from the previous survivor base, enough to meet his and Jiang He's daily needs, which prevented them from being as miserable as the others. Jiang He bit her cheek and tugged at Xiao Huaifeng's sleeve. "Brother Huaifeng, just let it go. If she won't give us the card, then so be it. I don't care for it." Just coming to line up for the card had already put her at a disadvantage, and now being rejected, she certainly wouldn't go to curry favor with her cold shoulder. Xiao Huaifeng himself looked down on Jiang He. When he learned that Jiang He was the biological daughter of the Jiang family and had grown up in a mountain village, looking ugly and crude like a peasant girl, He felt disgusted and couldn't eat for a whole day, no matter how his family advised him. He was unwilling to change his marriage partner and was even more determined to stick with Jiang He as his fiancée. Faced with Jiang He's cold and disdainful attitude, Xia Huifeng felt his male pride was insulted. He used to disdain speaking to Jiang He, but now this inconspicuous peasant girl was mocking him. Xia Huifeng didn't say another word, put his arm around Jiang He's shoulders, and left with a dark expression. If he couldn't get the card, he could find other ways. He wasn't begging her. Li Ting was somewhat surprised, but felt Jiang He's refusal was reasonable. During their escape, Jiang He had never treated Jiang He kindly. And while Xia Huifeng was around, the things she said were often sharp and bitter. Even as an observer, Li Ting could hardly stand it, let alone Jiang He herself. After suffering so much humiliation in front of them, finally having so many supplies, why should she sell to them? Li Ting and Zhao Peng smiled at Jiang He and also left in their group. System. Host. ISNT. Everything in our supermarket available for points? When did getting a card become a matter of timing? Jiang He was indifferent. Oh, I just can't stand these two fools, saying nonsense and annoying them. By the way, I'll stir up some suspicion among the other team members. If they don't come looking for me, I might almost forget about these two. Jiang He was domineering and harsh, always blabbering and swearing. At that time, Jiang He had nothing to fight back with, fearing that she would be dealt with too quickly. So she treated her like a mad dog, feeling unsatisfied if she didn't bark a few times a day. Xia Huifeng claimed to be the team leader, preaching fairness and justice, yet allowed Jiang He to bully others in the team, providing shelter and protection, double standard. Neither of them were good people. Jiang He was busy running the supermarket and had no time for the two fools, but they insisted on hanging around her, and she wouldn't speak nicely to them. Oh, I almost forgot. Host, blacklist them. Anyone on the blacklist cannot shop at the supermarket, and they can't even touch any products coming out of it. Military base. Zhou Tao was pushed into a small dark room, and after entering, he couldn't stay still, constantly banging on the iron door. Let me out. I want to see your team leader. Do you know who I am? You didn't even ask anything clearly before locking me up. I tell you, you're finished. Don't even think about staying in the military district. The soldier at the door couldn't take it anymore and called the team leader over. The team leader guarding the base's cells was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Li Haobua. He and Zhou Tao were old acquaintances with mutual interests and a good relationship. Seeing that his subordinates had captured Zhou Tao, his expression darkened slightly. What's going on? Who locked him up? The soldier lowered his voice to explain. Zhou Tao caused trouble at the supermarket, and Boss Zhang personally reported him. We had no choice but to bring him back. Li Haobua's heart sank. This was tied to the supermarket, and it became a bit tricky. When Zhou Tao saw Li Haobua come, he immediately calmed down. After waiting for a long time, no one came to unlock the door. He banged on the iron door again. Team leader Li, what's going on? Your people are blind. How could they arrest me? Hurry up and let me out. Li Haobua walked to the door and sighed. Zhou Tao, you're not getting out today. Upon hearing this, the man in the dark room froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Team leader Li, what do you mean by that? My superior is Zhou Xiao. One word from him, and the entire military district would shake. Let alone this tiny cell. A small supermarket can't possibly cover for Zhou Xiao. Li Haobua rolled his eyes in disdain where Zhou Tao couldn't see. He truly believed that someone like Zhou Xiao would come personally to handle such a trivial matter. He was just a distant relative, unable to even secure a position in the military district, only able to act tough in the civilian area. Commander Xia personally said that no one could cause trouble at the supermarket. You were caught as an example, the chicken in the killing the chicken to scare the monkey scenario. If you were released, then anyone could go to the supermarket and cause a ruckus, and that would be hard to explain to Commander Xia. Although Li Haobua had a good relationship with him, people are inherently selfish. He didn't want to lose his job as the squad leader and be sent to the civilian area to farm because of this matter. Zhou Tao calmed down and spoke coolly. Captain Li, I've shown you a lot of respect and sent you so many supplies. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to turn your back on me at a critical moment? There might still be room for negotiation in this matter. Li Haobua pondered for a moment and immediately came up with an idea. I'll talk to someone on Zhou Xiao's side, but I can't guarantee the outcome. In the office, Zhou Yinze was holding a cigar, discussing matters with several department heads of the base. Before the apocalypse, the Zhou family's foundation was abroad, cooperating with various forces, and they were well-known arms dealers, making money that could circle the earth several times. When the disaster struck, the situation abroad was much worse than at home. The Zhou family seized this opportunity, using all resources to shift their arms business to the domestic market. Zhou Yinze was the youngest son of his Zhou family, liaising with the Nanyang military and providing arms support to nearby bases. He had two older brothers who went to different bases. Zhou Yinze did not participate in the management of the Nanyang base, but his status was only slightly inferior to that of the commander. After the meeting, a subordinate immediately came in and relayed Li Haobua's message. Zhou Yinze raised an eyebrow and casually blew out a smoke ring. Another mention of Shuguang Supermarket? It's the second time I've heard that name. It's time to pay a visit. Chapter 42. Guaranteed character after selling out the supermarket goods in the morning. Jiang He continued to handle customer membership cards in the afternoon. She closed the store promptly at 6. Stretching lazily, She carried a pink thermal box back to her room, saving herself the trouble of picking up trash, and it was just right to make a nest for the little chick. Upon seeing that the chick's nest was a brand new, sturdy pink box, Sang Biao immediately felt that it's shabby. Cardboard nest was no longer appealing and insisted on squeezing into the same box with the chick. Fortunately, it was small enough, and the thermal box could easily accommodate both of them. Jiang He didn't bother to intervene, as long as they didn't fight and kept each other safe. It was fine. For dinner, she had a braised chicken wing boxed meal. There were 5 chicken wings in the box, a generous portion. The minced sour beans and hollow heart cabbage each filled a compartment, packed to the brim. The braised chicken wings looked enticing, and before she even picked up her chopsticks, Jiang He couldn't help but swallow. She picked up a chicken wing, took a bite, and the savory and sweet flavors burst on her tongue. The meat was tender, and with a gentle bite, it completely separated from the bone. By the time Jiang He finished such a large boxed meal, her little belly was already bulging. She opened the supermarket panel and unlocked wet wipes under the daily necessities section. A pack of 100 sheets was priced at 20 points. Today's settlement earned her a total of 24,600 points. Compared to yesterday, the revenue had significantly shrunk. The main reason was the lack of tasks. There was no other way to gain time for restocking. Without any sign-in tasks for several days, she could only rely on completing sales tasks to gain a little time for virtual supermarket restocking. She wasn't sure if her complaints had worked, but the next day, when she opened her eyes, the system notified her that 2 tasks had been refreshed. Task 1. Check in on the rooftop of Building 39 in the military district and shout out the corresponding slogan. Reward: 8 minutes of restocking time and unlock 1 food item. Task 2. Sell 100 pairs of windproof and cold-resistant thickened wool gloves, priced at 40 points. 100 pairs of ultra-thick thermal wool socks, priced at 20 points. Reward: 5 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He looked at the check-in location and paused. This villa must be private, right? If I go in to check in without permission, would that count as trespassing? The system replied nonchalantly. Host, it's the apocalypse. What does it matter if you trespass? Call the police and have them arrest you? Jiang He nodded, realizing that, yes, this is the apocalypse. What place is off limits for her? Having already trespassed on the military rooftop, wasn't the villa rooftop just a piece of cake? Checking the time. It was 7:48 a.m. After freshening up, it was already 8 o'clock. Beep, beep, beep. Outside the van, there were customers waiting for the supermarket to open. Hearing the horn, everyone jolted up from the ground. Is the supermarket opening early today? Not wanting so many people to wait in vain, Jiang He rolled down the window and shouted outside. Dear customers, the Dawn supermarket is not opening here today. You don't need to wait. As for where the supermarket would be when it opened at 9, she wasn't sure herself. This mobile supermarket could set up anywhere. After finishing her announcement, Jiang He rolled up the window and, following the system's navigation, headed to the check-in location. As the van drove away, the customers were left dumbfounded. What was it they used to say? The Dawn supermarket is right at the base. It can't run away. Now, wasn't it running away? Once they realized what was happening, the residents eager to buy supplies hurried after her. Boss Jiang, where are you going? Boss Jiang, wait for us. Boss Jiang, how can we survive without you? Take us with you, Boss Jiang. The van sped off quickly, with the cold-faced driver leaving them in a cloud of exhaust as it turned a corner and disappeared from sight. Fortunately, the folding space wasn't affected by the speed of the vehicle. Otherwise, Zhang Biao and Ba Wan would probably be sick. Passing by the military dormitory buildings, she drove deeper, and soon she was in the villa area. The villa that Yi Qingqing had taken Jiang He to before was in this area. Many people saw the pink little car whizzing by, speeding towards a certain destination. Where was Boss Jiang in such a hurry? It felt a bit anxious. However, with the car speeding over 100, they couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Jiang He wasn't anxious. She hadn't checked in for a task in a long time, and she was a little excited. 10 minutes later, the van stopped at Building 39. Jiang He got out and looked at the super luxurious villa in front of her, her mouth agape. As far as the eye could see, the area belonged to the villa complex. The main villa was grand and magnificent, capable of housing 200 people without any issues. It was equipped with all sorts of facilities, and every corner exuded an air of luxury, as if she were in a lavish palace. The villa's owner was nothing less than a king. I can't imagine how happy she must be living in there. The system quietly spoke up. Host, do you dislike your little room? Jiang He blinked and looked around. I wonder if this door leads to the villa. The topic shifted too abruptly, and the system wasn't fooled. Host, your room will get bigger in the future, and it won't be much worse than this. Jiang He nodded randomly. Okay. I believe you. The system, just being polite. The luxurious villa was so big that Jiang He couldn't find the door, surrounded by a fence topped with barbed wire. Who could it keep out? Jiang He attempted to climb the fence, but gave up due to her short legs. Well, it could keep her out. Who are you? Sneaking around? From behind the fence, a burly man holding a gun stepped out, his face full of muscles and a fierce gaze fixed on Jiang He. Finally seeing a person, Jiang He hurried over and politely asked, Big brother, is this villa yours? I have something urgent to do. Can I get to the rooftop? The man's eyes flickered. It would be nice if you were the owner. This villa belongs to someone else, and no outsiders are allowed. You better leave before I get angry. Since she spoke somewhat politely, he decided to turn a blind eye this time. However, Jiang He wasn't grateful for his kindness and continued to ask, "Is the owner home? Call him out. I need to talk to him." The burly man frowned, his tone threatening. "Get lost. Do you think you can just see the owner?" With no way to communicate, Jiang He sighed, realizing she had to find another way. The villa's front yard had many small doors, and she checked them one by one, but they were mostly locked. "This isn't working. Half an hour has passed, and there's no progress. I need to open the supermarket at 9 and run my business." Jiang He ran back to the van and grabbed the loudspeaker. "Hey, is the owner home? Can you hear me? Please come open the door. I have something very important to discuss about your rooftop. Don't worry. I won't cause any damage, and I'm not a terrorist. I'm the owner of Dawn's Supermarket. You can ask Chief Xia about my character." Inside the villa, Zhou Yinze was sleeping in his room, having pulled an all-nighter the day before, and had barely slept for 2 hours. He kept hearing someone shouting, "Zhou, what? Is his great-grandfather finally here to take him away?" Zhou Yinze abruptly woke from a nightmare, realizing the annoying voice was coming from outside the villa. With a serpent-like cold gaze, he slightly squinted and pulled out a handgun, walking out with a murderous aura. "Am I feeding you people for nothing?" The bodyguards and servants in the villa were silent, scared and huddled in the corners, fearing they would be the next target. "There's someone making noise outside. Go deal with it." The burly man walked over with his head down, his voice tense. "Report, Zhou. The person making a ruckus outside is Boss Jiang from Dawn Supermarket." Zhou Yinze smirked coldly. "Huh. Dawn Supermarket? I didn't go looking for her, but she came looking for me first." The women living in other rooms rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Young Master Zhou, don't get angry. It's just a supermarket owner. Let the bodyguards handle it." "Yes, young Master Zhou, don't hurt yourself." Each of these women was more beautiful than the last, all gifted to him, kept in the villa area without venturing outside, completely unaware of what was happening in the world. Zhou Yinze woke up in a foul mood, his face cold enough to freeze. He raised his gun and fired several shots into the ceiling. "Shut up." After saying that, he strode towards the door, emanating an intimidating aura. Jiang He counted down in her mind. If 5 minutes passed and no one came to open the door, then sorry. She'd have to cause some damage and drive in herself. "If no one is here, I'll just open the door myself." Jiang He yawned and looked up, only to see a tall, thin man in silk pajamas walking out from the villa, looking like he had just woken up. He can't possibly have been asleep through all this chaos, can he? Jiang He lowered the car window and tentatively called out, "Young Master Zhou?" Zhou Yinze glanced at the pink van and then at the woman inside. Her hair was tied in a loose bun, with 2 strands framing her delicate face. Her eyes bright and clear, untouched by the harshness of the world outside. A rare beauty, albeit with a physique that paled in comparison to the other women in his villa. Jiang He was annoyed by the man's leering gaze. "Hey, buddy, are you picking a wife here? Have you started selecting?" She raised her chin defiantly. "You're young Master Zhou, right? I need to borrow your rooftop." Zhou Yinze found her presumptuousness amusing, though he also thought she was quite entertaining. "What if I don't let you in? Then I apologize in advance. I've broken into military rooftops before, so yours shouldn't be too hard." As Jiang He started the van, there were only 22 minutes left until 9 o'clock. She turned the steering wheel and backed up 10 meters. Whoosh! The pink fin shot out like a bullet, with a powerful pushback sensation. With a loud crash, the iron gate was instantly smashed open, landing right at Zhou Yinze's feet, almost piercing through him. Jiang He jumped out of the car, instinctively taking a starting position. Her running speed had been honed to perfection in the virtual supermarket, and she dashed past the man like a wild horse. Once inside the villa's first floor, she was taken aback by how massive it was. She paused to look around. There were doors everywhere, but no stairs in sight. "System, navigate for me." "Okay, continue straight for 200 meters. Zhou Yinze had never been so bewildered. What had just happened? Someone had the audacity to crash through his front door and break into his villa right under his nose. Interesting, very interesting. He summoned a few bodyguards to head to the rooftop to see what the woman was up to. After navigating several turns, they finally found the stairs leading to the rooftop. "Ding, you have arrived near the check-in location." On the rooftop, there was an oversized swimming pool, and Jiang He almost lost control of her vehicle, nearly plunging into the water. Meanwhile, in the civilian area of the same base, someone had died of thirst because they couldn't access water. Now, looking at this place, the pool, which covered 100 square meters, was filled with clear water for the villa owners to enjoy. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the saying holds true. The rich feast while the poor freeze to death. Host, slogan. Jiang He cleared her throat, facing the swimming pool to immerse herself in the moment. "Oh, see, my hometown, the place where I grew up. Seeing you gives me a sense of home." "Ahem, host, why do you have an accent now?" "Sorry, let me start over." Jiang He raised her hand and struck a pose again. At the rooftop staircase, Zhou Yinze came up and saw Jiang He passionately shouting at his swimming pool, calling it the sea. Was she some kind of deity? Did she come all this way just to crash into his front door to see the swimming pool and reminisce about her hometown? A burly man said seriously, "Zhou Xiao? I think Boss Jiang used to live by the sea, and she's feeling nostalgic." Zhou Yinze shot him a glance. He wasn't deaf and could hear everything. What a strange and mystical woman. Beep, sign-in successful. You have gained 8 minutes of restocking time and unlocked caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. Jiang He turned around to see a row of black-clad bodyguards at the staircase, all looking stunned. Out of politeness, she nodded slightly to everyone. Sorry to disturb. I have a class to attend, so I'll be leaving now. Zhou Yinja stared at her, his emotions unreadable. Wait a minute. How would they settle the account for the damage to his front door? Strictly speaking, Jiang He thought this incident wasn't her fault. Before entering the villa, she had politely asked multiple times if they could open the door. Since they refused, it wasn't her fault. However, she had indeed damaged someone else's property. And Jiang He was a conscientious person. She patted her pocket and pulled out a bag of unopened bear-shaped cookies. She tossed them over. Here, this is for the compensation. Zhou Yinja caught them perfectly. The blue packaging was about the size of his palm. Upon tearing it open, there was a thick cookie inside, shaped like a bear. The gesture of raising both hands looked a bit comical. For ordinary people, cookies were a precious resource. She actually offered them as compensation? Quite sincere. The burly man watched the pink van drive away and hurried over, anxiously asking, Zhou Xiao, Boss Jiang has driven off. Should we chase her? Zhou Yinja put the cookies away, glanced sideways, and shot him a look. She had already offered compensation. What was there to chase? Once the van exited the villa area, Jiang He set up shop right there. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Shuguang Supermarket, offering a variety of delicious choices. With such a distinctive pink van, Jiang He didn't even need to shout. Customers immediately rushed over to line up. A girl excitedly shouted, "Oh, Mom, I'm successful. I actually found Shuguang Supermarket just as it opened." Every day, she queues at the supermarket, but rarely manages to buy anything. She has been craving the self-heating hot pot, boxed meals, instant noodles, marinated dishes, and spicy sour noodles for a long time. The adorable girl, Jiang He, couldn't help but smile when she saw her. You are the first customer today. You can go ahead and pick your food now. Jiang He stood in front of the dazzling shelves, never feeling this rich before, and for a moment, didn't know where to start. She was hit by a case of choice paralysis. Forget it, just take a little bit of everything. After all, her brother would earn points, and she wasn't lacking in points either. 6 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 3 portions each of boxed meals and marinated dishes, 10 buckets each of instant noodles and spicy sour noodles, 20 pieces of bread, 15 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of cola, and 6 boxes of milk. She also needed to buy some daily necessities, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 5 packs of wet wipes, 6 packs of sanitary pads, and 2 flashlights. After choosing everything, she realized she couldn't carry it all. She struggled to move the items to Jiang He and shyly asked, Boss Jiang, I can't carry this much by myself. Can I take some now and come back for the rest later? You can leave it here, but I can't guarantee it won't get lost, Jiang He replied. The supermarket didn't offer storage services, and Jiang He had no obligation to watch over customers' items. If it was really too much to carry, she would suggest customers buy less or find another solution. Jiang He looked at the things on the ground, unwilling to give up any of it. Each item was her little treasure. It was hard to come by such luck, and she was determined not to let it slip away. Boss Jiang, please help me calculate the points for all of these. I want them all. Jiang He thought of a brilliant idea. Her brother would surely come looking for her since she hadn't returned home for so long. He could help her carry everything back home. Hee. She really was a little genius. Jiang He opened a bucket of instant noodles, paid with 20 points, and went to get hot water. After waiting for 3 minutes, she couldn't wait to lift the lid. The steaming aroma hit her face, making Jiang He feel blissful as she quickly grabbed a fork and dug in. There was no table, but eating while standing didn't affect how delicious it tasted. Jiang He was like a living advertisement. Other customers couldn't resist the smell. Buy instant noodles, buy? Jiang He brought in over 50 buckets of instant noodles, and within 5 minutes, they were all sold out. Wool gloves and wool socks still didn't attract much attention. Fortunately, customers with points were willing to take a pair or two, seeing how hard Jiang He was working to promote them. After all, it wasn't easy for her. Selling them slowly like this, they would surely sell out within 2 days. Half an hour later, Jiang He indeed waited for her brother to arrive. The man was in his 30s and initially looked fierce. Jiang He, what are you doing? Buying things here without telling anyone at home? Don't you know Mom and I would worry? Ignoring his harsh tone, she pointed at the food and daily necessities on the ground. Brother, look, I bought so many good things. She pouted slightly, feeling a bit aggrieved. It was precisely because she bought too much and couldn't carry it all that she was waiting for him to find her. Zhang Feng then noticed the items at his sister's feet, all of which were valuable supplies that were hard to come by normally. His tone softened. Let's go home. Mom must be worried alone. The 2 siblings each held a pile of items as they left the supermarket. In the middle of the group, Li Yanfeng wrapped her face tightly, almost wanting to hide her head in her chest, appearing timid as if afraid of being recognized. Jiang He maintained a smiling face, actively welcoming customers. Hello, welcome to the supermarket. If you have a points card, you can go directly to select your items. If not, please come to me to get one. Li Yanfeng stared at the ground, her voice barely audible. I don't have a card. Jiang He frowned. What did you say? Please speak up. The system voice chimed in. She said she doesn't have a card. System, enough. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to look up for a long time, Jiang He became a bit impatient. If you want to buy something, just be straightforward about it. Don't waste time. Li Yanfeng trembled slightly, shaking her hands as she took off what was on her head, revealing her entire face. I'm sorry. Boss Jiang, I couldn't say anything for a long time. Upon recognizing her, Jiang He immediately understood and picked up the black box. Would you like to apply for a card? Li Yanfeng quickly looked up, her eyes shining with disbelief. Can I apply? Jiang He replied, you haven't offended me. And you're not on the supermarket's blacklist. Why can't you apply? Hearing this, Li Yanfeng lowered her head again, remembering that incident still made her uneasy. And she felt it hard to breathe. My husband. Jiang He interrupted her directly. Although you are married, the one who offended me is him, not you. I want to take it out on the innocent. However, if you want to buy things from the supermarket to take back for him to eat. At this point, Li Yanfeng shook her head vigorously. I won't do that. He is already dead. That day, after Chen Tianpeng was electrocuted. It took a long time for him to wake up, and just as Jiang He had said, he became a vegetative state. The only thing that could move were his murky eyes. Li Yanfeng, who had long suffered from domestic violence, had been suppressed to the point where she didn't know how to resist. She dragged her husband back to bed step by step, feeling completely drained, collapsing on the floor, unable to even lift her hands. Suddenly, she smelled a foul odor. Chen Tianpeng had lost control of his bowels and wet the bed. He couldn't speak, only able to make incoherent sounds. Even in a state of paralysis, he still treated Li Yanfeng like a slave, his eyes filled with fierce intent. Signaling her to change his clothes, Li Yanfeng felt as if she had just awakened. The man who used to beat and scold her every day could no longer stand up. So why should she still serve him? After that, she stopped caring about Chen Tianpeng's well-being, consuming the last bit of food in the house to survive the intense heat. On the second day of his paralysis, Chen Tianpeng died from the heat. As the residents of the base began to venture out to earn points, Li Yanfeng also participated. She teamed up with her neighbors and collected a lot of jewelry that was worth points. Not daring to face Jiang He, she gave all the jewelry to her teammates, asking them to buy items and just give her a small portion in return. Until today, it was only by chance that Li Yanfeng discovered that the Dawn supermarket had opened here. She finally mustered the courage to join the queue. Jiang He raised an eyebrow slightly, a gentle smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Congratulations, you've escaped the sea of suffering. Li Yanfeng released her clammy palms, her face revealing a smile she hadn't worn in a long time. The dullness in her eyes suddenly brightened, as if she saw hope, filled with gratitude and anticipation. Thank you, Boss Jiang. She signed up for a points card and exchanged everything she had on her for points. Beep. Congratulations, user Li Yanfeng. Successfully recharged 1,000 points. As she walked towards the shelves, Li Yanfeng felt as if she were dreaming. She had escaped the man's clutches and survived on her own in this harsh world. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. The supermarket stock was low, and Li Yanfeng bought 3 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 rice balls, and 3 bags of bear-shaped biscuits. She spent a total of 570 points. After buying so much food, she was surprised to find that she still had nearly half of her points left. What a great deal. She must earn more points. Around 10 o'clock, the supermarket's goods were sold out. Customers who hadn't bought anything sighed in disappointment. Oh, is that all? I envy those who were at the front of the line. I always seem to be the one left out. My luck is just terrible. I'm so hungry and thirsty. I could have held on, but seeing them eat so well makes me even hungrier. Sigh. I'll save my energy and go home to sleep. That way, I won't think about it too much. I'll come early tomorrow to see if I can grab something. Even a bag of biscuits would make me happy. The system gently reminded. Host. You still have 8 minutes of restock time remaining. Jiang He remembered this and immediately raised the loudspeaker. Everyone, please don't rush to leave. The supermarket will soon receive a new batch of goods. If you need something, you can wait for 8 more minutes. It won't take too long. As soon as she finished speaking, the dozen or so customers at the front lit up with excitement, their eyes shining. Ah, is there more? We'll wait. No matter how long it takes. Yes, Boss Jiang, we're willing to wait. All right, you wait here for a bit. I'll be back soon. Jiang He put down the loudspeaker, entered the bread truck, and quickly arrived at the virtual supermarket. Recently, more customers had been buying flashlights, so when restocking, she took 100 flashlights in 3 trips. Items like chocolate and beef jerky were restocked in smaller quantities, but essential goods like bottled water and bread needed to be stocked up more. She also grabbed a few bags of sunflower seeds that had just been unlocked. Before Jiang He returned, the empty shelves suddenly filled with various products, causing residents to rub their eyes in disbelief. What just happened? Where did these things come from? They hadn't blinked, yet the items appeared out of nowhere. Dawn's supermarket was indeed magical. Even the restocking method seemed like magic. When Jiang He emerged, the system had already restocked all the goods. All right, the Dawn supermarket is back in business. Come and pick your items. She settled onto the sofa, waiting for customers to come to check out, while leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. When it was Yi Qingqing's turn, she was still in shock and hadn't reacted. Boss Jiang, how did you manage to restock from a distance? Is there some mechanism inside the shelves? Curious, Yi Qingqing's cheeks turned red, her round face resembling a ripe apple. I want to know. Jiang He smiled innocently, a subtle dimple appearing on her cheek. Knowing too much might lead to me silencing you. You sure you still want to hear it? Yi Qingqing suddenly felt a chill down her spine and shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, her two bun hairstyles bobbing along. I won't listen, I won't listen. She hurried to the shelves, gasping for breath. Although Boss Jiang had an innocent face, she could be truly terrifying. Having not come to the supermarket for a few days, she had already shared most of her last stock with her roommates, and it was nearly all gone. This time, she brought her friends along to stock up again. Bread, boxed meals, and such were much tastier than the food provided by the base. They simply couldn't get enough. Since the items at Dawn's supermarket were first come, first served, usually only one customer was allowed to pick items at a time. However, if it was a family, or if someone wanted to shop with others, Jiang He wouldn't stop them. The two friends followed Yi Qingqing, looking like they had never seen anything like this before. Wow, this is just like a supermarket before the apocalypse, right? Who is this Boss Jiang? She is amazing. Yi Qingqing felt a lingering fear and bitterly smiled. Some things are better left unknown for you. He Tian leaned closer to her ear, lowering her voice. Qingqing, I just saw gloves and wool socks over there. Are they also supermarket products? Yi Qingqing glanced at Jiang He to ensure she wasn't paying attention, then turned her head and whispered in a voice only the three of them could hear. Boss Jiang often sells things that no one buys. Since we're here, we should definitely support her. Just a few dozen pairs of gloves and socks. Let us buy them all and split them among us. All right, I agree. Me too. The three girls almost cleared the entire shelf, definitely becoming valuable customers. They got 3 braised chicken wing boxed meals, 3 boxes of marinated dishes, 25 cups of instant noodles, 8 self-heating hot pots, 10 cups of spicy sour noodles, 9 packs of 8 treasure porridge, 10 loaves of bread, 20 chicken feet, 10 rice balls, 20 each of ham sausages and marinated eggs, 6 large chicken legs, 10 purple sweet potato cakes, 8 chocolate bars, and 12 bags of beef jerky. They also took 20 bottles of mineral water and 9 bottles each of cola, orange juice, and Sprite. Additionally, they grabbed 12 rolls of toilet paper, 20 packs of sanitary napkins, and 24 packs of wet wipes, totaling over 20,000 points. There was so much stuff that they ended up with a mess on the floor, needing several trips to carry it all. Yi Qingqing smiled sweetly, pointing at the gloves and socks behind her. Boss Jiang, we'll take those too. Let us count them in the points. This. A rich lady has dropped from the sky. Jiang He suppressed her smirk, thinking this was an incredible fortune that had come her way. She thought it would take until tomorrow to sell everything, but a surprise came all at once. Ding! Sales task completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He handed all the gloves and socks to them, smiling brightly. Welcome to visit again. This is heartfelt. Please encourage them to come more often. During these 5 minutes of restocking, Jiang He intends to save it for tomorrow. The system's daily tasks are unpredictable, and if tomorrow's refreshed tasks cannot be completed immediately, it would be awkward. She needs to keep a safety net. If the supermarket runs out of stock, it cannot operate, and all the points she worked hard to earn would be taken away by the system. She has to defend her points. In the prison cell at the base, Zhou Tao has been starving for a day and a night, weakly slumped on the ground, occasionally shouting, "Let me out! Where's Captain Li? Call him to see me." Li Haobo has not appeared, partly because he has his own matters to attend to, and partly because he has not received any precise news from Zhou Xiao's side. That morning, the base finally issued the execution order for Zhou Tao. Upon seeing the execution result, Li Haobo was somewhat surprised and personally went to the cell. The cell door was kicked open, and Zhou Tao instantly woke up, standing up weakly. A small opening in the door let in a few beams of bright light. Zhou Tao shielded his eyes with his hand. Having not seen light for so long, he couldn't adapt immediately. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered that the person at the door was Li Haobo. As if seeing his savior, he excitedly grasped the bars of the door. "Captain Li, what's going on? Can I get out?" Li Haobo slowly shook his head and sighed. "Zhou Tao, this time you've really hit a brick wall." Zhou Tao's heart sank, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What the hell do you mean? Zhou Xiao is my cousin. We have a legitimate blood relationship. How could he possibly ignore me?" He reached out to grab Li Haobo's collar, but was dodged by the latter. "Where's the key? Where's the key? Hurry and open the door. I need to find Zhou Xiao." Li Haobo brushed off the dust from his shoulders, his tone tinged with regret. "Little brother, I want to let you out too. After all, we've cooperated many times, and it's been quite pleasant. But the base has already issued the execution order. The good news is, your life is safe." Zhou Tao's voice was hoarse. "What's the bad news?" "You've been assigned to the mine, permanently barred from returning to Nanyang base." After saying this, Li Haobo even tried to comfort him a bit. "Think positively. This is already quite good. At least you're still alive. I want to be rough with you. Cooperate and go with them." Zhou Tao's face turned pale. Those sent to the mine never come out alive. Working in the mine is both hard and dangerous. Only those who are disabled and cannot work will be released. Even if they get out, lacking the ability to act means only one path awaits: death. "Captain Li, please help me. I can't go to the mine. Talk to Zhou Xiao. Tell him the owner of Dawn's supermarket wants to harm me. And he has not even giving me face. He will definitely come to save me." In the past, he relied on Zhou Yin's power and walked arrogantly at the base, living in glory. Who would have thought he would end up in such a state today? It's all that woman from Dawn's supermarket's fault. It's all her doing. He only went to catch 2 people, and without even smashing the supermarket, she sent him to the cell. He refused to accept it. Refused to accept it. I have already conveyed the message to Zhou Xiao. He won't guarantee your safety. What can I do? Given our relationship, I've done quite a lot already. Don't make it difficult for me. Just obediently get in the car and go to the mine. Li Haobo signaled his subordinates to open the door. After Zhou Tao calmed down, he unexpectedly cooperated and showed no signs of resistance. 2 soldiers escorted him into the vehicle, heading to the nearest mine at the base. After closing the supermarket, Jiang He planned to find a less crowded place, somewhere by the fields, to let Seng Biao and Ba Wan run around. She immediately thought of the cornfield. It was spacious enough for walking cats and chickens without any issues. While driving, she hummed a cheerful tune. Riding on my beloved little car, I will never be stuck in traffic. Inside the off-road vehicle, Zhou Tao's expression was gloomy as he fixed his gaze on every shadow outside the window. Suddenly, he spotted a pink van, and his dead fish-like eyes filled with resentment. He seemed to be ignited with rage. Taking advantage of the soldier's distraction, Zhou Tao quickly got up and slammed into the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a harsh sound. The off-road vehicle veered off course, heading straight for the pink van. Jiang He felt a slight jolt in the vehicle and glanced at the rearview mirror. Good grief, the military green off-road vehicle was wildly charging toward her. Fortunately, the van had a protective shield, so it wouldn't be affected. How could there be such reckless people at the base, daring to crash into my little pink car? Host, that person is Zhou Tao, and there are 2 innocent soldiers in the car. Hearing this, Jiang He abandoned the idea of competing with the off-road vehicle. In this situation, could she punish him? Yes, he has developed murderous intent toward the host and wants to kill you. With her right hand on the steering wheel. Before Jiang He could decide on a punishment method, a gunshot rang out from behind. Zhou Tao was shot in the head. The off-road vehicle slammed to a halt, stopping its wild swaying. In the rearview mirror, she could see the vehicle's windows stained blood red, with a blurred figure slowly collapsing. A single shot. It was a bit too quick and too easy for him. The cornfield, no, it shouldn't be called that anymore. There wasn't a single cornstalk left. Only a ground full of withered branches and leaves, with the land cracked and desolate. Stopping the car, Jiang He took out the 2 little ones and set them down in the wide field. You 2 have fun, but don't run too far. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong voice came from nearby. Who is over there? What are you doing? It sounded so familiar. Jiang He turned to look, and a sharp pitchfork glinted in the sun, nearly blinding her. Wait, there aren't even any cornstalks left, so why is Grandpa Wang still guarding this place? The elderly but vigorous Grandpa Wang walked over quickly. Upon seeing her, he finally put down the pitchfork. Meow, meow, meow. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Oh my. This place is so big and so much fun. The 2 little ones started playing hide-and-seek in the field. Ba Wan hid under a large leaf, while Seng Biao rummaged around here and there, getting so anxious that he stumbled over himself, walking in sync with his legs. Old Wang hadn't seen small animals for a long time, and he found them quite fascinating, staring at them for quite a while. This little orange one is so cute. He wanted to reach out and touch it. Old Wang restrained himself, cleared his throat a couple of times, and asked, "Did you bring them?" Jiang He nodded yes. "We should let the cat and chicken roam around here, right? Of course, they can fertilize the ground, and next year's corn will grow taller." Speaking of corn, Old Wang's eyes visibly brightened. Jiang He followed up on his words and asked, "Old Wang, haven't you harvested all the corn? Why are you still guarding this piece of land?" "I don't have much to do at home, just came over to turn the soil." As he spoke, Old Wang remembered something and pulled out something from his back pocket. "What a coincidence, I just dug this up while turning the soil over there. Take a look. Can this be exchanged for points? Can I also get a points card?" It was a cup that looked colorless, covered in dirt, with a very unique shape. After Jiang He took it and communicated with the system, she asked, "System, can you check if this is from last week or from the Shang and Zhou dynasties?" Half a minute later, the system's voice sounded slightly excited. "Ding ding ding. Host, you found a treasure. This is a true antique. A wine vessel from the Midwestern Zhou period, worth over 100 million before the apocalypse." It wasn't surprising to dig up such a precious item since the cornfield used to be a museum. Collecting a rare antique grants you a chance to draw a grand prize. Jiang He quickly took out a black box and issued a points card for Old Wang. "Ding, congratulations customer Wang Tai Tai, successfully recharged 120,000 points." Chapter 47, Constant Temperature Tint. Old Wang truly lived up to his name. Even his name was down to earth. Tai Tai. Phew. Old Wang, the goods at the supermarket have sold out today. You can come back tomorrow with your points card to shop. Old Wang smiled, his face full of wrinkles, making him look very amiable. A small cup could actually be exchanged for over 100,000 points. I'll go turn the soil over there again and find more good stuff like this. After saying that, Old Wang headed to the field with a steel fork. Jiang He watched his back and smiled. "Go ahead, find more good things, so I can draw more grand prizes." "Host, this used to be a museum. Don't you have any interest in digging here too?" The system's voice was filled with a hint of excitement. Hee hee. "Collecting a precious antique will also earn me a little commission. The more, the better, of course." Jiang He furrowed her brow slightly and said seriously, "System, you're too greedy. I'm a beautiful and kind supermarket owner. How can I compete with my customers for points? It's not easy for them to survive in the apocalypse. Isn't it better to let them earn a little more? System, clearly just lazy, as if you're thinking more about others. Jiang He sneezed and narrowed her eyes. Speaking in a chilling tone, System, did you just insult me? The system denied 3 times. I didn't. Don't wrong the good system. Seeing the duo of Wang and Ba Wan having fun, Jiang He returned to her room to draw her super grand prize. System, how do I draw? Let's get started. All right. The next moment, a colorful spinning wheel appeared out of nowhere on the fluffy carpet by the bed. The circular wheel was divided into 7 colors, each representing a reward. Red, a supply station. Orange, 30 minutes of restocking time. Yellow, a full fish feast. Green, a full crab feast. Cyan, a seafood feast. Blue, 50 thermal tents. Purple, a little helper. Among them, the red and orange sections were the smallest, only as wide as 2 fingers, while the yellow, green, and cyan sections were the largest. Host, over there are the darts. Once the wheel starts spinning, you can throw darts for a chance to win a prize. After getting the darts, Jiang He asked her question. System, what does the purple section mean? The little helper is the robot from the virtual supermarket. If you hit the purple, the little helper will be yours. You can assign it tasks like restocking, cleaning, managing the store, or grooming your little pet. However, the supermarket must be upgraded to level 5 or higher for the robot to assist with restocking. The little helper could only join you in the virtual supermarket because you completed a task earlier. Jiang He nodded with bright eyes. This reward was also very appealing. No matter which color she hit, she would be very happy. Of course, hitting the supply station would be the best. After all, a supply station was priced at 880,000 points. Jiang He took a breath, shook her hand, and then threw the dart with all her might. The wheel spun rapidly and took about 2 minutes to come to a complete stop. The system cheered. Wow, congratulations to the host for winning 50 thermal tents. That's great. Knowing Jiang He was curious about what the tent looked like, the system quickly brought out a sample. The tent was already set up, blue in color, standing 3 meters tall, 2 meters long, and 5 meters wide. The interior space was more than enough for 2 people, and if squeezed, 3 people could sleep in it. And even 5 wouldn't be a problem if they really squeezed together. After all, survivors in the post-apocalyptic world were as thin as bamboo poles. The temperature inside the tent is unaffected by the outside world, maintaining a constant 21 degrees. It will be very comfortable for people inside. Such a tent would be very useful in both extreme heat and extreme cold. Selling it would definitely be very popular. She would be able to make a big profit again tomorrow. Since she had some free time, Jiang He entered the virtual supermarket to stock up for tomorrow. Today's revenue totaled 78,260 points. The cumulative revenue of the Dawn supermarket reached 802,689 points. Before entering the virtual supermarket, she tapped on the pink ball. Little helper. Just wait, I will get you eventually. The little pet and the other had developed a bond, and they were getting along more harmoniously now. After finishing her stocking, Jiang He walked out of the van and saw in the cornfield, the little pet was using its 2 meaty paws to hold the other, placing the entire little chick on its belly, lowering its head to lick its fur repeatedly. The little chick was all wet, its fur stuck to its skin, looking like a pitiful little mouse. It was hard to watch. Before it got dark, she called the 2 little ones back. Time to eat, time to eat. Upon hearing the words time to eat, Sang Biao's body sprang up like a spring. Ba Wan, who had been dozing off with squinted eyes, was suddenly knocked to the ground, feeling dizzy. Ba Wan exclaimed. All the camaraderie and time spent this afternoon were ultimately misplaced. The next day, the temperature dropped a bit more, making it less hot outside. People walking around felt much more comfortable, and their faces showed a healthy glow. Ding! Today's sales task has been refreshed. Sell 100 sturdy umbrellas, priced at 400 points each. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time. Additionally, the temperature-controlled tent is priced at 5,000 points each, and the rewards will not count towards the supermarket's cumulative sales total. 5,000 for one. Jiang He was a bit surprised. This was the most expensive item since the supermarket opened. However, the temperature-controlled tent had powerful features and was indeed worth that many points. No matter how high the price, there would still be buyers. At 9 o'clock, Jiang He casually found a spot to park and opened the supermarket. She placed a sample tent next to the shelves for customers to see from all angles. Li Ting and her group were lucky today. Just a few minutes after leaving their dorm, they ran into a freshly parked pink van. They hurried over and claimed the front spots. Li Ting's eyes lit up as she pointed to the blue tent and curiously asked, Jiang He, what's that? During the introduction, Jiang He deliberately lifted the megaphone so everyone could hear. Shuguang's supermarket proudly presents brand new 50 temperature-controlled tents. Don't be fooled by its appearance, which looks like an ordinary tent. Its functionality is beyond your imagination. What do you do when the weather is too hot or too cold? Buy one of these tents to take home, and you can toss out your air conditioner and fan. Just lie down in this tent, and you'll enjoy a comfortable 21-degree constant temperature. The tent is made from special materials, waterproof, electric-proof, and radiation-proof, capable of withstanding even super strong typhoons. Its quality is top-notch. Priced at 5,000 points, it's a genuine deal, fair to all. After she finished speaking, The customers in line widened their eyes in astonishment, pausing for a while before whispering to each other. If I had a temperature-controlled tent during the extreme heat, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I almost overheated. Although the temperature is slowly dropping now, who can guarantee it will always be normal in the future? I must buy one to take home. Everyone's enthusiasm for purchasing the tents was high, but Li Ting and her friends were in a dilemma. They could scrape together 5,000 points, but after buying the tent, they wouldn't have much left for other supplies. Suddenly, an idea popped into Li Ting's mind. The tent seems quite spacious. Why don't we pool our points together to buy it? Zhao Peng's eyes lit up, thinking this plan was feasible. If 2 people pooled their points, each would only need to contribute 2,500 points. If 3 people joined in, it would only be a little over 1,600 points each. In this post-apocalyptic world, who cared about the size of the sleeping space? Having a comfortable place to lie down was enough. Staying in a temperature-controlled tent would surely ensure a good night's sleep. Li Ting's teammates agreed that this was a good idea and began looking for others to join in. Zhao Peng blushed and tugged at Li Ting's sleeve, whispering, "How about we live together?" Li Ting was taken aback by his words, turning her head to see Jiang He munching on seeds, watching them with a curious gaze. Her cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, "What are you saying?" Zhao Peng thought that as a man, he should take the initiative and be direct. "I like you. And you like me too. Let's take this opportunity to make it official. What do you think?" Seeing her silent for a long time, the light in his eyes slowly faded. "Is it because I have no front teeth and my speech is a bit slurred?" Li Ting quickly shook her head. "No, I've never thought that." She just felt it was too sudden. After being single for over 20 years, they had just confirmed their feelings and were already talking about living together. It was a bit overwhelming. But then she thought about how rare it was to meet someone who made her heart flutter in such a harsh world. Her face turned crimson as she clenched the hem of her clothes. "All right, let's buy a tent together." Now that they were together, there was no need to be shy anymore. Zhao Peng's face lit up with joy. "Then I'll use my card, and you can save your points." Jiang He, a golden bachelor, felt a bit out of place watching their display of affection. "Ding, 5,000 points credited. You'll have to set up the tent yourselves when you get back. If you have any after-sales issues, you can come to me." They received a vacuum-sealed bag containing 6 main components of the tent. After deciding on the tent, Li Ting and Zhao Peng went to the shelves to shop. They were the first to arrive at the supermarket, with plenty of products available. They shared the same shopping preferences, specifically choosing inexpensive and practical items, ignoring snacks completely. They picked 30 bottles of mineral water, 30 loaves of bread, 30 bags of Bear biscuits, 2 flashlights, 10 rolls of toilet paper, and 5 packs of sanitary pads. After selecting everything, Zhao Peng hesitated for a moment. Shouting, "Should we buy some boxed meals to celebrate today? It was a special day, and they should treat themselves to something nice." Realizing what he was thinking, Li Ting's face flushed again. It was a rare indulgence. "Okay." Zhao Peng felt delighted and immediately went to get her favorite braised chicken wing boxed meal. They spent a total of 5,850 points. And since they couldn't carry everything back in one go, Zhao Peng asked Li Ting to wait there while he made a few trips with his strength. Soon, 20 tents had already been sold. The system anxiously reminded, "Host, you forgot to promote our umbrellas." "Oh, don't worry, let's wait a bit longer." With the temperature-controlled tents as a comparison, who would want to buy a regular umbrella? Once this wave passed, there would be a chance to promote the sturdy umbrellas. Many customers who were short on points, like Li Ting and Zhao Peng, teamed up with others to buy tents. Of course, they needed to find reliable partners. Otherwise, there could be disputes later over shared property. Zhou Yinjia instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the supermarket, ready to signal him as soon as it opened. As soon as he received the news, he drove over, but still arrived a step behind others. A long queue had already formed in front of the supermarket. Zhou Yinjia frowned impatiently, finding it troublesome. He got out with a gun, ready to see who dared not to let him through. A subordinate beside him, nervously reminding him, said, "Young Master Zhou, there are rules at the supermarket. No one is allowed to cut in line, or they will be blacklisted." Zhou Yinjia couldn't fathom that even in the apocalypse, such ridiculous rules still existed. "Am I not allowed?" The subordinate lowered his head, speaking cautiously. "Boss Zhang treats everyone the same." Zhou Yinjia turned his gaze outside, spotting a pink then lost in the crowd. He absent-mindedly traced the trigger of his gun with his fingers, his voice low and lazy. "Fine, then let us play with her." As the man stepped out of the armored vehicle, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black cargo pants, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long fingers held a slender cigarette, his bone structure sharp and exquisite, exuding a wild aura. Only military personnel could drive such a vehicle. Onlookers glanced at him a couple of times before quickly looking down and walking around them. Zhou Yinjia, wearing sunglasses, stood out among the disheveled residents, feeling out of place. None of the people around him dared to breathe loudly. 50 tents sold out rapidly, and Jiang He felt delighted. Her account receiving a boost of 250,000 points, which was quite embarrassing. While happy, she didn't forget her business. Jiang He opened a sturdy umbrella, holding it over her head. Ahem, for those who didn't manage to buy a temperature-controlled tent, the supermarket is launching a new product, the sturdy umbrella. Just look at the material to see how tough it is. It's no exaggeration to say it's sturdier than bulletproof helmets and vests. This umbrella can not only shield you from the sun and rain, but can even stop bullets. Zhou Yinze listened lazily, then suddenly lifted his eyelids and stepped out of the queue. Just talking won't convince anyone. I have a gun here and can help you test the umbrella's quality for free. Everything in the supermarket is of genuine quality. Jiang He recognized him at a glance, but showed no special reaction. With someone offering free bullets, she certainly wouldn't refuse. A live demonstration would definitely enhance the sales pitch. All right, I'll hold it, and you can shoot directly. Zhou Yinze's charming eyes momentarily showed a hint of daze. Was she not afraid of the bullet going astray and hitting her? Jiang He shielded herself with the umbrella, and after a while of silence without a gunshot, she tilted the umbrella to reveal her bright and beautiful face. What's wrong? Is your aim so poor that you can't hit from this close? Zhou Yinze couldn't stand the provocation, especially since it was her. Without hesitation, for the first time, he raised the gun without any intent to kill, though a faint layer of hostility lingered in his eyes. Bang! As the bullet shot out and hit the umbrella, Jiang He uncontrollably stepped back. The customers in front had the clearest view and immediately gasped. Wow, the bullet clearly hit the umbrella, but there's not a single mark on it. This umbrella is incredible. It could even serve as a weapon. Chapter 49. Do you want me to personally shoot the gun that can break your bones? Zhou Yinze, who was taken aback for 2 seconds, finally reacted. The bulletproof gear in the military indeed couldn't compare to the strength and durability of this umbrella. From this point on, his interest in Jiang He grew even stronger. Who exactly was she to produce something so extraordinary? The Chow family had stocked up on supplies last time, but they still came by every day to try their luck, hoping to pick up something extra, as having more supplies was never a bad thing. The three of them stared in astonishment. After swallowing hard, Chao Tianshun regained his voice. Boss Jiang, how many points for such an umbrella? It must be quite expensive. The astonishing promotional effect was something Jiang He hadn't anticipated. Clearing her throat, she exaggeratedly announced, "Listen up, everyone. The price for the iron-boned umbrella is just 400 points. You heard it right. You can take it home for only 400 points. The stock is limited, first come first served, and once it's gone, it's gone. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy." Although the umbrella wasn't as useful as a temperature-controlled tent, it was cheap and practical. The enthusiasm for purchases this time was even higher than before. Chao Tianshun immediately stepped forward and said without hesitation, "Boss Jiang, we'll take 3. Their family had enough food now, but they were lacking in defensive weapons. The iron-boned umbrella not only had excellent defensive capabilities, but was also very strong in offense. Anyone who dared to confront them would be directly poked to death with the umbrella. 100 umbrellas sold even faster than Jiang He had imagined. Their popularity was no less than that of the temperature-controlled tents. Zhou Yinze patiently waited in line for nearly half an hour, and finally, there were no people in front of him. Before coming, he had already figured out the supermarket situation. First, he needed to apply for a points card and load points onto it to purchase items. Holding the black card in his hand, Zhou Yinze smirked, his voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "I helped you quite a bit. Shouldn't you give me a discount?" Jiang He smiled politely, but said, "Discount? How about I break your bones instead?" "Just kidding. But seriously, I'm a civilized and polite supermarket owner. I should be a bit more tactful with customers. You just said it was free help." She emphasized the word free. Zhou Yinze, living in such a large villa, wouldn't he be so stingy? Zhou Yinze's face darkened. He had always been generous with women, and no one had ever called him stingy. It was quite strange that he had repeatedly faced setbacks in front of the same person and didn't want to get angry at all. There weren't many items left on the shelves, and Zhou Yinze casually glanced around. His gaze stopped when he spotted a bag of bear-shaped cookies that looked identical to the ones in his pocket. Taking off his sunglasses for a closer look, he noticed the pink price tag, 10 points per bag. Looking to the side, he saw chocolate and beef jerky for 100 points, chicken breast for 180, and box meals for 300. Among all the items in the Dawn supermarket, the bear-shaped cookies were the cheapest. Jiang He leaned against the shelf, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, when she suddenly felt a wave of low-pressure sweep over her. Turning her head, Zhou Yinze stared at her with an inscrutable look, making her feel uneasy. He held a handkerchief in his hand, and she could faintly see 2 bare ears. Suddenly, with a forceful motion of his right hand, the complete cute little bear instantly shattered into pieces. Poor little bear. Jiang He thought to herself, what's wrong with this guy? Is he out of his mind? System, divine gold. Putting down the sunflower seeds, Jiang He frowned and shouted, "Hey, wasting food will get you blacklisted. What you're doing now is very dangerous." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Yinze, in front of her, stuffed all the broken cookies into his mouth, leaving not even a crumb behind. Jiang He, fine. As if she didn't say anything. System, divine gold. Zhou Yinze maintained a cold expression throughout, and in the end, he bought all 13 bags of bear cookies. At the checkout, Jiang He casually asked, "No other items?" Zhou Yinze, biting his molars, replied with 3 words, "No need." Oh, it seems this person has a particular fondness for bear cookies and enjoys crushing them before eating. The Dawn supermarket opened today near the dormitory area of the commoners, and Xia Huifeng stood not far away, observing for quite some time. The armored vehicle, a symbol of power, was one of his important targets recently. Once he gained some space, Xia Huifeng, believing himself to be the chosen one, would never be content to remain at the bottom, living as a powerless commoner. To others, the apocalypse was hell, but he thought it was the perfect time for him to show his skills. To break the class barrier, his first step must be to establish a relationship with the military district. He had met with the leader last time, but there had been no follow-up, likely indicating no hope. In the end, he still had to rely on his own efforts. Xia Huifeng noted every change in Zhou Yinza's expression after he entered the supermarket. It seemed he was very interested in Jiang He, but suddenly felt displeased over something. Twice he had to use Jiang He as a pretext to cling to power. Xia Huifeng didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Zhou Yinza walked up to the armored vehicle, and immediately someone came over to open the door. He tossed all 13 bags of bear cookies into the back seat, with 2 bags bouncing under the seat due to his excessive force. A nearby subordinate attempted to pick them up, but was sharply reprimanded by Zhou Yinza. "Did I tell you to pick them up?" The subordinate trembled, afraid to move again, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. At that moment, Xia Huifeng took the opportunity to step forward, wearing a gentle smile. "Young Master Zhou, I know a lot about Jiang He. I wonder if you're interested in hearing?" Jiang He was busy earning points and hadn't noticed that Xia Huifeng had approached Zhou Yinza. At 1:30 p.m., all 100 sturdy umbrellas were sold out. She easily earned another 40,000 points. Jiang He hummed a cheerful tune, pushing the cart back to the vehicle. Suddenly, a spherical object fell at her feet with a thud, startling her. "What on earth?" The system chimed in. "Host, her name is Xia Shui, his name is Xia Yu. And I am called Hail." Jiang He looked up as hailstones the size of goose eggs came pouring down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, trees, and heads. The hail fell so suddenly that many people didn't have time to run, and some suffered severe injuries. Chao Tianshun reacted quickly, holding up an umbrella while reminding Chao Songshan and Zhu Yuxia, "Mom and Dad, it's hailing. Hurry and open the umbrella." The silver umbrella felt light in his hand. Its thin canopy effectively kept the large hailstones at bay. Phew, these 400 points were well spent. I just bought it, and it's already proving to be very useful. If they hadn't had the umbrella, they would have been just like those who couldn't make it back to a building in time, getting injured by the hail. There was still extra space under the umbrella, so Chao Tianshun called to a passerby. "Hey, bro, come over and take shelter from the hail." Seeing him leisurely holding the umbrella, the man was taken aback. "No way, man. Where did you get that umbrella? It's amazing." Chao Tianshun proudly puffed out his chest. "I bought it at a supermarket, but it's sold out now. You can't get one even if you want to." Chapter 50. The massive hailstorm. The enormous hailstorm struck without warning and lasted a full 2 hours. It was estimated that over 100 residents were killed on the spot. 4 or 5 customers took shelter by a van, and Jiang He couldn't close the door, so she left it open for them to seek refuge. Several residents with sturdy umbrellas walked past her. To be honest, this umbrella is quite versatile, she thought. The system hesitated before revealing the truth. Actually, the sturdy umbrella was developed specifically for hail. However, since hail rarely falls on that planet, and the price is high, these umbrellas have gone unsold. Jiang He remarked. "What a thoroughly enjoyable development. If there's no hail, who would buy them?" As night approached, there were no signs of the massive hail letting up, and the ground was covered in a layer of white hailstones. Jiang He wanted to return to her room to rest, so she drove the customers back to the dormitory building. The van was unaffected by the road conditions, pushing the hail aside like a bulldozer. The injured residents were rescued by the soldiers from the base, but could only receive basic bandaging, without the qualifications for further treatment. Medical resources at the base were limited, and all medications were prioritized for military personnel. As a result, many civilians, injured and desperate, were vying for a chance to enter the military district. Xia Huifeng was one of them. After speaking with Zhou Yinza, he rode in an armored vehicle all the way to the villa area. Upon seeing the luxurious and ostentatious mansions, he became even more determined to join the management of the base. Zhou Yinza casually found a reception room and had the servants bring in 2 cups of tea. Before the apocalypse, Xia Huifeng was considered a wealthy young man. But compared to the Zhou family, he felt inadequate. The inherent superiority and imposing aura that Zhou Yinza exuded were something he could not match. Sitting across from each other, Xia Huifeng felt inexplicably diminished. After sensing the atmosphere, he instantly regained his confidence. He is not an ordinary person. He is special in a way that surpasses anyone else. And he should stand high above and look down. As the maid entered through the door, wearing a revealing outfit, she placed the tea in front of Xia Huifeng. Unknowingly or not, she bent down at quite an angle, revealing a delightful view that was hard to miss. Xia Huifeng quickly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the tea. Taking a sip. Noticing this small action, Zhou Yinza chuckled softly, swirling the teacup in his hand, and casually asked, "What is your relationship with Jiang He?" Finally getting back to the main topic, Xia Huifeng revealed the answer he had prepared long ago. "Zhou Xiao, to be honest, I almost married her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yinza lifted his eyelids as if he had just heard a joke. "You?" Xia Huifeng clenched his fists, trying hard to ignore the disdain in the man's tone. "However, I am now her brother-in-law." Zhou Yinza laughed and cursed lightly. What a complicated relationship. Next, Xia Huifeng elaborated on this complicated relationship, breaking it down piece by piece. Of course, he omitted many details, such as how he used to look down on Jiang He and how Jiang Shuye often took out her frustrations on Jiang He. Everything he said was beneficial to himself. After listening, Zhou Yinze keenly sensed something was off, but couldn't quite figure it out at the moment. According to you, Jiang He should consider you a great benefactor. Since the disaster began, she has been under your protection as the captain, allowing her to safely reach the Nanyang base and then have her subsequent adventures. Xia Huifeng smiled modestly. I can't be considered a benefactor. I just lent a hand since she is my fiance's sister. All right, I understand. Zhou Yinze nodded thoughtfully and beckoned to the bodyguard at the door. Bring them out to play. We have a distinguished guest today and must entertain them well. The bodyguard glanced at the unfamiliar man in the room and quickly understood. Understood. Zhou Xiao? Xia Huifeng still didn't know what this play meant until he followed into the living room and saw a group of sexy beauties in bikinis. He swallowed hard, quickly turning his face away. Zhou Xiao, what are you planning? Zhou Yinze patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with teasing intent. Tonight, don't go back, stay at the villa. After you're done having fun, you can choose from these beauties, and I'll keep you company in your room tonight. Xia Huifeng held his neck high, politely declining. I have a fiancé. Ha! Zhou Yinze burst into laughter, clearly mocking. Do you even believe that? The inherent nature of men is to stray. Fiancé? That's a term from before the apocalypse. Nowadays, those in power have no interest in monogamy. Not just men. Women in such positions also keep a number of handsome young men at home, living like gods. The phrase about power and influence made Xia Huifeng waver for a moment. In the current apocalypse, having more women or men was a symbol of status. Zhou Yinze raised his hand, and lively music instantly filled the entire villa, setting the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. A world of indulgence, where men and women revel together. Xia Huifeng no longer suppressed himself. He sipped red wine and enjoyed top-quality cigars. And when he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by enchanting figures. The desires within a man were magnified and unleashed at this moment. The tension that usually gripped him finally relaxed for a moment. This was the life of the powerful, and he vowed that even if he had to crawl, he would climb to a high position. However, Xia Huifeng was extremely vigilant. He drank a lot, but wasn't completely drunk. When he returned to his room to sleep, he firmly rejected the woman that Zhou Yinze offered him. His space must not be discovered by others. Sleeping alone was the safest option. A severe hailstorm lasted all night, and the next day, residents noticed a sudden drop in temperature. In just 2 days, the weather transitioned from scorching heat to winter. It had been over 30 degrees yesterday, but today it plummeted to only 5 or 6 degrees. Yet, most residents who had come from elsewhere did not have warm clothing for winter. In 5 or 6 degree weather, they still wore short sleeves and shorts, shivering in the cold. Yi Qingqing had bought military coats and down jackets from the supermarket early on, making her winter supplies particularly abundant. She kept a few for herself and shared the rest with her dorm mates and teammates. Wearing wool gloves, wool socks, and a thick down jacket, Yi Qingqing felt warm all over, almost moved to tears. Woo-woo, I will never say again that the things Boss Jiang sells are useless. Everything sold at the supermarket is incredibly useful. Jiang He also found it strange. Recently, she had been worried about meeting additional KPIs. Selling thick winter coats in hot weather seemed to be a challenge set for her. But not long after, the temperature dropped. Those unsold items had now become necessities. Selling umbrellas yesterday was similar. Just after they were sold, the hail began to fall. Was there some connection here? A warning? A sign of the next disaster? The system, seemingly waiting for a long time, immediately chimed in. Bingo, host. You've finally figured it out. Chapter 51. The god of clearing the way sensing something was off. Jiang He immediately frowned and raised an eyebrow. Guess? System, how many things are you hiding from me? Are we still the best partners? You actually have secrets behind my back. I'm really hurt. I might have to reconsider our partnership and find another system. She spoke too quickly for the system to interject. It could only wait until she finished before hastily explaining. Host, I wanted to tell you, but the main system doesn't allow it. It insists that you must explore things gradually. Jiang He. Fine, I suppose the main system has a little conscience. Although it assigned me extra KPIs and sometimes acted erratically, most unsold items were selected based on disaster sequences, so she wouldn't have to worry about selling them in the future. Jiang He opened the panel to check today's tasks. The check-in task had tea refreshed, but there was a sales task. Sell 100 down jackets priced at 300 points each. Reward, 8 minutes of restocking time and unlock 1 daily necessity. Selling down jackets in winter should be simple enough, right? Seeing the samples on the sofa, Jiang He felt a wave of dizziness. How should I put it? It was indeed a down jacket, but the fluorescent colors were a bit outrageous, weren't they? Bright red, green, and purple, all in a riot of colors. There was a ruffled trim on the shoulders, and the chest was adorned with large peonies, plum blossoms, and camellias. The hem was covered with a layer of lace, filled with sparkling sequins, and the belt was decorated with an exaggerated bow. All these elements combined were just too eye-catching. Jiang He previously didn't think much of it, but now believed that the items in the sales task were indeed unsellable products. Where could these things possibly be sold? Only in a post-apocalyptic world would people not be picky. The system was very optimistic. Don't worry, dear host. Being extremely outdated is the new trend. As long as we aren't embarrassed, it's others who should be. On the bright side, at least they are down jackets that can keep you warm. After a night of hail, the pink van was buried under heaps of ice, leaving only the roof exposed. A large amount of hail blocked the entrance of the dormitory building, trapping the residents inside. It was another day of home delivery. Jiang He started the van and forced her way through the surrounding ice, navigating in a world of hail over a meter high. Within the base, all facilities were shut down, and soldiers from the military district were dispatched to clear the roads. Armored vehicles, bulletproof cars, and trucks were all in action. However, the engine was nearly smoking after only moving a few meters. The resistance from the hail was just too great. The vehicle was stuck, moving slower than an elderly person crossing the street. Ling leaned halfway out the window, holding a shovel, struggling to clear the hail around the vehicle. After a long time of hard work, they had only managed to move half a meter. Captain, at this rate, are we going to work through the night? Ling panted, looking despondent. He would rather face the enemy outside than shovel hail. Song, controlling the steering wheel, saw the slow progress and took up a tool to help his teammates. With the outside temperature so low, relying on the hail to melt would mean the people in the base would starve or die of thirst. They needed to clear a path quickly to minimize losses. Hearing this, Ling and the other team members put in more effort. After half an hour of labor, they suddenly heard a crackling noise not far away. The sound was akin to a dragon emerging from its lair, as if it were about to destroy everything around it. Ling's expression turned serious, and his right hand instinctively reached for his gun. Captain, could it be those bandits taking the opportunity to invade our base? In comparison, Song remained calm. It was broad daylight. They wouldn't be so brazen. Boom. A pink figure rushed past in front of their vehicle. The speed was so fast that Song and the others could only see a blurry shadow. Ling was struck on the forehead by a piece of hail, quickly swelling into a large bump. He covered his head, his eyes nearly blazing with anger. What the hell just went by? If I catch it, I'll definitely skin it alive. Song turned his head, his tone indifferent as he answered the question. It should be Boss Jiang's van. In the entire base, she was the only one driving a little pink car. An awkward silence spread in the air. Ling put his hands down, chuckled nervously, and stammered while speaking. It doesn't hurt that much. I didn't know it was Boss Jiang, so forget what I just said. Just pretend you didn't hear it. And don't let it reach Boss Jiang's ears. If she finds out, she'll want to skin me alive. And I'll never get to eat a big chicken leg from the supermarket again. Ling straightened up and looked in the direction Boss Jiang had left. At that moment, he noticed a road that had been cleared. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "What the heck? Is Boss Jiang a walking bulldozer?" The path where the vehicle passed became a smooth thoroughfare. He excitedly shouted, "Captain, we don't need to work overnight. Boss Jiang is the god of road clearing." He was driving like crazy, speeding to the foot of a dormitory building, completely unaware that she had accidentally crashed into someone. Climbing out of her ridiculously ugly down jacket, He had only one thought in mind. The supermarket should hurry up and upgrade, with portable space. She wouldn't have to keep running back and forth. The stairway was completely blocked by hail, leaving no gap at all. System, is there any way to clear it? No way. Before He could speak, the system quickly added, "But soon someone will come to help you." Just as it finished speaking, a military green armored vehicle slowly drove up the path He had cleared. Ling, with a big bump on his head, enthusiastically greeted her, "Boss Jiang. Long time no see." After the vehicle stopped, Song and the others got out. Ling pointed to the clothes in He's hands and curiously asked, "Boss Jiang, is this a new product from the supermarket? It looks quite unique." He glanced at the tools they were holding and nodded slightly. "Yes, 300 points each. Do you want to take one back?" Her eyes sparkled like autumn water filled with starlight, making it hard for people to refuse. Ling scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Boss Jiang, sorry. We are on a mission and aren't allowed to buy things privately." Afraid He might misunderstand, he kept explaining. "It's a military regulation, and violating it would get us locked in a small room. It's definitely not that we think these down jackets are too ugly and don't want to buy them. Nor do we think they are tacky. Definitely not." Ling nudged his teammate with his elbow, desperately signaling him. "Right, Songge." Li Tsong shifted away a bit, not wanting to admit he was on the same team as this silly guy. Chapter 52. Trouble from the sky. Behind the armored vehicle, a small excavator came over, clearly to clear the hail from the dormitory building. He didn't hold it against the honest Ling. Anyone with eyes could see what these down jackets looked like. She stepped aside, patiently waiting for the excavator to dig a path. Upstairs, someone heard the commotion, opened the window, and, catching sight of the supermarket's van, exclaimed in surprise, "Boss Jiang is here to open a supermarket." With a shout, the residents in the building rushed to the windows to confirm. Indeed, it was Boss Jiang, and they quickly grabbed their points cards and ran downstairs. Finally, it was their turn to buy supplies from the supermarket. More and more people were heading downstairs, all crowding the stairs between the first and second floors. At this rate, Boss Jiang didn't even plan to deliver. He simply pulled out the shelves and waited for customers to come. Tang Wanqing leaned against the window and, seeing a familiar figure, quickly ran to the bed to nudge her sister Tang Wanyun, who was still asleep, excitedly shouting, "Sister, Boss Jiang is here." The two sisters were worried about retaliation from Zhou Tao and the others, so aside from going to the bathroom, they stayed obediently in their dorm. They didn't have thick clothes or blankets, and they had been frozen awake last night, huddling together for warmth and only managing to sleep for about 3 or 4 hours. Hearing the name Jiang, Tang Wanyun groggily opened her eyes and quickly jumped out of bed. "Let us go buy something." It was even colder outside than at home. The two of them were wearing short sleeves and ice silk wide-leg pants, shivering uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. Halfway through the ice dug up by the excavator, someone squeezed out of a small gap. Everyone was eager to buy supplies, fearing that if they were a few minutes late, all the goods in the supermarket would be snatched up. Boss Jiang stood by the shelves with a smile. "Welcome to Dawn's Supermarket. We have new products today. Would you like to take a look?" The first in line was a middle-aged man, dressed in short clothes and sandals, rubbing his hands and stomping his feet to keep warm. "Boss Jiang, I'll take a down jacket first." Boss Jiang showcased several sample garments, her tone gentle. "What color do you want?" Looking at the 7 jackets lined up like a rainbow, dazzling to the eyes, the middle-aged man hesitated. "Aren't there any other styles?" However, in the face of the cold, he couldn't afford to be picky. "I'll just grab any one." Boss Jiang picked out a blue one that resembled Elsa's dress, dreamy and sparkling. The middle-aged man felt the down jacket. It was fluffy and soft, comfortable and warm. Ignoring the appearance, the quality was quite good, and it was worth the price. He quickly put it on, wrapping himself in the thick jacket. The princess dress on a middle-aged man looked a bit funny, but no one would mock him. In the dead of winter, being able to buy warm clothes was already a blessing. Looking silly was better than freezing to death. The middle-aged man felt much warmer now, and his pale face finally had a hint of color. He went to the shelves to pick out more items, quickly grabbing a hot water bag. He selected 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 self-heating hot pots, and 3 cups of instant noodles. It was cold, so they should eat something warm. After choosing everything, the middle-aged man took his items to the checkout. "Boss Jiang, how do you use this hot water bag?" Boss Jiang took the hot water bag and explained it to him in detail. "Buying our supermarket's hot water bag in winter is a great choice. Its capacity is 550 milliliters. You can fill it once at the hot water station, and the price is the same as mineral water. But you'll need to spend an additional 100 points. The hot water bag is made of special materials, ensuring insulation for up to 12 hours. Even if the water inside cools down, it can still be consumed directly, serving a dual purpose. Truly a great value." When a middle-aged man heard this, he also thought it was a good deal, as it could provide warmth and serve as drinking water. 100 points is simply too cheap. Other customers craned their necks to listen to their conversation, and they too set their sights on buying a hot water bag to take home, saving them from having to buy a bottle of mineral water. Almost everyone shopping in the supermarket had a down jacket. No one knew if the temperature would drop again tomorrow, so stocking up on winter supplies in advance ensured they wouldn't suffer from the cold later. Just like in extremely hot weather, being unprepared would be too difficult to endure. Seeing so many beautiful clothes, Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up, while Tang Wanyun felt dizzy from her excitement. "Sister, I want to buy that blue dress. I love Princess Elsa." She might be the only one in the group who genuinely liked those fluorescent down jackets. "Sister, you look great in red. It's festive." Tang Wanyun replied, As long as you like it." She only cared about warmth. The color and style didn't matter to her. When it was their turn, Tang Wanqing was particularly enthusiastic. Her excitement barely contained. "Boss Jiang, my sister and I want 1 blue dress and 1 red dress." After a moment of thought, Tang Wanyun added, "Boss Jiang, let us get 2 red ones and 2 blue ones." During the day, it was still bearable to wear a down jacket against the cold wind. But the temperature difference at night was significant, and without blankets, catching a cold was very easy. For ordinary people like them, there was no hope of getting medicine for illnesses. Spending a few hundred points to buy 2 down jackets to use as blankets was much more cost-effective than falling ill. They also bought 2 hot water bags. After filling them with hot water and hugging them, they were incredibly warm. Tang Wanqing felt so happy. She was practically bubbling with joy. Her sister even bought her instant noodles, and after soaking them in hot water for a few minutes, she could enjoy a delicious meal. As the weather changed, customers' shopping preferences also shifted. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and boxed meals became the most popular items. Hot water bags were selling quickly too, and Jiang He realized she hadn't stocked enough. She needed to order more next time. While she was doing business here, Qin Song and his team continued along the dormitory building. An hour later, there were no more customers lining up in front of the supermarket, and the shelves were nearly empty, with only 4 or 5 down jackets left unsold. Jiang He planned to move on to the next dormitory building and sell out all the supermarket items. Suddenly, a van sped past them, creating a wide and straight path. Chun Ling instinctively covered his head with his hands, shielding himself. This time, he wasn't hit by hail. Such bad luck shouldn't strike him twice. Compared to the path opened by Boss Jiang, the results of their hour of effort felt almost futile. "Captain, should we continue to follow Boss Jiang and pick up the leftovers?" Qin Song didn't respond, but got into the driver's seat, driving along the newly opened road, trailing Jiang He to another dormitory building. The excavator followed closely behind, continuing to dig and clear the hail from the corridor, liberating the residents inside the building. Jiang He was running a supermarket there when suddenly disaster struck. A body was thrown down from the window. Judging by the trajectory, it was clearly aimed at her. Chapter 53. Someone wants to kill her. Chen Ling turned around and saw the lifeless body flying toward Jiang Boss's head. He widened his eyes and took a sharp breath. No way, Jiang Boss can't be killed like this, right? Which reckless person dares to harm Jiang Boss? His precious chicken leg, it absolutely cannot be harmed. That was his last bit of hope in this apocalypse. Chen Ling dropped what he was holding and wanted to save Jiang Boss, but another person reacted even faster. Qin Song, with dark and cold eyes, quickly ran towards Jiang He upon sensing the danger. However, they were too far apart, and before he could reach her, the body was rapidly falling, about to hit Jiang He on the head. Jiang Boss, be careful. Everyone present broke into a cold sweat for her. If Jiang Boss was gone, who would they buy such cheap supplies from? Jiang He was confused until she felt something heavy looming over her head. Realizing someone wanted to harm her, just 5 centimeters away, the body was pushed aside by an unknown force and fell with a thud at Jiang He's feet. Witnessing this surreal scene, everyone was stunned. What had Jiang Boss just done for the body to bounce away like that? However, that was not the most important part. What mattered was that Jiang Boss was unharmed, and the Dawn supermarket was safe. Qin Song was momentarily dazed, and then remembered this girl before him was someone who wasn't afraid of bullets. Such petty tricks to harm her were nothing. Chen Ling also realized his earlier worries were unnecessary. With someone as formidable as Jiang Boss, who could possibly hurt her? But the intensity of the recent scene was so overwhelming that he momentarily forgot Jiang Boss wasn't an ordinary person. Although Jiang He was unscathed, it didn't stop her from being angry about what had just happened. Chen Ling walked over to comfort her. Jiang Boss, are you okay? I don't know who had the guts to target you. I didn't see from which floor the body was thrown, but don't worry. We will definitely find out the real culprit. The body lay face up, revealing a woman around 40 years old, her hollow eyes wide open. Unable to close even in death. Jiang He felt the woman looked somewhat familiar, but with so many people she met every day, it was hard to remember every face. Who wants to kill me? From which floor? 7th floor, room 705. Upon receiving the result, Jiang He turned to Chen Ling with determination. The body was thrown from room 705. The base leader had long issued orders that the Dawn supermarket was vital to the base's lifeline and needed to be protected at all costs. Qin Song exchanged glances with Chen Ling and coldly said, go up and catch them. Room 705. A boy was curled up in the corner, hugging his knees, with an excited smile on his face. Mom, I finally avenged you. You didn't die in vain. Someone is here with you. The loud banging on the door pulled the boy back to reality. He looked panicked, his body tense, his lips trembling violently. It couldn't be. They couldn't have found him so quickly. He had timed it perfectly to throw the body outside while that group was surrounding the bad woman. No one had noticed him. The boy buried his head in his knees, almost in a trance, trying to ignore the banging from outside. It must be an illusion. He must have misheard. The door was slammed against repeatedly, and finally, it was burst open. He raised his gun and surveyed the room. A strong foul odor hit him, and inhaling a deep breath almost made him vomit. The room was a complete mess, filled with garbage, hardly any space to step. He only spotted a boy around 10 years old, and he sternly questioned, did you throw things down recklessly? The boy looked up, slowly revealing a strange smile on his face. She deserved to die. It was her fault for not helping when she saw someone in danger. 10 minutes later, Jiang He saw the person who intended to harm her. It turned out to be a child. Why are you still alive? You should be dead. Seeing her unharmed state, the boy was nearly in despair, twisting his body, wanting to strangle her with his own hands. But his hands were tightly restrained behind him by Chen Ling, and he couldn't move. At that moment, Jiang He finally remembered where she had seen the deceased woman before. She had run a mobile supermarket, rich in supplies, and often people would come to her, trying to sell their misfortunes to get free food. This mother and son were just one of them. The woman had a disability in her right leg, making it difficult for her to move, and she struggled to raise her 13-year-old son. Their life was very tough. Recently, the base had no labor tasks, and they had lost their only source of food. When they were out of options, going out to earn points was the best way. But the woman's physical condition didn't allow her, and she didn't want her young son to take risks. After thinking it over, she decided to approach Jiang He for help. The woman knelt in front of the van, pleading with Jiang He to spare some food for them. Jiang He, of course, had no sympathy and said some words to drive them away. As for what happened after they left, she was unclear and didn't care. The boy stared at her with deep-seated hatred in his eyes, hoarsely and hysterically shouting, "It's because you didn't help that my mom died. I will kill you." After failing to beg for food, his mother had to resort to entertaining those old men, suffering and being toyed with, returning each time with injuries and barely any food. He couldn't bear to see his mother live in such pain, so he took matters into his own hands and freed her. He had initially planned to commit suicide, but unexpectedly, the supermarket had opened right below the dormitory today. That was when the idea of revenge struck him, thinking it was foolproof. only to find out he hadn't harmed even a single hair on the bad woman. Seeing that he was still obstinate, Jiang He shook her head and sighed. You're wrong. It wasn't me who caused your mother's death. It was a natural disaster, the end of the world. The supermarket has already brought them the greatest hope. All they need are gold, silver, and jewels to exchange for food. In the face of disaster, life and death can change in an instant. I'm not a true immortal. I can't control human life and death. Host, do you need to initiate punishment? Jiang He thought for a moment and shook her head. Just hand him over to the base. Qin Song and the others were witnesses to what happened. The base will give him appropriate punishment. At 11:30, the supermarket's goods were sold out, earning a total of 58,620 points today, leaving just 70,000 points to reach the target of 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sales task and earning 8 minutes of restocking time. Unlocking daily necessities, heating pads. After shutting down the supermarket, Jiang He returned to her room to rest. The system cheered her on. Host, you're amazing. Tomorrow you can almost upgrade the supermarket. Chapter 54. Heating pads after dinner. Jiang He entered the virtual supermarket to restock, picking up 100 heating pads and 500 warm packs. Each warm pack only required 10 points, heats up instantly, and keeps warm for 6 hours. This value-for-money product would surely be snatched up by customers. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, spicy sour noodles, chicken leg lunchboxes, and braised chicken wing lunchboxes were her main focus for restocking. However, she didn't take much of products like cola, orange juice, Sprite, or chocolate ice cream. Nevertheless, Jiang He's body temperature was not affected by the outside, so she could eat these. She brought back 3 ice creams, mostly for herself. System. The supermarket didn't collapse because it was lucky, thanks to a day of hard work from the soldiers of the military district and Jiang He's assistance. The base cleared a road that was accessible in all directions. Although hail piled up like mountains, it didn't affect the residents' travel. The road outside the base was still filled with hail, and everyone was unable to go outside to earn points, leading to some anxiety. They were worried about consuming everything and running out of points, unable to leave the base and returning to the days of hunger. Today's temperature had already dropped below zero, making the purchase of winter supplies urgent. Early in the morning, customers found the spot for the bread truck and lined up outside. Ding! Today's sales task has refreshed. Sell 100 heating pads, priced at 888 points, and 200 down comforters, priced at 88 points. Reward: 8 minutes of restocking time and various medicines. Jiang He stretched lazily and then went to wash up. For breakfast, she had 2 rice balls, a large chicken leg, and a bottle of milk. Sang Biao and Ba Wan were curled up sleeping in the thermal box, their heads resting against each other, creating a warm scene. Jiang He didn't wake the 2 little ones, placed their breakfast in bowls, and left for work. It was only 8:55 in the morning, but the long line outside the supermarket was already endless. Wang Hongba was lucky today to secure a spot, standing 5th in line. He felt very fortunate to have bought a military coat at the supermarket, but also regretted not purchasing a few more. The 2 children at home have no warm clothes to wear, and they were so cold yesterday that they were sniffling. As local residents of the base, they should ideally have clothing for all seasons. However, Wang Hongba's family is large, and they were so poor for a while that they had no food to eat. So he gave all the useless clothes to the base in exchange for 3 days' worth of food for his family of 5. Now that the temperature has dropped, there is no preparation at home, and Wang Hongba is almost at his wit's end, having barely slept all night, waiting for the supermarket to open. It's one thing for him, an adult, to catch a cold, but the most critical issue is that if the 2 children get a fever, it could really be a matter of life and death. Before the opening, Jiang He picked up the loudspeaker and introduced the 2 types of quilts being sold at the supermarket today. Everyone. Shuguang's supermarket has new products, temperature-regulating heated quilts and regular down quilts. Both are the same size and thickness, measuring 2 meters wide and 2.3 meters long. The temperature-regulating heated quilt is somewhat similar to the previous temperature-regulating tents. As long as you lie under it, you don't have to worry about it not warming up. The quilt heats itself, maintaining a suitable temperature throughout the night for a comfortable sleep, priced at 888 points. The regular down quilt doesn't have this feature, so it's cheaper, costing only 88 points. Wang Hongba's eyes lit up. The only quilt he could cover himself and the children with at night was a worn-out air-conditioning quilt, thin and narrow. If it weren't for the military coat, the 2 children might have already fallen ill. Other customers, like him, were visibly excited. Additionally, Shuguang Supermarket has hot water bags and warm baby pads, which are essential winter warming items that everyone can purchase as needed. After saying this, Jiang He skillfully pulled out the shelf from behind the van. Seeing the 4 people in front of him each carrying a temperature-regulating quilt, Wang Hongba felt a twinge of hesitation. He had originally planned to save points by buying 2 regular down quilts and some warm baby pads and hot water bags. But buying the temperature-regulating quilt seemed like a better deal. Although the price of the heated quilt is 10 times that of the regular one, purchasing it would mean needing to buy fewer warming supplies later. One self-heating quilt could solve everything, right? Wang Hongba slapped his forehead, realizing he had only been thinking about saving points without calculating the long-term costs. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, He might not be able to buy the temperature-regulating quilt again next time. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hongbao made up his mind to spend the 888 points for the quilt. Boss Jiang, I want one heated quilt. Okay, please swipe your card first. After placing the card on the black box, he heard a beep in less than 2 seconds. The two had different feelings about the transaction. Jiang He exclaimed, "Ah, what a wonderful sound. I just earned over 800 points." Wang Hongbao sighed, "Oh no. There goes almost 1,000 points from my card. It hurts." He walked to the shelf, thought for a moment, and picked up a cherry blossom pink hot water bag. The cute color would definitely please his daughter. Having bought the heated quilt, one hot water bag would be enough. As long as the supermarket is open, customers can come to get hot water without worrying about it going to waste. Each customer can fill hot water up to twice a day, including for instant noodles. Buying a bottle of mineral water is quite cost-effective. The heating pads and the bear-shaped cookies are priced the same, which is really cheap, but Wang Hongbao only bought 10. Tong Tong and Duo Duo usually don't have to go out and just lie under the blankets, so the heating pads are not that useful for them. Wang Hongbao also picked up some other supplies: 3 bottles of mineral water, 6 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, and 5 rolls of toilet paper. Carrying these items to the checkout, along with the heating blanket, he spent a total of 2098 points. Wang Hongbao sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had earned some points earlier, and there were still over 10,000 left in his account. If he could hold on, he should be able to get through this winter, which could last who knows how long. 300 blankets were sold out by the afternoon. Grandpa Wang walked over with his robust stride, a steel fork always in hand, unbeatable wherever he went. "Boss Jiang, have all the items in the supermarket sold out?" he exclaimed. "I'm really unlucky. I finally came here and ended up with nothing." Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, every time she saw Grandpa Wang, he just seemed to bring joy. "Grandpa Wang, it's already 1:30. If you want to buy something, you should come earlier next time, at least in the morning. At this hour, all the food and daily necessities in the supermarket are gone. I still have a few blankets left here. Do you want to take a look?" she offered. "You've come all this way. You should take something home." Grandpa Wang felt the soft heating blanket, which felt very comfortable, and he almost dropped his jaw listening to Jiang He's introduction. What can this thing do? It generates heat by itself? Can it work for just one person without a partner? Jiang He replied, "That question sounds a bit odd. The heating blanket works the same for one person or two. It generates heat regardless of the number of people, as long as someone is using it." "Oh," Grandpa Wang understood, his eyes widening further. "Isn't that just made for me? At my age, no matter how thick the blanket is, my hands and feet are always as cold as ice. And I can never warm up. Sometimes I even wake up frozen. With this blanket, I'm sure I can sleep soundly until dawn." After being excited for a while, he remembered to ask, "Boss Jiang, how many points for this blanket?" Jiang He held up her hand, showing her thumb and index finger. 888. "Wow, that is so cheap." Grandpa Wang quickly took out his card, looking quite generous. "I'll buy 2, one for my big nephew too." All right. The heating blankets were packed in vacuum compression bags, taking up little space and easy to carry home. Grandpa Wang held one steel fork in one hand and 2 blankets in the other, slowly walking towards the villa area. After nearly an hour of walking, he arrived in front of a luxurious villa. The guard at the entrance saw him and immediately nodded respectfully. "Grandpa Wang, why didn't you let us know in advance that you were coming? We can easily send a car to pick you up. It's quite a long way. Walking here must be tiring, right?" "It's fine. I'll just consider it exercise." Grandpa Wang glanced into the villa and asked, "My nephew is home, right?" The bodyguard smiled and nodded. "Yes, there are guests at the villa these days, and Mr. Zhou is personally hosting them." Grandpa Wang wasn't interested in Mr. Zhou's guests. They were just a bunch of friends who caused chaos in the house, not worth mentioning. "All right, I'll go in and find him." As he watched Grandpa Wang enter the villa, the bodyguard couldn't help but reflect. They say a nephew resembles his uncle, but Mr. Zhou's temperament is worlds apart from the approachable Grandpa Wang. The difference is quite pronounced. Xia Huifeng had stayed at the villa for 2 nights. Each time he expressed a desire to leave, Zhou Yanzi would come up with various reasons to keep him there. By now, he still hadn't figured out Mr. Zhou's intentions. He said he wanted to promote him, yet didn't offer him any position. When he claimed not to want to promote him, he still let him stay in a luxurious house, treating him to exquisite meals. Just at noon, there were abalone, lobster, bird's nest, and caviar, things that ordinary people would never come across in their lifetime. He hadn't returned home for 2 days and was unsure how Yaya was doing. Before leaving, he had mentioned he had important matters to attend to and had left plenty of supplies, so there shouldn't be any issues. "Big nephew." A familiar voice came from the living room. Xia Huifeng instinctively turned to look and was surprised to see an unexpected person. It was Grandpa Wang, the one who looked after the cornfield. Previously, many residents had said that Grandpa Wang had connections with the base leadership, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Was this big nephew directed at Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yanzi came down from the 2nd floor, and upon seeing Grandpa Wang, his expression instantly changed to something different from usual, with a smile reaching his eyes. "Old man, what brings you here today? Did you walk all the way? I can't get used to your cars. Walking is more comfortable," Grandpa Wang said casually, propping the steel fork against the wall and walking over with a blanket. "I just went to the Shuang supermarket and found something nice. So I bought two and specially brought one for you. Hearing the name of the supermarket, Zhou Yinze raised an eyebrow and looked at what he was holding. Wasn't he this just a blanket? I have plenty of those in my villa. Grandpa Wang, proud as ever, enthusiastically introduced, don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. Mr. Jiang said it's called a constant temperature heating blanket. It doesn't need electricity or anything. It can heat itself, no matter how cold it gets. Just covering yourself with this blanket is enough, and you won't have to worry about getting cold at night anymore. It's not only suitable for old folks like me, but also for you. Zhou Yinze chuckled and asked with interest, how is it suitable for me? I'm not weak. Now that the weather is getting colder, you can use it at night without turning on the air conditioning, saving electricity. Grandpa Wang, Zhou Yinze's uncle, came from the countryside and loved working in the fields. Having been frugal for most of his life, he disapproved of his nephew's extravagant behavior. Previously, it was too hot, and only with the air conditioning could one feel comfortable. But now with alternatives available, saving is the way to go. Sure, I'll give it a try tonight and see how it goes. Zhou Yinze chuckled casually and added, old man, did you ask the supermarket owner if this comforter can be returned for points if it doesn't work well? Grandpa Wang shot him a glare, picked up a steel fork from the wall, and gave his calf a light whack. Let me tell you, Boss Jiang is an upright, kind, and hardworking girl. Last time when she was collecting corn, she didn't take any tasks but still came to help out, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. She's not like the women you keep in your villa. Don't think just because she's pretty you can provoke her. This comforter only costs around 800 points. Not even enough to fill your gaps. If you dare to make things difficult for that girl, don't call me uncle anymore. In the large living room, only his scolding voice echoed. Xia Huifeng was startled by Grandpa Wang's sudden action. Would Zhou Xiao not get angry? The Zhou family was in the arms business, and as they made more money, they had amassed quite a few enemies. Fearing that enemies might kidnap children, Zhou Yinze had stayed in the country until he was 18, living with his uncle's family. He spent 13 years in a small village before being brought abroad to manage the family business with his brothers. Zhou Yinze wasn't close to his parents, but he was closest to his uncle. He was a mischievous child and had gotten beaten up often, so he was used to it by now. Grandpa Wang controlled his strength and didn't hit him hard. He just wanted to give him a warning. What he said was not just because Boss Jiang was a good girl. Her ability to run a supermarket at the base and offer so many unique items hinted at a complex background. Grandpa Wang was worried that his nephew might get involved with the wrong people, and in the end, it would be him who suffered. Zhou Yinze was fearless, except when it came to the uncle who raised him. The rest of the family, even his biological father, only saw interests and would abandon even their own daughters for profit. In this world, only his uncle genuinely cared for him without any ulterior motives. Zhou Yinze, looking lazy and relaxed, quietly admitted, I was just talking. I didn't really intend to cause trouble. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang finally felt relieved and turned his gaze to another person in the living room. Nephew, is this the guest you've been entertaining for 2 days? Chapter 56. Obtaining cold medicine and fever reducers. On the day of collecting corn, some unpleasant things occurred. Xia Huifeng steeled himself and greeted him, Grandpa Wang. Long time no see, how have you been? Remembering how he had been entangled with 2 women in the cornfield, Grandpa Wang was not very fond of him. However, considering he was the guest of his nephew, he replied perfunctorily, not bad. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Huifeng spoke again. Zhou Xiao, I haven't been home for 2 days. If I don't go back today, my family will start to worry. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang glanced at his nephew suspiciously. Why are you keeping someone from going home? Though he didn't like him, he could understand that being away for too long would cause concern at home. Zhou Yinze shrugged confidently and said, I didn't force him to come here. It's all good food, drinks, and fun here. Some people want to come in, but I won't allow it. At most, I could bring his family over to live with us. More people make it livelier. This made Xia Huifeng a little excited. If he could come to the villa with her, that would be perfect. Grandpa Wang had nothing to say to him. A perfectly good home, but so many outsiders. Wasting water and electricity, he didn't know what the point was. When he was young, he was a decent person, but growing up, he turned into a crooked tree. Who knows what he experienced during those years abroad? Xia Huifeng was successfully let go and couldn't wait to leave the villa. Grandpa Wang looked at his nephew and then at the departing Xia Huifeng, his brows furrowing in concern. Yinze, tell me the truth, do you like men? The older generation had conservative views, and he held back for a long time before saying the last few words. Zhou Yinze was speechless. If it were someone else asking him that, they would have been in serious trouble. Old man, what are you thinking? I'm a straight man. My sexual orientation is women. If you're worried, just move in with me. Stop running around every day. I can afford to take care of you. He had thought about bringing his uncle over to live with him when he first returned from abroad, but the old man was adamant against it. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, showing his disdain. Forget it. I want to live a few more years. My nephew went abroad and learned nothing good. With so many women in the villa, if he sees something stimulating, his heart won't be able to take it. It's better to live separately. It will help us live longer. At 3 in the afternoon, all 300 blankets were finally sold out. Jiang He was about to pack up the display racks when she saw Qin Song in military uniform walking towards her. Boss Jiang, the base has decided on Xiao Chenlin's punishment. He will be expelled from Nanyang and sent to a northern mine. where he will spend his life mining. Chief Xia asked me to ask for your opinion. In the apocalypse, too many people had died, and labor was in short supply in places like mines. Generally, unless the crime was especially severe and threatened the safety of residents, offenders would not be executed on the spot. Most would be sent to various major mines as laborers instead. Jiang He understood the base's approach, rather than letting those people die directly. It was better to utilize whatever value they had left. The mines would be guarded by armed forces, making it nearly impossible to escape. I have no objections. Let us proceed with that. Qin Song nodded, indicating he understood, and prepared to leave. Jiang He suddenly remembered something important and called out to him. Captain Qin. Wait a moment. The man paused, turned around, and looked at her with a questioning gaze. Is there anything else? Jiang He smiled lightly, looking sweet and adorable. But her words sent a chill down his spine. The extreme cold is coming soon. The base should prepare in advance. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Song suppressed his surprise and asked in confusion, Boss Jiang, what evidence do you have for the extreme cold? Where did you get this information? Jiang He shrugged. There is no basis for it. The information is my personal opinion. You can tell Chief Xia exactly what I said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Qin Song, with a serious expression typical of an experienced officer, nodded. All right. After leaving the Shuwang supermarket, he immediately returned to the military district building. He ran into Chen Ling, who had just called out Captain, but could only see a hurried figure disappearing. Frowning, he scratched his head. What urgent matter could make the captain run so fast? On the 9th floor, in the chief's office, Xie Jingshan was disassembling a gun with exceptional skill. When he saw Qin Song, who was usually calm, forget to knock and stride in, his expression tightened. And he asked in a low voice, what happened? Is there something new from Boss Jiang? Chief, Boss Jiang has no objections to the execution result. Qin Song's face was grave, his voice tinged with urgency as he continued. But she said the extreme cold is coming soon, and we need to prepare the base in advance. Hearing this, Xie Jingshan felt a chill in his heart. The extreme heat had just passed, and after barely 2 days of calm, he had already planned for the base to be replanted, only to be caught off guard by another severe hailstorm. Now, before the hail had even melted, they were being warned of the impending extreme cold. The merciless natural disaster left them no moment to breathe. The office fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Qin Song broke the silence and asked, Chief, should we listen to Boss Jiang and prepare in advance? To him, there was an 80% chance that this matter was true, but Xie Jingshan was 100% certain that what Jiang He said would come to pass. Do you remember the volcanic eruption near Sheep Village a while back? Qin Song nodded slightly, not quite understanding the connection between the two. The villagers in Sheep Village were able to evacuate the entire village a day in advance and seek refuge at our Nanyang base because of the information provided by Boss Jiang. She predicted the day the volcano would erupt, saving more than 200 lives in their village. Although he wasn't physically present in the civilian area, Xie Jingshan had many of his informants there, and he was almost fully aware of what was happening. A chill ran down Qin Song's spine, and his hair stood on end. The extreme cold was indeed coming. Notify all department heads and captains to gather in the conference room to discuss measures against the extreme cold. This meeting will likely last until midnight. The news shook the entire military district. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the sales task. You have gained 8 minutes of restocking time, 30 packets of cold medicine, 30 packets of fever-reducing painkillers, and 30 packets of cough medicine. Beep, today's total sales amounted to 143,860 points. The host's account balance is 149,630 points. Beep, the supermarket's total sales have reached 1 million, having served over 2,000 customers, meeting the upgrade conditions. Please confirm whether to deduct 990,000 points to upgrade the supermarket to level 3. Chapter 57. Supermarket upgraded to level 3. Jiang He had been eagerly waiting for the supermarket to upgrade. And without hesitation, she nodded. Yes. Beep. 990,000 points have been deducted. The supermarket has successfully upgraded to level 3. The virtual supermarket has doubled in size. Unlocking the fruit section, which allows for the addition of 10 food items, 5 daily necessities, and 5 types of fruit. The exterior of the supermarket has changed, expanding threefold. And inside, checkout equipment, surveillance equipment, and a set of dining tables and chairs have been unlocked. The personal space has been successfully unlocked, but it cannot be used within the virtual supermarket. The host should check it out soon. The space is connected to the system, and Jiang He can perceive it with her consciousness. The area is not large, only 8 square meters, with a height of 3 meters, which is enough for her current goods. If the supermarket upgrades, the space will also upgrade, so there is no need to worry about running out of room later. Opening the system panel, Jiang He unlocked 20 product slots, spending a total of 20,000 points. In the food section, fresh juice meat buns, 30 points each. Glutinous rice dumplings, 15 points each. Original flavor soy milk, 50 points per cup. Starch sausage, 30 points each. Roast duck, 300 points each. Potato chips, 50 points per bag. Squid strips, 60 points per bag. Mixed noodles, 80 points per box. Rice noodles, 80 points per bucket. Meat dumplings, 50 points per bag. In the daily necessities section, shampoo, 40 points per bottle. Shower gel, 50 points per bottle. Milk fleece blanket, 100 points. Lighter, 50 points each. Cotton slippers, 50 points per pair. In the fruit section, watermelon, 200 points each. Pineapple, 60 points each. Orange, 10 points each. Strawberry, 10 points each. Lychee, 10 points each. Host, you have unlocked roast duck and starch sausage. You need to purchase the corresponding facilities. Roast duck rack, 5,000 points. Sausage grill, 3,000 points. Jiang He glanced at her account balance. After the upgrade, she found herself back at square one, with less than 140,000 points left. Alright, let us buy it. I've already spent 990,000 points. So I'm not worried about this 8,000 points. Okay, the roast duck rack and sausage grill have been purchased and placed in the supermarket. Jiang He stepped into the virtual supermarket, which now looked much more spacious. From left to right, there were the daily necessities section, food section, and fruit section. Host, due to the increase in supermarket products, a special shopping basket has been unlocked for you to speed up restocking. How thoughtful. Jiang He turned her gaze and saw a pink shopping basket at the entrance. It was of medium size, measuring 43 centimeters long, 33 centimeters wide, and 23 centimeters high. Although the shopping basket saved a lot of time, Jiang He still had to be selective when restocking. Water, food, and warm supplies were currently the most sought-after items, while other products could be added as needed. Starch sausage, buns, dumplings, and roast duck were all bagged, making it convenient for Jiang He to take them. Tempted by the roast duck, she added a few more to her basket. After finishing her restocking, Jiang He returned to her small room, almost thinking she had entered the wrong place. The room's decoration and layout were completely different from before, having transformed from a single room into a one-bedroom with a living room and study. The overall area had expanded fourfold and now measured a full 100 square meters. Where are the pink insulated boxes? 80,000. You guys can't just disappear. Jiang He searched everywhere, worried that the room upgrade might have caused the two little ones to vanish. This wouldn't do. Her 80,000 had tea helped her break even yet. Meow? A faint meow came from the study. Jiang He pushed the door open and was greeted by an enormous bookshelf, estimated to hold 400 or 500 books. She squinted her eyes and from afar saw an eye-catching book title, The Substitute Ex-Wife, The Wolfish CEO's Nightly Affection. Jiang He gasped, curious about how exactly the affection was expressed. The weak meows continued. Right, she came to find the two little ones and almost forgot the main purpose. In the corner of the study, Sang Biao and Ba Wan were huddled in a box, their fur all puffed up as if they had gone through something terrifying. Jiang He quickly asked, System, are they in danger? I heard that cats can die from stress. No, they were just startled by the changes in the room. Just give them some time and feed them a bit to drink and eat. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her points were safe, and the zero-cost purchase was still alive. She gently patted the two little ones' heads, took out some chicken breast and bread, and placed them in a nearby bowl, filling the water bowl with clean water. Besides the large bookshelf, there was also a desk against the wall on the right with a desktop computer on it. Host, I've already downloaded various movies, TV shows, and anime on the computer for you, tailored to your preferences just like the books on the shelf. The system's tone rose slightly, almost like it wanted to say, come on, praise me. Jiang He clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with sincerity. System, you are the best system I've ever encountered. I'll never say I want to change systems again. Having a thoughtful and considerate system like you is a blessing I've earned over 3 lifetimes. The system, feeling pleased, suddenly remembered something. Host, I am your first system. You haven't bound any other systems before. How do you know I'm the best? Oh, don't mind those details. If I say you're the best, then you are the best. Jiang He waved her hand casually and walked towards the computer she had been thinking about. She clicked on a light-hearted drama and took out a self-heating hot pot from her space, enjoying the deliciousness while watching. After eating, Sang Biao and Ba Wan felt much better. Adapting to the new house, the two little ones ran back and forth between the living room and the study, having a great time. As night fell, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and the temperature silently changed. Many residents without blankets were awakened in the middle of the night, sneezing and coughing, their breathing seemingly frozen, unable to sleep again. A long night passed. At 7 in the morning, the broadcasts in various corners of the base were activated for the first time. Attention, attention, residents, please note that extremely cold weather is approaching. To ensure everyone's safety, the base has decided to distribute corresponding supplies based on your points. Please bring your identification tags and line up at the military district building to collect supplies. Hearing the voice from the broadcast, Li Ting's face turned pale. Zhao Peng, the next natural disaster is extreme cold. This time, I don't know how many people will die. Zhao Peng hugged her shoulders and sighed. We've only been at the base for half a month, and we've earned too few points. We might not even be able to exchange for a piece of clothing. After completing a base task, residents not only receive a small amount of food, but also earn some points. The fewer tasks they complete, the fewer points they get. Fortunately, they bought a temperature-controlled tent from a local vendor and stocked up on supplies, so at least they won't go hungry or freeze. Chapter 58. A bit embarrassed even though they didn't have enough points, the two decided to check the situation at the military district building. When they stepped outside, the streets were packed with people. The hail had not melted, and there was only one path available, which naturally led to a traffic jam with the large crowd collecting supplies. At that moment, the vendor was sitting at the dining table, eating meat buns and drinking soy milk. Ding! Today's tasks have refreshed. Go to the military district building to sign in and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, 10 minutes of shopping time. Sell 100 scarves at 50 points each and 200 warm masks at 30 points each. Reward, 5 minutes of shopping time and several medicines. After finishing breakfast, the vendor went to the driver's seat, where the originally compact seat had widened considerably. The pink van had transformed into a pink box truck, roughly twice the size of the original. Looking outside, the vendor noticed the road was blocked. No problem, she would take another route. The box truck started and zipped into a mound of hail. In front of the military district building, residents were lined up in an orderly fashion. Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, isn't that the vendor's vehicle? Are you seeing things?" The vendor drives a van, not a truck. They're completely different. Just as the words were spoken, the vendor stepped out of the vehicle, shocking everyone. It really was the vendor. When did she change vehicles? It wasn't this one yesterday. Nearby residents quickly gathered around, eagerly anticipating. "Vendor, are you here to open a supermarket today? Can we buy things now?" "Wait a minute, it's not time yet. The supermarket opens at 9. And it's only 8:40 right now. I need to complete the sign-in task first. But it's set outside the building, and I'm already here. Why can't I sign in?" "Not here. You need to go up the stairs to the entrance first." Today, all base residents were out to collect supplies, and the armed forces deployed by the military district were 3 times the usual number. At the entrance of the building, 4 to 5 rows of armed soldiers stood guard, with patrol teams scattered around to maintain strict order and create a strong deterrent. No one dared to step onto the stairs, except for the vendor. She boldly skipped 2 steps and quickly reached the glass door. The soldiers glanced at her but quickly looked away, not stopping her from entering the military district building. Chun-Ling jogged over, enthusiastically asking, "Vendor, are you here to see the commander? I can take you up." The vendor stood in the middle of the entrance, and the system chimed with a prompt. "Ding, the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Shout the slogan to sign in." She waved at Chun-Ling. "I'm not here to see anyone. You don't need to worry about me. Just continue your patrol." Chun-Ling found it a bit strange, but didn't ask further. As he walked a few steps away, he was startled by a noise coming from behind him. Jiang He, holding a loudspeaker, let her voice echo throughout the military district building. "How can I meet you at my most beautiful moment? For this, I have prayed in front of Buddha for 500 years. Chun-Ling turned around, his ears slightly reddening. "Huh, Boss Jiang, are you talking to me?" It felt somewhat like a confession, which made him a bit shy. Interrupted while casting her spell, Jiang He shot him a glance. Her eyes deep. "Please do not disturb me." Chun-Ling quickly shut his mouth, falling silent and listening intently to what she said next. Jiang Wu helplessly repeated the first 2 lines. "There are fallen petals behind you, my friend." "No, those are not petals. It is my withered heart." The residents collecting supplies and the soldiers were puzzled. What is Boss Jiang doing? Is she up here reciting poetry to entertain them? After the heart-wrenching words, there was a long silence among the crowd, an endless stillness spreading. Jiang He stood out boldly, not feeling awkward at all. After finishing her shout, she seamlessly transitioned to holding the loudspeaker, calling out, "The Dawn supermarket is about to open. Those who want to buy supplies, hurry up and line up." The group, initially stunned, quickly came to their senses and rushed towards the truck. At the entrance of the military district building, only Chun-Ling remained, feeling disoriented in the cold wind. He was unwell to think that Boss Jiang was trying to confess to him just now. Jiang He had yet to see the upgraded supermarket and couldn't find the entrance for a moment. "Host, the Dawn supermarket has undergone comprehensive renovations. It now features automated equipment. Just press the switch and a supermarket will appear." The switch was a separate button device that could be held in hand, initially placed in the storage compartment of the truck door. Jiang He found it and immediately pressed the button. In the next second, the cargo area began to transform. 3 doors opened simultaneously, and the bottom tires folded inward. After the 8-square-meter cargo area landed steadily, the floor quickly extended outward, doubling in size before stopping. With the foundation laid, 3 rows of double-sided shelves appeared in the middle of the supermarket. Near the driver's cabin was a cash register, followed by a roast duck rack and a sausage grill. A refrigerator, microwave, and hot water station were placed next to the sausage grill, each twice the size of the previous ones. A small set of tables and chairs barely fit into the remaining corner. 2 surveillance cameras were installed at the front and back, capturing the entire supermarket without any blind spots. From the outside, it looked just like an ordinary supermarket before the apocalypse. The sudden appearance of a supermarket stunned not only the customers, but also Jiang He herself. The first-level supermarket was a tricycle-S cargo bed, while the second level required manual shelf pulling. By the third level, it transformed automatically, like riding a rocket. This supermarket was amazing. No, she was amazing. Host, please close your jaw. In the future, the supermarkets will not only get larger, but will also build upwards, 2 floors. 3 floors, 4 floors, and so on. This is just the initial form, so don't be too surprised. Jiang He composed herself, walked behind the cash register, and began to welcome customers. Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. If you want to buy something, please come inside. Wu Guangxing was stunned for a while before he realized what was happening. He had no blanket to cover himself last night, caught a cold, and now felt weak all over with a heavy head. After witnessing an astonishing magic show, his mind was even more muddled. He had long known that the owner, Jiang, was not an ordinary person, so he didn't ask too many questions. He forced a smile and greeted her. Good morning, Boss Jiang. The cooling mat I bought from you last time really saved my life. I heard that extreme cold is coming soon. Do you have any products to recommend? In these uncertain times, after narrowly escaping death, he trusted no one but Boss Jiang. Jiang He smiled gently. The supermarket has just received new scarves, masks, blankets, and cotton slippers this morning, all at reasonable prices. You can buy them to keep warm. There are also hot water bags and heating pads on the shelves. Both are excellent winter essentials. Hearing your voice, you seem to be unwell. There are medicines over there that you can purchase yourself. Chapter 59. Roast Duck. Wu Guangxing was taken aback. Boss Jiang's suggestions were so comprehensive that she even noticed he was sick. She was truly the most kind-hearted and attentive supermarket owner he had ever met. After thanking her, he first found the medicines on the shelf. The fever-reducing medication was in powder form, priced at 200 points per pack, which was already very cheap. In this harsh world, medicine was hard to come by. And people like them, the common folk, could hardly dream of getting any from the base. But at Dawn Supermarket, everyone had endless possibilities. Those who belonged to the lowest tier could buy clean water and high-quality food here to fill their stomachs. There were even affordable medicines available for them to choose from. Wu Guangxing blinked his tired eyes and picked up a pack of fever reducer, glancing at the instructions on the back. Take 3 times a day after meals. Next to it were cold medicine and cough syrup, priced at 180 points and 150 points, respectively. With the extreme cold approaching, temperatures would only drop further. So it was very necessary to stock up on various medicines. Wu Guangxing bought 6 packs of fever reducer, 3 packs of cold medicine, and 3 packs of cough syrup. He had always had good resistance since childhood, and 3 doses of the fever reducer should bring his temperature back to normal. He planned to keep the rest for emergencies. His gaze was drawn to the left shelf, where fragrant fruits were displayed, and he couldn't help but swallow. Since the end of the world, he hadn't eaten anything like that. Strawberries and lychees were surprisingly sold individually, and each was only 10 points. Wu Guangxing's eyes lit up. Although he needed to save points for other supplies, buying one to satisfy his craving was completely within his budget. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he reached for the juicy strawberries and picked the ripest one. Continuing forward, Wu Guangxing grabbed 6 bottles of water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, 5 bags of Bear biscuits, 2 rolls of toilet paper, 1 hot water bag, 20 heating pads, 2 blankets, and 1 pair of cotton slippers. When he returned to the checkout, he also asked for 2 scarves and 2 warm masks. In the end, he spent over 4,000 points. After delivering these items back to his dorm, he still had to come back to line up for more supplies. He has accumulated quite a few points, enough to exchange for winter supplies like thick clothes and shoes from the base. The 3 types of medicine sold out quickly. When customers heard that the supermarket had fever reducers and cold medicine today, they were so excited that they were in tears. The owner, Jiang, doesn't treat them as outsiders at all. Such precious medicines are willingly put up for sale. After wiping her face, she took home a few packs of cold and fever medicine, her eyes still wet with tears. Those who couldn't buy any wore a mournful expression. Will the supermarket sell medicine in the future? They asked. Jiang He smiled and nodded. Yes, we will. After completing today's sales task, she would receive some medicine. She had seen the system interface. As the virtual supermarket leveled up, it would also unlock a medical supplies section. Hearing this, the customers felt relieved. In the future, if they fell ill unexpectedly, they wouldn't have to wait at home for death. These days, they had been waiting outside the supermarket, hoping to stock up on some common medicines before the extreme cold set in. Yi Qingqing had a day off today and wasn't assigned any tasks. Accompanying her friend to the military district building, she happened to notice that the Shuguang supermarket was nearby. Without hesitation, she left her friend and ran over to queue for shopping. Looking at the newly revamped supermarket, Yi Qingqing's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. She was stunned. She hadn't been there for just 2 days, yet the supermarket had changed so much. Last time, it was just a simple row of shelves. But now it even had a checkout counter, surveillance, and tables and chairs. It had become much more refined. Yi Qingqing sniffed the air and caught a rich aroma of meat. She tiptoed, trying to peek inside the supermarket. Oh my, is that roasted duck? Inside the transparent glass, 2 rows of golden, crispy roasted ducks were slowly rotating. Yi Qingqing couldn't stop drooling, even in the apocalypse. Who would have thought she would have the chance to eat roasted duck? She counted and realized there were still 8 people in front of her. She earnestly prayed in her heart, please, please, leave 1 roasted duck for me. The checkout counter was a long rectangular table, with a black box for transactions on the left and a computer on the right. Just like the one in her study, it had many movies and TV shows downloaded. Jiang He wouldn't be bored while guarding the supermarket anymore. She had placed a pile of snacks under the table, planning to binge-watch a large palace drama from start to finish. After queuing for dozens of minutes, Yi Qingqing felt like she had waited for centuries. She rushed into the supermarket, pointed at the roasted duck rack, and asked quickly, "Jiang boss, is the roasted duck ready? Can we eat it right away?" A sweet little girl, for the sake of a roasted duck, had transformed into a bandit-like figure. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback before chuckling and replying, "Yes, you can eat it directly." Yi Qingqing quickly walked over and then noticed there was even a roasting sausage machine nearby. After grabbing a roasted duck and 2 sausages, she approached the checkout counter again and asked, "Jiang boss, can I use the table at the back?" Jiang He shifted her gaze from the computer screen and nodded, "Yes. That table is specifically for customers. However, you need to finish your shopping and check out before you can use the dining table. Dining time cannot exceed 40 minutes. If it does, there will be a warning the first time and a blacklist the second time." Yi Qingqing cherishes the opportunity to shop at the supermarket and absolutely cannot afford to be blacklisted. She continued to browse the store, and the fresh fruits immediately caught her attention. Eating only roasted duck might become tedious, so she decided to add some watermelon, pineapple, oranges, strawberries, and lychees for variety. Yi Qingqing picked up a large watermelon, bought 10 strawberries and lychees, 2 pineapples, and 5 oranges. She grabbed almost all the new products in the supermarket. 3 meat buns, 3 xiaomai, 2 bags of chips, 3 bags of shredded squid, 2 boxes of mixed noodles, 4 buckets of rice noodles, and 5 bags of meat zongzi. The shampoo provided by the base wasn't very good, with a strange smell. So Yi Qingqing bought 2 bottles of gardenia-scented shampoo and a bottle of refreshing lemon-scented body wash. She didn't lack winter supplies, but still took 3 hot water bottles, keeping 1 for herself and bringing the other 2 for her roommates. There were only 3 warm patches left, and Yi Qingqing wanted to stock up, but had no place to buy them. After checking out at Jiang He's place, she spent over 2,500 points, mainly because she arrived late and the selection was limited. Otherwise, she could have bought more. The tables and chairs behind the supermarket were for 4 people, but Yi Qingqing was the only one there, so she chose a seat facing the aisle. All her food was laid out on the table, while the other supplies were placed at her feet. Yi Qingqing was so tempted that as soon as she sat down, she picked up the whole roasted duck and started eating it without caring about her image. Chapter 60. A thief broke in. Tang Wanqing was wearing a blue princess dress and down jacket, while Tang Wanyun was in red and blue, making them particularly eye-catching in the crowd. She blinked her big eyes, staring in Yi Qingqing's direction. "Sister, what is that beautiful sister eating? It smells so good." Tang Wanyun turned her head away, saying, "Don't look. It's something we can't afford." Tang Wanqing looked at her with longing in her eyes. "Sister, I want." She was about to say something, but Tang Wanyun quickly covered her mouth. "No, you don't." They had a clear plan for their remaining points. For food, they would choose cheap and filling options. They wouldn't touch meat or snacks at all. They had only 4 down jackets for winter, which would barely suffice for mild temperature drops. However, the base's broadcast had announced that extremely cold weather was approaching. Therefore, they needed to stock up on more warm items. Looking at the few products left on the shelves, Tang Wanyun felt the situation was not optimistic. It might not even be their turn before everything in the supermarket was sold out. There were too many people earlier. She had to pull her sister and squeeze through for an unknown amount of time to join the line. Just as Tang Wanyun had thought, after serving 5 more customers, the supermarket's shelves were completely emptied. Tang Wanyun frowned, looking worried, unsure if the extreme cold would come tomorrow or the day after. She and her sister had too few winter resources, and the risk of freezing to death was very high. Tang Wanyun grabbed her sister's hand, feeling downcast as she turned away. In front of the checkout counter, Jiang He paused the TV series and looked out at the crowd waiting outside, shouting through a loudspeaker, "Everyone, please wait a moment. The supermarket has a new shipment today." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Wanqing excitedly grabbed her sister's hand. "Sister, we don't have to leave. New roasted ducks will be here soon." She accidentally let her thoughts slip and quickly covered her mouth, fearing her sister would scold her, hastily adding, "Sister, I definitely wasn't thinking about eating roasted duck." When Tang Wanyun turned around, she lost her balance and hurriedly stepped back 2 paces. Chao Tianshan, who was behind her, got stepped on several times. However, the girl was light, so it didn't hurt much. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." Seeing several footprints on the man's shoes, Tang Wanyun quickly bent down to apologize. Living in the base with her sister, she had learned to be humble, hoping the other person wouldn't cause trouble for them because of this. Seeing her sister apologize, Tang Wanqing quickly mimicked her, bowing at a 90-degree angle and speaking sincerely. "Brother, I'm sorry." Chao Tianshan could tell the two were nervous. He lifted his foot, brushed off his shoe, and casually replied, "It's fine, I'm not hurt. You don't need to bow so deeply." Seeing he wasn't upset, Tang Wanyun sighed in relief. Suddenly, a man's hand reached out toward her. Tang Wanyun reacted a bit too quickly, darting aside and looking up at him in fear. She had encountered similar situations many times. But this was in front of the supermarket. How dare he act inappropriately in public? Chao Tianshan held his right hand in the air, not stepping closer. "Miss, you dropped your card." When her gaze fell on the points card in his hand, Tang Wanyun's face flushed. She quickly took back her card, lowering her head to thank him. Although it had been a misunderstanding, she decided to keep her guard up and didn't speak to him again, standing close to her sister as if there were a virus behind her. 10 minutes later, Jiang He came out of the virtual supermarket and returned to the checkout counter. The first customer can come in to shop now. This new batch of goods was even more plentiful than the previous one. Jiang He adjusted the inventory based on the latest customer demands, bringing in a large amount of warm supplies. Hot water bags, hand warmers, blankets, and cotton shoes filled 2 shelves. When the sisters entered the supermarket, the shelves were still stocked. Tang Wanyun couldn't help but feel her heart race. Today she couldn't hesitate to spend her points and aim to stock up on everything at once. She was in charge of picking items, while Tang Wanqing was responsible for transporting them to the checkout for Jiang He to tally the points. Last time, they bought 2 hot water bags, but Tang Wanyun felt that during extreme cold, they might not be enough, so she picked up 4 more. 1 for her hands, 1 for her belly, 1 for her knees, and 1 for her feet. Perfect. They got 100 hand warmers, 6 blankets, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, for scarves, and 4 warm masks. This time, she truly spent a lot, showing how much she valued her life and feared freezing to death in extreme weather. No one could say for certain how long the extreme cold would last. So, we need to stock up on food as much as possible. 10 bottles of mineral water, 25 loaves of bread, and 15 rice balls. Seeing her younger sister's wrinkled little face, as if she had been mistreated, Tang Wanyun clicked her tongue impatiently. Go pick a fruit you like over there. I'll buy it for you. Although she couldn't have the roast duck for 300 points, a fruit for 10 points was enough to please an innocent little child. Tang Wanqing's face immediately lit up, happily running to the fruit shelf. Sister, these fruits look so delicious. Tang Wanyun replied sternly, you can only choose one. The little spark of excitement in her heart was instantly extinguished. Oh, all right. Tang Wanqing compared the 3 fruits, each costing 10 points, and decided on the largest one, an orange, unlike the strawberries and lychees that could be eaten in one bite. She chose the orange without hesitation, cradling it in her hands like a treasure. After swiping her points card, Tang Wanyun asked her sister to sit in the supermarket and guard their supplies while she made a trip back to the dormitory to bring them back, promising to come back for her later. The Chow family had also stocked up on winter supplies, with items 3 times as many as those of the Tang sisters. However, they had more people, including 2 strong men who could tie their supplies together with a rope and carry them home in one go, without needing to make multiple trips. The next customer was a slender middle-aged man wearing an oversized hoodie, with his hands tucked into the sleeves. He scanned the supermarket before his gaze discreetly flicked over 2 surveillance cameras. Without even glancing at the checkout counter, he walked straight inside. Jiang He frowned and called out to him, have you registered for a points card? You need to get a card first to pick out items. The man paused, silently walked back to the checkout counter, and registered for a points card according to Jiang He's instructions, not saying a word throughout the process. Jiang He looked curiously at his back as he returned to her computer, continuing with her previous task. After a while, the system suddenly shouted urgently, Host, stop staring at the TV and smiling. We have a thief in the supermarket. Chapter 61. Don't talk to strangers. Jiang He jumped up, drawing her sword and looking around. Who dares to steal from me? Her gaze swept past Yi Qingqing, who was busy eating, and Tang Wanqing, who was talking to an orange, finally landing on the thin man in front of the shelf. He had his back to the checkout counter, his head lowered, constantly fidgeting with his hands, quickly hiding cookies in his clothing. Jiang He quietly approached him from behind and coldly said, put the items back. The man's shoulders trembled violently for a moment, paused for 2 seconds, and quickly returned to normal. He turned around, opened his hands, and gestured, Boss Jiang. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't taken anything. His voice was awkward, as if he rarely spoke, and his expression was calm, showing no signs of guilt. If it weren't for the system's evidence, Jiang He might have believed his nonsense. The supermarket has surveillance. Do you think you can deny it? Wang Han was utterly unconcerned. Before the apocalypse, he was a habitual thief with his own set of skills, confident that even with surveillance cameras around, he would not be caught stealing. Moreover, this supermarket had a strange quirk. Once an item was taken off the shelf, it would automatically restock, making it impossible to trace any evidence of his theft. Wang Han stepped outside, facing the crowd of customers. Everyone, can you help me out here? I got a card to shop at this supermarket, but I couldn't buy anything. And now the owner is accusing me of stealing. They can't even produce any evidence, and are just falsely accusing me. Isn't this a shady supermarket? The anxious customers waiting to buy supplies looked confused. What just happened? They wondered. I don't know, but I'm unconditionally on the side of the owner, one replied. Yi Qingqing took a few bites of roast duck and a piece of fruit to pause for a moment. The roast duck was delicious, but eating too much could be a bit greasy. Suddenly, she heard someone say that the supermarket was shady. She tore off a piece of paper to wipe the grease from her mouth and hands, her eyes sharp with anger as she stepped forward. There's a very simple way to find out if you stole something, she said. Wang Han shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Go ahead, he replied. When she looked at Jiang He, her expression softened significantly. Boss Jiang, can I act a little violently in the supermarket? I promise I won't damage any facilities. Jiang He seemed to understand her intentions and took a couple of steps back. Please, go ahead with your performance. Showtime. Yi Qingqing was not tall, at least half a head shorter than the men. In 2 big strides, she quickly closed the distance, catching Wang Han off guard with a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Without giving him a moment to react, she grabbed his legs, lifting him upside down, suspending him in the air. She shook him vigorously. Suddenly, snacks began to fall from him. A bag of bear biscuits, 2 bags of bear biscuits, 5 chocolates, and several heating pads. The supermarket goods fell heavily to the ground, hitting him in the face. Look at all this. After stealing so much, you still say the owner is wronging you? You're just embarrassing our base. Yi Qingqing was furious, almost wanting to personally give him a good beating. But she remembered they were in the supermarket and couldn't act recklessly, so she tossed him to the ground like trash. Boss Jiang, how do you want to handle him? Jiang He blinked and answered nonchalantly, you're really strong. She thought to herself that the scene she just witnessed could be called powerful little girl throws down a troublemaker in the supermarket. Host, how do you want to deal with the troublemaker? Oh, just leave him to me. I'll handle it personally, Jiang He said, and immediately communicated with the system in her mind. Blacklist him, electroshock punishment. The next second, Wang Han, lying on the ground, suddenly began to convulse violently with both hands and feet. A moment later, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yi Qingqing was excited, her eyes sparkling. Boss Jiang, do you need me to help throw him out? Jiang He nodded, thank you. With a whoosh, it was done. Yi Qingqing casually tossed the man onto the hail. As effortless as throwing a doll, she clapped her hands and returned to the dining table. Tang Wanqing cautiously retracted her foot, holding her beloved little orange. Remaining silent and trying to minimize her and the little orange's presence, Yi Qingqing picked up a strawberry and took a bite from its tip. Accidentally catching a glimpse of the girl sitting opposite her, who looked tense, she found her somewhat amusing. What else with that look? Am I scary? Tang Wanqing was stunned for a moment before realizing the other person was talking to her, and her head immediately shook like a rattled drum. No, you're, pretty sister. Not scary at all. Yi Qingqing held back a smile. Then why are your hands shaking? Tang Wanqing looked down and saw her trembling right hand, quickly using her left hand to cover it. But as a result, both hands started shaking in unison. She explained awkwardly, cold, it's cold. Yi Qingqing chuckled softly, her voice gentle. Don't worry, a sweet little thing like you, I one tea hit. Tang Wanqing blinked, trying to comprehend. Was this sister the same person as before? Now she looked so gentle and beautiful. Why aren't you eating your orange? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. Tang Wanqing licked her lips. I'll wait for you to eat together. After chatting for a while, seeing Tang Wanyun's figure returning, Tang Wanqing waved goodbye to Yi Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, my sister is here to pick me up. See you next time. With that, she ran out of the supermarket with a bunch of supplies. As she approached, Tang Wanyun's face was as dark as a pot bottom, glaring coldly at her. Tang Wanqing, I've told you many times, don't talk to strangers outside. Do you not understand? She hurried back to the dormitory with a load of supplies, trying to get back quickly to pick her up. But this child was happily chatting with a stranger. Seeing it firsthand nearly made her furious. Tang Wanyun couldn't imagine what would have happened if this wasn't tea at the supermarket. Would this foolish girl have been deceived? She wouldn't even know where to look for a body. If you like her and want to talk to her, just call her sister and go home with her. Don't follow me anymore. Hearing the last sentence, Tang Wanqing was frightened, quickly grabbing her sister's red dress, not letting her leave. Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. She explained in a small voice, eyes reddening. That pretty sister just now is a good person. She helped Boss Jiang teach a thief a lesson and even told me her name. She is my friend, not a stranger. Knowing her name doesn't make her not a stranger? Tang Wanyun really wanted to open her head and see if it was filled with glue. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wanyun told herself not to argue with a fool. Tang Wanqing, don't fantasize about making true friends here. In the apocalypse, there is no such thing as true friendship. Everywhere are beasts that will eat you without spitting out your bones. This time I can forgive you. But if I find out there is a next time, I will definitely throw you out to fend for yourself. Even if death stands before me, I wouldn't spare it a glance. She knew that with her sister's intelligence, no matter how much she said, it would be incomprehensible. Only threats were truly effective. Tang Wanqing quickly cried and promised not to make the same mistake again. As she spoke, her voice suddenly trembled as she asked, Sister, when can we find Mom and Dad? I'm so scared they might be eaten by someone. Tang Wanyun paused for a moment, then averted her gaze. Her tone flat and emotionless. I don't know. Tang Wanqing drooped her head, hoping that their parents would meet someone as kind as Boss Jiang, so they wouldn't have to go hungry every day. Tang Wanyun looked up at the gray sky, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. They must be somewhere in the world, living happily and joyfully. After a moment of sadness, she rallied her spirits. The apocalypse couldn't accommodate such useless emotions, and finding a way to survive was the most important thing. Let's go home and eat. The two sisters worked together to bring the remaining supplies back to their dormitory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sales task, earning 5 minutes of restocking time, 50 packs of cold medicine, and 50 packs of fever medicine. The items were sold out, and the supermarket was preparing to close. Jiang He pressed the switch, and with a click, all 3 car doors locked down. The compartment shrank and returned to its original form. The entire process astonished the customers once again. Boss Jiang's supermarket was truly magical. It was somewhat like those Transformers in movies. Everyone suddenly had a bold guess in their minds. Could Boss Jiang be from another planet? That would explain all the extraordinary abilities. After being labeled a terrorist, Jiang He was now considered an alien. Hearing this made her both amused and helpless. She wasn't exactly from this planet, so it wasn't entirely wrong to say so. Back in her room, as Jiang He ate her chicken leg lunchbox, a decision gradually became clearer in her mind. System, help me set up 2 electronic screens in the supermarket, very eye-catching ones. Sure, but it will require a small amount of points. Jiang He anticipated this and asked with a smirk, how much? The system replied weakly, 1,500. Host. Why do you cut the price down to half so easily? Jiang He wasn't clear on its nature yet. It was just 2 screens. Why would it cost 1,000 points? She knew it was trying to take advantage of her. 600, no more. Alright, deal. In less than 2 minutes. The system had set up the electronic screens. Jiang He just needed to input text in the system interface, and it would display on the screens. The next day, the supermarket opened. Customers waiting in line first saw that 2 large electronic screens had been hung inside, with a black background and red text. They were clear even from a distance. The first screen listed the rules of the Dawn supermarket. 1. No cutting in line, fighting, or causing trouble while queuing. Violators will be blacklisted. 2. Those who steal or damage supermarket goods will be blacklisted and will face electric shock punishment. 1. The use of force is prohibited inside the supermarket. Violators will be blacklisted and subject to arbitrary punishment with a 99 risk of fatality. 2. The dining time is limited to 40 minutes. If exceeded, a first warning will be issued. A second offense will result in blacklisting. Non-compliance may lead to electric shock punishment. 3. The supermarket regularly recycles various small animals with generous rewards. Consult the owner for more information. 4. Items other than money can be exchanged for points. The amount redeemable is subject to machine detection. Note, items with special significance will earn more points than ordinary items. 5. Reselling any goods purchased from the supermarket is strictly prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted. 6. Waste of any resources in the supermarket is not allowed. Violators will be blacklisted. And serious offenders may face electric shock punishment. 7. All rules of the supermarket are set by the owner. For any inquiries, please consult the owner directly. 8. The words purchase limit on the nearby screen caught everyone's attention. At Dawn Supermarket, today's limited purchase items are bottled water, bread, 8 treasure porridge, rice balls, and cotton shoes. Limited to 1 portion per person per day. Fresh juice meat buns, glutinous rice dumplings, spicy sour noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, and mixed noodles. Limited to 2 portions per person per day. Teddy bear biscuits, cold medicine, and fever-reducing medicine. Limited to 3 bags per person per day. Sanitary pads. Limited to 3 packs per person per day. Heating pads. Limited to 10 pieces per person per day. Other items have no purchase limit. 9. The idea of limiting purchases had been considered by Jiang He for some time, but was not implemented until now. After seeing so many residents unable to obtain supplies at the base yesterday, and witnessing the long queues at the supermarket where nothing was available, it became clear that too many people were suffering from hunger and cold, making survival in extreme conditions exceedingly difficult. 10. The supermarket's mission is to serve the disaster-affected population, allowing more people to survive in these challenging times. Therefore, Jiang He decided to impose purchase limits on basic supplies to ensure a more equitable distribution of resources. Those with more points can buy other unlimited items, while those with fewer points need not worry about finding only expensive items when their turn comes. 11. Upon seeing the purchase limits, most residents expressed their approval. Owner Jiang, this is great. With these limits, my chances of buying supplies every day have greatly increased. 12. Those at the back of the queue couldn't help but whisper in excitement. Finally, I can buy water today? Every time my turn came before, the water was sold out. Thank you, Owner Jiang. 13. I thought I would be too late today and wouldn't be able to get supplies. I didn't expect Owner Jiang to implement purchase limits, so I want to go home empty-handed and face my wife scolding. 14. Today's sales task is to sell 100 pairs of heated insoles, priced at 40 points. After the task was announced, Jiang He added a note on the electronic screen. Heated insoles, limited to 1 pair per person. 15. Customers walked in with smiles, greeted Jiang He, and entered the supermarket to select supplies. Those with sufficient points purchased the limited basic supplies and then went to stock up on other unlimited items. At checkout, someone politely asked, Boss Jiang, does the supermarket still operate during extreme cold weather? Jiang He nodded with a smile, of course. If you can't leave your dorm, I can even deliver to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the customer closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and kept muttering the same phrase. Area B, Building 3, Room 608. Area B, Building 3, Room 608. Area B, Building 3, Room 608. Chapter 63. Heating insoles. Not only was he mumbling, but he suddenly opened his eyes and made several strange gestures with his hands, as if he were trying to perform a ritual for her. Chants and gestures. Where did this master come from? Jiang He waved her hand in front of the man's eyes. Hey there, are you okay? You can't go crazy in my supermarket. The man finished his gestures and sheepishly smiled. Boss Jiang, don't mind me. I just repeated my dorm address a few times, thinking I could transmit this information to you via brainwaves. Maybe when you come to deliver, you'll suddenly remember. Jiang He thought to herself. So this person is trying to brainwash her with his confusing actions. What did he just say? What area and building? She didn't move her car yesterday. And the supermarket was still located near the military district building today. Nearby was a long line of people picking up supplies, bustling with activity. Grandpa Wang had accumulated enough points to receive 2 winter coats, a quilt, 2 pairs of thermal shoes, and 2 sets of autumn clothing. Since he already had a temperature-regulating quilt at home, he decided to trade the quilt for 3 sets of autumn clothing. His nephew didn't like wearing autumn pants, so he planned to send them over and make him wear them. Grandpa Wang bundled everything up with a rope, not needing to carry it, and simply hung it on a steel fork. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between 2 people nearby. Let me tell you, my feet are the warmest part of my body right now. Me too. Cold starts from the feet. That saying is true. As long as your feet are warm, you won't feel cold. Grandpa Wang felt his own feet, which were already frozen and numb. He looked down at the shoes the 2 were wearing. They were just ordinary sports shoes, not even insulated boots. Then he glanced at his own fuzzy slippers, which only felt warm when first put on, but would quickly cool down with the outside temperature. Curious, Grandpa Wang approached the 2 and asked, Young men, you're just wearing sports shoes. How do you keep your feet so warm? The young man was taken aback for a moment, but then straightened up with pride and replied, Because we have heating insoles in our shoes, bought from the supermarket. These insoles even have a switch. You can turn them off when not in use, and they can heat for up to 300 hours. If you use them sparingly, they can last a month. I heard the supermarket used to sell heated snow boots, which function similarly to the heating insoles, but between the 2, the boots would definitely be warmer. It's a pity that at that time, I didn't know there would be extreme cold later. Otherwise, I would have definitely grabbed a pair. As Grandpa Wang listened more and more, he became increasingly excited. The heated insoles were just like the temperature-regulating blankets, custom-made for him. Young man, could you please tell me where the supermarket is today? I also want to buy a pair. The young man kindly pointed him in the right direction. It's just around that corner, the place with the most people. Grandpa Wang looked up and saw a small truck with only the front visible. There were too many people blocking his view, and he couldn't see what was in the back. He recognized the bread van belonging to Boss Jiang, but this one looked different. He hadn't thought about the supermarket when he saw it earlier. It turned out Boss Jiang had changed vehicles. Grandpa Wang knew very well how scarce the supermarket supplies were, and feared he might not be able to buy the insoles, so he hurried in that direction. Excuse me. Coming through, my steel fork has no eyes. Seeing the sharp fork, the residents instinctively stepped aside to make way for him. In the middle of watching a drama, Jiang He lifted his head and glanced outside. By chance, something caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he realized, oh, isn't that Grandpa Wang? He's out and about with his steel fork again. The supermarket had no walls on 3 sides. One side was blocked by an electronic screen, making it easy for outside customers to see what was inside. Grandpa Wang's eyes were fixed on the instant noodles on the shelves, which came in various flavors. Just the ones he saw included spicy beef, scallion pork bone, golden soup beef, old hen soup, and pickled cabbage beef. Shu Yanzi held countless top-quality goods in his hands, including abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, and various meats, all available for Grandpa Wang to choose from. However, there were no instant noodles. Grandpa Wang was not used to delicacies and preferred this simple fare. The supermarket was just like the one he loved to visit before the apocalypse, with a wide variety of goods, and if it were any bigger, it would be even more enjoyable to browse. He initially came to buy insoles, but unexpectedly found something else. Welcome to the Dawn Supermarket. Grandpa Wang, you arrived quite early today. There are still many good things here. Before shopping, he had to check the information on the electronic screen, as some items had purchase limits. Grandpa Wang squinted at the direction Jiang He pointed, where it clearly stated that instant noodles were limited to 2 buckets per person. Grandpa Wang frowned. He could only buy 2 buckets? He had been thinking of getting one of each flavor. This was a bit troublesome. Standing in front of the shelves, Grandpa Wang felt conflicted. Thinking of the many people waiting outside, he closed his eyes and randomly picked 2 buckets, braised beef and old hen soup. All right, these 2 will do. Grandpa Wang then wandered over to another shelf. He had a big nephew who was a leader at the base. His family lacked nothing, and they sent good things to him every day from their villa. In the end, he chose a few of his favorites: 2 meat buns, 3 meat rice dumplings, 2 bags of potato chips, and 2 buckets of rice noodles. When he reached the roasted duck stand, Grandpa Wang paused. His nephew loved this when he was a child, always shouting to go to the city to buy roasted duck. I'll take one for him. After paying with points, Mr. Wang found the hot water station while holding a bucket of instant noodles. There was a card swipe area at the top. He placed his points card there, and hot water would come out below, deducting 20 points each time. 1 bucket wasn't enough, so Mr. Wang decided to soak both buckets. After 2 trips, he finally brought both buckets to the dining table. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he took off his shoes and quickly inserted the heated insoles. Jiang He, witnessing this scene, noted that she was already used to it. Before Mr. Wang, at least 20 customers had taken off their shoes and placed insoles in the supermarket. Thankfully, the supermarket was well ventilated on 3 sides. If it were a closed space and someone with smelly feet came in, it would have been unbearable for her. Mr. Wang ate quickly, enjoying the chewy and flavorful noodles to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. After finishing his noodles, he didn't even leave any soup behind, gulping it down in just a few big swallows. When he left, Mr. Wang conscientiously took his trash with him and even used the sleeve of his shirt to wipe the table clean, leaving no trace behind. Jiang He appreciated such considerate and tidy customers, though it wasn't necessary to use his shirt for that. She actually had paper for cleaning. Chapter 64. Opportunity to win a grand prize due to today's purchasing limit. The consumption of goods in the supermarket slowed down noticeably. The supermarket remained open until 2:30 p.m., and only then were all the items sold out. The number of guests served today was also 2 to 3 times that of usual. Ding! Sales task completed, awarded 6 minutes of restocking time, and unlocked mashed potato noodles. Jiang He opened the system panel to check on the supermarket status and was surprised to find that all facilities in the supermarket could be moved freely. This meant she could change the layout and decoration of the supermarket as she pleased. Clicking on the cash register brought up a detail interface. Cash register, operating normally. There were 3 replaceable styles and 5 selectable colors. However, unlocking new styles and colors required a certain amount of points. If the style of one facility changed, other facilities in the supermarket would also need to be adjusted accordingly. Jiang He thought for a moment. The supermarket currently had a fresh pastoral style, and since it hadn't been long since she set it up, she decided to wait until she got tired of it before considering a redesign. Noticing a plus sign behind the supermarket facilities, Jiang He curiously clicked on it. Level 3 supermarket can additionally configure facilities. 1 air conditioner, 20,000 points. 1 robotic vacuum cleaner, 20,000 points. 1 automatic recycling bin, 8,000 points. 1 foldable shopping cart, 5,000 points. 1 pot of greenery, 3,000 points. With today's earnings, Jiang He's account balance exceeded 178,000 points. These devices were all needed in the supermarket, especially the robotic vacuum cleaner, which would save her a lot of trouble. System, can this robotic vacuum cleaner also wipe tables? With the presence of dining tables in the supermarket, many customers would stay to eat, and no matter how careful they were, there would still be stains left on the surfaces. Eventually, Jiang He would have to clean them manually. System, dear host. The robotic vacuum cleaner set for the supermarket is a sweeping and mopping integrated device. Just place it on the table, and it will automatically clean the stains. Alright, then I'll buy it. Let's get everything. Beep, 56,000 points have been deducted. Host, do you want to arrange the positions of these facilities yourself? Of course. Having spent so many points, there should be a sense of experience. Jiang He operated on the system interface, taking her time. The air conditioner was placed in the center of the ceiling, the shopping cart was put by the door, and the trash can was positioned to the right of the dining table. The vacuum robot and green plants were arranged next to the checkout counter. Once done, she decided to go have dinner. Suddenly, the system popped up with an unusually excited tone. Beep, beep, beep. Good news for the host. The supermarket has received an antique. A customer has charged a Tang Sankai into the points card. Congratulations, host. You have a chance to draw a grand prize. Jiang He's eyes lit up. Wow. She had a chance to win a little treasure again. Soon, the big spinning wheel appeared in the room again. Last time, she had drawn a temperature-controlled tent, and the blue segment was replaced with another reward portal. Jiang He held a dart, aiming for the purple segment with the little treasure. Just as she was about to launch it, the wheel started spinning rapidly, making her dizzy. Alright then, the system didn't even give her a chance to cheat. Unable to find her target, Jiang He aimed at the center of the wheel and casually threw the dart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The big wheel slowly came to a stop. Jiang He's heart began to race. Purple, purple, purple. Host, you hit yellow. Congratulations on winning the full fish banquet. It has been placed in your personal space. Go enjoy it. Seeing the dart hit the yellow segment, Jiang He pouted. There's fish to eat. That's fine. She looked into her personal space. Wow, this is more than just fine. It's fantastic. Plates of dishes densely packed, neatly arranged, almost triggering her claustrophobia. There must be hundreds of dishes here. Yes, host. The full fish banquet reward includes 500 dishes. As I said, this is a grand prize draw. How can the reward not be generous? 500 dishes? That's enough for a year's worth of meals. System, can I sell them to customers? Fish dishes are delicious, but they do take up a lot of space. It would be better to sell some and earn some points. These dishes belong to the host, and you can handle them as you wish. But the pricing cannot be outrageous. If the price is too high and gets caught by the main system, points will be deducted. As long as I can sell them, the price should be set similar to roasted duck. That should be fine. Dinner, of course, was fish. Jiang He took out a plate of braised bass, steaming and emitting a rich aroma. Time in the personal space was frozen. The items placed inside wouldn't spoil or go bad. The dishes were hot when placed inside, and no matter how long they stayed there, they would still be hot when taken out. Meow, meow, meow. Sang Biao smelled the fish aroma and immediately became excited. tugging at Jiang He's pant leg and meowing nonstop. What is that? It's fish that even little cats love to eat. I want some too. Hurry and give me some. 80,000 flapped its wings, running back and forth by the dining table. I'm hungry too. I'm hungry too. Time to eat. Time to eat. Jiang He was speechless. Whether it was one or two, they were all gluttons reincarnated. She hasn't eaten yet, and here she's making a fuss. Jiang He gritted her teeth. All right, I'll get you something to eat. Whatever you've eaten now, you'll have to work it off later. In the space. She picked out a plate of small yellow croakers for Sang Biao, cooked in a light style suitable for such a little kitten. Although Balong was small, he had a big appetite. With a thud, Jiang He placed the plate of small fish in front of him. You have to finish it all. No waste allowed. Sang Biao started eating with a satisfied purr in his throat. Balong was no slower, munching away, finishing a small fish in just 2 bites. I must say, the dishes rewarded by the system are truly delicious. Jiang He said sincerely, System, who is the chef that makes these dishes? I want to be friends with her. I'm not too sure either. The dishes are transmitted from the main system. All right, after completing the tasks in this world, I'll find a way to inquire and see if I can get a meal or something. Another day passed, and the temperature at the base had dropped to -15 degrees. The extreme cold was drawing closer. It was too cold, and those customers who had been waiting outside the supermarket since dawn could no longer hold on, at most waiting outside for half an hour. If it went on longer, they would freeze solid. Welcome to Dawn's Supermarket. The first to enter the supermarket was a couple with their young daughter. As soon as they stepped into Dawn's Supermarket, the woman froze in place, her eyes wide as she looked at her husband. Honey, do you feel that the temperature inside the supermarket is really comfortable, different from outside? It couldn't just be her imagination, could it? The man took a step back, and the biting cold hit him again. Returning to the supermarket, he felt another kind of warmth. He looked at his wife in surprise, tightly holding her hand. Look, the supermarket has air conditioning. Chapter 65. Steamed grouper Xinjia looked up, and on the ceiling of the supermarket, there was a white central air conditioner blowing out warm air. She couldn't help but exclaim, how amazing. The supermarket has no walls on 3 sides, yet this warm air doesn't escape. It only gathers within the supermarket. Jiang He smiled without saying a word. Although the supermarket had no physical walls, there was an invisible barrier that separated it from the outside world. The little girl next to them was dressed in a thick down jacket and wore a cute cartoon hat with 2 brown antlers. Her round face showed that she was well taken care of at home. She looked left and right, suddenly extending her little hand to point at the electronic screen above. Mommy fish, fish. Little Yin Yin was 5 years old this year and already knew quite a few characters. The moment she saw braised fish written on the screen, she couldn't help but get excited. Xinjia and Ji Yuan looked at the electronic screen at the same time, and they saw that the upper part displayed today's limited purchase items, while the lower part was similar to a menu. Dawn Supermarket's featured items today: braised fish, boiled fish, diced chili fish head, sweet and sour carp, sour soup fish, tofu fish, squirrel mandarin fish, braised hairtail, steamed grouper, garlic beer fish. Each dish ranged from 200 to 400 points. Xinjia was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this a supermarket? How come it was like a restaurant with so many dishes? And they were all fish. No wonder Yan Yan was so excited that her voice cracked. It turned out she saw her favorite food. Xinjia particularly craved fish while she was pregnant with her daughter, and after her daughter was born and grew up, she also became a little food lover. Boss Jiang, where are these dishes? Jiang He, without a second thought, replied, they're in the boxes under the cash register. After you pay with points, you can eat here or take them away. Would you like to order a portion? Every dish here is meticulously prepared by the chef and is truly delicious. You won't find anything like it elsewhere. Xinjia nodded in agreement. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was probably only one Dawn Supermarket, and it was indeed hard to find good food elsewhere. She looked down at her daughter and asked, Yin Yin, what do you want to eat? Tell Boss Jiang. Yin Yin hadn't been out in a long time. She used to be very lively, but now she seemed a bit shy. She held her mother's hand, sneaking a glance at Jiang He, then at this sister who looked kind, her smile gentle and beautiful. Gathering her courage, she said in a clear voice, Sister, I want to eat braised fish. The little girl was wrapped up tightly, looking as cute as a doll from a New Year picture. Jiang He was completely charmed. Her voice softer than usual. All right, just one portion? Do you want anything else? System. Host, you feel so unfamiliar to me now. Jiang He rolled her eyes at the system in her mind. You heartless system. Of course, you wouldn't understand the cuteness of young humans. Xinjia thought for a moment and added, Boss Jiang, let us have a portion of steamed grouper as well. We'll eat here. She preferred fish without many bones. Ji Yuan listened to his wife and child. Whatever they ordered, he would eat, responsible for clearing the plates. Jiang He nodded. Okay. You can continue to pick out other items, and when it's time to eat, I'll bring you the dishes. From their attire, it was clear that the 3 of them lived quite well. Without guessing, one could tell they were from a military district. Ji Yuan had been a special forces soldier before the apocalypse, and after the disaster struck, he followed the troops with his wife and daughter to station in Nanyang. Because of the disaster, his other family members were scattered across various major bases, and it might be very difficult to see them again in this lifetime. The base treated soldiers like them fairly well, but the rations they received didn't taste very good. occasionally, after completing significant missions. When he received a pack of filled biscuits as a reward, he would bring them home to satisfy his daughter's cravings. During extreme heat, Ji Yuan almost lost his wife and child, but fortunately, they managed to pull through in the end. Otherwise, he didn't know what the meaning of his survival would be. Later, Ji Yuan heard of the Dawn supermarket's reputation during the extreme heat. The supermarket owner had used cooling supplies to save hundreds of residents. At that time, he thought if he had prepared items to cope with the extreme heat earlier, perhaps his wife and daughter would have suffered less. Ji Yuan had long wanted to come to the Dawn supermarket to buy some useful supplies, but he had been on duty for several consecutive days and only found time to come today. Stepping inside, he was greatly shocked. In the entire Nanyang base, only a few high-ranking leaders are qualified to use air conditioning. Aside from the important buildings of the military district, there is no electricity supplied elsewhere in the base. It's unclear how the supermarket manages to generate power. Dad, hug me, I want to see up there. As his daughter tugged at his clothes, Ji Yuan gradually came to his senses and bent down to pick her up. On the top shelf, there were chocolates, sausages, marinated eggs, and beef jerky. Yan Yan's eyes sparkled, and she giggled, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. Mom, I love all these. Xinjia smiled indulgently. Okay, I'll buy them for you. The couple felt guilty for not providing their daughter with a joyful childhood, so now that they had the means, they certainly wanted to fulfill her wishes. Snacks were unlimited. Xinjia picked up 15 chocolates, 10 packs of beef jerky, 15 sausages, and 12 marinated eggs. She also bought some fruits, 40 strawberries, 40 lychees, 20 oranges, and 1 pineapple. If it weren't for the low temperature now, Xinjia wouldn't have dared to buy so much fruit. In the extreme heat before, fruit would spoil overnight after being brought home. Holding his daughter in one arm and pushing the shopping cart with the other, Ji Yuan let Xinjia add items to the cart. Jiang He watched their happy family and immediately felt that this shopping cart was worth it. Much more convenient than before. When they reached the beverage aisle, Xinjia's eyes lit up. Honey, Yan Yan is at a growth stage. We should buy more milk. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, take everything from the top shelf. I can carry it. Having points gives one the freedom to be indulgent. Jiang He stopped watching TV and just focused on their supermarket spree. They bought 6 hot water bags, 6 blankets, 30 heating pads, and 9 bags of bear cookies. All at the highest specifications allowed. Luckily, there were purchase limits. Otherwise, they would have emptied half the supermarket. When the 3 of them returned to the checkout, Jiang He recommended, the supermarket has just launched heated blankets today. Do you want to buy one? They were about the same size as regular blankets. Priced at 300 points each, requiring no electricity, automatically heating up when the switch is turned on, and usable for 150 hours. Each person was limited to 1. Xinjia didn't hesitate for a second. Great, let's get 3. After they swiped their cards and spent over 20,000 points, Jiang He took the braised pork and steamed grouper from the space and placed them on the dining table behind. Enjoy your meal. After saying this, Jiang He really felt a bit like a server in a restaurant. Chapter 66. Mashed potato noodles on the electronic display. The dishes of braised fish and steamed grouper were taken down and replaced with scallion braised yellow croaker and pepperfish slices. The family spent half an hour eating, and before leaving, they cleared the table of trash and threw it into the nearby bin. In less than 2 seconds, the contents of the bin were decomposed and vanished without a trace. Ji Yuan was stunned again. This supermarket had too many magical features. Little Yan only knew that the braised fish was incredibly delicious. She felt very full from eating today and didn't understand the complex thoughts of adults at all. Gently patting her round belly, she hugged Xinjia's hand, blinking her big eyes and acting cute. Mom, I really like the supermarket. Can we come here to play every day? Hearing this, Xinjia couldn't help but chuckle and pinched her little nose. It's too cold lately. Let's come back to play when the weather gets better, okay? Yan sighed helplessly. All right. At noon, Jiang He fetched hot water and prepared a bucket of mashed potato noodles. The side dish was spicy chopped chili mixed with fish pieces. After eating a couple of bites of fish, she went over to the fruit shelf and grabbed a handful of strawberries. After the upgrade, the supermarket had comfortable seating and a computer for her entertainment. For the past couple of days, Jiang He had been eating her lunch directly at the checkout counter. Essentially, the supermarket remained open during lunchtime, and she just needed to sit there to collect points, so she didn't bother going back to her room. Working an extra hour at noon allowed her to finish early in the afternoon. Grandpa Wang couldn't stop thinking about the instant noodles at the supermarket and had no appetite for lunch. However, it snowed outside today, making the ground slippery. Zhou Yinza was worried he would fall, so he had to accompany him personally. Grandpa Wang didn't want to trouble his nephew and resisted at the door for a while. Oh, I'm still strong. As long as I have something to hold on to, I won't fall. You don't need to accompany me. Go do your own thing. Zhou Yinza frowned and said lazily, stubborn old man. If you keep being difficult, you won't get any instant noodles today. I'll have the bodyguard keep an eye on you. So you can't go anywhere. He didn't understand why Grandpa Wang found that stuff appealing. Wasn't it just low-end junk food? What was so good about it? Knowing his nephew could actually do that, Grandpa Wang reluctantly compromised. Have you worn the thermal pants I gave you? Zhou Yinza helped him into the car. Sounding a bit indifferent. Warn them. It's below -10 degrees today. If I didn't wear them, I'd freeze to death. Grandpa Wang smiled with satisfaction. You're young now and feel tough, thinking you can handle the cold. But when you get old and have rheumatism, it will be too late. Zhou Yinze fiddled with the cigarette box, having heard these words so many times that his ears were about to develop calluses. Usually, it went in one ear and out the other. If he didn't let the old man finish, it would go on forever. At the supermarket, Jiang He was munching on sunflower seeds while staring intently at the computer screen. The drama was reaching its climax, and she was completely immersed in the tense atmosphere. The system loudly reminded her, "Host, your noodles are ready. If you soak them too long, the texture won't be as good." Jiang He suddenly snapped back to reality, remembering she still had a bucket of noodles to eat. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted towards her. The hot soup had been absorbed by the noodles, and after stirring with a plastic fork, each strand was coated with soft mashed potatoes. Eating it was a bit sticky, but the smooth texture of the mashed potatoes combined with the fine rice noodles created a delicate taste that was irresistible, both fragrant and spicy. Halfway through her meal, Jiang He got up to check out a customer, only to see two people walking at the door. Grandpa Wang and that Zhou Yinze? It was a combination she never expected. Jiang He suddenly remembered the gossip Li Ting had mentioned, that Wang Dajia was the biological father of a certain base leader. Could they really be father and son? But the discrepancy was too great. One surname was Wang, and the other was Zhou, so it didn't add up. Noticing her confusion, Wang Dajia smiled and introduced himself. "Jiang boss, this is my nephew. He came with me today to buy some food." Jiang He nodded, realizing he was her uncle. That made sense. Wang Dajia glanced at the cash register, curious, and asked, "Jiang boss, what are you eating?" Jiang He picked it up and showed it to him up close. It's mashed potato noodles, a new product that just hit the shelves today. It tastes pretty good. You should buy a bucket to try. Wang Dajia grinned widely. All right, I'll have this mashed potato noodle for lunch today, plus a bucket of instant noodles. After speaking, he walked towards the not-so-full shelf with his hands behind his back. Zhou Yinze followed behind, and, seeing the small bear biscuits on the shelf, instinctively wanted to grab them all. Wang Dajia noticed and quickly swatted his hand away. "Yinze, what are you doing? Didn't you see the screen over there? The bear biscuits are limited to 3 bags per person. If you break the supermarket rules, I can't stop Jiang boss from shocking you." Zhou Yinze had noticed the 2 additional electronic screens when he entered, but hadn't looked closely. Now, a quick glance revealed the repeated words shock, shock, shock. When did this ridiculous rule come out? Complaining internally, he restrained himself and only took 3 bags of bear biscuits. Zhou Yinze poked Wang Dajia's shoulder. "Old man, do you want some biscuits?" Wang Dajia chuckled. "I didn't expect you to like these little biscuits. They're so cute. They look like something you would have loved as a child." Zhou Yinze didn't want to explain. If it weren't for the stupid purchase limit, he would have devoured every little biscuit he saw. Just say whether you want to buy them or not. Rarely seeing a glimpse of his childhood self in Zhou Yinze made Wang Dajia particularly happy. Bye. You can have my share." Just as he had left home wanting to avoid bringing his nephew along, while buying instant noodles, Wang Dajia realized that bringing an extra person was actually quite nice. His nephew didn't like instant noodles, so those 2 buckets would definitely be his. However, Zhou Yinze never played by the rules. He grabbed 2 buckets of braised beef-flavored instant noodles and held them tightly. "Wang Dajia, I thought you said you didn't like instant noodles?" "Yinze, these are low-end junk food. Just let me eat them." Zhou Yinze sidestepped, avoiding his outstretched hand. "Old man, eating too much junk food isn't good for your health. You should eat less. I'm young. I can handle it." He carried his items to the cash register. Jiang He was calculating points there when she suddenly heard Zhou Yinze quietly ask, "Did you really almost marry Xiao Huifeng?" Jiang He responded, "Huh? Which dog is spreading rumors about me outside?" Chapter 67. Want to ruin them, seeing her reaction. Zhou Yinze already knew the answer and a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Xiao Huifeng told me personally, and he mentioned a lot about your past." Jiang He's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, spitting out a few words. Ignore his nonsense. Suddenly remembering they were in a supermarket, as the owner, she needed to be a bit more civilized. "Ahem, he's just talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with him." Zhou Yinze nodded slowly. "All right, I understand." Grandpa Wang, standing nearby, looked at his nephew with a strange expression, as if trying to bore a hole through him with his gaze. After making instant noodles and sitting at the table in the back, Grandpa Wang could no longer hold back his curiosity. "Yinze, are you concerned about Boss Zhang's marital situation? What are you planning?" Zhou Yinze took a bite of strawberry, replying casually, "What do you think?" Grandpa Wang didn't want to guess. Instead, he felt like stabbing him on the head with a fork and kicking him like a ball. He frowned disdainfully and bluntly said, "To put it bluntly, you're not worthy of Boss Zhang. If you really had that intention, you should just give up." Zhou Yinze's expression darkened, amused by the old man's words. "Who are you calling your dear nephew? What is wrong with me? If looks are needed, I have them. If material wealth is needed, I have that too. There are plenty of people who want to marry me." "Well, you have everything except for face," Grandpa Wang bluntly stated, showing no mercy. "I'm just being fair, not biased. Your material conditions are good, but Boss Zhang has such a large supermarket. What could she possibly lack materially? And you still like to mess around with relationships, hugging left and right. with so many flings at home that you can't even count them. Zhou Yinze rubbed his nose, explaining, those are just gifts from others, just for fun. Grandpa Wang shot him a glare. You can play around, but don't drag Boss Jiang into it. Zhou Yinze replied, he never intended to do anything serious. He asked just a bit interested. Even letting Xia Huifeng and his fiancée stay in the villa was just for fun, like teasing a dog. There aren't many people or things that catch his interest, and once he does, he can't help but want to explore. Old man, don't worry, I will never get married in this lifetime, nor will I have children. Hearing this sudden statement, Grandpa Wang paused mid-slurp. Oh no, did he say something too harsh and hurt his nephew's pride? Yinze, actually, you're not completely useless. At least you're filial. Zhou Yinze self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. If my dad heard that, he'd probably laugh his head off. Alright, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I've had this thought since I was 20, and it's not something that just came up in this world. I can live alone. If I can, I will. If not, then so be it. In the freezing weather, many residents huddled at home, afraid to go out. There was no medicine, and just stepping outside for a breath of cold air might lead to getting sick the next day. It was almost like the ancient times with underdeveloped medical technology. Even a small cold could be fatal. Unless they were on the verge of starvation and had to go out to the supermarket to buy things, they wouldn't take such a big risk. For families like Mr. Wang's, they have cars to pick them up and drop them off, complete with air conditioning. So they don't need to worry about getting sick from the cold wind. The snow outside keeps falling heavier, and the supermarket remains open until 5. Given this situation, Jiang He figures she'll need to prepare to deliver goods in a couple of days. Fortunately, she has unlocked her portable space, which makes things a lot easier. Ding! Today's sales task is completed, earning 5 minutes of restock time, 50 packs of cold medicine, 50 packs of fever medicine, and 50 packs of cough medicine. Just as Jiang He was about to say something, the system notification chimed again. Beep beep beep, host. You have received a temporary task to build a snowman at a designated location, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Reward, a random restocking aid, valid for 15 minutes. Ahem, dear host, remember that this snowman needs to be photographed and sent to the main system, so please perform well. I know. It's the annual snowman building competition held by the main system, and all hosts are required to participate, with rankings at the end of the year. Jiang He recalls her first time participating in this competition, where she won a creativity award, making the system so happy it did 100 backflips. The reason for its excitement? Naturally, it's because the host won a prize, and the system gets a commission as well. The designated location is in the villa area, specifically in an empty garden villa, about a half-hour drive away. Love isn't something you can just buy whenever you want. Jiang He hums a tune, driving smoothly on the snowy road. Not far ahead, at an intersection, Jiang Shuiwei runs forward, wiping her tears. Xia Huifeng quickly catches up and grabs her shoulder. Yeah, let me explain. I really didn't sleep with those women. They are associated with Zhou Xiao. How could I possibly touch them? With tears in her eyes, Jiang Shuiwei, her voice choked, asks, then tell me, where does the perfume on you come from? The man's eyes flicker, and he doesn't answer immediately. Jiang Shuiwei pushes his hand away, taking a few steps back, her heart aching. I knew you were lying to me. Xia Huifeng, you betrayed me. She turns and continues running towards the commoner area. Jiang He drives normally, just honking the horn twice when suddenly, a figure darts into the middle of the road, startling her into an emergency stop. Luckily, the small truck performs well, stopping just a meter away from Jiang Shuiwei, avoiding any casualties. Lowering the window, Jiang He can't help but yell, if you want to die, go further away and don't die in front of my car, it's bad luck. As soon as she finishes speaking, Xia Huifeng rushes over and tightly hugs Jiang Shuiwei. Yeah, thank goodness you're okay, you scared me. Jiang Shuiwei buries her face in his embrace, still shaken. Whoa, I almost got hit by a car. In the midst of the swirling snow, a young couple holds each other tenderly, sharing their feelings. Anyone who doesn't know might think they are filming a Korean drama. Shouldn't there be a suitable background music for this? Jiang He grits her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She regrets stopping earlier. System, I want to create chaos for them. Dear host, calm down, you still need to build the snowman. In front of the small truck, Xia Huifeng cupped his beloved's face and explained in a voice only the two of them could hear. Yeah, Zhou Xiao is in the arms business. If I can get weapons to stash away, I won't have to rely on others for promotion. Then, I'll take you away from here, just the two of us, to establish a new base. I'll be the base leader, and you'll be the leader's wife. Jiang Shuiwei, wiping away her tears, smiled, Brother Huifeng. So you were just putting on an act to gain Zhou Xiao's trust, mingling with those women, right? Chapter 68. The snowman tricked Jiang. He was puzzled by the chatter, wondering why they couldn't say anything important inside and had to stand in the snow blocking the driveway. Do. Jiang He quickly honked the horn, fearing that they were about to kiss again. She was worried about ruining lunch. Let us go back. You can't misunderstand me anymore. My feelings for you are more genuine than pearls. Xia Huifeng took Jiang Shuiwei's hand, heading to the roadside, intending to return the way they came. The next moment, a small truck sped past them, splashing snow water all over, soaking their clothes and leaving them shivering from the cold. Jiang Shuiwei trembled and pointed at the departing pink truck, complaining, Brother Huifeng, look, she must have done that on purpose. Seeing the two drenched like drowned rats, Jiang He in the driver's seat burst into laughter. Hee. The system couldn't help but comment, host, your laugh is a bit like a movie villain. Jiang He shrugged, well, if I'm a villain, so be it. I'm in a bad mood. I might not win the snowman competition. When it came to commissions, the system quickly changed its tune. Host, your laughter is even more beautiful than a mermaid song. Laugh more, I love it. The deeper into the villa area, the sparser the population became, with the last few villas all uninhabited, looking particularly desolate. After getting out of the car, Jiang He walked into the garden villa, where no one had stepped foot. The snow in the yard was very clean and perfect for rolling snowballs to make a snowman. She recalled that the judges from the main system preferred a cuter style. This time, the time for making the snowman was shortened to only 20 minutes, so it couldn't be too complicated. After thinking for a moment, Jiang He decided to make a cute little chubby bear. Host, go for it. You are the best. The annual snowman competition champion is none other than you. The system was cheering her on energetically. Jiang He rolled 2 round snowballs to serve as the bear's body, placing the larger one at the bottom and the smaller one on top. Next came the details. The little bear would wear a small hat, with its ears sticking out, chubby arms, and round short legs. Once the body was done, it needed some accessories. The system generously sponsored a pink scarf and a box of paint. Jiang He sculpted the bear's features without any tools, carving them out bit by bit and then painting them. Black eyes, a pink nose, and pink ears. Finally, it took exactly 20 minutes. All done. System, please take a photo and send it over. Congratulations, host. You have completed the snowman task and received a random inventory assist tool. Jiang He asked with bright eyes, is it Xiao Bao? The tall one, 9 meters? Host, it's not Xiao Bao, it's it. Jiang He was puzzled. What did it refer to? Turning her head, she saw the snowman she had just built, blinking its black eyes and taking a step forward with its chubby legs. Jiang He widened her eyes and took a step back. What the? Is it a snowman trick? Ahem, host, it is the inventory assist tool this time, a little bear. What? Jiang He was still in shock from the snowman trick when she heard this bad news. Yes, host, you heard it right. 1 minute ago, the little bear was just an ordinary snowman, but now it has been repurposed into a robot, and like Xiao Bao, it has learning consciousness. Jiang He struggled to understand what the system meant. Does repurposed mean that the main system took it? Yes, the main system thinks the little bear's appearance is very cute, and currently, there are no robots of its kind, so it plans to trial it in this world first. If it qualifies, they will replicate a robot with the same appearance for use in other worlds. Wait a minute. Jiang He felt something was off. This was her snowman. Shouldn't the copyright belong to her? If the main system wanted to use it, they should get her authorization and pay her royalties, right? Host, there is currently only one little bear robot, and it is not mass-produced for commercial use, so it doesn't involve copyright issues yet. The system went offline for 2 minutes before coming back. Good news. The main system said that the little bear can become your exclusive robot. After completing the inventory assistance, it won't be taken back. From now on, you are the host of a robot. No need to worry about royalties. Once the little bear qualifies, the main system will credit points to your account. Jiang He nodded. Fine, as long as they give points, everything is negotiable. After that, she brought the little bear into the virtual supermarket. Host, are you ready? The countdown is about to start. Jiang He, she was ready, but she didn't know if the little bear was ready. System, can the little bear not talk? Why doesn't it respond to my questions? Host, here's the thing. The robots produced by the main system are divided into upgradable and non-upgradable versions. The little bear is an upgradable version, and its initial level is much lower than Xiao Bao's. It needs to learn and gain experience to level up. Right now, it is equivalent to a human infant, and it will learn to talk slowly. Oh, so it's a nurturing type robot. Jiang He assumed a starting position, and the little bear mimicked her, taking a step forward with its short legs and swinging its little arms back and forth. System, we can start. All right, 5-minute countdown, go. The railing at the supermarket entrance opened, and Jiang He dashed forward with her shopping basket. The little bear tried hard to run, but, unfortunately, its legs were too short, and it was left behind. Watching it struggle to carry only 4 bottles of water at a time, Jiang He regretted it for the nth time. It's frustrating. If I had known earlier, I would have designed the little bear's hands to be a bit longer. However, having a robot to help is better than not having one at all. Even though it has short arms and legs, only reaching up to her chest, little bear. You only need to be responsible for carrying the bottled water. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiang He gestured and explained until the little bear finally understood her meaning. The bear paused for a moment, then shook its round head and continued to move the bottled water. 3, 2, 1, countdown complete. As soon as the system's voice fell, both the person and the bear were instantly ejected from the virtual supermarket. Jiang He counted the supplies, noting that the bear's combat power was about 1/10 of hers, 1/50th of Xiao Bao's. So, what did the main system see in the bear? Is it cute? Jiang He turned around to admire her creation. The little bear was round and chubby, with big, shiny eyes and pink blush on its cheeks, looking adorably silly. It really is quite cute. Alright then, considering it was her creation, she decided to overlook its shortcomings. Jiang He believed that watching exciting TV dramas was the best shortcut to learn a language. That night, she pulled the bear along to watch a palace drama until 11 o'clock. Chapter 69, A Bear Bullying a Cat. The bear's eyes sparkled like the black pearls in bubble tea, innocent and clear, yet revealing a hint of foolishness. It couldn't understand the drama, but still mimicked Jiang He, sitting upright on the stool, completely focused on the computer screen. Hearing her laughter, its little chubby legs swung back and forth in the air unconsciously. When it was time for bed, Jiang He turned off the computer and prepared to take a shower. System, robots shouldn't need to rest, right? Theoretically, yes. But all actions of the robot are supported by the energy within. As long as it's powered on, it continuously consumes energy, which is a bit wasteful. My suggestion is that if there are no tasks arranged, the host can set a sleep time for the bear to save points. Jiang He paused. Do I have to spend points to buy energy? Yes, the bear is now the host's exclusive robot, so the host needs to take responsibility for it. Jiang He's mind started calculating. The bear was now considered her employee, and giving it some points as salary seemed reasonable. How many points does the energy cost? The robot's full energy is 100 units, and 1 unit costs 300 points. If it doesn't sleep, it will consume about 4 units of energy a day. If it sleeps at night, it will only consume about 3 units a day. Calculating this way, the bear's monthly salary would be about 30,000 points. Compared to what it helps bring in, this amount of points is nothing at all. Jiang He thought it was quite a good deal, opened the system panel, and set the bear's sleep time to synchronize with hers, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next day. Sleep location, living room sofa. Both Sang Biao and Ba Wan also lived in the living room, and the newly arrived big guy piqued their curiosity. They cautiously hid by the edge of the sofa, observing in secret. Seeing that there was no movement all night, Sang Biao and Ba Wan finally lifted the alarm, continuing to bounce happily on the sofa. When they finally tired out, Sang Biao simply lay down, curled up into a circle, and slept on the round belly of the little bear for the night. At 7 in the morning, the little bear powered on, sitting up suddenly from the sofa. Sang Biao had stayed up late and was still sound asleep, eyes closed, when his body was suddenly lifted into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the center of the living room. Chirp, 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 chirp. Ba Wan trotted over, his little steps quick and head bobbing. Biao Go, are you okay? Are you okay? Sang Biao fell to the ground in confusion. And once he recovered from his shock, he lifted his head and shouted, Meow. Help. There's a bear bullying a cat. Jiang He had just woken up when she heard the commotion outside her room. What is going on? Are they fighting? Didn't they get along well before? She quickly put on her clothes. She had to go see the excitement. Opening the door, she saw Sang Biao and Ba Wan huddled together tightly on the floor. Keeping warm, both glaring at the little bear on the sofa, muttering complaints. What happened? The little bear looked over at Jiang He. Its slightly upturned mouth moved. And suddenly it made a soft, adorable sound. Meow? Jiang He twitched her brow, never expecting that her little bear robot would say its first word in a cat's voice. It couldn't have developed a consciousness mistake, thinking it was a cat just like Sang Biao, could it? She patted its big, round head, trying to correct its misunderstanding. Bear, you're not a cat. The little bear tilted its head, looking blank. Meow. Jiang He said, let us keep correcting this. Although your name is Little Bear, you're not a bear, you're a robot. You'll need to learn human language to greet customers in the supermarket, not cat language. The little bear tilted its head to the other side. Meow. Jiang He sighed, realizing it wouldn't be easy to correct its thinking right away. It was better to let it interact more with humans. When breakfast time came, Sang Biao shook off the previous gloom and squatted in front of the food bowl with Ba Wan, eagerly waiting for their owner to serve the meal. The little bear stood neatly in line with them, obediently at the end. Jiang He placed food in each bowl. Your chicken breast, little yellow croaker. Your bread, little fish. Your. When it was the little bear's turn, her hands were already empty. Stunned for a moment, the little bear stretched out its small, short arm, opening its palm, which didn't have fingers. Meow. Its expression was pitiful, as if it were in the same kindergarten where all the other kids had snacks. But it was the only bear without any. Jiang He felt a pang of sympathy. System, can robots eat human food? System, no, they can only consume energy. Since she had several of them, she couldn't be unfair. The little bear's initial energy was 100 units, and it had just run out of 1 unit. Jiang He didn't hesitate and instructed the system to deduct points to buy 1 unit of energy for the little bear. Host, there are many flavors to choose from in the energy mall. For example, lime flavor, strawberry flavor, blueberry flavor, orange flavor, and original flavor cost 300 points. Flavored options cost 350 points. Yes, the energy from flavored items can stimulate the robot's emotions and make them feel happy. Jiang He planned to be a rational consumer and avoid unnecessary extravagance. He decided to buy an original flavor first and see how the little bear performed today before deciding whether to give it extra food. The temperature today had already dropped to over -20 degrees. The entire base seemed frozen, covered in frost everywhere. It was eerily quiet. Jiang He opened the car door, and there were only a few scattered customers waiting outside. Compared to the usual bustling scene, there were pitifully few people. Even with so few customers, Jiang He still had to operate normally. He pressed the switch, and the supermarket became the most conspicuous building in the snowy landscape. The first customer wore a haphazard mix of thin clothing, which did little to keep warm, making it hard for him to speak. Once inside the supermarket, he gradually warmed up in the cozy air. The young man took off his mask, revealing a handsome face with deep, three-dimensional features, and eyes that held a gloominess inconsistent with his sunny appearance. "Boss, can I go in and pick something?" His voice was deep and hoarse, sounding less like a 17 or 18-year-old and more like an elderly man. Jiang He was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Yes. But be careful not to take too many limited items." The young man nodded, looked carefully at the electronic screen in the back to identify the limited purchase items, and then walked towards the shelves. Outside, 6 more customers were waiting, the biting cold wind cutting through them like a knife. One customer could no longer bear it. He mustered the courage to approach the supermarket door and asked, "Boss Jiang, can we wait inside?" Chapter 70. Are you accepting puppies? With this prompt, others quickly chimed in. "Boss Jiang, we promise to stay quietly inside. It's too cold out here, and I'm afraid I'll freeze before it's my turn." Waiting outside was indeed unbearable. The aisle in front of the cash register was spacious enough for them to stand. Jiang He thought for a moment and agreed to the customer's request. "All right, you can come in." Those who ventured out in such weather were generally forced to do so. If they didn't buy supplies, they might starve or freeze to death by tomorrow. The 5 customers expressed their gratitude repeatedly, and as they stood in the supermarket enjoying the air conditioning, they felt rejuvenated. In search of his sister, Jiang He had not eaten for 2 days. He had searched the entire civilian area, but found no trace of her. The only possibility was that she had been taken by that man to the military district. However, he was just an ordinary civilian without any identity or background, completely unqualified to enter the military district to look for someone. Jiang He had once attempted to force his way in, but nearly got shot by the soldier at the door. The man who took his sister had some power, and with his meager strength, he could not possibly compete. The base had regulations clearly stating that no one was allowed to force others into relationships. In the civilian area, there are a group of heartless thugs who are the lackeys of some minor leaders in the military district. They secretly scour the area for young and attractive women and men, and if someone catches their eye, they will find ways to drug them and send them to the beds of those leaders, regardless of their consent. Jiang He's sister, who is exceptionally beautiful and has a gentle demeanor, could not escape the clutches of these people even when she deliberately tried to make herself look less appealing. Jiang He not only hates those who harmed his sister, but also despises his own powerlessness. In this apocalyptic world, there is no order, and without enough strength, one can only be bullied. After coming to terms with reality, Jiang He is left with only one hope, to find ways to become a member of the military district. Only then can he possibly locate his sister and take revenge for her. The conditions for civilians to enter the military district are extremely stringent. First, there are age restrictions. One must be between 16 to 20 years old, and there are also specific height and weight standards. If these criteria are met, various physical tests will follow, and if he meets the standards, he can officially join the military district. Among these requirements, Jiang He only fails the weight and physical tests. In the past, he struggled to eat and drink, making it nearly impossible to meet the physical standards. However, things are different now. Perhaps fate took pity on him, as he stumbled upon a small item that he could exchange for points, gaining over 100,000 points. With plenty of food available, he plans to do some targeted training, and perhaps he really can be selected for the military district. Jiang He is now exhausted and hungry, desperately needing a hot meal. He has hoarded all the limited supplies, taking as many non-perishable items as he can. He has 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 12 large chicken legs, 20 sausages, 20 marinated eggs, 20 boxes of milk, 10 chocolate bars, and 10 bags of chicken breast. As he pushes his shopping cart to the checkout, he points at a coat hanging behind the counter and asks, "Boss Jiang, is that the furry coat mentioned on the electronic screen? It looks somewhat familiar, like a snow camouflage suit from a certain game. A long white furry coat that looks very warm." Jiang He takes the coat down and recommends it to him. "Yes, this furry coat is only 200 points. It's very practical for keeping warm in extreme cold, the perfect companion in severe weather. Young man, would you like to get one?" Jiang He nods without hesitation. Yes, he desperately needs winter clothing, as he is currently wearing only summer short sleeves and shirts, layered together, which look thick but offer no wind protection. The cold wind outside nearly makes him feel dazed. After purchasing the supplies, Jiang He does not leave immediately. Instead, he heats a portion of braised chicken wings and takes it to a table at the back of the supermarket to eat. Other customers also gradually make their selections. Since the supermarket has air conditioning, like Jiang He, most of them stay to finish their meals before leaving. Once the dining customers finish and leave, Jiang He calls over a small bear to teach it how to wipe the table. The first step is to place the robotic vacuum on the table. The second step is to take the robotic vacuum down. If it can't even learn this, Jiang He will have to question whether the little bear is a bit dim-witted. After demonstrating once, she stepped aside. "Little bear, it's your turn to try." After a 2-second pause, Little bear slowly walked over and mimicked Jiang He's earlier actions fairly well. It was just that its hands were a bit short. looking somewhat clumsy as it bent down but couldn't reach the floor-cleaning robot, so it had to lie down. However, completing the task was not a big problem. Jiang He patted its shoulder and decided to adopt an encouraging approach. Great job, little bear. I have high hopes for you. From now on, you'll be in charge of wiping the tables. Little bear didn't fully understand her words, but could read human expressions. Its owner was praising it. Meow. It would definitely do its best. There weren't many customers at the supermarket today, so Jiang He planned to operate only in the morning and start home deliveries in the afternoon. In the blizzard, Jiang He, dressed in a fluffy coat, blended perfectly with the surroundings. If someone in the distance aimed a gun at him, they wouldn't be able to spot him even with an 8x scope. With supplies on his back, his heart was also filled with hope. He had to get to the military district to avenge his sister. As he was thinking about his plans, he unexpectedly bumped into a figure. Jiang He stepped back warily and looked down to see a girl who was only about 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a tattered brown cotton coat. Her face was red from the cold, her lips were purple, and there was something bundled up under her coat. Brother, did you just come out of the Dawn supermarket? Jiang He replied lightly, and the girl quickly followed up with another question. Where is the Dawn supermarket located today? Can you please point me in the right direction? The girl's voice was pleading, and Jiang He couldn't help but think of himself. How he had once humbly asked the soldiers at the gate when he went to the military district to find his sister. His thin lips moved, and he raised his hand, pointing in the direction he had just come from. That way. Thank you, thank you. With a clear direction, the girl no longer had to wander aimlessly through the snow like a headless fly. Although she was wearing a cotton coat, it was tattered, and some parts let the wind through. If she hadn't met this kind-hearted person to guide her, it wouldn't be long before she would be frozen solid, dying on the way to find the Dawn supermarket. Upon seeing the pink delivery truck, the girl mustered all her strength and quickened her pace. In the icy weather, her stumbling figure headed towards the Dawn supermarket. Boss, do you take in puppies? Chapter 71. Activate beast raising space. As soon as the girl entered the supermarket and said this, she fainted in front of the checkout counter. Jiang He was bewildered. System. What's wrong with her? Is she dead? System. No, she just fainted from the cold. She'll wake up after a while in the supermarket with the air conditioning on. A weak whimper came from beneath the girl. Jiang He stepped out from behind the counter, and just as she helped the girl up, a fluffy puppy fell out from under her coat. Its fur was a beautiful gray, resembling a young Alaskan. The puppy's voice was very weak, its limbs were powerless, and it had difficulty even standing up. Jiang He's eyes lit up. The third little animal had just arrived. The owner of the puppy was in a coma. If she were a heartless supermarket owner, she could easily take the puppy back to her room and save a significant amount of points. But Jiang He was a conscientious boss. She would never pocket anything brought in by customers. The rewards owed had to be given. 20 minutes later, the girl slowly opened her eyes, feeling dazed. Looking around at the dazzling array of products, her mind briefly went blank, and she appeared confused. Did she die and go to heaven? Little sister, are you feeling better? Jiang He bent down and waved her hand in front of her. Is the puppy meant to be returned to the supermarket? Puppy. Hearing this word, Wenli instantly became alert, recalling what had happened before she lost consciousness. In the third month of the apocalypse, only she and her grandmother were left to rely on each other. They had been completing simple tasks at the base to receive meager supplies, struggling to survive until now. After the weather turned cold, her grandmother gave her the only thick clothes they had, wearing only a thin jacket herself. That morning, Wenli had called her grandmother to get up but couldn't wake her, as she felt hot like a furnace. Worried that something had happened to her grandmother, Wenli took her points card and decided to try her luck at the supermarket. Previously, there had been too many people in line, and she and her grandmother had only managed to grab a bottle of mineral water and 3 bags of cookies. Though the food was scarce, it was much better than before. At least they could eat a little each day and wouldn't starve. With just over 100 points left on her card, Wenli didn't hope for much else, just wanting to buy some medicine and a heating pad to help her grandmother reduce her fever. Little did she expect that shortly after leaving, she would stumble upon a barely alive puppy. Fearing the puppy would freeze, Wenli quickly wrapped it in her clothes to keep it warm. After walking for a long time without finding the supermarket, in her despair, she encountered a kind older brother who pointed her in the right direction, allowing her to reach this place alive. After a few minutes of recovery, she stood up and looked at Jiang He earnestly. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket accept puppies? She only knew that the supermarket accepted small animals, but wasn't sure if such a small puppy was included. Jiang He smiled and nodded. Of course we do. This one is worth 100,000 points. How many points? Wenli's mouth dropped open in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether she had misheard. Did she really just hear a number with 4 zeros? Seeing her stunned expression, Jiang He joked. What? Is that too little? Wenli snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head to explain. No, I don't think it's too little. The puppy was something she had found, so whatever points she received were a bonus to her. Jiang He smiled lightly. The 100,000 points have already been credited to your card. Go pick out your supplies. In just 2 minutes, her previously meager points had turned into a fortune. Wenli felt as if she were dreaming, but thinking of her sick grandmother left her no energy to consider anything else. She had to hurry and buy what she needed to get home. She first grabbed 3 packets of cold medicine and 3 packets of fever-reducing medicine, followed by other supplies. A bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread, a rice ball, 3 bags of bear-shaped cookies, 6 large chicken legs, 15 strawberries, 15 lychees, and 8 oranges. 2 hot water bags, 2 blankets, 1 pair of cotton shoes, 3 packs of sanitary pads, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 10 heating pads, 1 lighter, and 1 flashlight. Seeing the stacked lunchboxes, Wenli licked her cracked lips. She and her grandmother hadn't eaten rice in a long time. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she took 1 chicken leg lunchbox and 1 braised chicken wing lunchbox. If she walked a bit faster and hid the lunchboxes under her clothes, they should still be warm when she got home. After quickly selecting the supplies, Wenli also bought a fluffy coat that was a bit long for her, dragging on the ground. Although it didn't fit perfectly, it wrapped her up warmly, blocking out the cold wind. She filled the 2 hot water bags with boiling water, tightened the lids, and tucked them into her clothes. Lacking a big bag, she used the blankets to carry the remaining supplies, transforming the 2 blankets into 2 large backpacks, 1 on each shoulder. Before leaving, Wenli crouched down and smiled as she petted the fluffy fur of a little dog. Little dog, thank you, goodbye. She would always remember that it was a little dog and a kind-hearted brother who saved her and her grandmother's lives. Beep. Congratulations to the host for collecting 3 small animals, gaining 3 minutes of supply time, and unlocking a magical pet. The beast raising space has been successfully activated. The supermarket was empty of customers now. Jiang He opened the beast raising space to check the environment inside. What greeted her was a tranquil little grove, filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, with fresh air that lifted her spirits. 3 sturdy trees stood by the stream, their bases hollowed out, each fitted with a small carved wooden door, resembling tiny wooden houses. It was strange, the lower parts of the trees had no wood. Yet these 3 trees were flourishing with leaves. The system immediately explained, host, these 3 little houses are the residences of the 3 small animals. The design here emphasizes aesthetics. So the houses don't look too out of place, hence the creation of these little wooden cabins. In fact, these trees are all artificial, just made to look realistic. Jiang He understood and looked at the clear stream nearby. Compared to the conventional cat and dog houses, the wooden cabins indeed matched the surroundings better. The beast raising space was a completely different world, full of life and vitality, with a vast green meadow outside the little grove. The animals would surely love it. The system continued. The small wooden houses are equipped with sleeping nests, feeding troughs, and toilets for the animals. Their droppings will be automatically cleaned through the toilets. So the host doesn't need to worry at all. The only thing the host needs to do is provide food for the little animals. You can feed them with items from the supermarket or directly purchase packages. Chapter 72. A white-haired monster at the door by noon. There were still very few customers shopping at the supermarket. Jiang He's stock from yesterday had more than half remaining unsold. She closed the supermarket and went back to her room to deal with lunch first. The 3 little ones, named Seng Biao, Baowan, and Shirwan, were put into the animal nurturing space. The 3 little creatures were frolicking and rolling around freely on the grass. Today, Jiang He was too lazy to cook for herself and directly spent 300 points to buy 3 meal sets for them. After lunch, she entered the virtual supermarket and arrived at the magical shelf. Below the supply station, a new item was unlocked, magical pills, specifically for small animals that had failed to mutate. They would show effects in 3 days, and while the effectiveness for each animal might vary, it generally developed positively. Once their physical condition stabilized, the little animals would be able to go out and earn points. 1 pill was priced at 330,000 points. This price made Jiang He's heart sink. It meant that after buying Ba Wan and the others, she would need to invest a large sum again to send them out to work. The system cautiously spoke up. Host, this price is not expensive. They will earn it back many times over in the future. Jiang He forced a smile. You said the same thing when I spent 80,000 points to buy Ba Wan. The system replied with a chuckle. Hee. Feeling a bit down for a moment, Jiang He quickly came to a realization. She could view this as a long-term investment. Once they all went out to work, she could just sit back and earn points. Host, you don't need to rush to buy the magical pills now. You can save points to upgrade the supermarket or purchase the supply station. When mutated beasts appear, then let them go to work. The little animal's greatest use was to deal with the mutated beasts, so it wasn't necessary to have them take the pills right now. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang He randomly selected a dormitory building again to deliver goods and promote products. The fur coat was cumbersome to hold, so she simply put it on herself, making it easier to showcase and introduce to customers. At the first door, Jiang He knocked several times, but no one responded. Hello. This is the Dawn Supermarket, delivering to your door. Do you need any supplies? After waiting for 2 minutes, footsteps approached from afar. The doors of this dormitory building were equipped with peepholes, and a little boy moved a stool to stand on it and look outside. The next second, he shouted loudly, Mom, there's a white-haired monster at the door. The entire hallway echoed with the words white-haired monster. Jiang He maintained a smile. No need to shout so loudly. That is a bit impolite. The system commented, Host, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Jiang He rolled her eyes. If it's not appropriate, then don't say it. Inside the room, a woman was curled up under a thin air conditioning blanket, holding a lukewarm hot water bag, sleeping soundly. The little boy at the door was bundled up tightly, looking like a rice dumpling, his adult-sized coat making him appear particularly bulky. Hearing her son's voice, Jiang Man struggled to open her eyes and hoarsely asked, "Tang Yuan, who was knocking just now?" "Mom, it's the white-haired monster." The little boy's voice was bright, and Jiang He could hear it clearly from outside the door, causing her mouth to twitch. "Ahem, I'm from the Dawn Supermarket. Do you need to purchase any supplies?" "Huh, Dawn Supermarket?" Jiang Man instantly woke up, quickly tossing off the blanket to get out of bed. As she opened the door, she was taken aback. The person in the white sweater must be the manager, right? The fluffy coat had a large hood, with long white fur cascading down, almost covering half of the person's face. Jiang He took off the hat and smiled, greeting the customers. "Hi, what would you like to buy?" Remembering what her son had just said, Jiang Man felt embarrassed, and her toes curled in discomfort. "Manager, I'm sorry, my son has poor eyesight and didn't recognize you." "It's fine, my outfit is indeed very white today, and furry, and a bit strange." Even if she tried to prevent the system from revealing anything, Jiang He was quite self-aware. Perhaps, only tall people could wear such clothes well. Tang Yuan's big eyes blinked curiously, looking past Jiang He. "Mom, there's a cute little bear over there." Jiang Man looked over too, internally scoffing. "Isn't that a snowman? How can it blink like it's alive?" Anyone would feel fear towards the unknown. Jiang He quickly introduced, "This is our supermarket's robot bear, and it's also my assistant." Knowing it was from Shuguang Supermarket, the little bit of panic Jiang Man felt instantly vanished. A gust of cold wind blew, and she rubbed her goosebumps arms, exhaling cold air as she asked, "Manager, does the supermarket still have blankets and heating pads?" "Yes, we still have some. There aren't many customers today, so nothing has sold out." Saying this, Jiang He tugged at her coat. "If you need something to keep warm, I recommend this fluffy coat. It may not look great, but the inside fur is very thick, and it's super warm. It's only 200 points, and each person can buy one." At this point, who would care about the style of clothing when it's so cold? Jiang Man's eyes sparkled, and she immediately ordered 2 fluffy coats. After that, she also bought bottled water, bread, bear-shaped cookies, heating pads, blankets, cold medicine, and fever medicine. Remembering the hot water bottle that had gone cold on the bed, Jiang Man quietly asked, "Manager, can I get a bag of hot water?" Jiang He had placed the hot water station, microwave, and supplies into her space. It was easy to get hot water. "Sure, just bring me the hot water bottle, and I'll fill it for you." Jiang Man returned to her room, carefully pouring every drop from the hot water bottle into an empty water bottle. While getting the water, Jiang He also took out all the items the customer requested. Watching her pull out a bunch of things like magic, Jiang Man was amazed. Did the manager bring the supermarket with her? However, having supplies was the most important thing. Why bother with the rest? Even if the manager was an alien, as long as she could help her and her son survive, she would be a kind-hearted alien. After delivering to this dormitory, a quarter of the supermarket's goods had been sold. The bear followed her closely, sparking curiosity among many customers. With its cute appearance, it successfully won the love of everyone. Someone even asked if they could buy the little bear robot from her. Jiang He refused immediately. This was a creation she had made with her own hands. No matter how short on points she was, she would never sell her precious creation. When they arrived at the next building, the little bear had already learned to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Its little hands tapped on the doors several times. "Who is it?" A man's voice came from inside. Jiang He asked through the door, "I'm from a certain supermarket. Do you need to buy supplies?" "Another one from that supermarket?" The man replied angrily, "You've taken everything I had. What more do you want? If you push me too far, I'll fight back." Chapter 73. They are not human. What did he just say? Another one? Jiang He frowned slightly, surprised that someone dared to use the supermarket's name to swindle people. There was no peephole on the door of this dormitory building. Otherwise, a quick glance would reveal the truth. She thought for a moment and asked, "Didn't you say your supplies were all taken? If I were a scammer, why would I come back to rob someone who is nothing?" The man was taken aback by her words. They actually made some sense, although it stung a bit. The voice outside also sounded very familiar, but having been fooled once, he was hesitant to trust easily. "Can you say something like, 'Welcome to the supermarket'?" Jiang He cleared her throat and put on a professional smile. "Welcome to the supermarket. Feel free to choose what you need." Creak. The door slowly opened a crack, revealing a tuft of white fur. Hong Liang instinctively wanted to close the door, but upon seeing Jiang He's face, he opened it wider. "Boss Jiang, it's really you." The man looked weak and thin, without even a jacket, just wearing thermal clothes, his bare feet frozen like carrots in the ground. Inside, garbage was scattered everywhere, a complete mess, the aftermath of being ransacked. "Boss Jiang, they are not human." Hong Liang's eyes were brimming with tears, and he almost clung to Jiang He's leg, sobbing as he recounted his grievances. His house was so messy there was hardly any space to stand. Jiang He stood at the door, feeling very sympathetic towards his situation. "Why don't you buy a pair of shoes to wear first?" Hong Liang nodded, realizing, Right, my points card is still with me, hidden in a very secret place." Just as he was about to take off his pants, Jiang He quickly turned her head away. The little bear was still staring at him, watching intently. "I found it." Hong Liang pulled out the points card from his pocket. After buying a pair of cotton shoes, he stocked up on many other supplies. There wasn't even a crumb of biscuit left at home. If Jiang He and come in time, he wouldn't know how to survive the extreme cold ahead. Hong Liang tidied up the room a bit, sweeping the garbage into a corner while neatly stacking the newly bought supplies by the bed. Seeing his home filled with supplies again, the man's eyes welled up with tears, but as soon as the tears appeared, they were frozen by the cold air, crystallizing at the corners of his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, took a small stool, invited Jiang He to sit down, and gritted his teeth as he recounted the painful experiences of the morning. Boss Jiang, you won't believe it. Those people are so shameless. It was around 7 or 8 o'clock. I was sleeping soundly at home when suddenly I heard someone knocking on the door. A woman's voice said she was from a grocery delivery service. I was a bit foolish, and without thinking, I opened the door when I heard the name of the grocery store. There was indeed a woman outside, wearing a mask so I couldn't see her face. Just as I was about to speak, 4 or 5 men rushed out from the side and knocked me out. When I woke up, all the supplies in my home had been taken. They probably thought my thermal clothing was too thin, which is why they didn't take it. Hong Liang chuckled a couple of times. What they didn't know was that my clothes were from that grocery store, thermal clothing that keeps warm, even warmer than down jackets. He was very lucky to have earned a lot of points before the extreme cold, wanting to support Jiang He's business. He would usually buy 1 or 2 of the things that couldn't be sold. Things like thermal hats, snow boots, wool gloves, and wool socks he had stockpiled. Damn. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So many good things, all taken by that group. A bunch of people acting in concert. There was no chance to resist. Hong Liang firmly stated, Boss Jiang, I believe they will definitely look for more targets. Meanwhile, several sneaky figures appeared in the most rundown neighborhood of the base. The leading man wore a thick black down jacket, a thermal hat, a thick scarf, a warm mask, and thermal snow boots. The other 5 were also bundled up tightly, wearing mostly stolen clothes. They had robbed 3 households that morning and had already gathered quite a bit of supplies. However, the ease of their zero-cost shopping made them a bit unsatisfied. Robbing directly was much more convenient than waiting in line at the grocery store. Standing in line for 2 hours there sometimes meant they couldn't buy anything at all. A glint flashed in the man's eyes. I remember there are more than 10 people in this building who bought thermal tents. If we can get one, plus those supplies, we won't have to worry about surviving the extreme cold. Hearing this, the others began to stir. Xingu, we all listen to you. In the cramped room, there was a blue tent, making the space feel even tighter. Outside it was freezing cold, while inside the thermal tent was a different little world. Li Ting and Zhao Peng had stockpiled some food earlier, but they didn't eat much each day. For breakfast, half a piece of bread, a rice ball for lunch. And if they were hungry in the evening, just a small piece of bread. If not hungry, they wouldn't eat. They were used to being frugal before. And now they didn't dare to eat freely. As long as they felt about 50 to 60% full. It was enough since they only needed to lie down every day, not consuming much energy, so they saved as much as possible. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Li Ting and Zhao Peng exchanged glances, then sat up cautiously, straining to listen to the noise outside. Grocery delivery service. The woman's voice came through, not very clear to them inside the tent. Jiang He has come to deliver goods to us. Zhao Peng exclaimed with joy, quickly putting on thick clothes and stepping out of the tent. Do you want to buy supplies? The woman's voice rang out again. Li Ting's smile froze as she grabbed Zhao Peng, who was about to open the door. Something was off. This wasn't Jiang He's voice. Zhao Peng realized it too and frowned, shouting outside, Stop knocking. What do you want? We've never seen you at the supermarket. The woman paused for 2 seconds and then calmly explained, Boss Jiang is busy alone today, so she called me to help. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Zhao Peng turned back to ask Li Ting for her opinion, shouting, Should we open the door? Li Ting's expression was tense. If the person outside were Jiang He, she would definitely open the door. But this was just a stranger claiming to help the supermarket. And it was unclear if that was true. If you're not buying anything, I'll just go to another place. The supermarket still had plenty of goods, so don't regret it if you miss out. She had used the same line twice before, and it worked effectively. As soon as people heard she was leaving, they rushed to open the door, afraid of missing out on supplies. Then, they fell into her trap. The woman counted silently for 5 seconds, and sure enough, she heard footsteps approaching to open the door. Chapter 74. Catching the thief, Li Ting placed her hand on the doorknob, filled with doubts. And still couldn't make up her mind to open the door. Where's Jiang He? Are you familiar with her? Why did she ask you to deliver? The woman's expression grew slightly impatient, but she still smiled and answered, Boss Jiang is delivering goods in another building. By chance, she saw me. A woman about to freeze, and felt sorry for me, so she gave me some points to help her deliver. Li Ting found this increasingly ridiculous and frowned. You're lying. Jiang He would never easily trust a stranger. She runs a supermarket, not a charity. Why would she give you points? Don't joke around. Li Ting was very glad she hadn't opened the door earlier. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Are you trying to use the supermarket as a cover to come in and rob us? I'm telling you, if you mess with Jiang He, you're in big trouble. A month and a half ago, when the supermarket opened, someone tried to steal and was electrocuted to a crisp. That terrifying power still sends chills down her spine. The woman, realizing she had been seen through, showed no signs of panic. The base was so large. The supermarket owner didn't have wings or supernatural vision to single them out among thousands of residents. They knew they might be discovered, but never feared being captured. The woman coldly laughed twice. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I'll just go to the next place. Before she could finish, a voice amplified by a loudspeaker came from outside the dormitory building. Attention residents. This is a friendly reminder from the supermarket. If someone knocks on your door claiming to be from the supermarket, please confirm their identity before cautiously opening the door. Some residents have already fallen victim, and all their belongings were stolen by those thieves. The supermarket has only one owner and no other human employees. Do not open the door to anyone you don't recognize. If anyone ignores the warning, the consequences will not be the responsibility of the supermarket. Residents, please pay attention. Jiang He recorded this message and is playing it on a loop while driving around the base. Li Ting's lips curled slightly in a knowing smile. Huh? Still pretending here? Let's see if Jiang He won't take care of you. The doors in the dormitory building are hardly soundproof. And Li Ting and Zhao Peng shouted outside. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. There's a woman impersonating the supermarket. Don't believe her. Where's that scoundrel? I'm grabbing my stuff and coming to help. Li Ting shouted, 5th floor. She's still here, trying to con people after being exposed. Upon hearing this, the woman's calm expression finally showed a hint of panic. She glanced around, realizing that the several men who were hiding before had already disappeared. Damn, they left her behind. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was coming down the stairs, followed by the sound of a door opening. The woman dared not linger, tightened her hat, and quickly ran downstairs. With her spatial abilities in hand, Jiang He was delivering goods at an impressive speed today. Before 5 o'clock, all the supplies in the supermarket were cleared out. She drove her pink delivery truck, cruising around various corners of the base. The goal was to ensure that those who were using the supermarket's name for wrongdoing had nowhere to hide. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. A commotion arose from the southeast. The small truck drifted and changed direction. After passing an intersection, she saw a woman hurriedly running out of the dormitory building, followed by a line of residents holding shovels or clubs. It had truly come to the point where everyone was shouting to catch her. Jiang He looked around, certain that this woman had accomplices. The strong wind whipped the snow into a white wall that obstructed visibility. She squinted and finally spotted a few suspicious figures down a small path. Jiang He drove after them, honking the horn several times. Beep, beep, beep. One of the men turned to look, his legs instantly going weak from fear. Xingge, it's the supermarket's truck. What should we do now? With only 2 legs, they couldn't possibly outrun a 4-wheeled vehicle. Lai Yongxing simply stopped, composed himself, and walked towards the small truck, taking the initiative. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have anything for sale today? We've been looking for the store for a while, and didn't expect to find you here. The system clicked its tongue. As expected of a man who could think of using the supermarket as a scam, his psychological quality is impressive. You can't tell he's lying. He has some acting skills. Looking at the out-of-breath group, Jiang He found it amusing. Oh really? You want to buy supplies? But why did you run when you saw my truck? The man looked at her and explained earnestly, the snow is falling too heavily. We couldn't see clearly. And thought those thieves were chasing us to steal our supplies. Didn't the announcement say there are thieves in the base? We're just being cautious. Not only was he acting, but he was also trying to shift the blame. Xingge, help me please. The woman being chased by the residents had an intense survival instinct. She desperately ran to this place and saw a few people, quickly calling for help. Even if she couldn't escape, she wanted to drag her companions who had abandoned her down with her. The words she had just spoken slapped her hard in the face at that moment. Lai Yongxing's face turned ashen, and his eyes almost burst into flames. Damn it. This wretched woman was too slow to react, and still wanted to drag them down? No way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lai Yongxing swiftly darted into the narrow path on the left. He was masked, and no one had seen his face. As long as he escaped this time, no one would be able to find him. Moreover, this path was only wide enough for one person, and as long as he was fast enough, they wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Jiang He said slowly, system, blacklist them all. Got it. Those who were blacklisted would be directly electrocuted if they tried to seize the supermarket's goods. In the next second, Lai Yongxing felt as if his whole body was wrapped in an electric net. Currents of strong electricity surged from his skin into every cell of his body, causing excruciating pain. Before he could even run out, he blacked out. The others, like him, were lying stiff on the ground in less than 2 seconds. Satisfied, Jiang He drove away. Even if these people weren't electrocuted, lying out here for a night would freeze them to death. Ding, the host has completed today's sales task. Earning 8 minutes of restock time, unlocking crab roe noodles. Today's revenue, 65,984 points, account balance, 139,190 points. Ding ding. The conditions to upgrade the supermarket to level 4 have been refreshed. The host can check them out. Chapter 75, Extreme Cold Weather, Singing Downstairs. The pink van parked casually in an empty space. Jiang He opened the system interface and scrolled to the supermarket details. To upgrade the supermarket to level 4, the following conditions must be met. 1. Cumulative revenue of 3 million points for Dawn Supermarket. 2. Own a small animal for work. 3. Own a supply station. 4. Spend 2 million points. As expected, the later the levels, the more stringent the upgrade conditions. Not looking at the other 3 conditions for now. The main focus was still on accumulating points to buy a supply station. However, the goods she brought in daily were only enough to sell in the supermarket. If she got another supply station and distributed the supplies, wouldn't the supermarket run out of things to sell? Host, you don't need to worry about that. Buying a supply station will grant you additional restock time. A level 1 supply station grants an extra 2 minutes of restock time daily. Jiang He. So, once I buy the supply station, I'll have 2 extra minutes of restock time every day when I wake up? That's right. Alright, then spending 880,000 points to buy a supply station is a good deal. She was making money, working hard. And was she afraid of not being able to acquire a small supply station? Jiang He was full of fighting spirit, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Oh, it was now off-work time, so she could only turn her fighting spirit into appetite. It was a bit eerily quiet at home without saying Biao and the others. Especially when the little bear suddenly let out a meow. It nearly gave Jiang He a heart attack. At noon, there was only an hour of break time. And it felt a bit quiet, which she could accept. But for dinner, it should be a bit livelier. Jiang He took the 3 little ones out from the pet space. They had spent the whole afternoon in there, and 10,000, who had been listless, was now full of energy. This clearly indicated that the environment in the space was very beneficial for the little animals. She tapped the bowl and said, ahem. It's time to eat, time to eat. Sang Biao and Ba Wan were the most eager to eat, quickly finding their bowls and waiting expectantly for their owner to serve them. 10,000, still a bit confused, just followed behind them. At the dining table, the few little ones lined up quite orderly. From left to right, the order was Sang Biao, Ba Wan, Little Bear, and 10,000. There wasn't much left in the space, and the system's 100-point package was essentially just cat food, dog food, and chicken feed. All 3 little ones loved it. Especially 10,000, who licked the bowl extra clean. Jiang He directly bought them the package and added a few other side dishes. Little Bear performed well today, following her to deliver goods, and its little chubby legs were getting slimmer. With a grand gesture, she generously bought Little Bear a box of orange-flavored energy. System, alright. 350 points deducted. The energy that Little Bear consumed was tangible, an orange-flavored energy stone, resembling a crystal-clear orange gem. Jiang He, being a bit greedy, asked System, can I try this gem? Host, this energy stone is very hard, and it's not recommended for you to try it, as it might chip your teeth. Oh, then never mind. Jiang He watched Little Bear's reaction. When it bit into the energy stone, its mouth curled up a bit. It crunched loudly while chewing. People might find it hard to resist making sounds while eating, but when Little Bear did it, it was just twice as cute. The extra 50 points didn't seem like a consumption trap. At least Little Bear was genuinely happy because the food was delicious. So, she planned to buy it different flavors every day as a reward for a day's work. A full stomach means good work. After dinner, after resting for about 20 minutes, Jiang He took Little Bear to the virtual supermarket to stock up. With the experience from last time, Little Bear was noticeably faster this time. Its legs were short, but it moved quickly. With little quick steps, it soon delivered 4 bottles of mineral water to the shopping cart at the door. Jiang He still let Little Bear be responsible for carrying the water while she took care of other items. In 8 minutes of shopping time, Little Bear brought in more than 100 bottles of water. Selling them all could earn over 10,000 points. Compared to Little Bear's daily food expenses of around 1,000 points, who wouldn't say that such an employee was incredibly cost-effective? After leaving the virtual supermarket, Jiang He grabbed a few bags of snacks and sat in her study to continue binge-watching a show. Little Bear sat obediently beside her, occasionally letting out a soft meow. Jiang He felt troubled. It learned so many words from others, but only picked up this one phrase from Sang Biao. But what could she do about the offspring she raised herself? She couldn't scold it, so she would teach it slowly over time. Before going to bed, Jiang He returned Sang Biao and the others to the pet space, planning to summon them out whenever she felt bored. The next day, the Nanyang base officially entered extreme cold. Residents were too afraid to stick their hands out of their blankets in the morning. It was so cold that exposed skin would lose feeling instantly, and every breath felt like swallowing a knife. Jiang He felt no temperature change. Dressed in a dark knitted dress with a black coat on top. The combination with the little bear was called the black and white duo. Beep. Today's tasks have been refreshed. Task 1. Sell 50 barbecue-type heating stoves, priced at 666 points. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time, some medicine. Task 2. Go to the F district of the base, check in at buildings 1 to 10, and shout the corresponding slogans. Reward. 15 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 type of fruit. Jiang He was stunned for 2 seconds. System, did you add extra words? Why do I have to check in at so many places? The system recounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No mistake, you need to check in at these places. Although there are a few more check-in locations today, the reward for restocking time is also more. Host, you are amazing. I believe you can complete the task smoothly. Jiang He felt her throat suddenly dry. Since she had to check in at the F district, she decided to drive directly there. The road outside was frozen like an ice rink, and the blizzard was getting fiercer, with many trees blown down by the wind. If it were a normal vehicle, it would be impossible to drive on such a road. Not only was the road slippery, but there were also many obstacles. Jiang He stepped on the gas and zoomed past. No matter what was on the road, everything was cleared away. The little pink truck transformed into a cleaning master, sweeping away all obstacles. Speeding all the way, in less than half an hour, Jiang He arrived at the civilian dormitory in F District. Beep beep beep. You have arrived at the check-in location of Building 1 in F District. The host can shout the slogan now. The slogan appeared on the system interface. It was a song Jiang He was very familiar with, and without needing to prepare, she opened her mouth and sang. Look at the iron hooves clanging. Treading across mountains and rivers, I really want to live another 500 years. Residents in the building, are you kidding? It's extreme cold weather. And someone is downstairs singing karaoke? After finishing the song, Jiang He took a sip of water and noticed the little bear's eager gaze. She patted the bear's shoulder. No need to envy. Once you learn human language, I'll teach you to sing, guaranteed to succeed. System, no need for that. After completing the check-in at Building 1, Jiang He got out of the car and walked towards the dormitory building. The little bear followed closely behind her, making soft pattering sounds. On the third floor, room 309. Tang Wanqing was dressed in a thick down jacket, wrapped in 2 blankets, wearing a soft scarf, and had 2 layers of warm masks. Even fully armed, she was still shivering from the cold. The biting cold air seemed to penetrate through her clothes, chilling her bones and freezing her limbs. Tang Wanqing blinked. Feeling her eyelids were stiff, she blankly said, Sister, I think I've frozen my brain. Tang Wanyan slowly turned her head, her expression unchanged. You're just foolish. She still underestimated the extreme cold. It was completely different from an ordinary winter, as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar. No matter how many layers of clothing she wore, it was useless. Only with something that generates heat could she feel a little warmth. They bought 6 hot water bottles at the supermarket, which kept warm for 24 hours, making the 2 of them quite comfortable. After the water cooled, with the temperature dropping even further, they could only rely on heating pads to survive the frigid nights. 2 were placed on their feet, 1 on the knees, and 1 on the lower back. Each night, they consumed 4 heating pads, totaling 8 between them. During the day, without heating pads, it was truly unbearable. The 100 heating pads they stocked would not last long. They heard that a nearby supermarket had previously sold thermal tents, heated blankets, and heated snow boots. Those who could buy these items must be incredibly fortunate right now. Seeing her sister shivering so much that the bed was shaking, Tang Wanyan furrowed her brows and spoke in a hoarse voice. Xing, you can use 2 heating pads. Tang Wanixing stared longingly at the stack of heating pads on the table, but did not move, cautiously asking, Sister, do you need them? I'm not as cold as you. Tang Wanixing shook her head. Then I won't use them either. She didn't want to be warm alone while her sister suffered from the cold. Besides, her sister had said that there weren't many heating pads left, and they needed to conserve them. Sister, did you hear someone singing outside earlier? Tang Wanyan hadn't slept well that night, and was still in a daze, not paying attention to the sounds outside. I didn't hear. Maybe it was someone upstairs just being idle. Tang Wanixing whispered. No, it sounded a bit like Boss Zhang's voice, but I haven't heard her sing before, so I'm not sure if it was her. Knock, knock, knock. Delivery from the supermarket. Tang Wanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, just speaking of the devil? Sister, it really is Boss Jiang. I'm going to open the door. Tang Wanixing tightened her blanket around her and quickly ran to the door. Seeing a white bear, she opened her mouth in surprise. Hello, how are you? The bear looked back at her. Meow, hello. Tang Wanixing frowned, somewhat conflicted. Are you a bear or a cat? How can a bear sound just like a cat? The bear blinked. Meow, I don't understand. Tang Wanixing's eyes lit up. I know. You look like both a bear and a cat, so you're a giant panda, right? Meow, Jiang He. Can it be understood this way? A person and a bear were clearly not on the same wavelength, yet they were able to have a back-and-forth conversation, which was quite amusing. Tang Wanyan walked over in her cotton shoes, her pupils suddenly contracting. Oh my, who made this snowman come out? Tang Wanixing hurriedly corrected her. Sister, it's not a snowman. It's a giant panda. Tang Wanyan's mouth twitched twice. Had she never seen a giant panda before? Who had a giant panda with blush on its cheeks? Was the world going crazy, or was she? Before the 2 sisters started arguing, Jiang He smiled and introduced them. This is Little Bear, my robot assistant, and also an employee of the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanyan let out a sigh of relief. So it's a robot. That's good. She's not crazy. Just in a slightly crazy world. Tang Wanyan forced a stiff smile and asked, Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have any warming gadgets today? Yes. Jiang He pulled out a luxurious gold heating stove and placed it at her door. This is a new product from the supermarket. A barbecue-style heating stove that serves both for grilling and heating. It comes with a barbecue plate and grill. And all 5 sides except the base can be used for heating. Each side has a button to independently adjust the temperature, which is energy efficient and saves points. The muscles at the corners of Tang Wanyan's mouth trembled with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Boss Jiang, how many points is this? Jiang He held up 6 fingers. It's not expensive, just 666 points each. All right, we want to buy one. Tang Wanyan hurriedly exclaimed. almost biting her tongue. Wait a minute, I haven't finished. The 666 points is the purchase price, but once the energy runs out, you'll need to swipe points to recharge it. A full charge lasts for 72 hours, and each recharge costs 88 points. Jiang He pointed to the square slot under the base. Recharging is simple. Just insert your points card into this slot, and wait 2 seconds for a full charge. At first, Tang Wanyan had already decided that even if the heating stove cost several thousand points, she would still buy it. The price of over 600 was completely within their budget, and they could also afford the subsequent recharges. Overwhelmed by the excitement of the heating stove, Tang Wanyan swayed slightly. No problem, Boss Jiang, we want to buy it. Jiang He took out a black box for payment. All right, do you need any other supplies? I can also provide hot water. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanyan quickly ran back to get the hot water bag. They also stocked up on 20 heating pads, 3 bags of cookies, 2 bottles of water, and 2 loaves of bread. Wanting something warm to eat, Tang Wanyan bought 4 meat buns and 4 shumai. Carrying the heating stove back to their room, Tang Wanyan gently turned the temperature regulator at the top to the highest setting. The stove instantly lit up with a warm yellow glow, illuminating their flushed little faces. To save energy, Tang Wanyan only turned on 2 sides. Later, feeling that the room was still not warm enough, she turned on the other 3 sides as well. The 2 sisters huddled next to the small heating stove, holding meat buns in their hands. As they took a bite, the rich and fragrant broth burst in their mouths. Tang Wanyan, bathed in a layer of soft golden light, smiled with a twinkle in her eye, looking soft and obedient. Sister, it's so warm, I won't freeze anymore. Tang Wanyan also looked satisfied. At least for a long time to come, they wouldn't have to suffer from the cold. She hoped that the extreme cold would end before they spent all their points. Chapter 77. Grapes, cilantro noodles. As the southern winds blew, people looked northward. Looking north, the grass was green and yellow, and dust flew. Tang Wanyan raised her head and whispered, Sister, do you hear someone singing? Tang Wanyan was so shocked that she forgot to breathe, a meat bun getting stuck in her throat. This time, she heard it. Based on the sound's location, it should be coming from Building 2. Moreover, with such a powerful singing voice, it was undoubtedly from Manager Jiang. In the entire Nanyang base, who else could be so vibrant besides her? Upon clocking in at the dormitory Building 4, the supermarket's goods were already sold out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selling task, earning 5 minutes of restocking time, 30 packs of cold medicine, 30 packs of fever-reducing medicine, and 30 packs of cough medicine. There is still a lot of the check-in task left. Please keep it up. Go for it. Jiang He took a deep breath and completed the check-ins for the next 7 points. Building 5. Who is knocking on my window? Building 6. Who brought you to my side? It's the round bright moon, bright moon. Building 7. Who is singing, warming the loneliness? Building 8. Who is whispering in my ear, love me forever? Building 9. Whose heart is left lonely? Building 10. Who brings the call of the ancients? Residents in Area F listened to songs all morning, and each one was quite familiar, making it hard for them not to hum along with Jiang He's rhythm. The extreme cold didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Ding! The check-in task has been completed, rewarding 15 minutes of restocking time. Unlocking grapes. Beep beep beep, host. There's a new task available. Deliver warmth to 100 guests to receive a reward. 5 minutes of restocking time. Unlocking 1 type of food. Wow! So many tasks today, tomorrow I can make a big profit. Jiang He was pleasantly surprised. What does delivering warmth mean? It's just delivering hot water to guests. Many customers in the base have purchased hot water bags, but can't exchange for hot water, so they are currently unused. Host, hurry and deliver warmth to increase the usage rate of the hot water bags. The items produced by the system are exceptionally high-end. Even a small hot water bag is equipped with a detector. Jiang He opened the map and saw many red and green dots around her. The red dots represent idle hot water bags, while the green dots indicate hot water bags in normal use. The warmth delivery task is somewhat directional. There is no need for Jiang He to go door to door. Just by looking at the map, it's clear which households currently lack hot water. Chao Tianshun was anxiously waiting at home. He clearly heard Manager Jiang's voice, but hadn't seen her come upstairs to deliver goods. Just when he thought there was no hope, he heard a knock on the door around 3 in the afternoon. Manager Jiang, you finally came. The moment he opened the door, Chao Tianshun paused in confusion. Huh, who piled a snowman at my doorstep? It's blocking the way. Jiang He raised her hand and said, I made it. Chao Tianshun's expression changed in an instant, his gaze fixed on the small bear. No wonder it looked so cute, round and plump, with those big eyes, pink nose, and pink mouth. It must be a project by Envoi. Mew. The small bear moved its little short arms, catching Chao Tianshun off guard, causing him to jump back 2 meters in fright. Oh my! Zhu Yuxia, wrapped in a blanket, walked over and shouted, what are you doing? Jiang He waved to the guests. Shuguang Supermarket is here to deliver warmth. This is our supermarket's robotic staff, the small bear. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxiao rolled her eyes at her disappointing son. A robot scared you this much? No wonder you still can't find a wife. Whenever something happens, you only know to call your mom. Why don't you call your dad? Chao Tianshun felt like he had taken 1,000 critical hits. The 3 of them stood neatly in front of Jiang He, first glancing at the little bear, then at her. Boss Jiang, do you still have any supplies in the supermarket? Jiang He smiled and replied, I'm sorry, all the products in the supermarket have been sold out today. However, I do have hot water here, which you probably need, right? The three of them nodded in unison. They really needed it. Although they had stocked up on many warm packs, nothing was better than a hot water bottle for sleeping at night. The warm packs could only keep warm for 6 hours, and they would wake up frozen before dawn. Hot water bottles, on the other hand, could keep warm for a full 24 hours. They quickly poured out the cold water from the hot water bottles, took out their points card, and went to Jiang He to get hot water. It was 100 points for each time. This time, the system had unlocked all permissions for the hot water station during the warmth delivery task. During the warmth delivery period, customers could get hot water as many times as they wanted. Xiao Tianshun and his family had a total of 12 hot water bottles, filling them all up, spending 200 points. In extreme cold weather, it was crucial to stay warm. These points were worth it. Besides, the cooled water could still be consumed. All in all, they weren't losing out. According to the map, Jiang He delivered warmth until 6 o'clock in the evening, the end of her workday. Just from delivering hot water, she earned over 20,000 points. With the sales from the heated stoves, the supermarket's revenue for the day exceeded 100,000 points. She was one step closer to buying the supply station. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task, earning 5 minutes of restock time, and unlocking cilantro noodles. Jiang He. As a cilantro enthusiast, she had to have a bowl of cilantro noodles for dinner, completing 3 tasks in one day. She now had a total of 20 minutes of restock time. At this moment, having a little helper would be perfect. The little bear was great, but a little helper would have longer legs and arms. The countdown didn't pause. She and the little bear had to maintain high efficiency for 20 minutes without interruption while restocking. Before entering the virtual supermarket, Jiang He planned her focus for restocking. The little bear was responsible for bottled water, bread, and little bear biscuits. Her main focus would be on warm packs, hot water bottles, blankets, and cotton shoes. Next, she would prioritize instant noodles, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, meat buns, and xiaomai. The remaining time would be spent on boxed meals, cilantro noodles, crab roe noodles, rice noodles, mixed noodles, crispy chicken feet, large chicken legs, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, wet wipes, and various fruits. She would grab some snacks and drinks as well, but wouldn't take too many. Since chicken breasts were a favorite of Sang Biao, Jiang He usually took 3 packs. The system reminded her, host, 15 seconds remaining. In the final sprint, Jiang He grabbed the shopping basket and took whatever she saw. With 3 seconds left, she quickly ran to the shopping cart at the door and dumped everything from her basket into it. Exiting the virtual supermarket, the space around her was filled with supplies, taking up nearly half of the area. Back in the living room, Jiang He first soaked some cilantro noodles, then attended to the dinner of the other few. Today was a bountiful harvest, and in a good mood, she decided to give them all extra treats. As the little ones lined up, Jiang He distributed the food in order. For Sang Biao, half a bowl of cat food, a piece of chicken breast, and 2 tiger skin chicken feet. For Bao Wan, half a bowl of chicken feet, half a piece of bread, and several small fish. For Xiao Xiong, a blueberry-flavored energy stone. For Sherwan, half a bowl of dog food, a large chicken leg, and 2 sausages. Jiang He prepared cilantro noodles for herself, along with a bowl of stir-fried fish, some orange juice, and a bunch of assorted snacks. The noodle pieces were green, soaked in cilantro juice, and there was an additional cilantro packet with a spicy beef broth. The result was a large bowl filled to the brim with generous portions. The stir-fried fish was made from grass carp, cut into chunks, and stir-fried with string peppers and small chili peppers, tender and flavorful, making it very appetizing. Jiang He took a bite of noodles and a bite of fish, and when she got tired of eating, she sipped on orange juice to take a break. The entire living room was filled with the sound of munching, the most boisterous. Sang Biao also quieted down while eating. Sherwan was indeed a small Alaskan dog, with fluffy and smooth fur, looking like a little chubby dog, but actually not very meaty. Once the food in the bowl was finished, Sherwan nudged its little head towards Sang Biao, only to be swatted away by Sang Biao. Meow meow, try to take it, and I'll scratch your dog face. Sherwan was very timid, despite its large size. It wasn't as agile as Sang Biao and stood no chance in a fight. Therefore, Sherwan set its sights on Bao Wan. The small fish smelled so good. Its furry head stealthily moved closer. Just as it was about to touch the small fish, Sang Biao slapped it again. Meow meow meow. This is my protected chicken. Don't you dare bully it. After being hit twice, Sherwan was completely defeated, drooling and staring longingly at the meeting. Jiang He watched the interaction among the 3 little ones, and seeing Sherwan being firmly suppressed by Sang Biao, couldn't help but smile. No matter how many little animals came in the future, it seemed Sang Biao would dominate the food chain. This extreme cold snap was uncertain how long it would last. And not only did the residents of the base hope for it to end soon, but Jiang He also wished for it. Sitting in the supermarket was certainly better than constantly climbing up and down the stairs, right? After getting up in the morning, Jiang He immediately drew back the curtains. Outside, the wind howled and snow raged, plunging the entire world into a white chaos. Catching sight of two large trees fallen beside a small truck, Jiang He frowned and asked, "System, when will this extreme cold pass?" Host, I'm not sure about the specific time either, but you can judge based on the items in the sales tasks. Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately checked today's tasks. Task 1. Go to Area D, sign in at buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and shout the corresponding slogans. Reward, 7 minutes of restocking time. Unlock one type of food. Task 2. Sell 100 cups of hot drinks with various flavors. Priced at 88 points each. Reward, 3 minutes of restocking time. Task 3. Achieve a cumulative sales revenue of 2.5 million points in the supermarket. Reward, 8 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 2 types of food. Great, I don't have to decide where to deliver today, just drive straight to Area D. Building 1, Room 303. Cough, cough, cough. The room was filled with the harsh sound of an elderly person coughing violently, as if trying to cough up their lungs. Chun Xiaolan leaned over the bed and coughed heavily one last time, a pool of blood appearing on the floor instantly. Wenli bit her lip, trying hard to ignore the bright red blood, tore off 2 pieces of paper, and wiped her grandmother's mouth clean. She threw the soiled paper into the corner, twisted open a bottle of clean mineral water, and brought it to the old woman's lips. "Grandma, come, drink some water." Chun Xiaolan held her wrist, her breath uneven. "Shaoli, don't waste water, keep it for yourself." She knew her own body well. She wouldn't last many days, so it was better to save some resources. Wenli sniffed, her eyes stinging and reddening. "Grandma, you will get better, don't give up, okay?" In this world, her only family was her grandmother, and she didn't want to be abandoned again, not wanting to hurt her granddaughter's feelings. Chun Xiaolan took a small sip of water from the bottle. "All right, Grandma has drunk water, don't cry, Shaoli, Wenli wiped away her tears and squatted by the bed, speaking carefully. "Grandma, I want to go out and find the Dawn supermarket. Maybe there are medicines there that can cure you." The antipyretic medicine she bought last time had helped lower her grandmother's temperature after 3 doses, but her condition had not improved. Perhaps she had bought the wrong medicine. Cough, cough, cough. Chun Xiaolan coughed until her face turned red, gripping Wenli's hand tightly. "Shaoli, listen to Grandma, stay at home obediently. Last time you were lucky and didn't encounter any danger on the road. In this extreme cold, before you even find the Dawn supermarket, you could freeze to death." Wenli hesitated, but before she could finish, an enthusiastic tune suddenly rang out downstairs. "Just caught a few monsters and subdued a few demons. How can there be so many spirits and monsters?" Wenli's head buzzed. What was she about to say? The interruption made her forget completely. The catchy phrase kept echoing in her ears. "Hey, take a stick from me." So brainwashing. Outside, there was a raging wind and a heavy snowstorm. Who would dare to wander around so boldly, singing so loudly downstairs? Soon, an answer popped into her mind. Wenli's eyes widened, and she hurried to the window. To her disappointment, a thick layer of ice covered the glass, making it impossible to see outside. Could it be Boss Jiang? Wenli sat back down by the bed, tucking her grandmother's blanket tightly. Chun Xiaolan struggled to breathe, watching her granddaughter's drooping head, a deep sorrow swelling in her heart. It would be too difficult for her little granddaughter to live alone in this apocalyptic world if she were gone. If I can find a trustworthy person to take care of my granddaughter, I can die in peace. However, in this chaotic world, trusting others too easily can lead to a more tragic end. Relying on oneself is always the best choice. The only consolation is that my granddaughter's points card has over 90,000 points. As long as the supermarket is still operating, she won't have to worry about starving for at least a year. The two of us have our own thoughts, and the only sound in the room is the occasional cough. Half an hour later, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Supermarket delivery." Wenli almost sprang out of bed and quickly ran to the door, opening it. She was slightly out of breath and saw a small bear standing outside. Without time to be surprised, she hurriedly asked, "Boss Jiang, my grandma is sick. Last time at the supermarket, I bought some fever and cough medicine, but it seems it didn't work. Does the supermarket have any other medicine?" Chapter 79. Caramel Milk Tea. Jiang He glanced inside the room and saw the elderly woman lying in bed, forcing herself to sit up. She shook her head at Wenli, saying, "The supermarket currently only has cold medicine, fever medicine, and cough medicine. There is nothing else. Do you need any other supplies? The supermarket has a lot of products today, and you can choose as you like. How about some hot milk tea? It's 88 points a cup, refreshing and warming." Wenli lowered her head in disappointment, hardly listening to Jiang He's words. Before this, the supermarket was her only hope. Now, even that last hope has vanished. What should she do about her grandma's illness? How can she make her grandma better? Wenli was engulfed in guilt and panic when suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. "Shaoli, didn't you love milk tea the most before? Why not buy a cup to try?" Chun Xiaolan said with a gentle and kind tone, a smile on her lips. If it weren't for the obvious signs of illness on her face, one could hardly tell that she was a seriously ill elderly woman. She was holding on, using her last strength to manage this frail body, just to bring some peace to her granddaughter. Wenli's throat tightened. "Grandma, I'm not in the mood for milk tea right now." Chun Xiaolan raised her hand to smooth Wenli's hair, her eyes filled with affection. Not getting the medicine isn't a big deal. Don't blame yourself, shall we? Medicine tastes terrible anyway. I also want to drink milk tea, something sweet and delicious. Upon hearing this, Wenli's eyes sparkled. This was the first time her grandma had actively expressed wanting something. All right, then let us buy 1 cup each. She smiled at Jiang He, Boss Jiang. We'll buy 2 cups of milk tea. Jiang He smiled and asked, there are many flavors of milk tea. What would you like to drink? Wenli thought for a moment. 1 cup of caramel milk tea and 1 cup of taro boba milk tea. Is that okay? Having already delivered 30 cups of hot drinks, Jiang He checked her supplies and found that she had just those 2 flavors left. They were warm in her hands. After handing the milk tea to them, Jiang He asked, do you need any other supplies? If not, I'll head to the next place. Chen Xiaolan quickly answered for Wenli, her tone a bit urgent. Boss Jiang, we would like to buy some supplies. Once she leaves, the supplies stored at home will be the most important assurance for my granddaughter. Whenever there's a chance, we need to stock up on things at home. The 2 bought water, bread, self-heating hot pot, 8 treasure porridge, rice balls, bear-shaped biscuits, toilet paper, cotton shoes, blankets, and heating pads. They also refilled a hot water bottle. In total, they spent over 2,000 points. Before closing the door, the elderly woman looked at her with gratitude. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Jiang He smiled in return. You're welcome. The little bear walked to the door of Unit 304 and gently knocked twice. Soon, someone came to open the door. Hearing the commotion next door, Wenli was taken aback. Wasn't the sister next door not home? Why was there someone living there? Grandma, it seems Sister Chi has come back. Just as she finished speaking, a boy's voice came from outside. Wenli felt it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had heard it before. It wasn't his Sister Chi. A boy had moved in next door. A look of worry appeared on her face. Grandma, is Sister Chi not coming back? Living in the base dormitory, they were not acquainted with their neighbors. Even if they were part of a small group, they wouldn't socialize often, let alone visit each other. People are unpredictable. Exposing their belongings could lead to bad intentions from others, especially for the 2 of them. An elderly woman and a young girl, they were easy targets for bullying. Aside from going out on missions, they rarely spoke to outsiders. Wenli had met the girl next door only by chance. Chen Xiaolan had difficulty walking and sprained her ankle one day downstairs, unable to move. It was Qi Qingru who helped her back to her door. She was a gentle, kind, and beautiful girl. Chen Xiaolan had a good impression of her, and Wenli liked her very much. They would even initiate conversations when they bumped into each other in the hallway. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Wenli still remembers how that group dragged Sister Chi away. She wanted to help, but was stopped by Sister Chi's gaze. Those bad people used drugs. And Sister Chi couldn't resist. After being taken away, she never returned. Wenli prayed every day, hoping nothing bad happened to Sister Chi. Sometimes she dreamed that Sister Chi came home safely. What a good child, wasted by those beasts. Chen Xiaolan felt very regretful too. Shally, everyone has their fate. In this apocalypse, being able to protect ourselves is already quite good. As for the rest, we are powerless. They were just the most inconspicuous ants in the civilian area. It was foolish to challenge those in power in the military district unless one was tired of living. Everyone is selfish. Chen Xiaolan liked Qi Qingru very much, but didn't want Shaoli to put herself in danger for someone else. At the door of 304, Qi Qingye bought a bunch of supplies from Jiang He. Only when he was full could he have the strength to train. Jiang He enthusiastically recommended. How about a hot drink? If it weren't for the task, she could drink 10 cups herself. Qi Qingye hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, is there coffee? Jiang He glanced at the menu. There were options like vanilla latte, caramel latte, hazelnut latte, soy milk latte, osmanthus latte, hot coconut drink, and hot mocha. Which flavor do you want? Qi Qingye replied without hesitation, caramel. After paying, he moved everything inside the house. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand stopped him. Qi Qingye frowned, and the next moment, he heard a girl's crisp voice. Brother, what a coincidence. You actually live here. Looking down, Qi Qingye didn't recognize her and coldly scolded, go away. There were many children in the base, begging for food. He thought she was just another one seeking handouts and wanted to get rid of her quickly. Wenli pressed her hand against the door, but the boy swatted it away, and the door slammed shut. Brother, you helped me find my way to Shuguang supermarket in the snow. I just wanted to say thank you, nothing else. Hearing this, Qi Qingye recalled a memory but didn't intend to respond as he walked further inside. Wenli initially planned to go home but couldn't help but ask softly, are you Qi Jie's brother? You look alike. And Qi Jie mentioned she has a brother. She must have guessed correctly. Qi Qingye didn't even put down the items in his hands. He swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. You know my sister? Wenli was startled by the fierceness in his eyes and took a step back, nodding slowly. I do. Chapter 80. 100 insect repellent clothes. Jiang He kept glancing over at them. Who doesn't love some gossip? Wenli clearly recounted how she got to know Qi Qingru. Qi Qingye was well aware that his sister was fundamentally different from him. She was inherently kind-hearted. So he believed about 90% of what Wenli said. When was the last time you saw her? Wenli thought for a moment and softly replied. 5 days ago, I saw Qi Jie being taken away by bad people. Qi Qingye couldn't contain his excitement and grabbed the girl's arm. Jiang He perked up her ears, wanting to hear more, but was caught by the system. Host, you need to go to the fourth floor to deliver goods now. Cough. She really wanted to finish her snack, but as a supermarket owner with professional ethics, she had to seize the time to earn points. Watching customers drink milk tea, Jiang He could only bring out a bottle of chilled cola. It would have to do for now. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the sales task, earning 3 minutes of restocking time. Beep. Completed the check-in task, rewarded with 7 minutes of restocking time. And unlocked cheese breadsticks. For the next 7 days, the sales and check-in tasks from the system were quite similar. Jiang He went downstairs to sing every day, becoming the noticeable performance package of the base. During deliveries, she even encountered professional music critics who praised her singing with their eyes closed, claiming there was not a single flaw. She was so flattered that her face turned red. In those 7 days, Jiang He delivered hot drinks for 3 days and warm meals for 4 days. Wherever Shuang's supermarket went, no customer was left freezing. During this period, peach soda, mango, oatmeal, crispy rice, and twice-cooked pork lunchboxes were unlocked. By the 8th day, Jiang He had saved up 830,000 points. Just a little more. And she could buy a supply station. That morning, Jiang He stretched and walked to the window, pulling open the beige curtains. To her surprise, the snowstorm outside had lessened. After more than a week of blizzards, was it finally coming to an end? Thinking of something, Jiang He quickly opened the system interface and checked today's tasks. Only one task had refreshed. Sell 100 pieces of insect-proof clothing, priced at 100 points each. Reward, 5 minutes restock time. Unlock one type of fruit. Jiang He. The extreme cold was about to end. Based on the insect-proof clothing, the next disaster should be an insect plague. She felt wonderful at the thought of resuming normal operations. As an ordinary citizen, she was truly happy today. The first delivery was to a pair of twin brothers. Jiang He put on the insect-proof clothing on top. It was made of transparent material, one piece with gloves and foot covers. Once the zipper was fully zipped up, she looked like she was encased in a transparent plastic bag. She enthusiastically promoted, "New insect-proof clothing just arrived at the supermarket. Interested in getting one?" Lu Bingtian scratched his head in confusion. "Boss Jiang, why is the supermarket suddenly selling insect-proof clothing today? It's all snow outside, and the temperature is so low. Where are the insects?" Jiang He placed her hand over her mouth and lowered her voice. "Let me tell you a little secret." The brothers asked in unison, "What secret?" Jiang He enunciated, "The next disaster is an insect plague." The brothers' eyes widened simultaneously. They immediately dropped to their knees. "Boss Jiang, please sell us the insect-proof clothing." Questioning the supermarket was their mistake. Jiang He laughed. "No need to beg. Each piece of insect-proof clothing is 100 points. You just need to pay with points." When Li Ting woke up inside the tent, she felt like something was missing. After taking a sip of water, she suddenly looked out the window. It was the sound of the wind. Today, there was less wind outside. Li Ting's face lit up with joy as she excitedly shook the man still in slumber. "Zhao Peng, the extreme cold seems to be passing." What? Zhao Peng's eyes weren't open yet, but his mind was already awake. The two stepped out of the tent and approached the window. Although they couldn't see outside clearly, it was evident that the wind and snow were slowly diminishing. Once the extreme cold passes, they could leave the base to earn points and continue stockpiling supplies. They wouldn't have to fear any disasters in the future. With a temperature-controlled tent, they weren't having a hard time during the extreme cold. It was just that they couldn't move around freely and had to stay in a small space. Compared to most residents, they were quite comfortable. Li Ting and Zhao Peng both agreed that following the supermarket would help them suffer much less during the apocalypse. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. They both paused, then heard Jiang He's voice. "Sunrise Supermarket, door-to-door delivery." Li Ting's eyes lit up immediately, and she ran to open the door. "Hi, little bear." When Li Ting first met the little bear, she was quite startled. However, upon seeing the adorable white bear again, she was able to greet it with ease. The bear smiled and responded, "Meow, hello?" Turning her gaze, Li Ting couldn't help but curiously ask, "Jiang He, what are you wearing? What's your outfit today?" Jiang He winked at her and said, "It's an insect-proof suit, a new product in the supermarket today." Zhao Peng walked over from behind Li Ting, and, upon hearing this, both of them reacted quickly. Could it be that an insect disaster was approaching? That's right. Jiang He twirled around, showcasing the product from every angle. Wearing this insect-proof suit means you don't have to worry about being bitten by bugs anymore. It's definitely the partner you need during an insect disaster. Li Ting felt her legs go a bit weak. The extreme cold had completely passed. And now they had to think about how to deal with the next natural disaster. However, knowing in advance was indeed a stroke of luck. Zhao Peng supported his wife, his expression also serious. "Jiang He, will our temperature-controlled tent be damaged by bugs? During insect disasters, the temperature is unpredictable, and they didn't want their tent to suffer any damage. Don't worry, the tents from the supermarket are guaranteed for quality. They won't be damaged by bugs and even have some insect-repelling properties. The special material they're made of emits a scent that bugs avoid." Jiang He had worked hard to win this prize, and it had to be fully functional. Li Ting and Zhao Peng immediately sighed in relief. They had made the right choice with the temperature-controlled tent. It would be useful no matter the season. Spending 5,000 points was definitely worth it. Although they already had a tent at home, they still needed to stock up on insect-proof supplies. The two each bought an insect-proof suit, carefully folded them, and placed them inside the temperature-controlled tent. Delivery was scheduled for 1 p.m., and by then, the supermarket items had sold out. Jiang He continued delivering hot water according to the map until the end of the workday. Ding! Sales task completed, gained 5 minutes of restocking time, unlocked ginseng fruit. Today's turnover, 58,062 points. Account balance reached 880,000 points. Host, you can buy a supply station now. Chapter 81. Purchasing a supply station. Entering the virtual supermarket. Jiang He clicked on the magical shelf and entered one in the supply station quantity column. Then, she pressed confirm. The system's voice immediately sounded. Host, please select the location for the supply station. Once built, the location cannot be changed, so please choose carefully. Jiang He stroked her chin and pondered. System, will we be leaving the Nanyang base later? Yes, we're running a mobile supermarket, so we definitely need to move. Alright, then let us build the supply station at the Nanyang base. Jiang He selected an excellent spot on the map, adjusting it back and forth until she finally chose to place it in the small plaza of the base. The supply station would be upgraded later, so a larger space was necessary, and this spot was just right. Ding! Construction of the supply station will take 2 days. Please be patient, host. 2 days later. The prolonged extreme cold finally came to an end. The temperature has risen above zero, and the snow and ice on the roads are slowly melting. News of the next disaster, an insect plague, has spread wildly through the base. Here in the military district, after confirming that the information was released by a certain individual, Xie Jingshan called an emergency meeting with all departments once again. The head of the logistics department praised the individual, beaming as he said, thanks to them. During this extreme cold, if we hadn't prepared in advance, our base would have suffered significant losses. However, when it came to the upcoming insect plague, he showed a worried expression. The base has limited supplies to deal with the insect disaster. The stock of pesticides and protective gear is only enough for internal use. Xie Jingshan frowned slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. During this period, each team would primarily be sent out to search for pest control supplies, gathering as much as possible. All existing materials at the base would be utilized to quickly produce a batch of simple protective clothing, and the production of pesticides would also need to proceed simultaneously. Additionally, it was crucial to expedite the improvement of greenhouse facilities to avoid a situation like the extreme cold period when food supplies ran out completely. Without planting on the agenda, the base's grain reserves would not be able to sustain a population of over 10,000 for long. As for replenishing water resources, Xie Jingshan assigned that task to the Research and Development Department. The base had collected a large amount of melted snow, but it contained too many impurities. To convert it into drinkable pure water, further filtration by the research personnel would be necessary. Each department received their respective tasks. Yet Xie Jingshan did not announce the end of the meeting. His tone was heavier than before. There is something I have not had the chance to mention. The sudden seriousness from the leader made everyone present tense up. After a brief pause, Xie Jingshan continued. The individual once said that besides natural disasters, there will also be mutated animals in the apocalypse. Their attack power is currently unpredictable, but they will undoubtedly be our greatest adversary. If we do not strengthen the base's defensive facilities, once we encounter a wave of mutated beasts attacking the base, it is very likely that our base will be directly annihilated. The mention of mutated animals caused the hearts of those present to sink further. They not only had to deal with the upcoming natural disaster, but also had to guard against the unknown appearance of mutated beasts, making the tasks ahead feel overwhelmingly daunting. In this way of life, it was uncertain when it would come to an end. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. The current situation left no room for delays. Xie Jingshan rationally allocated the base's residents to ensure that each task had enough personnel. Everyone, regardless of gender or age, had to be mobilized. Shortly after the meeting ended, the base's announcements were activated once again throughout every corner. Attention, all residents. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, please arrive at the task office on time to receive your assignments. With the pestilence imminent and the need to resist mutated beasts pressing, everyone at the base must unite as one, working together to protect our home. Those who refuse to complete their tasks, please leave the base immediately. This announcement echoed repeatedly throughout the base. The residents showed anxious expressions. Dealing with natural disasters was already difficult enough, and now with the threat of mutated beasts, it felt like an insurmountable challenge. That's not possible. We need to stock up on food quickly. The Dawn supermarket opened today in the small square, very close to the dormitory area. When everyone came to line up, they immediately noticed an additional building in the square. However, it was covered with a tarp, making it impossible to see what it was. A curious customer inquired, but Jiang He didn't give a specific answer. Just wait another half an hour, and you'll see. After saying this, she took out a package and held it up. This is the insect repellent sold by the supermarket today, with 15 pieces in a pack. Priced at 200 points, affordable and effective. Just one piece can keep a 2-meter diameter area free of insects. Each piece is effective for 24 hours. So with 2 pieces in a room, this pack is enough for a week. As soon as they heard the words insect repellent, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, my dorm is small, so one a day will do. If I buy this pack, I won't have to worry about insects in my dorm for half a month. Me too. I used to think my dorm was too small and stuffy, but now it feels just right. The customers in line whispered among themselves. It was only during times like this that they could feel a bit of joy. Each person is limited to one pack of insect repellent, and those at the back were on their toes counting heads, calculating whether they would be able to buy the insect repellent when their turn came. Wenli counted twice and found she was exactly the 100th in line. Jiang He stood behind her, looking much stronger than before due to days of training. It was mainly because the food situation had improved. He made sure to have 3 meals a day, eating until he was full, and finally gained some weight. Consistent exercise had turned fat into muscle, giving him a stronger presence. Wenli slowly turned her head, her knuckles gripping the edge of her clothing turning pale. Brother, you're the 101st. I bought the insect repellent. I'll give you half. Jiang He coldly refused. No need. The day before the extreme cold ended, Chun Xiaolan's condition worsened, and she ultimately could not hold on, passing away regretfully. Since Wenli had seen the person who took Jiang away, Jiang He promised Grandma Chun to help take care of Wenli until he avenged his sister. Although it was called taking care of her, the 14-year-old Wenli was already capable of self-care. All Jiang He needed to do was to knock on the door of room 303 every morning to confirm if she was still alive. Turn around and talk to me again when you see someone you recognize. When they first met, Wenli thought this older brother would have a gentle personality. In reality, she was completely mistaken. After a week of interaction, she had never seen any other expression on Jiang He's face. He spoke coldly, without a hint of warmth. Just as Wenli turned around, the crowd around them suddenly stirred. What is that? It looks a bit like an automatic vending machine in a mall. Chapter 82. The supermarket can move, but the supply station cannot. Ding! The supply station has successfully completed construction. Dawn Supermarket has a time bonus, accumulating 2 minutes. Host, you can set the shelving method on your own. Jiang He opened the supply station backend, where there are 2 options for shelving. 1. Manual shelving. After the supply station's items are sold out, the host needs to reset the types and quantities of items. 2. Automatic shelving. Once the items are sold out, the backend will automatically replenish from the warehouse without the host's management. Based on the current inventory of the supermarket, Jiang He could only choose manual shelving. After confirming, the settings menu popped up directly. Category 1, empty 050. Category 2, empty 050. Category 3, empty 050. Jiang He manually operated for half a minute, placing 30 bottles of mineral water, 30 loaves of bread, and 30 rice balls inside. There were 2 buttons for purchase limits beside the items. Jiang He clicked yes, then set a purchase limit of 1 for each item. Suddenly, food appeared in the supply station, causing a stir among the customers. The appearance of the level 1 supply station is similar to the fully automated vending machines found in malls before the apocalypse. It has a transparent glass window, standing 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, with 3 shelves. The first shelf holds mineral water, the second shelf holds bread, and the third shelf holds rice balls. There are a total of 10 positions on the display shelves. If an item is purchased by a customer, it will be quickly replenished from the back. Jiang He took out a loudspeaker and shouted towards the back of the line. Dawn Supermarket is launching a brand new building, a self-service supply station. You can also line up over there, but the variety of items is limited. If you want to buy other items, you'll still need to come to the supermarket. Water, bread, and rice balls are basic necessities that everyone needs. If your points are low, shopping at the supply station is just right. Some latecomers hurried to line up at the supply station, not being able to grab the abundant supplies from the supermarket. Buying a bit of water and food makes the trip worthwhile. Wu Guangxing was quick to react and ran fast, quickly taking the first position at the front of the supply station. Below each item, there is a button that starts red and turns green once pressed, indicating that you have selected that item. Wu Guangxing chose a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and a rice ball, then clicked the confirm button. Soon, a mechanical prompt sounded. Ding, total of 220 points. Please swipe your card. To the right of the supply station, there is a card swiping area the size of a palm. Wu Guangxing placed his points card on it, waiting for 2 seconds. The prompt sounded again. Ding, payment successful. The goods have been dispensed. Please take them yourself. With a thud, the items from the cabinet were pushed out and dropped into the hole below. Wu Guangxing bent down to retrieve them, completing a pleasant shopping experience with ease. Wow, this is so convenient. He hugged the items and turned to face Dawn Supermarket. Boss Jiang, will this supply station always be here? Jiang He turned around and smiled, answering him. Yes, the supermarket may move, but the supply station will remain fixed in the small square. There are currently a few items, but more will be added in the future. Wu Guangxing was in high spirits, nodding repeatedly. Wow, that's great. If I can't get in line at the supermarket, I'll just wait here. Speaking of upgrading the supply station, Jiang He opened the back end and saw that the upgrade required 990,000 points. Not cheap at all. Additionally, it was necessary to serve a total of 1,000 guests. Jiang He said, in the short term, there's no hope for an upgrade. After the extreme cold, the winter supplies were temporarily not needed. With the extra time for restocking, Jiang He focused entirely on obtaining water and various food items. There were plenty of supplies today. A little bear stood at the entrance, acting as a greeter. but it hadn't learned to speak yet, only meowing. Jiang He still had to follow up behind it, saying, "Welcome to Dawn's supermarket." Wen Li and Qi Qingye walked in together, looking at the electronic screen to confirm that the limited purchase items were still the same before continuing inside. There was only one shopping cart, which Qi Qingye offered to Wen Li. After her grandmother passed away, Wen Li could only cry secretly at night, pretending to be normal during the day. Her grandmother hoped she would live well, and she had no thoughts of giving up. Every extra day in the apocalypse was a gain for her. After picking up water, bread, rice balls, and instant noodles, Wen Li stopped in front of the fruit shelf. "Brother, do you like ginseng fruit?" Qi Qingye casually glanced at a box of stir-fried pork rice, saying "Din da. I've never had it." Wen Li's lips curled up, her smile particularly bright. "Ginseng fruit is really delicious, very juicy and sweet. I'll buy two, so you can try some." Qi Qingye's gaze flickered over her small canine tooth, his voice still as indifferent as ever. "Just take care of yourself." After scanning the items in the shopping cart, he added, "I don't know how many points you have, but you'd better plan wisely. If you run out of points, I won't be so kind as to give you some. Before finding those people, you need to ensure your own safety first." Wen Li looked at him seriously. "I know. Brother, I won't spend points recklessly, and I'll do my best to survive. Sister Qi treats me and Grandma very well, and I want to find her soon." Qi Qingye responded with a slight nod, his attitude softening just a bit. "That's best." The ginseng fruit cost 15 points each, and in the end, Wen Li still took 2. When she got to the checkout, she hesitated for a moment, leaned forward slightly, and weakly asked, "Boss Jiang, may I ask where that little dog went?" Under her gaze, Jiang He inexplicably felt as if she were a dog dealer. "It's at my place, and it's gained quite a bit of weight since it arrived. Maybe you'll get a chance to see it again." Wen Li nodded, feeling relieved. When she found the puppy in the snow, all she could feel was bones, and she thought it wouldn't survive long. Boss Jiang is amazing. Not only does he run such a big supermarket, but he can also save small animals on the brink of death. After leaving the supermarket, Wen Li maintained a joyful mood. By chance, she spotted a man who looked somewhat familiar. She tightened her lips, gently tugged at Qi Qingye's sleeve, and whispered, "Brother." That person. Not wanting to be discovered by the man, Wen Li did not use her fingers and kept her gaze fixed on the left side. Qi Qingye followed her line of sight and saw a tall, thin man with a cigarette in his mouth, casually embracing a woman. He pulled Wen Li aside and lowered his voice. "You go back first." Wen Li knew she couldn't hold him back at this moment. She hugged the supplies tightly and looked at him deeply. "Brother, you must come back safely." After saying this, she jogged away. Chapter 83. Insecticidal lamp. Before finding her sister, Qi Qingye was very cautious about his own safety. He did not act rashly and followed the man, eventually tracking him to his residence. After noting the location, Qi Qingye did nothing else and left directly. After finishing lunch, Wen Li squatted at the door, listening to the noises outside. Whenever someone walked by, she wondered if it would be Qi Qingye. Not hearing the sound of the door opening next door, she drooped her head in disappointment. Just when she was about to fall asleep, a noise from next door startled her awake. Wen Li carefully walked out of the dormitory and knocked on room 304. There was slightly some progress regarding her sister's disappearance, and Qi Qingye's expression had improved significantly this time. Looking at the girl at the door, he asked in a calm voice, "What is it?" Confirming that he was unharmed, Wen Li quickly stuffed a round object into Qi Qingye's hand without saying a word. Then, without waiting for him to react, she dashed back to room 303. Qi Qingye frowned slightly and looked down, finding a ginseng fruit in his palm that he had never eaten before. He couldn't bring himself to take advantage of a young girl. Back in his room, Qi Qingye casually tossed the ginseng fruit onto the table, planning to return it to Wen Li tomorrow. After the goods at the supply station were sold out, the system would automatically pop up a notification. "Ding, supply station empty. Please reset the goods." Currently, Jiang He planned to only restock the supply station once a day. Once sold out, it would be left alone. After completing the sales task, the supermarket unlocked insecticides. The spray style was 50 points per bottle. Although its effectiveness was not as strong as that of the insect repellent pills, it could only kill insects within the spray range. Nevertheless, the insecticide would be essential supplies that customers would compete to purchase. After closing the supermarket, Jiang He took the little bear to the virtual supermarket to restock. "Host, you have earned 5 minutes of restocking time for completing the task today, plus an additional bonus from the supply station, totaling 7 minutes of restocking time." Jiang He couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like if she bought 100 supply stations, which would mean over 3 hours of bonus time in a day. However, running for more than 3 hours in the virtual supermarket every day sounded quite tiring. The system shouted loudly, "Host, wake up, it's time to prepare for restocking." "Oh, wait for me to warm up with the little bear first." Jiang He's warm-up exercises were very simple: wrist circles, high knees, deep squat stretches, and jumping jacks. Doing just 1 or 2 of each for 2 or 3 sets was enough. Each of these movements was a 5-star challenge for the little bear. Without wrists, unable to lift its legs, unable to squat, and being too chubby to jump, the little bear is a stubborn creature. Whatever its owner does, it insists on following along. Each time, it brings about endless laughter, making Jiang He laugh heartily. The little bear joins in the silly laughter, its two rosy cheeks shaking adorably. System. Host, little bear. Are you ready? Jiang He stares at the supermarket shelves, eager to start. Ready. The little bear nods its chubby head. Meow. Prepare, start. With a whoosh, the person and the bear dart into the virtual supermarket. Their roles are clear, and they transport goods in an orderly manner. At 7 in the morning, the base, having slept through the night, gradually awakens. Residents continuously leave the dormitory buildings, hurrying towards the task point. Li Ting and Zhao Peng squeeze into the crowd, receiving their tasks based on their identity badges. Both are assigned to help build the base's walls. In the past, tasks would specify a clear end time, but this time, there isn't one. They might have to work until dark. Compared to what they could buy at the supermarket, the compressed biscuits provided by the base are hardly sufficient. However, living at the Nanyang base means they must participate in tasks and cannot just enjoy the base's protection. No one wants to be kicked out of the base to face a life of uncertainty and danger. Although natural disasters cannot be avoided within the base, at least there are walls to shield them from the wind and rain, and the military presence ensures it won't be as chaotic outside, where bloodshed and violence reign. Building the walls is a strenuous physical task, and Li Ting is grateful she ate an extra half piece of bread in the morning. Otherwise, she might have fainted from low blood sugar while working. Jiang Shuiwe has spent half a month in a luxurious villa, being well taken care of by servants. And suddenly being brought to build walls is a huge shock. With a pained expression, she whines playfully, Brother Huaifeng, I'm so tired. Xiao Huaifeng can't handle such hard labor either, but he grits his teeth and endures. Yeah, just hang in there today. When we get back tonight, I'll mention to Zhou Xiao about joining his team. For half a month in the extreme cold, he hasn't even touched a gun. Zhou Yinze doesn't let them do anything but provides them with the best accommodation and food for free. If it weren't for the many women in the villa, Xiao Huaifeng would almost suspect Zhou Yinze had taken a liking to him. After so many days of comfort, he still can't figure out Zhou Yinze's intentions. With such a heavy task assigned today, Xiao Huaifeng decides not to wait any longer. He plans to take the initiative. Once he finds an opportunity to gather a batch of weapons, he can leave the Nanyang base and establish his own empire. Dawn's supermarket opens at 9 in the morning, but it is so quiet that not a single shadow is seen. Jiang He snacks while watching a drama, finishing 4 episodes before the first batch of customers arrives. The base has given residents an hour for meals, and this time slot is the peak period for supermarket traffic. Like a horde of zombies entering a city, the view is filled with a sea of heads. After a morning of physical labor, the residents are exhausted, their faces pale, and they stumble as they walk. From a distance, they look just like zombies. Some people chose to head to the supply station, where shopping was quick and convenient. In less than 10 minutes, they could have lunch. At the entrance of the supermarket, customers formed a winding line that seemed to stretch endlessly. There was also a shorter line, where everyone was holding a bucket of noodles, waiting to get hot water. Yi Qingqing and He Tian were the first to enter the supermarket, eagerly asking, Boss Jiang, what good items do you have today? Yes. Jiang He put down the potato chips, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and pulled out a black lamp from under the checkout counter. It was portable, resembling an oil lamp, made of glass with a narrow waist and a wide belly. This was an insect repellent lamp. If you held it, no insect within a 3-meter radius could survive. It had an extremely long battery life, capable of continuous use for 360 hours. Each lamp cost 666 points, and each person was limited to 1. Additionally, the supermarket sold insecticides that effectively eliminated various pests, priced at only 50 points per bottle, with a daily purchase limit of 1 per person. This was also highly recommended. Chapter 84. Infected by Jiang He, mumbling nonsense. The items produced by the supermarket were definitely worth buying. The 2 girls each purchased a lamp and then continued to select other supplies. Yi Qingqing hadn't been to the supermarket in a long time and missed the taste of roasted duck. She couldn't wait to run over to the roasting area and picked out 2 golden brown roasted ducks. He Tian was browsing the shelves and was thrilled to find coriander noodles. The 2 separated to shop, and Yi Qingqing first brought her roasted duck and twice-cooked pork lunchbox to a table at the back. Before long, He Tian also joined her with a bucket of noodles. Yi Qingqing wrinkled her nose at a strange smell and frowned. He Tian, what on earth are you eating? Coriander noodles. He Tian replied with a bright smile, lifting the lid of her noodle bucket, and the aroma of coriander became even stronger. Yi Qingqing scrunched up her face, covering her nose in disgust. Oh no, move that away from me, it stinks. Huh, stinks? He Tian looked puzzled. What is wrong with your nose? It smells great. Unable to argue, Yi Qingqing moved to a different spot with her food, gritting her teeth as she said, I will eventually take over the world and capture all you coriander lovers, pulling out every last coriander plant on the planet. She was particularly sensitive to the smell and taste of coriander. Just catching a whiff made her nauseous. Even in the apocalypse, how could there still be such a troublesome thing as coriander? He Tian, however, couldn't understand. Coriander is so delicious. I've missed it for over half a year. While Yi Qingqing was suffering, He Tian enjoyed her coriander noodles with a look of bliss on her face. Yi Qingqing thought, I need to escape. Jiang He was checking out customers when a shadow suddenly flashed by her vision. Huh, what just flew past? Looking outside, She saw Yi Qingqing sprinting away like a little girl, as if something was chasing her, disappearing in no time. The supermarket's dining table only has 4 seats, so most customers have to squat around the supermarket to eat after buying their food. An hour passed quickly. By a little past 1 in the afternoon, the supermarket returned to its quiet state. Half of the goods were still left on the shelves. It was estimated that it would take the evening rush to sell everything out. Jiang He had been binge-watching a drama all afternoon. Suddenly, she looked up and realized it was almost dark. Checking the time, it was already 6:30. Outside, it was quiet, with only the occasional sound of the wind blowing trash around. The system slowly spoke. Host, your work shift is over. The supermarket is still open today, and even if the goods don't sell out, your points won't be deducted. Jiang He thought for a moment. She had only really worked for an hour today, while the rest of the time was spent eating, drinking, and having fun, since she would only go back to her room to take a shower and continue watching TV. It was better to stay here, watch TV, and sell some goods to earn points. It wasn't until 7:30 that people began to arrive one after another. They were just hoping for a bit of luck, as it was well past the supermarket's operating hours. Unexpectedly, Boss Jiang was so dedicated, still running the supermarket even after dark. They hurriedly quickened their pace to line up to purchase supplies. After a whole day of work, everyone was too exhausted to talk. Looking lifeless, Chao Tianshun could only manage a faint smile at the checkout, asking in a hoarse voice, Boss Jiang, will the supermarket be open this late tomorrow? Jiang He raised an eyebrow, wondering if their recent tasks had been so heavy. Next to him, Chao Songshan forced a bitter smile. There's no choice. With the pestilence and mutated beasts, if we don't prepare in advance, life will be unbearable. Most residents in the base were quite clear-headed. If they didn't work hard now, they'd just be waiting for disaster to strike. So, even if they were exhausted today, they wouldn't complain much. After resting well for the night, they would have to continue working tomorrow. If you all have this schedule recently, the supermarket's operating hours will also be adjusted. The so-called operating hours were originally set by Jiang He herself, and she could change them as she pleased. The system had no say in it. A genuine smile appeared on Chao Tianshun and the others' faces, and the fatigue in their eyes lessened a bit. This way, when they worked, they could have something to look forward to. Just thinking about going to the supermarket to buy things after work made them feel more motivated. In the evening, at the villa area, Jiang Shuyue dragged her almost exhausted body back to her second-floor room and didn't come out again. Xia Huifeng simply rinsed off, ate a little, and then went looking for Zhou Yinza. After asking the maid, he learned that Zhou Yinza had gone to the rooftop. Looking at the long and steep stairs, Xia Huifeng took a deep breath and, enduring the pain, began to climb. Each step felt like a needle prick, and his legs were so sore that the corners of his mouth twitched. The sound of water splashing came from the swimming pool, and Zhou Yinza, leaning on the railing, walked ashore. Catching sight of Xia Huifeng at the stairway, he felt no surprise. He picked up a towel from the beach chair and slowly wiped the water off his body. Xia Huifeng feigned surprise and stepped forward. Zhou Xiao, why are you swimming here alone? Didn't you ask Xiao Hui and the others to accompany you? Zhou Yinza leaned back casually, adopting a relaxed posture. Well, I just like to play in the sea by myself. Upon hearing this, Xia Huifeng was momentarily taken aback. Sea? Where's the sea? Isn't this just a swimming pool? Even if it's quite large, it can't be called a sea. What did Zhou Yinza mean by that? Was he hinting at something? Xia Huifeng's mind raced, and within half a minute, countless possibilities flashed through his head. Ahem, Zhou Xiao, I've already told you everything I know about Jiang He. Zhou Yinza smirked slightly, his tone ambiguous. Oh really? Xia Huifeng steadied himself, maintaining his composure. If I remember anything else in the future, I will definitely let you know first. All right, Zhou Yinza, lacking patience, waved his hand at him. Once you're done, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me while I'm looking at the sea. Xia Huifeng felt a chill run down his spine. How did Zhou Yinza seem to be infected by Jiang He, acting just as oddly? There's one more thing I want to discuss with you, Zhou Xiao. Zhou Yinza didn't seem eager to see him, covering his face with a towel and coldly uttering a single word. Speak. My fiancé and I have been staying at the villa for some time, and it feels inappropriate to keep taking advantage of your hospitality. Unable to see Zhou Yinza's reaction, Xia Huifeng hesitated for a moment, but pressed on. So, I would like to help you with some work to repay you for your care during this time. Please trust in my abilities. I may not be able to accomplish great things, but I can at least help lighten your load. Chapter 85. The hope of the whole village. On the dark rooftop of the villa, only a warm yellow ground lamp illuminated the surroundings. It was silent all around. After a while, without a response, Xia Huifeng frowned. Was Zhou Yinza asleep, and didn't he hear what he said? He raised his voice. Zhou Xiao, as long as you give me a chance, I won't let you down. With the right opportunity, he could seize the world. Zhou Yinza tossed aside the towel on his face, his hawk-like gaze glancing at him, exuding a threatening aura. Just when Xia Huifeng thought he was about to refuse, a light chuckle suddenly came from the man. All right, I'll give you this chance, to be the dog of the Zhou family. The contempt was evident. Xia Huifeng's expression stiffened, his hands at his sides quietly clenched into fists. Zhou Yinza walked to the edge of the pool and said coldly, all right, get lost. Don't interrupt me while I swim in the sea. With that, the man jumped into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Xia Huifeng felt half of his clothes drenched, the cold sending shivers through him. Zhou Yinze was a madman. No wonder Jiang He could attract him. It turned out they were both crazy. He gritted his teeth, silently vowing that the humiliation he suffered today would be repaid double in the future. Not long after Xia Huifeng left, Zhou Yinze swam back to shore, and someone immediately approached to report. Zhou Xiao, the batch of goods for the transaction is ready. Zhou Yinze casually nodded. I know. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu looked at his indifferent expression and asked, Mr. Zhou, how do you plan to handle Xia Huifeng? Are you really going to bring him in? During this time, Xia Huifeng had been relatively honest, showing dedication to his fiancée, and despite the many beautiful women in the villa, none had gotten close to him. His daily activities were confined to his room and the living room, and he never inquired about matters that were not his business. However, because of this, they felt the need to be even more vigilant. There was a lingering suspicion that Xia Huifeng had a bigger agenda behind his actions. Zhou Yinze smiled casually. Why not bring him in? It's just that lately there's been no excitement to find, so playing around with those two will be a good distraction. I want to see what secrets he has. This person, Xia Huifeng, clearly lacks background and resources, yet he always carries an inexplicable confidence. Zhou Yinze was only curious about this point. What exactly gave him such confidence and assurance? Jiang He set new operating hours for the supermarket, from 12 to 1 in the afternoon and from 7:30 to 10:30 in the evening. Although the store had not been open long, these two time slots would attract a lot of customers. During these hours, all the supermarket's products were guaranteed to sell out. Not needing to open in the morning, Jiang He slept until she naturally woke up, getting out of bed around 8. System, please report today's tasks. 2 tasks have been refreshed. Task 1, check in at the designated mark and shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, 8 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 beverage. Task 2, sell 100 roast ducks in the supermarket. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 food item. 100 roast ducks? Jiang He had just woken up, her head feeling fuzzy. She flipped through her inventory. Great, she indeed had 15 roast ducks from yesterday. Next restock. She would need to purchase several dozen more roast ducks to complete the task. For breakfast, Jiang He heated a bottle of oatmeal porridge in the microwave. Little Bear was munching on an apple-flavored energy stone. In the beast-raising space, she directly bought 3 sets of meals for the 3 little ones. After drinking a bottle of milk, Jiang He wiped her mouth with a paper towel, freeing her hands to open the system map. The pentagram mark was not at the Nanyang base, but approximately 100 kilometers away. If the road was smooth, it would take about an hour to drive there. A bit far. Jiang He didn't delay any further, opened the navigation, and quickly set off in the small truck. At the entrance of the base, hundreds of residents were busy raising the walls. The appearance of the pink small truck made everyone look up in unison. Was Boss Jiang leaving the base? The guards at the entrance actively opened the gate to facilitate the truck's passage. Commander Xia had long issued orders that Boss Jiang could come and go freely at the Nanyang base, and no one was allowed to interfere. With so many people watching, Jiang He simply rolled down the window and waved in the direction of the wall. Good morning, everyone. You've worked hard. The crowd was excited, raising their hands and waving. Akin to a fan meeting event. Someone shouted loudly, Boss Jiang, will you come back? Jiang He turned on the loudspeaker and spoke to him. Don't worry. I will definitely come back. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay for Boss Jiang to leave the base, as long as he could return in the end. Closing the car window, the pink little truck gradually drove away from the Nanyang base. The marked point was in the eastern district of Nanyang City, which used to be the commercial center of the city, bustling with life. But now it was already in ruins. On the roadside, there was an off-road vehicle covered in dust, so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. A man in a gray trench coat had his legs crossed over the steering wheel, resting with his eyes closed. After a while, 2 thin men, resembling monkeys, walked out of a building. Damn, after searching for so long, I found this thing. The taller man rolled his eyes at him. With such a big base nearby, what good stuff did you expect to find? Are you dreaming? Can't people have a bit of dreams? What if we find some water, pig trotters, or braised meat? Shut up, you're making me hungrier. Still dreaming of meat? Go back and dream about it. There's everything in dreams. The two joked as they walked towards the off-road vehicle. The man inside raised his head, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and said lightly, So, did you find a treasure? What treasure? In such a tall building, we only found a lighter, and it's almost out of gas. Shin Kei scoffed lightly. I told you there wouldn't be any supplies here. You insisted on stopping. Qi Jingyang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It's not like I've seen such a tall building before. I was just thinking, what if we got lucky? The honking of the little truck interrupted their conversation. Qi Jingyang turned his head and was instantly surprised, widening his eyes. Wow. Kei-gu, that truck is so damn pink. Huoming pushed his dropped jaw back up, trying to speak. Should we stop the truck and ask for directions? We've been wandering around here for a long time and still haven't found the Nanyang base. Qi Jingyang nodded, thinking this idea was good. The pink truck looked so clean, it was definitely coming from a big base. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little truck zipped past them. Qi Jingyang instinctively chased after it. desperately waving his hands and shouting upon seeing the words on the back of the truck. Hope of the whole village. Hope of the whole village. Chapter 86. The sister is the queen. Something was shaking in the rearview mirror. Jiang He slightly tilted her head to look and then asked in confusion, System, are they calling for me? It was all a jumble. Nothing was clear. Yes, they want to stop your truck. Jiang He chuckled, flooring the accelerator. Her body involuntarily leaning back, feeling a strong push. She, the goddess of the mountain god of Akina. Just ask, who else could stop her truck? An hour later, the little truck stopped in front of a department store. Jiang He got out of the car and looked up, roughly estimating that the building had about 25 or 6 floors. System, don't tell me we have to sign in again on the top floor. Host, you're so smart. You guessed it right. Jiang He was speechless. Why did she have to climb stairs wherever she went? Just as she was about to look away, she suddenly noticed a vague black shadow sitting at the edge of the rooftop. The distance was too far for her to confirm whether it was a person or just some trash that had flown up. Jiang He found the stairway and climbed up slowly, feeling quite miserable. Upon reaching the rooftop, her vision instantly opened up. The surrounding tall buildings stood like before the apocalypse, just covered with a layer of grayish filter. Turning her gaze, she indeed saw a girl sitting at the edge of the left side of the rooftop. Her hair, reaching down to her waist, was blown by the wind, and her slender silhouette exuded an inexplicable sense of resilience. From her attire, she didn't look like an ordinary person, but rather like a young lady from a prominent family. Suddenly, the system broke the silence. Host, stop looking. Hurry up and go to the sign-in point to shout the slogan. Jiang He came back to her senses and walked over to the edge of the rooftop. Hearing a sound behind her, the girl turned her head cautiously. Who? Jiang He met her gaze, and she saw a delicate and three-dimensional face with fair and translucent skin. Against the desolate background, she resembled a small white flower blooming in a chaotic world. Anyone who looked would be struck by her beauty, filled with a sense of fragility. Blinking, Jiang He raised her hand and greeted her. Hi, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the breeze too? The girl stared at her, her eyes calm like a still pond. I'm not here to enjoy the breeze. Jiang He could tell at once that she was sitting there with the intention of ending her life. But her hesitation suggested there was still a tiny bit of attachment to this world. Miss, you don't need to worry about me. I definitely won't be a bother, Jiang He said while moving toward the sign-in area. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Shout the slogan to receive rewards. The girl withdrew her gaze and leaned forward slightly. Looking down, she felt dizzy. It was so high, jumping down would surely lead to death. She took a deep breath, slowly loosened her fingers, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Only in death could she completely break free from the madman's grasp. Before she could jump, a clear voice suddenly rang out nearby. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. If you love, come. If not, don't act recklessly. The girl froze. What was this person doing? Had she also been hurt by a man? Although the other person didn't seem as desperate. She must be close to losing it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 8 minutes of supply time and unlocked bubble tea. Yay, perfect. I can finally have bubble tea every day. Jiang He turned around and saw the girl still there, so she walked over with a smile and asked, Miss, do you like roast duck? I need to sell 100 roast ducks. If she didn't casually recommend it to people, she didn't know when she would complete the task. The girl felt this person was utterly bizarre, both crazy and strange. What kind of normal person would come to a rooftop to enjoy the breeze, sing, and casually pull someone into a conversation about roast duck? The abrupt topic left her unsure of how to respond. Jiang He turned her back, pulled out a fragrant roast duck, and waved it in front of the girl. I'm not lying to you. I really have roast duck for sale. The aroma of food made the girl swallow hard. When she escaped, she took nothing with her, only knowing to run desperately in one direction. It had been 2 days since she had eaten anything. Forcing herself, she stiffly averted her gaze. I'm about to die. What is the point of thinking about roast duck? Jiang He raised her eyebrows, appearing suddenly enlightened. Oh, so you're really about to die? Then you should definitely have a roast duck from our supermarket. Even if you're going to become a ghost, you might as well be a well-fed one. If you eat well, you can embark on your journey better. The girl's lips twitched slightly. This person seemed a bit off, but what she said made a lot of sense. Just because of that madman. Did she have to be a starving ghost after dying? She didn't want to endure hunger even after death. How much is that? She asked. I don't have anything to trade with you. In this post-apocalyptic world, the concept of money was gone. Everyone traded goods. She had neither clean water nor oil. What could she use to exchange for a delicious roast duck? Jiang He looked down and noticed a jade bracelet on her wrist, translucent and radiant, with a lively design of dragons playing with pearls, exquisite and unique. That big jade bracelet of yours can be exchanged for quite a bit of food, Jiang He remarked. Jade bracelet? The girl touched her wrist, her expression tense. That bracelet wasn't hers. That madman liked to dress her up, and all her clothes and jewelry had to pass his scrutiny. The jade bracelet was something the man had stumbled upon a month ago and thought it looked nice, casually putting it on her wrist. She forgot to take it off when she escaped, since it could be used to trade for roast duck. She took it off without hesitation. Can I eat now? She asked. After eating, she still had to jump off the building. Not in a hurry. Let me first get you a points card. Jiang He handed her a black box. The strange sensation came over her again, and the girl hesitated. Maybe she shouldn't have roast duck after all. She should just jump. What if there was a trick involved? Jiang He urged her. Hurry up. The wind is strong here, and the roast duck will get cold and one tea tastes good. For some reason, the girl found herself following her words and placed her hand on it. Before long, she received a black card. After placing the jade bracelet on it, a prompt sound quickly followed. Ding! Congratulations, customer Zhou Tangyao. Successfully recharged 150,000 points. Wow, host, this is a rare antique. You've earned another chance to draw a grand prize. Jiang He was overjoyed. She didn't expect to gain something extra from this outing. Zhou Tangyao widened her eyes. Could her one bracelet really be worth 150,000 points? How is this calculated? It wouldn't be that a roast duck costs over 100,000 points, would it? Jiang He blinked, looking at her like she was a prized possession. Miss, a roast duck is only 300 points. Do you want to buy one? If you want to buy more, I wouldn't mind at all. Only 300 points? That was much cheaper than she had imagined. Zhou Tangyao pursed her lips and nodded. Okay, I'll buy one first. Chapter 87. Spend the points, then go die. The wind on the rooftop howled. Zhou Tangyao dangled her legs over the edge of the rooftop, holding a roast duck in her hands and devouring it hungrily. Her loose hair was getting in the way, so she simply tied it back into a ponytail. Having consumed nearly half of the duck, Jiang He timely spoke up. If you only eat roast duck, want to get a bit greasy? How about some fruit or a drink? Zhou Tangyao turned her head and stared directly at her. Do you sell fruit? Of course. I run a supermarket. We have more than just roast duck. There are fruits and drinks, as well as various snacks and meals, Jiang He replied, listing off items like chicken feet, congee, rice balls, bread, and more. With each item mentioned, Zhou Tangyao's eyes lit up. How many points do these cost? She asked. Jiang He responded. Well, let's put it this way. Most items in the supermarket are not as expensive as the roast duck. Really? That's cheap. Zhou Tangyao took another bite of the roast duck and indeed felt it was a bit greasy. What fruits and drinks do you have? I'd like to buy some. Jiang He told her the options, and the girl immediately purchased 10 strawberries and a bottle of orange juice. Having been hungry for too long, Zhou Tangyao finished everything within 10 minutes. She looked up at Jiang He seriously and smiled slightly. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. I have to go now. Goodbye. Jiang He frowned slightly. Are you just going to die like this? A hint of heavy bitterness appeared in Zhou Tangyao's eyes. What else can I do? Where else can I go? No matter where I run, that madman will always find me. Only by dying will he let go completely. Jiang He sighed regretfully. You still have over 100,000 points left in your account. It would be a shame to waste them by going to die. Zhou Tangyao released one hand, preparing to jump down. It's fine. Consider it a gift to you. Jiang He let out another long sigh. I don't have the authority to withdraw points from a customer's account. If you die, the points will be automatically destroyed, and no one will benefit. Is that so? Zhou Tangyao was taken aback, retracting her hand. Should she spend the 100,000 points first before dying? In the short term, that madman shouldn't be able to find her. Where is your supermarket located? Jiang He replied. Currently, it's mainly at the Nanyang base. Zhou Tangyao's eyes flickered at the mention of it, and she quietly repeated, Nanyang base. There were people there who knew her. She needed to come up with a way to disguise herself. Jiang He glanced at the time. I need to head back to the base to run the supermarket. So I'll be going now. Bye. After circling around the East District, Shun Ke and the others finally found the Nanyang base. Qi Jingyang looked perplexed. Why are so many people outside repairing the walls? Huan Ming speculated. Maybe there are a lot of bandits around. They're raising the walls to prevent them from barging in. As the SUV reached the entrance of the base, they were stopped by armed guards. What do you want? To join the Nanyang base, go through that door, the guard instructed. Shin Ke leaned out of the car window and explained in a deep voice. We are from the Huan base, here to discuss a deal. The guard had heard of the Huan base, which was much smaller than Nanyang and seemed to be located in a more remote area. He glanced inside their vehicle and saw nothing but the three of them. It was indeed a small base. Everything about it exuded a sense of poverty. The guard opened the intercom to report to his superiors. After checking their trunk and confirming there were no explosives or other dangerous items, they were allowed to enter the base. Qi Jingyang leaned against the window, staring intently at the buildings along the way, looking like someone who had never seen much of the world. Huan Ming clicked his tongue in disdain and nudged him with his elbow. Yanzi, enough already. Put away that expression. Don't embarrass our base. Qi Jingyang withdrew his gaze and touched his nose. I'm just looking. I'm not envious. Our base's bungalows are definitely more comfortable than these buildings. The final destination for the SUV was the military district building. They were checked again at the base entrance. And to enter the military district, they had to pass through multiple checkpoints. They were greeted by the head of the logistics department. Once they sat down in the conference room, discussions began about the bartering deal. The Huan base had an abundance of grain, but was short on water resources. So they aimed to exchange resources with the larger base. Many bases engaged in such reciprocal trading. Additionally, larger bases typically had their own research and development teams. And other bases could trade resources for new technologies they developed. Shin Ke, besides the material transaction, Also wanted to learn a technology related to water purification from the Nanyang base. It would be even better if they could purchase a set of equipment to take back. After settling these matters, Jiang He casually brought up, Minister Jiang, if we want to purchase a small quantity of firearms and ammunition, how much material would we need? The arms trade isn't under my jurisdiction, and I'm not too clear on the specifics, Minister Jiang replied after a moment of thought. I'll have someone check on it and get back to you before tonight. Jiang He stood up and bent down to shake his hand, saying, all right, thank you, Minister Jiang. With most of the business settled and no other tasks at hand, they wandered around the Nanyang base. They unexpectedly noticed a large crowd moving in one direction, and Qi Jingyang's curiosity was piqued again. Let us go see what is happening. The area was bustling with people, yet they maintained a certain order amid the chaos. Everyone was consciously forming 3 lines, with one line being particularly long. Qi Jingyang, being friendly, grabbed someone and asked with a smile, hey, what are you all lining up for? Chao Tianshan sized him up and replied, you must be new here, right? Qi Jingyang nodded, sort of. We're from the Huan base, here on business. Chao Tianshan spoke with a hint of pride. Oh, then you probably haven't heard of the Dawn supermarket. Qi Jingyang glanced at Jiang He and Huaming, continuing to ask, what is the Dawn supermarket for? Seeing several people pass him by, Chao Tianshan grew anxious. Just wait in line, I'll tell you once we're in. As he started running, Qi Jingyang and the others were swept up by the atmosphere and quickly lined up at the end of the longest queue. Chao Tianshan leaned on his knees, took a moment to steady his breath, and then raised his voice to introduce them. The Dawn supermarket is run by Boss Jiang. The things sold inside are cheap and practical, and you can't find them anywhere else. After hearing this, Jiang He and the others were eager to see for themselves. But the line was too long, and they couldn't see what was at the end. Qi Jingyang had other questions and seized the opportunity to ask them all at once. Did you build high walls because there are often bandits around? With such a large base, you shouldn't have that kind of trouble, right? However, Chao Tianshuan's next few words struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them speechless for a long time. What? A pest disaster is coming soon? What? There will also be mutated animals? Qi Jingyang's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and his blood seemed to freeze. Among the 3, Jiang He remained somewhat composed. Who told you this information? He asked, clearly skeptical, as he was sure no base had developed instruments capable of predicting natural disasters up to that point. Boss Jiang, Chao Tianshan replied. Seeing their disbelief, he became animated, insisting on explaining further. My parents and I were from Sheep Village, and there's a volcano near the village. If Boss Jiang hadn't warned us in advance that the volcano would erupt in 2 days, we would all have been buried in lava by now. This extreme cold was also something Boss Jiang informed the base about, allowing us to prepare early and stock up on winter supplies, which reduced casualties. Now that it was linked to the southern base, even if Qi Jingyang and the others were skeptical, they had to believe it. Wow, is it really that incredible? Of course, Boss Jiang is like a god at our base. Chao Tianshuan's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. With her around, we all feel secure and even fear natural disasters less than before. He turned to Qi Jingyang and asked, how was the casualty situation at your base during this extreme cold? Qi Jingyang's expression grew heavy. The 2 weeks of extreme cold had cost their base nearly a third of its population. After it ended, he and his teammates had to carry out the bodies from their homes one by one to be cremated in a designated area. The pain of that experience was still fresh in his memory. Well, you weren't prepared, which is why. Chao Tianshan patted his shoulder in comfort. I assure you, I'm not lying about the pest disaster. You all need to hurry back and inform others. Protective measures need to be started right away. The 3 of them were on a mission, with Jiang He as the leader, and Qi Jingyang and Huaming looked at him expectantly. Okay, what do you think we should do? Jiang He's face was serious as he replied, tomorrow morning, as soon as it's light, we'll head back. After finishing the conversation with Chao Tianshan, the 3 of them felt as if a heavy stone were pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. As the line slowly moved forward, Qi Jingyang caught sight of the pink truck and raised an eyebrow. Hey, isn't that the hope of the whole village? Huaming was also surprised, realizing that the pink truck they had encountered was indeed the Dawn supermarket. He didn't stop the car. He and Qi Jingyang were still joking around, wondering if the one driving the truck was a muscular guy with tattoos, the type that seems reserved. Looking towards the checkout counter at the supermarket entrance, they saw a delicate and lively young girl sitting behind the computer. She was nothing like the muscular man they had imagined, not even close. She seemed just like an ordinary person, yet managed a well-stocked supermarket and could predict natural disasters. What a powerful ability that is. If only this supermarket could open at the Huan base. Qi Jingyang fantasized about this in his mind and unconsciously voiced it. Chao Tianshan shot him a cold glance. You want to compete with Boss Jiang? Qi Jingyang waved his hand, feeling conflicted. No, I wasn't thinking anything. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally their turn. They still had a task to complete, so Chao Tianshan, in a hurry, quickly bought 2 rice balls and ate while walking. After dropping off the other supplies at the dormitory, they had to rush to the task point. The 3 of them first looked at the electronic screen in the supermarket. As long as it wasn't money, could other items be exchanged for points? At that moment, They finally understood what Chao Tianshun meant by cheap and practical. They rummaged through their belongings, and the only thing that could be exchanged for points was a watch. Meow? Where's that cat? Qi Jingyang turned around and saw a small white bear, startling him so much that he dropped his watch on the ground. Wow, a panda has come to life. Jiang He chuckled lightly. Don't be scared. The little bear is a robot from our supermarket. Once you get your points card, you can start shopping. Qi Jingyang felt his cheeks flush slightly. Boss Jiang was so kind to customers, speaking so gently and sweetly. If it were someone else with so many supplies, they'd be so arrogant. Shinkei slapped the back of his head. Are you dumb? Hurry up. It's your turn to get the points card. Qi Jingyang snapped back to reality, feeling stiff as he extended his hand to get the card, keeping his head down. Too shy to make eye contact with Jiang He. Huoming pulled him over. Take off your watch. Exchange it for points. Oh. Qi Jingyang obediently unfastened his watch, but noticed the person next to him wasn't making any moves. He slowly asked, why aren't you exchanging your watch for points? Huoming looked at him as if it were obvious. You need to keep one watch to tell the time, right? Qi Jingyang muttered a curse under his breath. Curiously looking at Shun Quebec brother K, what about you? What are you using to exchange for points? Seeing him holding a jade pendant, Qi Jingyang's eyes widened. Isn't this what your mother left you? Are you really willing to exchange it for points? Shinkei didn't feel reluctant. These things were just material possessions. If they could be exchanged for valuable supplies, why not? The memories of family aren't tied to material items. He placed the jade pendant on the points card, and after a while, the pendant disappeared. Congratulations to customer Shinkei for successfully recharging 5,000 points. Qi Jingyang looked enviously at him. My watch only got me 300 points. Huoming wasn't surprised at all and motioned towards the electronic screen behind them. The jade pendant that Keigu has carries special significance, so it naturally requires more points to exchange. After accumulating points on their cards, they head to the shelves to select products. Spotting the rotating roast duck in a glass cabinet, Qi Jingyang can't help but salivate. Who says eating meat can only happen in dreams? Aren't they lucky to find a supermarket with both water and meat? One roast duck costs 300 points. He only has 300 total, and once it's sold out, there's nothing left. Alright, he isn't worthy of meat just yet. Next time, he'll earn more points and come back to buy meat. The three of them browse and select items. Qi Jingyang buys a bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread, a rice ball, and a bottle of insecticide. The insecticide is essential for the next pest disaster. Shinkei, having more points, buys a boxed meal, toilet paper, chocolate, chicken feet, grapes, and pineapple, thinking that it would be cost-effective to spend all his points next time at the Dawn supermarket. Huoming, who kept his watch, didn't buy anything but could mooch off his brothers. As they push their items to the checkout, Qi Jingyang can't help but ask, Boss Jiang, would you be interested in visiting our Huan base? Chapter 89. Not minded to be a minor character, where is the Huan base? Jiang He only knows a few major bases and has never heard of Huan before. It's just in the neighboring city, only about 5 to 6 hours by car. Qi Jingyang beams with excitement in his eyes. If you can come, our base wouldn't mind being a minor character. Jiang He looks confused. Huh? Why does that sound like she is being compared to a second-rate character? Realizing that his wording was off, Qi Jingyang quickly adjusts. We wouldn't mind being a backup. Still not quite right. Shinkei pushes him away, thinking he is useless for not even being able to talk to a girl. Boss Jiang, if you can come to our Huan base for business, we would be very welcome. Jiang He communicates with the system. System, where will our supermarket expand next? Well, that's not certain yet. It all depends on the tasks. But we will definitely do business with the nearby bases. After all, our mission is to operate a mobile supermarket throughout the country, serving the vast number of disaster victims. Receiving this reply, Jiang He doesn't outright refuse them. I still have to stay at the Nanyang base for now, but in the future, who knows, we might expand the supermarket to your base. The eyes of Shun Kei and the others light up. Their Huan base is just a small base with little fame. If Dawn supermarket comes, it might attract some labor to join. Boss Jiang is so approachable, without any airs, and wouldn't he look down on Huan just because it's small? Seeing them dazed, Jiang He feels a bit amused. There are dining tables behind the supermarket. You can eat the boxed meals you bought over there. Shinkei is the first to snap back to reality, his previous cockiness completely subdued, leaving only gratitude. Thank you. The residents at the base only have an hour for meals, and with the long wait, there's hardly any time to sit and eat in the supermarket. The 4-person tables were all empty, not a single person in sight. The 5,000 points on the card bought a lot of items. They were all brothers who had each other's backs, and Shinkei certainly wouldn't eat alone, knowing that the other two wanted meat. He bought 2 roasted ducks highly recommended by Jiang He. Additionally, there were braised chicken wing lunchboxes, large drumsticks, and meat dumplings. A pile of food filled the entire table, allowing them to take whatever they wanted. Qi Jingyang was happily munching on a chicken wing in one hand and a duck leg in the other. After a satisfying burp, he suddenly felt a bit guilty thinking about the brothers back at the base eating bland rations. He shifted his foot to the right and bumped into a round watermelon on the ground. Brother K, let us keep this big watermelon and take it back for the brothers to try. Shinkei was busy digging into his lunchbox, but paused to glance up at him. Do you really need to say that? If we don't leave something for them, Who would believe that a place like this supermarket actually exists? The Huan base has granaries, but the residents still live in hardship. Lacking water, they can only turn their grains into barely edible dry rations. Moreover, even if they had plenty of food, they couldn't waste it freely. They had to set aside some for trading with the larger base for other supplies. If this supermarket were to open in Huan base, the brothers there would surely go crazy. Qi Jingyang chuckled. Yeah, before today, if someone had told me that a watch could be exchanged for water and food, I would have thought they were a fool. The three of them ate quickly, finishing all the meat in less than 15 minutes. Shen Ke started organizing the items on the floor and nudged Qi Jingyang's leg with his foot. You two, hurry up and clean the table. It had been so long since they had eaten meat and flavorful food that the table was left in a mess, with trash scattered everywhere and crumbs all over. Qi Jingyang grabbed a nearby trash can, tore off a small piece of tissue, and pushed all the trash from the table into the bin. Damn, he suddenly exclaimed. Huoming slapped his chest and glared at him. What is wrong with you? You scared me. Look. Qi Jingyang pointed at the trash can. I threw in half a bin of garbage, and now there's nothing left. Huoming leaned over to take a look, and indeed, it was completely empty. Where did all that trash go? They pulled Shen Ke over, feeling their scalps tingling. Brother Ke, this supermarket is just like a fairy tale world. We can't have entered some kind of illusion, right? Shen Ke was momentarily stunned but quickly returned to normal, giving them a brief glance. You two need to shake your heads. Qi Jingyang and Huoming were completely bewildered, synchronously shaking their heads a few times. Shen Ke smirked slightly. Did you hear the sound of water? Silence. Silence is the bridge tonight. After a while, the two finally realized they had been scolded. Shen Ke lightly pulled the corner of his mouth. If this were an illusion, the things you just ate would have poisoned you by now. Qi Jingyang weakly responded. I just feel it's too magical, not real at all. Without saying a word, Shen Ke stepped hard on him. If it weren't for Huoming covering his mouth in time, Qi Jingyang's scream would have echoed throughout half the base. Shen Ke smirked. Is this real now? He didn't hold back at all with that kick, and Qi Jingyang's head instantly throbbed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jiang He was watching TV at the checkout counter and didn't notice what was happening at the dining table. When she saw someone limping over, she was surprised for a moment. Did you fall in the supermarket? Jiang He said cleverly. Just to clarify, the supermarket only provides dining tables, and we are not responsible for any accidents. It was impossible for anyone to try and take advantage of her. Yes, fine, Boss Jiang, no need to pay attention. Huoming covered Qi Jingyang's mouth, dragging him toward the supermarket exit. Shen Ke walked last, looking at Jiang He with hope and sincerity. Boss Jiang, I hope to see you again soon. The doors of the Huan base will always be open for you. Jiang He's lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with a clear smile. All right, see you when fate allows. Once they left, there were no other customers in the supermarket. In just one afternoon, the 15 roasted ducks that had come in yesterday were all sold out. After closing, Jiang He specifically went to restock, bringing in exactly 86 roasted ducks, with one extra for her afternoon snack. Once she finished her tasks, the system reminded her, Host, you have a reward yet to be redeemed. Jiang He then remembered that she had a chance to win a prize from throwing darts. Let us do it now and see how my luck is today. Okay. The colorful wheel was set in the center of the living room, and the yellow square had a new reward, 1,000 bottles of mineral water. Chapter 90, Disguised into the base. This reward was not bad. Selling all 1,000 bottles of mineral water would earn her 100,000 points. The colorful wheel spun rapidly, making a whirring sound. Jiang He took a breath on the dart and aimed at the wheel, shooting it with a whoosh. She had already let go of the pressure and thought any hit would be fine. Each reward was quite useful. Expectantly, she watched the final result, only to find that the dart had missed the target. How should this situation be counted? Don't tell her that the chance to win a big prize was wasted because she missed. It hurt. The system was silent for a long time before speaking. No worries, try again. Jiang He. The pain was gone. She could have another shot. Without any psychological burden, Jiang He casually threw the dart again. Half a minute later, the wheel stopped. The dart hit green. Full crab feast. Jiang He was particularly satisfied. Rewards related to food not only allowed her to enjoy them, but could also be sold for points, making them versatile. In her spatial storage, there were another 500 dishes neatly stacked in one corner. From the last batch, she had eaten over 10 plates, sold more than 40 plates, and still had a large portion left. The reward for the full crab feast even came with a menu. Stir-fried crab, crab roe lion's head, spicy crab, drunken crab, grilled crab, scallion oil crab, garlic king crab. Jiang He pointed, and her finger finally landed on the garlic king crab. All right. That's what I'll have for lunch. In the eastern district of Nanyang City, Zhou Tangyao had no sense of direction. She only knew the pink truck had left from this side, so she kept walking along this road. After eating roast duck, fruits, and drinking some beverages, she regained a bit of strength, though not much. The sun was intense, and as Zhou Tangyao inadvertently looked up, she saw a shiny object lying in the middle of the road, the reflected light momentarily blinding her. Curious, she walked over and discovered it was a small piece of a broken blade. Although incomplete, it still looked sharp, making it a good choice for self-defense. Zhou Tangyao bent down to pick up the blade, glanced at her hair fluttering in the wind, and instantly thought of a way to disguise herself. She grabbed a strand of hair and, with the blade in hand, cut it off without hesitation. Even in the apocalypse, her long hair was well maintained. The blade was too small, so cutting her hair took a bit of time. As she walked, black strands fell along the way. In the apocalypse, there could be a gang of robbers or bandits lurking anywhere. Zhou Tengyao had little hope of survival. She could only gamble that if she made it to the Nanyang base, she would go to the Dawn supermarket. If she were captured by bandits, she would use the blade to end her life. Fortunately, she seemed to be somewhat lucky. On her way to the Nanyang base, she did not encounter any danger. Her flowing long hair was cut into a messy bob, which she found quite ugly. Zhou Tengyao felt it was still not enough. She scooped up some dirt from the ground and smeared it on her face and hands. She was wearing a light-colored coat over a white dress, which looked a bit too clean. She simply took off the coat, threw it into the mud, stepped on it, and stomped it until it turned gray. That should do the trick. Finally, she rubbed her dirt-smeared hands through her hair, making her look grimy and completely different from the person she was 2 hours ago. Zhou Tengyao slightly hunched her back and slowly walked toward the base entrance. The guard raised his gun and looked at her with disdain, scolding. "If you want to join the base, go through that door." Seeing his reaction, Zhou Tengyao knew her disguise was fairly convincing. After undergoing several health checks, she passed all of them and was allowed to become a member of the Nanyang base. Once inside the base, Zhou Tengyao went to the resident registration office to collect her identification badge. The staff inside looked impatient. Name? Zhou Tengyao felt her palms sweat and her heart race. Tengyao. She had to discard the surname Zhou to avoid being found by them in a short time. After all the information was registered, she received her identification badge, which bore the name Tengyao. In that moment, Zhou Tengyao inexplicably felt a sense of rebirth, and her mindset subtly changed. If she could survive with a new identity, it seemed pretty good. However, who could say what the future held? For now, she would just keep living. The base is short-staffed for various tasks. As soon as Zhou Tengyao arrived at the base, she was assigned to work on repairing the fence. She had never done this kind of work before and had been confined to a small room for the past 6 months, rarely interacting with anyone except for that madman. Because she was slow, the supervising soldier scolded her several times. "If you keep dragging your feet, you won't be able to stay at the base." Zhou Tengyao was tense all over, focused solely on the task, but her hands and feet seemed to move without her brain's control. The more she tried to hurry, the more mistakes she made. Li Ting was behind her and, seeing her flustered, kindly offered some encouragement. "Don't be nervous. I was just like you when I first did this. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries." She lowered her voice. "That person is just trying to scare you. They won't kick you out of the base. In tasks like this, some people work quickly while others are slower. As long as you're not obviously slacking off, it won't be serious enough to get you expelled from the base." Zhou Tengyao, struggling with 2 heavy buckets, turned her head to look at her. "Hi, I'm Tengyao." Li Ting introduced herself in return and then fell silent. They were scheduled to work from 1 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., with a 15-minute break every 2 hours. During the breaks, everyone would form small groups, sitting together by the wall, chatting or resting. Those with extra supplies would bring water and food to replenish their energy during the breaks. Zhou Tengyao stood alone in an inconspicuous corner. It had been almost 3 years since she had been around so many people. Turning around, she saw the girl who had just spoken to her. Gathering her courage, Zhou Tengyao walked over to her. "Li Ting, do you know where the Dawn supermarket is?" She deliberately lowered her voice, which had a slightly hoarse quality. Li Ting recognized her and nodded in response. "Yes, I do." After a moment, she shook her head. The location of the Dawn supermarket isn't fixed, but it's usually in crowded areas, so it's easy to find. Zhou Tengyao took a couple of steps closer and sat down beside her. "Does the supermarket open every day?" "Pretty much, but they've changed their operating hours recently, so it won't be open all day." Li Ting looked at her face and then at her dirty clothes, wondering where she had escaped from. "If you want to go, you can come with us after work. By the time we finish, the Dawn supermarket will be opening." Zhou Tengyao's eyes brightened. If that was the case, she would get to eat the roasted duck sold at the supermarket for dinner. Chapter 91. "I'm shocked. Your selling duck lunch had been a bit filling." So Jiang He entered the beast-raising space to play with Sang Biao and the others for a while to help digest. The scenery here was completely different from the outside. Looking at the greenery was good for her eyes and mood. After playing enough, she returned to her room for a nap. When she woke up, it was only 2:40 p.m. There were still over 4 hours until the supermarket opened. Jiang He took out some snacks and leisurely watched a drama series in the study. She had watched the 76-episode Palace drama from start to finish without getting tired of it and was ready to watch it again. The little bear's eyes were wide open, and it was unclear if it could understand, but it watched every episode anyway. During work hours, the welcoming bear couldn't watch TV. So Jiang He was very considerate and watched a different poverty alleviation drama at the cash register to keep the bear in the loop. When she reached the 6th episode, the system reminded her that it was time for the supermarket to open. Jiang He turned off the computer, took the remote control, and brought the Dawn supermarket to life. Customers rushed towards the only light here at a sprinting pace. The energy after work was much stronger than during work. Just moments ago, they were complaining about sore arms and legs, unable to carry on, but once it was time to clock out, everyone was running faster than the last. The electronic screen in the supermarket displayed today's menu, which included not only fish but also several types of crabs. A few people at the front of the line couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If I had points, I would buy a large hairy crab to taste. I miss the flavor of crab roast so much. Hey, don't laugh at me, but I've never had hairy crabs in my life. I don't even know what crab roe tastes like. I couldn't afford it before the apocalypse, and I still can't now. It's fine. Everyone is the same now. It's not that we can't afford it. We just hesitate to spend those points. 300 to 400 points could cover my meals for a week. One day, when I'm close to death, I'll spend all my points on a pile of delicious food to reward myself. Living is too hard. On the road to the underworld, one must have a bit of sweetness. I feel the same. Just surviving in this apocalypse until today makes me feel awesome. If I die one day, I'll give my points to Boss Jiang. Although it's not much, it's a small token of appreciation. I hope Boss Jiang won't mind. Jiang He smiled heartily, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. I don't mind, but the key is, the points on your cards can only be used by you. Even if I wanted to take them, I wouldn't be able to. The customers looked shocked. Don's supermarket was doing an impressive job of protecting their interests. Even things that Boss Jiang couldn't manage, others could forget about trying to use their points cards. Their points were much safer than they themselves were. After work, Li Ting rushed towards Don's supermarket, but when she turned around, she realized that the newcomer had fallen behind. Tang Yao, hurry up. If you're any slower, you won't get anything. I'm running. Zhou Tang Yao gasped for breath. She wanted to run faster, but her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and wouldn't listen to her. Didn't you want to eat roast duck? Hurry up. Thinking about the roast duck she had eaten in the morning, with its crispy skin and tender, thick meat, one bite of it was simply heavenly. Under the temptation of food, Zhou Tang Yao gritted her teeth and summoned the strength she had during her escape. If she didn't run faster, she would be caught by a madman. In this apocalypse, everyone was on edge. Li Ting wasn't very warm-hearted either. After calling out to Tang Yao a couple of times, she didn't pay her any more attention and continued running ahead with Zhao Peng. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught up beside them. It was none other than the lagging Tang Yao. Like she had been injected with adrenaline. She not only caught up, but even surpassed them. Li Ting's competitive spirit surged instantly. She couldn't let a newcomer outshine her. In the end, they all arrived at the back of the line almost simultaneously. Zhou Tang Yao didn't rush ahead and stood behind Li Ting and the others. Every time a new customer entered, Jiang He would recommend roast duck to them. Through her relentless efforts, she finally sold over 60 ducks. The goal of 100 was not far off. It had to be achieved tonight. For regular customers like Li Ting and her group, Jiang He didn't even need to get up. They knew to go and pick their items themselves. Although the dormitory had stocked up on supplies, shopping had become easier after the supermarket imposed purchase limits. Li Ting and Zhao Peng would make a trip every day to buy water and inexpensive food that could last a long time, trying to stock up for future emergencies. Seeing them pick out a shopping cart full of items, Jiang He paused her drama and came over to check them out. It was almost 2,000 points. And this time Zhao Peng used his card. After they got together, they basically shared everything equally. Clarifying interests helped avoid misunderstandings and allowed for a longer-lasting relationship. The tables behind the supermarket were filled with people, so they could only take their items home to eat. Jiang He took out the self-heating hot pot she had just cooked, broke apart the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of beef brisket to eat. She also took out the leftover king crab from lunch to have as a side dish. Hey, we meet again. Jiang He looked up at the sound, glancing at the other person who was disheveled, with messy hair and a face covered in mud, looking like they could go begging. Huh, who are you? It's me. Seeing that she didn't recognize her, Zhou Tang Yao got excited and revealed her true voice. She looked around cautiously and noticed that there were only the two of them and a bear in the supermarket, which made her sigh in relief. Zhou Tang Yao lowered her voice and indicated, "This morning, I jumped off a building. You sang? I was shocked. You sold ducks." Jiang He pieced together her meaning. "Oh, it's you." She examined the girl closely. In the morning, she was a delicate flower, but by night, she had turned into a muddy mess. Not jumping off the building anymore. Not for now. You're right. I have over 100,000 points. No need to waste them. Zhou Tang Yao's face was covered in mud, but her eyes remained bright and clear, and her tone carried a plea. "Jiang boss, my name at the base is Tang Yao. Can you keep a secret and not tell anyone my last name is Zhou?" Jiang He raised an eyebrow with interest. "You're from the Zhou family? Zhou Yin's sister?" Zhou Tang Yao's face turned pale instantly, her dark pupils quivering. "How do you know?" She hadn't initially mentioned her full name. It was that Black Points card that had accurately read her name. She hadn't expected Jiang He to be this capable, able to tell her name at a glance. Probably even knowing where her family's ancestral grave was. Did a fortune teller tell you before the apocalypse? Jiang He was initially uncertain, but seeing her reaction made it clear. The Zhou family's influence was so vast, yet as Zhou Yin's sister, she lived like a refugee and almost committed suicide. There was definitely some juicy gossip here. Suppressing her curiosity, Jiang He maintained a calm expression. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. Just be careful not to run into them when Yuan Zhe and Mr. Wang come to the supermarket." Zhou Tang Yao's eyes sparkled as she grabbed her hand, looking particularly eager. Boss Jiang, you're so nice. Jiang He felt a shiver from her gaze and awkwardly pulled her hand back. Should we buy another roast duck? Zhou Tangyao nodded without hesitation. Yes. The king crab on the table emitted a faint, delicious aroma, making it hard to resist swallowing. Do they sell this in the supermarket? Finally, someone showed interest in her crab. Jiang He straightened her back and said seriously, yes. Do you want it steamed, boiled, roasted, or fried? I have them all here. With the temperature rising, Zhou Tangyao worried that buying too much would spoil, so she only ordered a plate of spicy crab. There are shopping carts at the entrance. You can push one to pick out other items. Remember to check the purchase limits in advance. Some items can't be taken in excess. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, a little bear cleverly pushed over a shopping cart. Zhou Tangyao had already experienced Jiang He's remarkable ability. Having a little polar bear in the supermarket seemed quite normal. She was surprised for 2 seconds, then took the shopping cart and thanked the little bear. Meow, you're welcome. Jiang He saw her head to the shelves and sat down to continue eating crab legs. Since she decided to survive here for the time being, Zhou Tangyao needed to plan her life ahead. Having 3 meals a day was essential to have the energy to work during the day and avoid being scolded. Before she dies, she wants to live a period of normal life that belongs only to her, so she won't have any regrets in this lifetime. She was assigned to a dormitory, and although she didn't know how big it was, there would be enough space to store some things. This time, she could buy a bit more. Except for limited purchase items, she tossed 3 to 5 packs of any packaged snack she liked into the shopping cart. Chicken feet, chocolate, beef jerky, chips, squid strips, all of them. Wow, there are starch sausages too. Let us get 2 of those. Most of the items in the shopping cart were things Zhou Tangyao was previously not allowed to eat. Now, she was free and wanted to try everything. Having had strawberries for breakfast, she thought she would have lychees for dinner and maybe a bunch of grapes as well. After spending over 5,000 points, Zhou Tangyao suddenly realized she had no bags to carry her items. She bought too much and couldn't carry it all. The customers who had just finished shopping seemed to have used a piece of cloth to pack their things. Zhou Tangyao remembered that the supermarket sold blankets, so she hurried to the shelves and added a blanket to her cart. Holding the roast duck and starch sausages in her hands, she wrapped the rest in the blanket, tied it securely to ensure nothing would fall out, and slung it over her shoulder to take back to the dormitory. Outside, it was pitch dark. By 8 or 9 o'clock, you could hardly see the road. Many customers directly spent 50 points to buy a flashlight, so they wouldn't have to worry about finding their way back to the dorm. By around 10 o'clock, all the shelves in the supermarket were empty. The supermarket earned over 100,000 points today, and combined with the supply station, there were a total of 111,000 points. The account balance totaled 329,860 points. Congratulations to the host for selling 100 roast ducks and earning 5 minutes of restocking time. Successfully unlocked I love you duck. Jiang He squinted her eyes slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Can this I love you duck be eaten? The system quickly corrected her. No, it's sauce duck. Jiang He, the next morning, Shen Ke and the others hurried back to the Huan base without stopping. Compared to the Nanyang base, the entrance of the Huan base was rather simple, with a table set up nearby where several men were gathered, playing cards for leisure. From over 10 meters away, Qi Jingyang shouted, "The base leader is coming. The base leader is coming." A group of people scattered like birds and beasts, quickly putting away their cards and standing upright at the entrance. After waiting for a long time without seeing the base leader, they finally spotted a familiar off-road vehicle. The men then realized they had been tricked. "Yangzi, you can't scare us like this." Qi Jingyang got out of the car, proudly holding a green watermelon. "Who told you to play cards here instead of guarding the gate? You wouldn't even know if bandits came." Peiyu chuckled awkwardly. "It's just boredom. Not everyone was playing cards. A couple of us were on guard." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze froze, fixated on the object in Qi Jingyang's arms. "What the heck? Yangzi, where did you get the watermelon?" Qi Jingyang raised an eyebrow at him smugly. "Bought it from the supermarket." Peiyu was completely confused. "What time is it? Where is there still a supermarket open?" "Yangzi, you were only gone for a day, and now you're back talking nonsense. Did you get possessed or something?" Qi Jingyang shot him a glance. "You're the one who is possessed. If you don't believe me, go ask He Gu." On the surface, Shen Ke looked like a rogue, but he was actually the most stable one among them. Skilled in combat, and able to take on 4 opponents at once, with many supporters in the base. Seeing him nod, Peiyu hesitantly asked, "What is going on? Weren't you supposed to be at the Nanyang base? Why are you back so soon?" Shen Ke honked the car horn, interrupting their conversation. "We need to meet with the base leader first. You'll know the details tonight." Qi Jingyang left the watermelon with them for safekeeping, saying they could cut it and eat together later. The center of the base was a small standalone building, which housed only a simple office for the base leader and a meeting room, while the other rooms served as dormitories. The Huan base was not as bustling or prosperous as the Nanyang base, nor did it have as many rules and regulations. The base leader, who was under 40, wore a pair of rimless glasses and had a gentle demeanor. Listening to Shen Ke's report, Meng Hezhong frowned deeply, as if he could crush a fly with it. The affordable supplies and the ability to predict natural disasters were both remarkable phenomena. "Can you confirm the reliability of this information?" Shen Ke nodded solemnly. "We asked the minister of the Nanyang base, He said it personally. The Nanyang base is making ample preparations for the upcoming insect disaster and mutated animals, sparing no effort in manpower and resources to build walls, construct greenhouses, and rush to produce pest control supplies. Base leader, we also need to plan ahead quickly. If we delay even a day, more residents will lose their lives. After pondering for a moment, Meng Hezhong made a decision in the shortest time possible. The exchange of supplies must not cease. You all continue to follow up at the Nanyang base. If mutated creatures really appear, firearms and ammunition are essential. You should negotiate again to see if you can purchase a batch of arms. I will have people gather as much gold, silver, and jewelry as possible today, and you can take them to the Nanyang base tomorrow. As for supermarket supplies, buy as much as you can. Chapter 93. Insect repelling incense. After a brief meeting, the Huan base quickly launched tasks to resist natural disasters and mutated creatures. The large watermelons brought back were cut into small pieces, enough only for a few brothers to taste. Pei Yu held a small piece of bright red watermelon flesh, reluctant to eat it. Qi Jingyang swallowed his piece in one go, walked over, and put his arm around Pei Yu's shoulder. Brother, if you're not going to eat it, I'll help you out. Pei Yu immediately got anxious, hugging the watermelon to his chest and shaking off Qi Jingyang's hand. Get lost. You've already eaten so much good stuff, and you still want to snatch mine? Roasted duck, chicken legs, twice cooked pork. He couldn't even dare to imagine that one day people like them from small bases could taste the kinds of food that only high-ranking officials could access. He lowered his head, looking like a hamster, shoving the whole piece of watermelon into his mouth. The sweet juice flowed down his throat into his stomach, so refreshing that he felt like he could ascend to the heavens on the spot. Unsatisfied, Pei Yu grabbed Qi Jingyang's collar, forcing him to admit, Yangzi, tell me the truth. Do you have other hidden goodies? Hurry up and let me have a taste. Qi Jingyang raised his hand to cover Pei Yu's face, pushing him away. Get lost. Am I that ungrateful? The base chief said that this time going to the Nanyang base, we're allowed to bring 2 more people. Since you say that, I might as well take other brothers. When they go to the supermarket to shop, having 2 more people can help stock up a bit more, especially on those limited supplies. Pei Yu, knowing when to yield, quickly backed down. No, I was wrong just now. Brother Yang, you're magnanimous. Take me out to see the world. In the end, Pei Yu managed to go, as someone had to drive the truck carrying the supplies, and he was one of the drivers. On the way to the Nanyang base, they might encounter bandits. 2 large trucks were preceded by an off-road vehicle, with a pickup truck following behind. After shortening the business hours, Jiang He had been rather leisurely every day, either watching TV or reading novels. For breakfast, she had 2 meat buns, 2 xiaomai, and a cup of soy milk. Jiang He walked into the study and pulled out a book from the shelf, a romance novel. Yes, it was the one titled The Substitute Ex-Wife, the Wolfish CEO's Nightly Affection. She was curious to see what it was about. Flipping to the table of contents, she summarized it in a few words. Melodramatic, dramatic, a mix of physical and emotional torment. How could such a cliché and old-fashioned plot still attract readers? With a critical attitude, Jiang He opened the first chapter. It was a bit absurd, but not bad for passing the time. The second chapter was passable, and she could still continue reading. By the third chapter, she was getting more engrossed. Jiang He occasionally frowned, sometimes smiled like an ant, and at other times pursed her lips in disdain. Her expressions were quite rich. Meow. The little bear snuggled up to its owner, completely illiterate, unable to recognize a single character from the book. Distracted from her reading, Jiang He walked over, opened her computer, and patted the little bear's chubby head. Good. Watch TV by yourself. This book, with its rapid pace, was not suitable for children. She could enjoy it alone. Ding. Host, today's tasks have been refreshed. Please choose to view them yourself or listen to the system broadcast. Jiang He, immersed in the melodramatic world, had no time to read for herself and casually uttered a word. Broadcast. Task 1. Sell 50 insect-repelling incense sticks, priced at 100 points. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 fruit. Task 2. Sell 100 pieces of marinated duck. Reward. 8 minutes of restocking time, several medicinal items. Jiang He looked up and murmured, selling ducks again? Fortunately, she had been cautious yesterday and didn't directly go to the virtual supermarket to restock. Glancing at the time, it was 11:20, and it was time to get to work. Jiang He flipped the novel over on the table, planning to continue reading when she returned. Little bear, go, go, go. Let's go restock. The computer screen was playing a drama, and the little bear reluctantly shifted its gaze, its chubby paw holding onto its owner's hand. In the next moment, the pair appeared at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. With a time bonus, their restocking time this time was 7 minutes. Host, little bear, please prepare. Countdown start. The marinated duck was packaged, very easy to grab. As soon as the supermarket gates opened, Jiang He grabbed a shopping basket and headed straight for the marinated duck section. First, she would stock up on 100 pieces, then worry about the rest. Fruits were the hardest to handle among all the products. Being too heavy or too rushed could easily damage them, and carrying too many could crush them. Therefore, Jiang He usually didn't use the shopping basket for fruits. She would fill it with other items first, and then casually add a few fruits on top to avoid accidents. Jiang He wasn't fond of getting watermelons, which weighed several pounds each. Every time she restocked, she would get a maximum of 5. Any more wouldn't sell, and she'd end up eating them herself. Jiang He and the others encountered a small mishap on the way, being surrounded and chased by a group of robbers. Thankfully, they had enough manpower and weapons. The food was successfully delivered to the base's entrance, with 2 people getting injured, and Huaming bandaged their wounds. Once inside the base, the food truck was taken over by someone sent by Minister Jiang, who would check the goods and load water onto the truck afterward. Jiang He and the others just needed to wait. Peiyu rubbed his hands excitedly, looking eager to try. Where's the Dawn supermarket? Hurry and take us there. Just the day before, they had bought something at the supermarket, and Qi Jingyang still remembered the way, leading a few brothers to the same spot. However, they didn't even see the shadow of the truck, and Qi Jingyang was stunned. Huh, where's such a big supermarket? Peiyu patted his shoulder and said, Are you sure you remembered the place wrong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qi Jingyang turned to look at Jiang He, who also appeared puzzled. Brother K, the hope of the entire village, who knows where it has run off to? Huaming felt a heaviness in his heart. After all the effort to find the treasure supermarket, how could it just disappear? Jiang He calmed down. Don't rush. No matter where they ran off to, they must still be within the Nanyang base. Let's keep searching around. The residents of the base were all busy with their tasks, and apart from the patrolling soldiers, there were no other people in sight. Qi Jingyang called out while searching. The hope of the whole village. The hope of the whole village. Jiang He found him embarrassing, but didn't he mind walking with him? Not seeing the pink truck around, they decided to change locations to continue searching. As Jiang He stepped out of the virtual supermarket, she was ready to prepare for the opening. Just as she opened the car door, she heard someone calling her. Jiang He responded with a loudspeaker. I'm over here. I'm over here. Peiyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl dressed in an apricot-colored floral dress with a purple cardigan, looking gentle yet elegant. She walked over in a daze, only to see Jiang He pressing a switch button, and a supermarket quickly took shape before their eyes. Peiyu felt stars appearing above her head and grabbed the arm of the person next to her. Yangzi, am I really not dreaming? In response, Qi Jingyang squinted his eyes and stepped down hard. Chapter 94, Major Procurement at Huan Base. Peiyu let out a scream as if her toe had been broken, and Jiang He shot her a disdainful glance. What a disgraceful scene. He wondered how he ended up bringing such a group out. Huaming snapped out of his shock and curiously asked, Boss Jiang, how did the supermarket end up here today? We couldn't find you over there, and were scared to death. Thinking that the supermarket had transformed into a butterfly and flown away. Jiang He chuckled lightly and walked towards the cash register. I operate a mobile supermarket. It won't be fixed in one place. The location is random, and those who can buy things here are all destined to be here. She looked at the few unfamiliar faces behind her. You all came from Huan Base? Qi Jingyang followed into the supermarket. Yes, these are all our brothers. Here for a major procurement. Jiang He's dark eyes sparkled, and she immediately began promoting. The supermarket has new products today, delicious and affordable soy sauce duck. Would you like to buy a few bags to try? Soy sauce duck? Peiyu pushed aside the person in front of him. Where is it? Before the apocalypse. His hometown was famous for soy sauce duck, and hearing those words gave him an inexplicable feeling of home. Jiang He pointed. It's at the end of the second shelf. Just as Peiyu was about to run over, Jiang He quickly grabbed him. First, get a membership card. Don't be so reckless. To be honest, he was constantly worried about whether Boss Jiang would blacklist them for bringing these people. Once inside the supermarket, they had to follow the rules. Otherwise, the loss of not being able to buy anything from the supermarket would be too great. Peiyu obediently applied for a points card at the cash register, and the others followed suit. Everyone was inexperienced and, upon seeing the items on the shelves, exclaimed in excitement. Wow, these fruits are so fresh. Just like they were just picked from the ground. Jiang He slapped his hand away. Your hands are all sweaty. Don't touch anything recklessly. Or be careful of getting shocked by Boss Jiang. K-Gu, can I buy a starch sausage? Just one, please. Brother K, I want to eat chicken soup instant noodles. Surrounded by them, it felt like 500 ducks were quacking in his ears. And Jiang He felt like his head was about to explode. Each of you has a meal allowance of 300 points. Buy whatever you want, and it will be gone once you spend it, so go ahead and buy. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people happily went to pick things out. Jiang He had been to the supermarket before and was roughly aware of what was available. He spotted something he had never seen before, picked it up, and asked towards the cashier, Boss Jiang, what is this for? Jiang He looked over and suddenly remembered that she had been so focused on promoting the marinated duck that she forgot to introduce another new product. It was an insect-repelling incense. Once lit, it emitted a scent that could kill all insects and was harmless to humans. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the supermarket heard her clearly. Qi Jingyang was shocked. How many surprises did the supermarket hold that he didn't know about? An ordinary-looking incense actually had insect-repelling effects. They had to buy this. A flash of excitement passed through Jiang He's eyes. He wished he could buy all of them. Jiang He smiled and reminded him, one per person. Jiang He sighed helplessly. That's how scarce resources were. It was already good that they could buy 8. The big shopping spree was not just talk. After they got their limited purchase items, they started raiding the unlimited goods. If it could be eaten or drunk, they cleared it all out. Dried squid, potato chips, beef jerky, marinated duck, ham sausage, braised eggs, large chicken legs, orange juice, cola, Sprite, peach soda, and milk bubble tea were all included. They also bought some daily necessities: toilet paper, sanitary pads, flashlights, blankets, and wet wipes. Fruits were prone to spoilage, so they couldn't buy too much, just a little of each. Before long, several shelves were emptied by them. Jiang He peeled a lychee to eat, and in the blink of an eye, the cashier was filled with various goods. Goodness, all 100 marinated ducks were taken by them. If it weren't for the purchase limit, the supermarket might have been emptied by now. While calculating their points with a smile, Jiang He said, "The supermarket strictly prohibits food waste. Those who violate the regulations will be blacklisted and face electric shock punishment." Jiang He quickly nodded. "Boss Jiang, you can rest assured about this. Our base is thousands of people, and these things will be taken back and distributed, definitely no waste." In a world where supplies were so scarce, those who wasted food were just foolish. After totaling everything, it added up to over 60,000 points. Just the 100 packs of marinated duck cost 30,000. After checking out, the group moved in unison, pulling out 2 large burlap sacks from their pockets, shaking them open. They stuffed everything from the shopping carts into the sacks in one go. 8 people filled 16 sacks, and it was nearly done. When they came out carrying the large sacks, all the customers in line were stunned. "My goodness, isn't that from the Huanan base? Why are they at the supermarket and buying so much? Wow, competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. Now, not only do we have to compete for supplies with people from the same base, but we also have to compete with those from other bases." Sigh. Once more people learn about the existence of the supermarket, the competition will be fierce. The arrival of Jiang He and others has created a sense of crisis among the residents of Nanyang Base. It's hard to say what the situation will be like in the future, so it's best to stock up on supplies while we can. Ding. 100 units of marinated duck sold, gaining 8 minutes of restocking time, receiving 30 bottles of hemostatic medicine, 30 rolls of bandages, and 30 tubes of anti-itch and anti-inflammatory ointment, effective for treating insect bite wounds. As soon as the rewards were announced, Jiang He had the system put the items on the shelves. Wow, the supermarket has new medicine. Let's stock up quickly. Each person is limited to 1 purchase. And there are not many. Only the first 30 lucky customers can buy them. When Jiang He looked outside, something caught her eye again. Without thinking, it must be Grandpa Wang's steel fork. Squinting, she saw Zhou Yanze standing next to Grandpa Wang and was about to look away when she caught sight of another familiar figure. Zhou Tengyao is here too. There were only 4 or 5 people between them. Exciting. Jiang He pulled out some caramel-flavored sunflower seeds and started snacking. However, it seems neither side has noticed each other's presence yet. Li Ting turned around to say something to Tang Yao, but unexpectedly spotted someone familiar and immediately waved to greet Grandpa Wang. Zhou Tengyao instinctively turned her head and bumped into Zhou Yanze's aloof and noble face. Her eyes widening in shock, feeling a chill run down her spine. Is there a hole nearby for her to crawl into? Chapter 95. You're the boss, I'm the boss? Tang Yao, what's wrong? Are you okay? Li Ting noticed something was off and immediately asked with concern. Zhou Tengyao slightly hunched her back and waved her hand to act nonchalant. No, I'm just really hungry, feeling a bit unwell. Hearing those familiar words, the previously indifferent man couldn't help but glance forward. The girl had a messy hairstyle, and her clothes looked like they had just been fished out of a sewer, untidy and unpresentable. She bore no resemblance to the person he remembered. Grandpa Wang was a bit shorter, and following his line of sight, all he could see were heads. What? Did you run into someone you know? Zhou Yanze retracted his gaze, a slight smirk on his lips. I don't know her. After munching on half a bag of sunflower seeds, Jiang He finally encountered the person from the sunflower seed incident. Welcome. Zhou Tengyao walked into the supermarket awkwardly, her smile more painful than crying. She held her neck high, not daring to look back. Boss Jiang, do you have anything here that can make me disappear on the spot? Or, I'd settle for a makeover. Jiang He glanced at Grandpa Wang and Zhou Yanze, who were talking and not looking this way at all. Stay calm, be a bit more confident. They haven't noticed you yet, so don't give yourself away. Zhou Tengyao felt somewhat comforted, her tense nerves relaxing a little. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Please don't tell them. I don't want to be taken back. Jiang He made an okay gesture at her, reassuringly saying, don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. You should hurry up and go shopping. Don't waste time. All right. Zhou Tengyao pushed the shopping cart quickly to buy lunch and some essential supplies. With her head down, she went to the checkout and spent over 1,000 points. She originally planned to slip away after shopping, but Li Ting suddenly called out to her, Tengyao, there's a seat over here, come quickly. At this moment, running away would be a bit too noticeable. Zhou Tengyao had no choice but to hold her things and walk towards the dining table. Jiang He noticed and realized her happiness was built on others' misfortunes. But there was nothing to be done. After all, watching was just too exciting. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Mr. Wang walked over with a steel fork, his face beaming with joy. Boss Jiang, is the supermarket too busy? I haven't seen you around lately. The people I brought along, none are as nimble as you. They're really clumsy, it's hard to watch. When do you have time to come back to the cornfield and show them a demonstration? Jiang He's smile faltered slightly. It was really considerate of Mr. Wang to think of her. Farming was something she didn't need to worry about. Anyway, Mr. Wang chuckled as he went to buy instant noodles, while Zhou Yinzi stood at the checkout, looking indifferent and casual. The old man had only one hobby in his life, which was farming, and he liked to encourage others to join him in the fields. You didn't need to take his words to heart. Jiang He didn't care much. It's fine. I actually enjoy chatting with the old man. Seeing her unaffected expression, Zhou Yinzi turned and followed Mr. Wang's footsteps. The group from the Huan base had cleared out half the supermarket. There wasn't much meat left, only some limited supplies. Mr. Wang, holding his lonely instant noodles, found there wasn't much to buy. Zhou Yinzi's gaze lingered on the electronic screen for a moment. Old man, do you want me to buy you some fish? Or do you want crabs? Mr. Wang hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded. Let us get a crab pot and sweet and sour fish. That should be enough for both of us. I see 2 people over there are almost done. We can eat here before leaving. Zhou Yinzi had no objections. He wasn't busy with work, and even if there was something urgent, Sheng Yu and the others would come looking for him. The crab pot and sweet and sour fish cost a total of 1,500 points. After Jiang He collected their points, she let the 2 go sit at the dining table first. I'll bring the dishes to you right away. Zhou Yinzi stood still, not moving, his dark eyelashes half closed, softly uttering a few words. I'll serve the dishes. Mr. Wang looked at him in confusion. Had everything he said last time been in vain? His nephew hadn't even touched a bowl at the villa. Wasn't he this obviously trying to curry favor? Jiang He didn't insist on being a waitress. She just wanted to hop around in the melon field. No need. I'll do it. No one was going to take away her fun. Zhou Yinzi seemed to be at odds with her. I'll do it. It's fine for me to do it. Jiang He's temper flared. You're the boss. And I'm the boss. I'll count to 3, and you better sit down in the back quickly. If you keep dragging this out, there will be nothing to eat. Mr. Wang beside them touched his nose. Ever since his nephew returned from abroad, his temper had gotten quite big, and even he didn't dare to talk to him like this. Mr. Wang is ready to intervene at any moment if his nephew loses his temper. It wouldn't be good if something happened to this only nephew in the supermarket. However, to his surprise, Zhou Yinzi said nothing and didn't get angry, behaving obediently like a child. In just 3 seconds, he ran to the back table and sat down. Mr. Wang felt a bit unfamiliar with such a compliant nephew. Zhao Peng felt unwell and went back to the dormitory, leaving only Li Ting and Zhou Tengyao at the table after the other 2 finished eating. Noticing someone sitting beside her, Zhou Tengyao casually glanced over. It turned out to be Zhou Yinzi. She immediately felt a chill run down her spine, her hands and feet going numb, and her throat felt like it was choked with a stone, making it hard to breathe. Oh dear, if she is guilty, just let her jump off a building. Don't send the Zhou family to torment her. Mr. Wang sat down opposite Zhou Yinzi and glanced at the 2 girls at the table without pausing. Yinzi, what did you mean just now? Didn't you say to let it go? Zhou Yinzi leaned back in his chair and chuckled. When did I say that? If it weren't for the presence of others, Mr. Wang would have liked to poke him on the forehead with a fork. Forget it, anyway. I can see that you're afraid of the boss and definitely won't do anything out of line. I don't have to worry about you getting electrocuted by the boss one day. Zhou Yinzi crossed his arms over his chest, looking disdainful. Am I afraid of her? Boss Jiang, Mr. Wang called out, and Zhou Yinzi instinctively adjusted his sitting posture. This is your meat crab pot. Jiang He placed a clay pot on the table, filled to the brim with ingredients, including crabs, shrimp, chicken feet, chicken wings, onions, and potatoes. This dish is expensive mainly because it has a lot of meat and a generous portion. Jiang He felt it would be a loss if she sold it for even 1 point less. Zhou Tengyao looked up and saw Jiang He winking at her, with a warm smile in her eyes, which made her feel inexplicably reassured. Oh no, Boss Jiang must have come to rescue her, because she felt too sorry for her. Boss Jiang is so nice to her. She loves her dearly. After Jiang He turned to leave, Mr. Wang kicked Zhou Yinzi's foot under the table. You say you're not afraid? Look at you. Who would believe that? Zhou Yinzi replied nonchalantly. I was just giving you face. Oh really? When did my face become so big that it made you run faster than a rabbit? I was tired of standing, just wanted to sit down. Is that a problem? Fine, fine. I can't argue with you. Mr. Wang was busy eating crab meat, and didn't have time to argue. He looked up and saw Jiang He bringing another bowl of food. Here is your sweet and sour fish. Zhou Tengyao, who had her head down, lifted it again. Oh no, with Boss Jiang around, her sense of security was off the charts. Moreover, she eavesdropped on the conversation between the 2 next to her and learned some explosive news. Zhou Yinzi is afraid of Boss Jiang. That big rascal has someone he is afraid of, making her feel even more that coming to work at the supermarket was the best decision she ever made. If Zhou Yinzi dared to take her back, she would hide in the supermarket and report to Boss Jiang. The sweet and sour fish is delicious, and Mr. Wang couldn't stop after taking a bite. There wasn't even time for chatting. Li Ting tidied up the garbage and threw it into the nearby trash can. Tengyao, have you finished eating? All right. Zhou Tengyao couldn't wait to leave, quickly got up, and followed Li Ting out of the supermarket. It was almost time to start working, and the customers who bought lunch hurriedly left. At the supermarket table, only Mr. Wang and Zhou Yinzi were left, having cleaned up the meat crab pot and sweet and sour fish, leaving no soup behind. Zhou Yinzi sat across from him, looking at him with an ambiguous expression. Old man, are you full and happy? Mr. Wang shivered a bit, and, wiping his mouth, asked, What are you going to do? There's a deal. And I need to go in person. Zhou Yinze straightened his expression, suddenly becoming serious. During this time, don't come to the villa. If you see any suspicious individuals, report them to the military district immediately. Mr. Wang furrowed his brows, feeling a bad premonition. Which enemy wants to assassinate you? Those in the arms business earn a lot and have plenty of enemies. Without some capability, one's head could be at risk at any moment. Zhou Yinze leaned back, returning to his nonchalant demeanor. I don't know. There are too many people who can't stand me. Currently, I just know that someone has put a high bounty on me and hired a hitman to take my life. If they can't find me, they might target those around me. Old man, are you scared? Mr. Wang glanced at him. At my age, what is there to be afraid of? Surviving in the apocalypse is thanks to you. If they want to come, let them come. The fork I have ISNT for show. If one comes, I'll stab one. Zhou Yinze disdainfully glanced at the broken fork. Compared to the weapons of those assassins, it was nothing. Do you still remember how to use the gun I gave you? Mr. Wang nodded. Of course, I've been learning for 2 months. How could I forget? Don't worry. I'm not at the stage of dementia yet. You don't need to worry too much. After I leave, there will be bodyguards around to protect you. I know. When do you go out for a deal without leaving someone for me? But you need to be extra careful yourself. Be vigilant day and night. It's hard to guard against an insider. Those assassins might not harm you, but if a traitor appears beside you, then it's over. Especially that Xiao Huifeng. I have a feeling he's up to no good. Don't just seek fun and excitement all day long. Be a bit more careful when it matters. If you have anything on your mind, come talk to me, or you can come to the supermarket. Zhou Yinze looked at him with amusement. Aren't you afraid I'll get electrocuted? Only here do you seem like a proper person. Mr. Wang now saw through it all, since this kid returned from abroad. His mentality had become somewhat twisted. Whatever danger or thrill, he just loved to indulge in it. Before the apocalypse, he had tried all kinds of extreme sports. Later, he sought out so many women to party all night long. As long as he was at the villa, there was no peace. If the supermarket could help him straighten out his twisted personality, that would be wonderful. Outside the supermarket, there were no customers left in line. Jiang He was engrossed in the television until a system alert reminded her that someone was about to exceed their dining time. She then looked up. 2 people. Your 40 minutes are almost up. Please leave as soon as possible. Grandpa Wang quickly interrupted. All right, Boss Jiang, we'll leave right away. He grabbed Zhou Yinze and, taking the steel fork, hurried out of the Shuguang supermarket. That was close, almost got a warning. After Zhou Yinze sent him back, he boarded an armored vehicle heading towards the villa area. The helicopter was already prepared, and after getting out of the vehicle, Zhou Yinze beckoned Chengyu over. Check on someone named Tang Yao. Have someone keep an eye on her before I return. Chengyu was surprised but didn't ask anything, respectfully responding, understood. Young Master Zhou. Ding, 50 mosquito repellent incense sticks have been sold, earning 5 minutes of restocking time, unlocking bayberries. Jiang He stayed at the store until 9:30 p.m., and the supermarket supplies were sold out. Today, she earned 13 minutes of restocking time, totaling 15 minutes, including the supply station. To avoid being caught off guard by daily tasks, Jiang He planned to restock the next morning. After reading a novel in her study for a while, she was so engrossed in the melodramatic plot that she finally took a shower and went to bed at 12:30 a.m. The little bear, after going into sleep mode, slept on the living room sofa every day. It hadn't learned to speak yet, but it had figured out how to operate the computer. In the morning, it would consciously go to the study and turn on a certain palace drama, watching it with great interest. By the time Jiang He got up, the little bear had already watched 3 episodes of the drama. Early in the morning, she could hear it babbling away. When it got excited while watching TV, the little bear would mimic the characters saying meow meow meow. You're a lucky one to resemble one a bit. Its chubby little hands formed a round snowball. Meow 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 meow. Although the little bear couldn't speak, Jiang He could tell from its tone that it was grumbling about something. By noon at 11:30 a.m., the taskbar had refreshed with today's tasks. Jiang He decided to ignore it and took the little bear to restock. At noon, the supermarket opened on time. Shin Ke and the others were once again the first customers. However, today there were only 3 of them. The others had already returned to the Huan base with supplies and water-filled trucks. Shin Ke, Qi Jingyang, and Huoming stayed behind to study technology in the RD department. It was another major sweep, but they didn't have enough manpower and couldn't buy as much as yesterday. After packing the items into sacks, each of them took a boxed meal and a bottle of drink, sitting at the dining table behind the supermarket. At that moment, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. A new task has refreshed. Sign in at the supermarket checkout and shout the corresponding slogan. Reward. 6 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 type of food. Chapter 97. Representing lightning, striking you down. Hey, let me try a chicken wing. Qi Jingyang, who bought a twice-cooked pork boxed meal, drooled at the chicken wings in Huoming's bowl. Huoming raised his boxed meal protectively. Get lost, if you want to eat, by your own. Qi Jingyang plopped back down on his chair, sighing helplessly. I want to buy it too, but our meal budget is only 300 points, which is just enough for 1 boxed meal. As he spoke, he kept glancing at Shen Quebec brother K. It would be great if we could get a few more points. Shen K raised his head and gave the 2 a cold glance. Isn't a meat box lunch enough for you? In the past, it was already good if we could have a bag of dry rations for lunch. Thinking back to the previous meals, Jiang felt a discomfort in his stomach, as if something was stuck in his throat. Don't even mention it. Those dry rations were really hard. After having them for lunch, you could be choked until evening. Compared to that, the twice-cooked pork box lunch is simply delightful. It's easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. I'm worried, when we return to the base in a few days. How will we handle those rations that are as hard as rocks? Jiang He took a bite of his rice and picked up a piece of braised pork. Then stopped talking and eat quickly. Before he finished speaking, a crisp and pleasant female voice came from the cashier area with a loud bang. The queen makes her grand entrance. I am the embodiment of courage and wisdom, a thunder warrior, and I will strike you down in the name of lightning. Hearing this, Huoming's chicken wing fell back into his bowl, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss Jiang, who are you going to strike down? Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. It wouldn't be us, right? The three of them looked terrified. In perfect unison, they jumped up and quickly bowed 90 degrees towards the cashier. Boss Jiang, we're sorry. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning 6 minutes of restocking time, and unlocking Lulume. Seeing the three of them with their faces to the ground, Jiang He was confused. Are you guys okay? Hearing her voice, Jiang's knees went weak, almost making him kneel. Boss Jiang, we shouldn't have talked while eating or rushed to grab food. We have deeply realized our mistakes and absolutely won't do it again. Please, spare us this time. Don't strike us down. Huoming was crying and sniffling. Boss Jiang, we came from the small base to learn skills in Nanyang. We are the hope of the base, and there are still many people at home waiting for us to return. We really can't die here. Jiang He blinked, realizing they had misunderstood something, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't mean to strike you down. The three of them froze, immediately straightening up. Huh, then what you just said? Jiang He shrugged. Just bored, warming up my voice. You have to believe, I am a fair supermarket owner. The rules of Dawn Supermarket are displayed on the electronic screen, and you are allowed to talk while eating. She smiled warmly. Don't worry, I won't randomly harm anyone. Huoming wiped his tears and exchanged a glance with Jiang. Did they really misunderstand? Two grown men crying like this seemed a bit embarrassing. Jiang He was the first to pick up the braised pork rice and the supplies on the floor, giving a stiff nod to Jiang He. Boss Jiang, sorry for the disturbance. Jiang and Huoming wore unnatural expressions, took their things, and quickly fled the awkward scene. The weather was nice today, and Jiang He brought out the three small ones from the space, letting them play around the supermarket. The small animals will be working with humans a lot in the future. It's good to occasionally familiarize them with the scent of humans. Staying in one space all the time can easily turn them into socially anxious little cats, chicks, or puppies. The playful one enjoys entertaining itself by rolling on the ground and then hiding in a corner to observe. The little Alaskan is the complete opposite, loving to dive into crowds and enjoy being petted by humans. The other one has started to shed its fur, with a grayish coat and a tuft of black hair on its head. It spends its days either eating or sleeping, and its size has doubled. One of them was forcibly picked up and petted for a while before being set free. The three little ones are bound to their care space, so if they wander too far and get lost, the system can recall them directly. Recently, one has been working in the greenhouse, waking up to work and getting so tired that it can barely lift its hands. Climbing stairs feels like torture, and at night, it just collapses into bed. Now that it has adapted a bit, it goes to the supermarket for lunch with a friend. Suddenly, a furry sensation on its calf makes it jump back in fright, only to look down and see a chubby little creature, its eyes lighting up instantly. Oh, it's you. It squats down carefully to pet the puppy's head. When it first found the puppy, it was so skinny it was just skin and bones. Now, it's round and plump, looking healthy under its care. Having just come from the field, it's covered in dirt, while the puppy looks much cleaner, its fur fluffy and shiny. It doesn't want to pet too hard, fearing it might get the puppy dirty. Looking up, it smiles at the indifferent-looking boy behind it. Brother, do you remember it? Thanks to your directions, we saved our lives. The puppy seems to understand, wagging its head and running towards the boy, nudging against his feet. The boy stiffens, moving to the left, and the little fat dog follows suit, as if it were glued to him. It can't help but laugh, feeling happier than it has in a long time since its grandmother passed away. Brother, the puppy really likes you. It wants you to pet it. If you don't, it will keep following you. The boy takes a deep breath, bends down, and half-heartedly pats the dog's head. The puppy huffs in dissatisfaction, causing the boy to pause. Then he places his hand on it and rubs it harder. The feeling is even better than he imagined, strangely addictive. Brother, are you really starting to like it? Meeting its teasing gaze, the boy calmly withdraws his hand. There's no one in front of you. Quickly turning around, it walks into the supermarket. After greeting the owner, it skillfully grabs a shopping cart and heads to the shelves to select items. Water, bread, 8 treasure porridge, and rice balls are must-buys each time. To save points, it hastily walks past the snacks on the shelf, absolutely refusing to give chips, chocolate, squid strips, or any tempting opportunities. After picking everything, it almost closes its eyes as it approaches the checkout. Perfect, it hasn't wasted a single point today. The boy follows behind, buying only the essentials as well. Wenli used her points and ensured that no one was around before lowering her voice to ask, Boss Jiang, do you know someone namely Haobo? Chapter 98. Crab Meat Hot Pot. Anyone who has applied for a card at the supermarket is registered in the system. Jiang He checked the customer list and found no one named Li Haobo. She shook her head. I don't know him. Wenli clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with intense anger. Boss Jiang, this Li Haobo is from the military district, and he's a bad guy. He kidnapped Sister Chi and many beautiful girls from the civilian area. If he comes to the supermarket, you must be careful. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, feeling she was getting more information about the earlier gossip. The Sister Chi you're talking about, is she Chi Qingya's sister? Yes. Sister Chi used to live next door to me and help me and my grandma. I don't know how she got targeted by those bad people. Wenli's mood clearly dropped when she talked about this. Last time, she had identified a man who had taken Chi Qingru, and Chi Qingya had followed him to his residence, waiting outside the dormitory for 2 days. That man had 4 or 5 lackeys, and they often gathered to play cards and boast when they had nothing to do. Chi Qingya had accidentally heard Li Haobo's name and wasn't sure at first, but when they called him Captain Li, he realized he was the captain in charge of the base prison. During their last meeting, Sister Chi mentioned that a captain from the military district had taken a liking to her, and she was unwilling. So people frequently knocked on her dorm room door to harass her. Chi Qingya had planned to move in to protect his sister, but the next day, she was kidnapped by that group. Jiang He asked in confusion, when joining the base, doesn't everyone have to register? If someone goes missing, doesn't the base care? Only small bases check the numbers periodically. The Nanyang base has over 10,000 people, so even if a few go missing, it won't affect the labor force. Besides, we civilians have no right to speak up. If we report to the military district, we would be kicked out before we even get in. Wenli's voice choked slightly. We already know who took Sister Chi, but we're still powerless to rescue her. I have a plan. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chi Qingya couldn't help but share his idea. I will work hard to join the military district. Only by getting in there can I expose these dirty deeds. The boy's gaze was firm, showing a stubborn determination to not give up until he achieved his goal. Jiang He saw a familiar quality in him. It reminded her of someone. Qin Song. Yes, it was Qin Song. He had the sense of justice unique to soldiers. And Jiang He was sure that Qin Song was different from those who secretly committed wrongdoings while maintaining a facade. With so many soldiers in the military district, they shouldn't judge everyone based on a few bad apples. Jiang He smiled and said, go for it. I believe in you. Chi Qingya paused in his action of grabbing a piece of bread, looking at Jiang He in surprise. This path he was walking was lonely and cautious, and he had never been so clear about his future until now. At this moment, he received the recognition from Boss Jiang. Wenli excitedly grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling. Brother, Boss Jiang is the most impressive person I've ever met. She believes in you. You will definitely succeed. Chi Qingya gathered his fingers and put the bread into a bag, then solemnly said to Jiang He, thank you. The dining tables in the supermarket were filled with customers. The two of them didn't stay to eat. After buying their things, they returned to the dormitory. In the evening, just before the supermarket closed, Jiang He shouted outside. Sang Biao, Sherwang, 10,000, it's time to go home for a late-night snack. Calling out anything else was useless. Only food could make them rush back eagerly. Watching the 3 little ones line up, Jiang He frowned slightly. Did you go rummaging through the trash? You're all covered in dirt, looking so messy. Your fur has changed color. 10,000, especially you, in this state, who can even recognize you as a little dog. While being scolded, Sang Biao and 10,000 both tucked their ears back, their guilt written all over their faces. Go home and wash up. If it weren't for the little wooden house having a shower and drying function, I would have scolded you more today. Back in the living room, Jiang He prepared herself a late-night snack of crab meat hot pot. The main ingredients included crab meat, large shrimp, chicken feet, ribs, corn, cucumber, mountain bamboo shoots, mushrooms, chrysanthemum leaves, potatoes, and onions. When she took them out, they came with a dual flavor pot, and the broth was already prepared. Jiang He just needed to heat it up and add the ingredients. With so much food, it would be enough for 3 people. Jiang He wasn't very hungry, so she added half of the crab meat, 2 chicken feet, and 5 pieces of ribs, followed by corn, cucumber, and chrysanthemum leaves. While waiting for the ingredients to cook, she finally thought about the 3 little ones in the beast-raising space. Although they had been a bit wild today, she always kept her promises. If she said they would have a late-night snack, then she had to arrange it. For the goods that came into the supermarket, if Jiang He wanted to eat something, she would set aside a little before opening. For instance, today she saved a portion of braised pork rice, a self-heating hot pot, 2 large chicken legs, a piece of chicken breast, and some snacks. The staple food was finished during the day, and now only a bag of potato chips, a packet of beef jerky, and some chicken breast remained. Jiang He rummaged around and directly sent the late-night snack for the 3 little ones to their wooden house using her mind. At this time, her crab meat hot pot was also ready. The little bear stared intently at the meat in the pot, looking delicious and wanting to eat. Jiang He wanted to share with it, but robots couldn't eat human food. She had the system buy a matcha-flavored energy fruit and placed it in the little bear's hands. Bear, go watch TV in the study. The feeling of only being able to watch and not eat was too hard to bear. The little bear pouted. holding the green energy fruit, and trotted off to the study. While eating hot pot, Jiang He changed into a black short sleeve, even if some oil splattered on her. It wouldn't show. Every dish in the crab feast was delicious, and the crab meat hot pot didn't disappoint her either. The broth was so good that even dipping a shoe sole in it would taste good. Worried about not being able to sleep, Jiang He didn't eat much, leaving some in the pot for tomorrow's lunch. After eating, can I keep these hot pot utensils for personal use? This dual flavor pot is quite convenient, and the size is just right. Once the supermarket unlocks the vegetables and other items, she can cook hot pot by herself. System, yes? The bowls and utensils in the rewards belong to you and can be used freely. That's great. Soon, she will be able to enjoy hot pot freely. Jiang He has always had good sleep quality. After waking up, she feels refreshed. A vibrant day starts with checking tasks. Today's refresh task, sell 100 bottles of antibite spray. Priced at 200 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 beverage. Chapter 99, Boss Jiang, bouncing around. Keeping an eye on the tasks, Jiang He takes her little bear to the virtual supermarket for restocking. There's no need to specifically buy certain items. She and the bear just go at their usual pace. Limited supplies mean that a portion must also be taken from the supply station, so Jiang He tries to stock up as much as possible. If it were just about earning points, she could easily pick high-point items. But as the most conscientious supermarket owner, Jiang He is considerate of her customers. The goods she stocks are not based on price, but rather on what the customers currently need, no matter how long the restocking takes. Jiang He makes sure to stock up on 100 bottles of insecticide each time. She aims for every resident of the base to have a bottle when the insect plague arrives. Universal pest control, defending against natural disasters. After stocking the supermarket, Jiang He spends her morning in the study reading novels. She's so engrossed in a romance novel about a domineering CEO that she even puts aside the TV, letting the computer be used by her little bear. Lost in the world of the novel, just as the female lead is about to escape with the child, and the male lead is pleading for her forgiveness at the airport, the system's notification suddenly sounds in her ears. Ding ding ding. Host, the supermarket's opening hours are here. Hurry to welcome the guests. She looks up at the time, 11:57. Cough. It is indeed time to open the door. Feeling a bit prickly for being interrupted at the climax, Jiang He decides to take the novel with her to the supermarket. Shen Ke and the others tacitly delete their memories of yesterday and greet Jiang He calmly. Boss Jiang. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Jiang He replies and walks into the supermarket, sitting behind the cash register. You can start selecting your items now. As before, the three of them raid the supermarket and then go to buy lunch. With a meal budget of 300 points, they choose boxed meals and can't buy anything else. Qi Jingyang wants something different today, picking a bucket of mushroom chicken noodles, a sausage, a marinated egg, and a bottle of iced cola. Huoming shares the same idea, purchasing a self-heating hot pot and a spicy chicken foot, perfectly using up 300 points. Shen Ke has a special fondness for rice and buys a chicken wing boxed meal. When they come to check out, Jiang He pulls out a bottle of spray and recommends it to them. This is the supermarket's latest product, antibite spray. A 300 milliliters bottle can prevent any insect bites when sprayed on the body. Harmless to the human body, with a lasting fragrance. Just one spray can last all day. A bottle costs only 200 points. Do you need it? After a moment of surprise, the three nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Such a magical product. It would be foolish not to buy it. It's a pity that each person is limited to one bottle and can't buy more to take home. They packed the antibite spray into a bag and went to the dining area for lunch. Not long after they sat down, residents from the base who finished work began to arrive in succession, forming a long line at the supermarket entrance. Jiang He was absorbed in a book, feeling a shadow pass by in front of her. Without looking up, she said, "Welcome to Dawn's supermarket. If you need anything, you can pick it from the shelves first and then come to me to check out. The supermarket is selling antibite spray today, a must-have during the insect plague. If you have enough points, I recommend taking a bottle." Wu Guangxing glanced at the checkout counter and couldn't help but marvel. Boss Jiang really loves to study, even bringing a book to read at the supermarket. Impressive. I wonder which classic she is reading. At that moment, Jiang He stretched her neck and changed her reading posture, revealing the book title. Wu Guangxing, with keen eyesight, saw the words on the cover and instinctively whispered, "The Substitute Ex-Wife, the Wolfish Zoo's Nightly Pet." After finishing, he felt something was off. The title was quite captivating. Cough, cough. As long as Boss Jiang is happy, reading novels is still reading. Unexpectedly, Boss Jiang's hobby is so mainstream and down-to-earth. Wu Guangxing pushed his shopping cart, bought water, food, and other supplies, and after paying with points, he got hot water, holding instant noodles, and walked towards the supermarket dining area. At this moment, the system once again chimed with a notification. Ding, a sign-in task has refreshed. Go to the supermarket dining area to sign in and shout the corresponding slogan. Note, there must be 4 customers in the dining area for the sign-in to be successful. Reward, 15 minutes of restocking time, 2 food items. Jiang He glanced at the slogan, her smile not reaching her eyes. System, do we really have to do this? Host, you are amazing, believe in yourself. For the 15 minutes of restocking time, go for it. Jiang He's mouth twitched slightly. Easy for you to say. It's not you who's embarrassed. Dear host, I will always stand by your side. Later, I'll provide accompaniment. You're not alone. Considering the decent rewards, Jiang He endured it. It's okay, she has social confidence issues. This little thing won't stump her. With determination, Jiang He stood at the dining table, and the four people who were enjoying their meal turned to look at her in unison. Shi Jingyang swallowed his noodles and weakly asked, Boss Jiang, is there a problem? Is our dining time up? Jiang He smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. No, you all eat your food, don't mind me. The four slowly lowered their heads and continued eating. Suddenly, an impassioned song echoed through the supermarket. 3 boom topics Jiang He. 7 dim mouth fear Jiang He. Love Jiang family O Shi P. Shi Jingyang, Huaming, and Shun Ke sat in their seats, stunned. Does Boss Jiang also have a hobby of singing for guests? For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Should they listen attentively or eat while listening? At the dining table, only Wu Guangxing seemed unfazed as he ate noodles, humming a little tune along. In the last line, he even harmonized with Jiang He. Only those who strive will win. The other 3 turned their heads stiffly, staring blankly at Wu Guangxing. Isn't he surprised at all? After the cold period, who in the base doesn't know that Boss Jiang loves to sing, regardless of the time or occasion? Wu Guangxing nodded at them twice. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received 15 minutes of restocking time, unlocking milk-flavored croissants and flaky pineapple buns, both priced at 50 points. Jiang He returned to the cash register with satisfaction, picked up a novel, and continued reading the previous plot. Shin Ke and the others had been startled for 2 consecutive days at noon. Their hearts raced, almost jumping out of their throats. What can they say? Boss Jiang is occasionally quirky. They thought this, but dared not voice it. After all, she is the owner of the supermarket, so a little quirkiness is harmless. Chapter 100. Antibite spray. Almost every customer in the top 100 had a bottle of insecticide and antibite spray. Although insecticide purchases were limited, it could be bought daily, so stocking up a bit was definitely a good idea. Ding, the sales task has been completed, gaining 5 minutes of restocking time, unlocking lemon tea. A 550 milliliters bottle priced at 100 points. Noon passed quickly, and Jiang He finished the leftover crab meat hot pot from yesterday, feeling her stomach swell by the end. As usual, she entered the beast-raising space to digest. Next to the little wooden house where the 3 little ones were, there was a clear stream. She walked over to the grass and sat by the stream, taking off her shoes and dipping her feet into the cool water. Every day in the beast-raising space was sunny, with bright sunshine and comfortable temperatures. The 3 little ones followed Jiang He wherever she went like little shadows. 10,000 couldn't stop and jumped straight into the water. Jiang He initially wanted to lift it out, but she saw 10,000 splashing all 4 legs, swimming contentedly in the water. Turning her head, she noticed Seng Biao and Bao Wan also jumping into the stream, swimming quickly and chasing each other. Goodness! While she was away, these 3 actually learned to swim in secret. However, it seemed that some cats and dogs were naturally good swimmers, but Bao Wan, as a little chicken, not afraid of water and able to swim for such a long time, surprised her a bit. Truly, her chicken is unique. If it weren't for the stream being relatively shallow, Jiang He would have definitely jumped into play for a while. At 7:30 p.m., the supermarket opened again. When Zhou Tangyao entered, her expression was not good, with her lips tightly pressed. Boss Jiang, I feel like someone is watching me. This morning, I noticed someone following me. Upon hearing this, Jiang He thought of Qi Qingye's sister. Could the person following her be related to Li Haobo? She had such suspicions in her heart. But she didn't say anything uncertain out loud. You need to be careful. It's best not to go out alone. If someone knocks on the dorm door, don't open it easily. After Zhou Tangyao became friends with Li Ting, she joined their group, and they basically acted collectively every day. Even so, the person who was stalking her still wandered around her without restraint. Zhou Tangyao's pupils slightly trembled. Boss Jiang, I heard knocking last night. I was sleeping too soundly and was a bit dazed, thinking it was just the noise from next door. Now that I think about it, that person might really have been knocking on my door. She shivered all over, her hair standing on end. Perhaps it was too easy to enter the Nanyang base. She could come to the supermarket every day to buy things and didn't have to worry about food and drink. It almost made her forget that this was an apocalyptic world where humanity had eroded and some beasts would do anything to satisfy their desires. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket sell any self-defense weapons? For a girl living alone like her, not stocking up on weapons at home was truly dangerous. Jiang He only knew that the supermarket continued to upgrade and would unlock medicines, vegetables, and so on, but she wasn't sure about weapons. The system popped up to answer her. Host, as the supermarket level increases, there will be opportunities to unlock weapons. Just opportunities? So it wouldn't necessarily unlock. Jiang He didn't give Zhou Tangyao a definite answer, instead smiling and saying, there are no weapons for sale in the supermarket right now, but there might be in the future. Zhou Tangyao's shoulders slumped. The only thing she could use for self-defense now was a small piece of a blade she found. If she encountered someone with ill intentions, she wouldn't have the ability to resist at all. The past few days at the Nanyang base had been the most free days of Zhou Tangyao's life in her 20s. No one would lock her up at will. Nor did she have to endure criticism from her family. Zhou Tangyao really liked her current situation and had regained the motivation to live. She wouldn't compromise. Even if she only had a piece of a blade, she would do her best to protect herself. Boss Jiang, thank you for your reminder. I will be more careful. Seeing her regain her spirits, Jiang He nodded slightly, feeling that she wouldn't seek death so easily anymore. After finishing her shopping, Zhou Tangyao didn't stay in the supermarket for dinner. She walked back to the dormitory with her companions. Just after leaving the supermarket for a short while, that feeling of being secretly observed sent chills down her spine again. She pinched her palm, forcing herself to calm down. With so many people around and soldiers patrolling the base, the stalker wouldn't choose to act here. At least on this road back to the dormitory, she was safe. After bidding farewell to her companions, Zhou Tangyao quickly ran into the dormitory, locked the door, and completed her actions in one go. The room had only a wooden bed and no extra furniture, making it impossible for her to find something heavy to block the door. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Tangyao decided to push the bed to the door. If someone knocked or tried to force their way in, she would know immediately. Downstairs, in a dark corner, a tall and thin man was watching a certain window with amusement. Quite alert, aren't we? Unfortunately, meeting him meant that no matter how much one tried to hide, it was impossible to escape his grasp. Huang Mao was a small-time thug raised in a civilian area by Li Haobo. He previously followed Zhou Tao, and after Zhou's death, he became the leader among the small-time thugs. Recently, he had helped prominent figures find several attractive men and women, gaining considerable benefits in return. Before the apocalypse, Huang Mao was a notorious player, a master of time management. He had seen countless women and had a sharp eye for beauty, even if they disguised themselves. He would never be fooled. Whenever new residents arrived, Huang Mao would specifically find them to assess their appearance and physique. Those who scored over 80 points would be knocked out and sent to the military district. Tang Yao, for example, purposely dirted her face, but upon closer inspection, one could see her well-defined and exquisite features. Looking at her figure, she was tall and slender. Once cleaned up, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty. Huang Mao quickly locked onto his target and knocked on her door last night, wanting to see if he could grab her at the fastest speed. After waiting for half an hour without a response, he left. Beautiful prey was always hard to catch, so Huang Mao patiently waited in the shadows, convinced he would find an opportunity. That night, Jiang He stayed up late and finally finished the novel. When she woke up the next day, it was already past 10 in the morning. 2 new tasks appeared in her task list. Sell 100 packs of Lulu Mei to receive rewards, 8 minutes of restocking time, and some medicines. Participate in labor at the Nanyang base for at least 4 hours to receive rewards, 10 minutes of restocking time, and unlock 2 food items. Wow, today's rewards were quite good. Jiang He had a simple breakfast and took her little bear to restock. After the 22-minute restocking time ended, the supermarket was filled with a large amount of supplies waiting to be sold. Jiang He first set up the items on the shelves at the supply station. 50 bottles of mineral water, 50 seaweed meat floss breads, and 50 rice balls. Chapter 101. When there's nothing to do, just eat Lulu Mei. She certainly didn't have time to participate in labor that morning. So Jiang He and her little bear watched TV for a while before preparing to open for business. Shen Ke and the other 2 were spending their last day at the Nanyang base and felt a bit reluctant to leave Shuguang's supermarket as food. If only this magical supermarket could be established at their base. As Jiang He got out of the car, she saw Qi Jingyang and Huang Ming looking dejected. Their eyes glazed over as if they had suffered a huge blow. Are you feeling down today? Meeting her bright and clear eyes, Qi Jingyang felt his ears slightly redden. It's okay, I guess. Huang Ming sighed deeply. Boss Jiang, we have to leave tomorrow. We won't have such delicious instant noodles, boxed meals, and self-heating hot pots anymore. Jiang He replied, no need to be so pessimistic. They're just going back to their own base. It's not like they're going to die tomorrow. If fate allows, we'll meet again. She casually comforted them, transformed the supermarket, and walked in first, holding up a bag of green Lulu Mei. She smiled and winked at them. When you're feeling down, eating something sweet and sour is the best remedy. How about a few packs of Lulu Mei? I guarantee you won't feel emo after eating them. Qi Jingyang rolled his throat up and down, nodding without hesitation. Yes, we love to eat those sour and sweet plums. No problem, just plums. Shen Ke lifted his eyelids and glanced at him speechlessly. When did he ever say he liked sour and sweet things? Jiang He turned to the other 2. How many bags do you want to buy? Shen Ke was the team leader, and it was up to him to manage the usage of points. He answered without thinking, 9 bags, 3 bags each. Although he wasn't particularly fond of them, he naturally had to give face to Jiang. They enjoyed a good meal here every day, so what was the harm in buying some plums? The corners of Jiang He's eyes lifted, and her smile was bright and eye-catching. The supermarket has new bread. There are milk-flavored croissants and crispy pineapple buns. Both taste quite good. You should try them. All bread items were priced the same, at 50 points per bag. Hearing this, the group walked towards the bread shelf. The sealed packaging contained soft bread, with an enticing golden brown exterior that made one swallow involuntarily at first sight. Qi Jingyang immediately arranged for them. Okay, go. You buy the milk-flavored croissants, I'll get the crispy pineapple buns, and Mingming can choose either cheese breadsticks or seaweed pork floss bread, whatever's fine. Being able to try 3 different flavors of bread at once, Jiang He and Huaming had no objections. After picking up the bread, Xinjiang subtly said, "Hey go. It's the last day, can we raise the meal budget just a bit?" Huaming nodded in agreement. "Bro, let's order a couple more dishes today." He had been eyeing the fish and crabs on the electronic screen for a long time. Jiang He hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately agreed to their request. After the 3 gathered their supplies, they went to the checkout to place their order. "Jiang boss, we want a portion of spicy fish slices and curry hair crabs." "Okay. That will be 800 points in total." Jiang He removed the 2 dishes from the electronic screen and quickly added new ones. Jiang He raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Jiang boss, does the supermarket have a lot of freshly cooked stir-fried dishes like this?" "Yes. There are still over 800 dishes that haven't been sold." Jiang He's eyes brightened a bit. "What? Are you interested in buying a bit more?" "There's no limit on these dishes. Buy as many as you want." Jiang He had more points than he could spend, but unfortunately, stir-fried dishes spoil easily, and they had to be eaten within 2 days. Compared to other items with longer shelf lives, it wasn't very cost-effective. Leaning against the checkout counter, he pondered for a moment and ordered 10 portions of fish and 10 portions of crabs to take back for the base leader and the brothers to try. "Jiang boss, these can be packed, right?" Jiang He smiled and said, "Of course, I'll pack them up right now and bring them to you." The packing boxes were provided by the system, and the additional costs were already included in the total price, which came to over 8,000 points. The system worked efficiently, and soon 20 portions of dishes were packed, carefully stacked into a clean bag by Shin Quebec. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the 3 reluctantly left the Dawn supermarket, carrying several bags of supplies. Goodbye to their happy hometown. Jiang He spared no effort in promoting the dried plums, but sales weren't great. In an hour at noon, only 32 packs were sold. Most customers were very frugal, and they wouldn't make impulse purchases for things they didn't need. Jiang He understood their consumption mindset very well. Filling their stomachs first was the priority, and she wouldn't force sales. Whatever the dried plums sold was fine. Today, there were 2 new tasks to complete, and as long as she finished one, she wouldn't be short on restocking time tomorrow. Ding ding ding. The supply station is out of stock. Do you need to restock, host? Today a stock was plentiful. So Jiang He opened the supply station backend and replenished the mineral water, bread, and rice balls. She had to participate in labor in the afternoon, so she closed